Since you have seen the Tathagata, why don't you bow? The words boomed out, echoing in the dungeon's oppressive silence. I, Lu Wenwu, narrowed my eyes, shielding my companions behind me. Sitting on a lotus throne, a fat man with a curious bump on his head stared down at us. He called himself the Tathagata. I called him a bluff. My gaze drifted to the information only I could see: Tathagata Buddha/Demon, S, HP, 1000/1000000000. Current status, extremely weak, disguised by flesh and blood, pretending to be calm, still sealed, nervous. A paper tiger Tathagata Buddha, eh? With 1,000,000 health points, sure, but currently sitting at a measly 1,000? And nervous? He was trying to project an aura of supreme power, but I saw right through the charade. Bow to you? I scoffed, cracking my knuckles. I think you need a taste of Grandpa Lou's fist. This dungeon, this apocalypse, it was all just a playground for me. I'd punch my way through demons, monsters, and so-called gods alike. They could spout their cryptic pronouncements, their lofty titles. I'd respond with a right hook. I understood the truth all right, the truth of their health bars, their weaknesses, their vulnerabilities. And this Tathagata? He was about to learn the hard way. This is my story, the story of how I conquered the dungeon apocalypse, one punch at a time. Crack! Woof! Woof! A fluffy golden retriever, pulling a cart, had broken a wooden plank in the yard. Now, it whined at the young man behind it. You're a year old, not a puppy, Lu Wenwu said, focusing on the dog. 2 lines of text appeared above its head: growing golden retriever fur, E400 status, happy. Lu Wenwu checked the dog's paw, then playfully smacked its head. Stop being dramatic. The dog, unfazed, wagged its tail and grinned, pulling the cart again. Golden retrievers were smart, almost understanding human speech. Xiaobao, stay home. We'll be back soon, Lu Wenwu called into the house, locking the door and strolling down the street with his dog. Inside, a blue cat named Xiaobao twitched its ears, then curled up tighter, asleep. Lu Wenwu, 22, was a time traveler. He liked cooking, especially egg pancakes. Sometimes, he ran a breakfast stall, depending on his motivation. It was a tough job, and just a hobby. He hummed, pulling the cart. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed across the world: preliminary player draw commencing. This world was similar to Earth, but 50 years ago, polluted zones had appeared, each containing multiple dungeon worlds. On the 1st of every month, people were chosen as potential players. If they survived a dungeon, they gained incredible powers. But these dungeons leaked into the real world. Only by completing a dungeon with an excellent rating could it be sealed. Otherwise, the dungeon merged completely, releasing monsters. And if a potential player failed their first dungeon, the merged world arrived instantly, without warning. Early on, small countries were wiped out. Even large countries struggled. Then, powerful individuals who'd survived dungeons restored order, creating safe zones and quarantining dangerous areas. China had recovered quickly at first, but then faltered. Many powerful people vanished. The country almost collapsed again. It was only now recovering. Everyone prayed they wouldn't be chosen, or if they were, that it would be someone strong. Lu Wenwu felt a surge of energy. A translucent screen appeared: you have been selected. Entering dungeon in 30 seconds. Survive and achieve a pass rating to become a player. Countdown starting. Finally, Lu Wenwu said, unsurprised, even excited. He patted the dog's head. The polluted zones offered power, but also pain. The dungeons were deadly, the monsters terrifying. Was it a blessing or a curse? For Lu Wenwu, who could see everyone's health bar, it was something he'd anticipated. Before gaining powers, information was limited. It was frustrating for someone who craved action and purpose. The countdown ended. The world went black. He found himself in a white room. His dog, Mao Mao, was there too, looking around. The cart was gone, but Lu Wenwu sensed he could summon it. The screen reappeared: scan complete. Personal panel and backpack unlocked. Innate talent materializing. Congratulations! Your talent is Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight, gain information through observation. Eye of Insight? So that's what the health bars are, Lu Wenwu muttered, opening his status screen. ID, locked, level, locked, strength, 6, speed, 3, physique, 5, soul, 7, HP, 500, talent, Eye of Insight, technique, none, skill, egg pancake cooking, masterful, free attribute points, 0, spirit coins, 0, note, skill levels range from basic to masterful to transcendent. Lu Wenwu was pleased. Before gaining powers, the average stat was 5. He was above average, except for speed. Well, he was tall. Not everyone could be Usain Bolt. And his egg pancake skill was maxed out. Years of practice had paid off. His martial arts training didn't qualify as a skill, apparently. Non-system items detected: egg pancake cart, smartphone. Items deemed non-disruptive to dungeon difficulty. Pet detected: Mau Mau. Bind pet? Binding increases difficulty, but grants 100% of pet's rewards. Pet remains unharmed, and boosts final rating. Ha! The guide didn't mention this, Lu Wenwu thought, weighing his options. Bind. Gotta start somewhere. All gear drops from loot. Binding complete. Pet panel accessible. You can now perceive Mau Mau's thoughts and communicate. Initializing dungeon. Before he could check Mau Mau's stats, the world blurred again. He wasn't in the dungeon yet, but the global livestream had started. The first dungeon was always broadcast. Success could weaken existing polluted zones. The chat window exploded with comments. He has not yet fully entered the copy world, but the global live broadcast has already started. Selecting the initial copy for reserve players is very special, because it will be live broadcast, and only it will be live broadcast. In addition, getting good results can weaken the contaminated areas that have already merged. At this time, many barrages had appeared in the live broadcast room of China. Can some ruthless people come in this time and take juju pills if this continues? No mole, the king of urban soldiers on the whole. Where's the elder brother? Come on, big brother, help me. The quality of the new recruits last time was so poor that the contaminated area was directly attacked at the door of Shushu's community. Shushu is just a level scumbag. Now he has been organized to be on standby at the assembly point. Those high-level players who have not entered the base are also dispatched. It's really 8. It's better to do it earlier. I'll just reopen it. I will test your code, this time you will rise. Come on. The barrage is filled with all kinds of expressions of sentient beings. Some are pessimistic, some pray, and some are sarcastic after running out. Thank you for the invitation. I am in the United States. I just got off the plane and breathed the sweet air of safety and freedom. Silly dog, you didn't hang up the ladder. Why are you pretending to be crazy? It's time for dinner again, brothers. IP, United States, donuts are so delicious, ha 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 ha. Are you envious of those who are precarious? IP, United States, I am super, dogs are rare. My urine is yellow, I'll give you a tall one. Fake foreign devil, when will you do sex? China has just stopped its decline in recent years, but that's all, and the situation is not optimistic. Therefore, every time when the whole world can watch the game, there will be many run people coming to show off their superiority. Tens of millions of key immortals who are excited about the situation will go out collectively, eventually turning into endless scolding wars one after another. This initial dungeon biochemical apocalypse, single player, main quest, survive for 5 days in a city full of dangers, side quest, kill zombies, hidden quest, please explore on your own. You can leave the dungeon world immediately after completion, which will greatly improve the final evaluation. After displaying the task prompt, the live broadcast screen switched to one screen after another. The audience can choose any country and the live broadcast room of the reserve player to watch. Perhaps because Lu Wenwu has a top talent and a peak skill, his live broadcast room is ranked first among the reserve players in Shenzhou. Except for some official people who are locating the identities of each participant, most of the audience watching the live broadcast have chosen Lu Wenwu by default, hoping that he is a leader. According to the usual nature of this game, those who are ranked in the front are all tough guys. As a result, as soon as they clicked in, countless people's hearts that were not at ease suddenly hung higher. He looks like a strong man who exercises regularly. This kind of survival book has some advantages. Advantage is a chicken feather. Didn't you see the chef's apron? These knives belong to a cook. What's wrong with a cook? A cook should be able to use a knife, right? Take a closer look at the apron and the outfit. This is a white casserole cook. Oh, so the first one is assumed to be a cook this time? What's the next one like? Send. Wait a minute? Why does he have a dog? Don't ask. If you ask, it's open. Overflow Dingjin, identified as a pure and tender girl. Aren't you afraid of the difficulty of bringing a dog? This one is gone. Lu Wenwu was naturally unaware of the complaints and bad-mouthing of the barrage. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a dark steel carriage. Several beams of light shot into the carriage from the shocking cracks in the wall, as if they were torn apart by the claws of some large monster. The stench of decay, the strong smell of blood, and the smell of various things burning mixed together from the air and drifted into Lu Wenwu's nose. It's okay, it doesn't feel as good as the military training. Ugh. He felt that he could still bear it, but Mao Mao, who had a keen sense of smell, seemed to have different ideas and successfully made the smell of this place even more disgusting. Mao Mao kept conveying his thoughts to Lu Wenwu. Master, you've gone to a bad place. Don't worry, let me take a look at the task and observe the surrounding environment first. Lu Wenwu rubbed Mao Mao's dog head. Under normal difficulty, the survival time for a novice task in this zombie copy is basically 5 days. Come in with a bottle of water, find a safe place to endure for 5 days, and endure hunger and thirst. You can still survive and barely get a passing score in the end. Unless someone has surpassed ordinary people's data too much before coming in, or has special helpers such as pets, weapons, and powerful skills, the difficulty will increase. For example, Lu Wenwu's egg pancake cart was ignored by the system because it was just a kitchen utensil. But pets like Mao Mao, who can play a major role in the early dungeons, will greatly increase the difficulty, so the requirements of his main quests have been doubled. He needs to survive here for a full 10 days to complete the main quest. Even a dog can do this. If someone chooses to carry a nuclear bomb when entering the novice dungeon, then the difficulty of passing the level will probably be higher than curing Mei Lu Zon's brain hole. Survive for 10 days, let me take care of it. Lu Wenwu looked at the place where he and Mao Mao were currently, and concentrated his attention. Armed infantry fighting vehicle on the verge of being scrapped, 768/10,000, current status, 3 flat tires, damaged external armor, missing secondary weapons, damaged main weapons as expected, the weapons were dismantled, eliminating the possibility of brushing points. The body of the vehicle was generally intact. This thing can still be turned on. It should be used by the Heartfire pack. It is difficult to penetrate the armor of the infantry fighting vehicle without extraordinary power. The fuel tank is basically full, and there are a lot of shells and bullets left. Maybe they can be used. Lu Wenwu thought to himself, gently opened the observation window of the infantry fighting vehicle a little and looked out. On the empty road, scattered zombies wandered unconsciously in the distance, and seemed to have not noticed that there was an extra person and a dog in the car here. Zombie, E50/. Current status, hungry, irritable, fearful. Not turned off means turned on? A little turned on does not count as turned on. So this thing is so weak? After seeing the 50-point health bar on the zombies' heads, Lu Wenwu felt relieved. There is also a spare knife in his cart, which is enough to deal with ordinary zombies. But what does this fear mean? Could it be that there are stronger zombies hiding nearby? The damaged infantry fighting vehicles and the fear of zombies are enough to show that there is a powerful guy hidden here. If it was the normal mode without pets, he should be able to survive 5 days in the infantry fighting vehicle. But now Lu Wenwu is experiencing the high difficulty mode. He dare not bet whether the boss will take the initiative to attack. But what is certain is that at least within these few hours, as long as you don't commit suicide, this place should be safe. Otherwise, it is not a trial, but a suicide. As for the so-called hidden mission, it may be to kill that big guy. This is almost explicit, and it is not difficult to guess. After getting some intelligence, Lu Wenwu decided to do something big first. According to Mao Mao's smell detection, this area is very safe. In addition to the remaining ammunition, he also took out an unknown model of pistol, 3 brick-sized bombs, and an engineer shovel from the corner. After putting all these things into the backpack, Lu Wenwu quietly opened the car door and took Mao Mao, who had already adapted to the smell, into the skyscraper not far away. The personal backpack is like many games, and the internal time is still. There are currently 30 grids, and the same items can be stacked up to 999 in a single grid. If it weren't for this thing, it would be really difficult to take away the scattered things in the infantry fighting vehicle. Not stupid, knowing to search for points at the beginning, get off the car and rush into the building without any trial, isn't this stupid? Words, fast forward to Faceta face sudden death, fast forward to refresh a contaminated area, don't watch this person, change the channel. Speechless, the United States picked 3 special forces, why don't we have the same luck? Be content, there is an old man in a suit next door, and he is now doing a private horse race with red bean paste. Happy, I will TP directly. The audience didn't know how strong Mao Mao was, and they didn't know that it and Lu Wenwu were in tune with each other and could be used as half a radar. With Mao Mao's sensitive sense of smell, Lu Wenwu had already determined that there were no zombies around. 1 person and 1 dog quickly went up in the building. They needed a high point to observe the surrounding environment. The interior of the building was full of all kinds of shocking cracks and a strong bloody smell that could not be dissolved. Countless stinking and rotten bones and fragments were piled here, and together with the broken walls and ruins, they told the horrible disaster that had happened. Crumbling building, 2418/100000. Current status, fragile balance. The building with low health made Lu Wenwu and Mao Mao move more gently, fearing that they would collapse the place accidentally. Judging from the health, it is very likely that if one or two more pillars are broken, or a few load-bearing walls are shattered, the building will collapse completely. What is more terrifying is that during Lu Wenwu's exploration, the health of the building has decreased a little. This made the man and the dog more cautious, and their movements were unconsciously accelerated. Just as they were about to go up to the 18th floor, Mao Mao refused to move forward and kept biting Lu Wenwu's trouser legs and rubbing back. "Ha? What's wrong?" Lu Wenwu touched the dog's head and directly transmitted his doubts to Mao Mao through the system. "The thing that scares the dog is up there. The master won't go. The master goes." Mao Mao responded vaguely, and the dog's face was wrinkled to the point of crossing breeds. For a dog that is very sensitive to danger, it discovered that there was a scary thing here from several floors away. "Don't be afraid, don't walk around here, don't scream, I'll go up to find out." After comforting the dog who was a little scared, Lu Wenwu took off his shoes and sneaked up alone. The 18th floor is already half of the building. The strange thing is that this is almost a large flat floor that can be seen at a glance. This outrageous design is probably because the later residents were dissatisfied and lacked brains, so they smashed it all. Now, this resident with little cultural literacy is lying in the middle and sleeping soundly. It was a giant zombie with a height of at least 5 meters. Unlike the shriveled flesh and blood of ordinary zombies, some kind of power seemed to make its blood flow again, and its muscular body continued to exude a terrifying momentum. The dark green viscous liquid was constantly overflowing from its brain hole and dripping onto the ground along the hideous bone spurs. Severely injured mutant giant zombie, C+, 5724/. Current status, dying, deep sleep, suppressed recovery. You call this thing dying? Lu Wenwu was full of questions. When the giant zombie appeared on the screen, the barrage exploded. "Oh, gosh. Damn, little genius, facing the boss in the first 10 minutes, I don't know what level this boss is. 666, it's dark under the lamp, right? The boss is hiding next to the birth point? You know how to make games. I said this time it's over, this idiot doesn't run away quickly, and what is he thinking about here? It seems that Yushenzhou will be wiped out this time, the default ranking is too bad, IP, South Korea, I need a bull demon to reward guests, Koreans, get out. Fortunately, I have foresight, haha, you guys wait for death, IP, Sakura country, don't be complacent, you will be like a car of mothers later. The traders are so proud of themselves, it really makes me laugh looking at Lu Wenwu in deep thought. Many people thought he was scared silly, and kept making bird sounds in Cybertron language, attacking him and a group of foreigners and dogs who came in to mock him indiscriminately. Of course, Lu Wenwu was not scared silly, he was just thinking about whether it was possible to kill this giant zombie. A sword that pierced the giant zombie's head seemed to be the reason why the giant zombie had a brain hole and needed to sleep, just like the golden lion Shiki who was covered by the gauze of the rudder. But even so, Lu Wenwu had no doubt that this thing could turn him into a paperman with just a punch. In addition to the blood skin that was 11 times higher than his own, the JC+, displayed in the blood bar also made Lu Wenwu very concerned. He, Mao Mao, Xiao Bao, and other people in the community all had E on their heads. A full 2 levels of difference. It's still the weakest to the strongest, rounded up to 2.5 levels. Lu Wenwu raised his sight and stared at the sword with only the hilt exposed. Tianxia Demon Slaying Sword, rare, 883/1000, current status, energy is about to be exhausted, continuous damage. Oh, it's really because of this sword. Clevel boss drops weapons of the same level, in this Ganges. Looking at this seriously injured boss, the pile of explosives in the backpack, and the crumbling building, Lu Wenwu suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. I think I really have a chance to kill this thing? As soon as this idea came up, it grew like a weed in Lu Wenwu's mind. I don't know who I am. I don't know where I am, I only know that I am about to go on a killing spree. But before that, there is something big to do. He is hungry. The start time of the initial copy is random every time. Unfortunately, it was early morning in Shenzhou time this time, and Lu Wenwu hadn't eaten breakfast yet. You have the strength to work only when you have a full stomach, right? Lu Wenwu quickly returned to the 17th floor, took Mao Mao and went downstairs, and returned to the lobby on the first floor. The man and the dog quickly found a clean place with an upwind vent in the lobby on the first floor, which was extremely transparent from east to west and north to south, and cleaned up the surrounding garbage. Under the expectation of countless viewers, Lu Wenwu took out his beloved egg pancake cart from his backpack with a smile. Then he skillfully lit the coal, placed the ingredients and seasonings, and started making egg pancakes. The first thing I did after finding the boss was to make egg pancakes. Why don't you eat them to death? 666, 6666, Society, too social. Brother, you are really my dear brother. Fuck, you are eating here when you have nothing to do? You are really not afraid at all. Don't be embarrassing, my pancake brother didn't have breakfast before entering the game, so what's wrong with making some food? Do you understand what it means to be fearless in the face of danger? Tactical retreat, the top players in the United States next door have started to kill, what about us? Don't ask, the question is people take food as their first priority. JPG, speaking of which, Brother Stuffed Pancake brought a breakfast stall in, so can he easily survive for 5 days by finding a safe place to hide? Fuck. Staple food, eggs, lettuce, meat, don't tell me, the nutrition is quite comprehensive. I say Brother Stuffed Pancake is a talent. Just when Lu Wenwu was slowly making egg pancakes, the quick-moving reserve players in other countries had either started to kill or had already given up. Facing this kind of slow-level zombie, as long as you have a handy weapon, it is not difficult to kill it. The main reason is that the psychological pressure is great, and you can't be greedy. Those who gave up are basically greedy. They all think they are invincible and can be unparalleled. As a result, more than a dozen zombies rushed over and died on the spot in the northwest. Just like a taekwondo master from the neighboring country of South Korea. He yelled Ashiba and charged at a zombie with his bare hands. Before he arrived, he was entangled by 3 other zombies that came out of the alley next door and was killed at the speed of light. Of course, there are noobs and masters. The United States Special Forces mentioned in the previous barrage are masters. Especially one of the big and strong black people. As the 4th-class people, Ma-Run, who is jokingly called a human-shaped self-propelled beast, he is like a fish in water in this copy, holding a military dagger and constantly harvesting the lives of zombies. In less than half an hour, his KD has easily broken 10 and is heading for 20. The mighty posture of Lao Hei killing zombies with a grim smile immediately attracted a lot of attention. Even many people from other countries stayed in the live broadcast room to watch. People have different joys and sorrows, and Lu Wenwu just thinks they are noisy. Let's have some golden, crispy, salty and fragrant egg-filled pancakes. When you bite it, the crispy pancake skin makes an attractive crackling sound, and collides with the soft and glutinous eggs, crispy lettuce, salty and spicy sauce, and juicy black pepper sausage in the mouth, bursting with endless deliciousness. I don't know what the zombies think anyway, most of the viewers watching the live broadcast are hungry. I should say it or not, the Pancake Brothers pancake looks really delicious. To be honest, it's true, I dare not imagine how delicious this bite is, I'm so hungry, I've already gone downstairs to buy egg-filled pancakes. Add one when hungry, people who don't eat egg-filled pancakes are destined to have a failed life. No insider, does anyone know which safe zone the Pancake Brother is from, and where he usually sets up a stall? I'll just go out and eat a big meal. What a coincidence, I've really eaten it, I'd like to call it the best stuffed pancake. But Brother Wu's stall is up to fate, time is up to fate, how much he sells is up to fate, I block him every day, and I can't eat a few bites a month, damn, is there really someone who knows the stuffed pancake guy? I hope the stuffed pancake guy can survive, this pancake guy really wants to eat. Just as the audience gradually started to go off topic, Lu Wenwu, with a satisfied face, had already returned to the infantry fighting vehicle with Mao Mao. However, this time he entered the cab. Aha! It can still be driven. Throwing away the rotten and smelly half of the body, Lu Wenwu fumbled a few times and started the infantry fighting vehicle that was on the verge of being scrapped. It should be said that the driver is really dedicated. He didn't forget to turn off the engine before dying. If the fire had been lit and left here, the fuel would have burned out long ago. After calming down Mao Mao, whose face was in agony, Lu Wenwu stepped on the accelerator and directly controlled the steel behemoth to crash into the building where they had just come down. The infantry fighting vehicle has 2 rows of wheels. If 2 or 3 tires are punctured, it will not affect short-distance movement, but it will be slower. Of course, Lu Wenwu was not so reckless as to directly damage the load-bearing pillar. He just passed through the empty steel frame and debris and parked the car next to a pillar that looked like it was about to be broken. After getting off the car with Mao Mao, he excitedly took out the looted pistol and shot at the few remaining pillars in turn. This is not difficult to operate. At a distance of 2 or 3 meters, anyone who is not disabled can hit it. The sound of the pistol is not small, but the zombies that have been wandering at a very long distance have no intention of coming to see it. This is the same as Lu Wenwu's previous judgment. Under the pressure of the high-level life, these little Karami did not dare to come over. And the big guy had already fallen into a deep sleep because of his own heavy injuries. It is basically impossible for him to wake up and chase him because of this little movement. The results of the test appeared soon. When the pillar where the infantry fighting vehicle was parked was hit by a bullet, the health of the entire building suddenly decreased by 3 points. The health of the other pillars after being hit was negligible, and a decimal point with several zeros appeared. What is Brother Guanbing doing now? Is he familiar with firearms? Although there is basic firearms education now, it is still difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with it frequently. I said he is a fool. Instead of going out to kill zombies and search for supplies, he is just playing around, right? Drunk? That's not right. Brother Guanbing is cooking and shooting here. Why are there no zombies coming? Let's look at the default second one. The big brother has killed more than a dozen. Haha fierce. There is no need to scold him like this. What if he has his own ideas and plans? You scold so harshly. Why don't you act like extraordinary people and go to the dungeon to save the country and the people? If this rubbish can survive until the end of the dungeon, I will stand upside down and eat 2 pounds of old gay. I took a screenshot. When the time comes, contact Brother Guanbing and give this hanging man some special old gay Guanbing. No one can understand Lu Wenwu's approach. Countless spectators in Shenzhou were upset, and generally believed that he had given up on himself. But he himself was very calm and began to quickly take things out of his backpack. All the explosives he had looted were piled at the angle between the pillar and the infantry fighting vehicle. In addition, even the egg pancake cart that had been placed aside was pushed over by Lu Wenwu. He took out all the coal blocks, including those burning in the stove, fire chopsticks, charcoal, a large bottle of oil, and a liquefied gas tank that was just filled yesterday from the cart. The cart itself was put away. Mao Mao, get ready to run. Lu Wenwu smacked his lips, skillfully turned the valve a little, and placed the entire liquefied gas stove directly on top of the coal and charcoal piles with his left hand. In his right hand, he smashed a large glass bottle filled with oil onto the infantry fighting vehicle, and then picked up a burning coal with a fire chopstick and threw it on. Demolition! The master and pet were in tune with each other. The moment the flames started, they ran away at the fastest speed. Ha! Under the effect of grease, a large amount of flames instantly shot up into the sky, immediately covering most of the infantry fighting vehicle. The flames continued to drip with the flow of grease, and the raging fire gradually covered the bloody and rotten bodies around. The blazing high temperature continued to burn the air, engulfing everything in it and twisting it into an unreal appearance. Lu Wenwu, who was being dragged by Mao Mao to run wildly on the street, had no time to stop and admire his masterpiece. The master pet ran wildly towards a distant place where there were few zombies. They were not worried about being discovered and surrounded by zombies. Before the mutant giant zombie died, the pressure was enough to intimidate all zombies and make them dare not enter a certain range. Regardless of whether the final plan goes smoothly or not, the loud noise produced by the explosion will attract the attention of the surrounding zombies and attract them all to the building. If there are any blind ones, just kill them. What Lu Wenwu was worried about now is just being affected by the collapsed building. Mao Mao is now dragging his master at a speed of up to 12 points, for fear that he will be hit by the building if he runs too slowly. Suddenly, a deafening roar exploded from under the previous building. The terrifying flames and airwaves instantly stirred out countless charred bones mixed with dust, and the pillars that were already full of cracks were directly blown out with a huge gap. What's more terrifying is that the gap is still collapsing and expanding. Lu Wenwu is still being led by Mao Mao to run wildly, heading towards a small building that he had spotted before. If he looks back now, he can find that the health of the building has been emptied by almost half in an instant. The remaining few hundred points of blood were also rapidly decreasing at a visible speed with the creaking sound of the reinforced concrete structure being overwhelmed. The piercing roar continued, and a large amount of explosives were ignited. Countless shells that were not stuffed into the barrel were flying freely without restraint, blasting the already shaky building into pieces. With another loud bang, the supporting structure that had experienced countless destruction was finally unable to support the nearly 40-story giant building. The explosion created by Lu Wenwu was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The lower structure continued to bend and disintegrate, and the floors that were barely able to maintain before also broke. The shocking cracks spread rapidly across the entire wall, and the skyscraper that was originally as tall as the Tower of Babel collapsed in an instant. The violent explosion and the collapse of the building finally awakened the giant zombie in deep sleep. It opened its scarlet eyes and roared wildly in its throat. At its level, it is no longer a fool who only knows bloodlust in eating. There is no doubt that it is an intelligent life, and its IQ is even the same as that of humans. It wants to use its strong physical fitness to escape and jump to the opposite building to escape danger. If it develops according to the normal script, this can indeed be done. Even if Lu Wenwu did not come, the building would naturally collapse on the 6th day after he entered. Even if the mutant zombie at the peak of sea level is dying, its extraordinary body can allow him to escape from this place calmly like Hulk. Unfortunately, Lu Wenwu's sudden whims not only brought all this forward, but also changed the way the building collapsed. The fate of the giant zombie is about to come to an end. The constant cracking and disintegration left the giant zombie with no place to stand. Even if it barely stepped on a piece of cement slab, using brute force to kick it would only accelerate its fall and accelerate the process of the building's collapse. The 20-story building above it kept falling, and heavy objects fell down one after another. It was like a constant stream of heavy punches from the gods, continuously bombarding the giant zombie. It roared and it was violent. It opened up all the abilities it could currently control to escape. But it failed after all. The huge gravity acceleration caused it to break bones and tendons the moment it fell into the ruins. The weak and dying body could not resist the great force of the collapse of such a giant. The ruins of nearly 20 floors fell madly. The high-strength building materials made by humans crushed its bones. The broken steel bars and metal structures pierced its flesh and blood. The purple-black blood kept spurting out like a squeezed sponge. The roar of the giant zombie became smaller and smaller, until a huge piece of building debris hit its head squarely, causing the Tianxia demon-slaying sword to be completely entangled, and the sound finally stopped. At this point, the giant zombie ended his unlucky, confused and inexplicable life. Congratulations to Shenzhou Reserve player HX4202070001 for completing the hidden task Incredible Kill. Shenzhou Reserve player HX4202070001 completed the initial dungeon evaluation, incredible, evaluation reward. Shenzhou will exempt all reserve players from all penalties for failure of the main task this time. Please keep up the good work. Hidden task completion reward. The qualification of reserve players for the next month will be decided by Shenzhou. Initial dungeon hidden task. First kill reward, 5% of the polluted areas in Shenzhou will disappear randomly. Lu Wenwu's live broadcast room was dead silent, with only his and Mao Mao's backs looking at the ruins of the building frozen here. This is the final settlement screen of the dungeon. Then, countless question marks were displayed on the screen. I'm so, quack. I don't want to play anymore. There's something dirty. I died this time? Evaluation has this level of, incredible? WDNMD. The building collapsed. This bastard directly blew it down. Brother Guanbing is awesome. Hidden mission completed. No, this is outrageous. How can such a big building be blown down by a gas tank and this little thing? And the boss was killed? What kind of shit luck is this? What about this bastard? Call me Big Brother. My big brother is the best of the best. Big Brother? Real brother? Real brother? Godfather. This time, even if everyone else sends it, no new polluted area will appear, and 5% of the polluted area has been whittled down. If Brother Guanbing doesn't give up, I'd like to be your godfather. Fuck, the polluted area next to our city is really gone. This building is a shoddy construction. How can it collapse? Don't ask. If you ask, it's open. A small opening is not considered open. Open without closing? My pancake brother is in a hurry to go back to sell pancakes. Can't he do a hidden task at the same time? For a while, the whole country of Shenzhou celebrated. No matter how the reserve players perform this time, there will be no new contaminated areas merged in, which is definitely good news. This has really saved many lives, and countless viewers finally put their hanging hearts back into their stomachs. Next time, you can choose the reserve players yourself, and you don't have to worry about a good-for-nothing being randomly entered and becoming a pig teammate who adds burden. In addition, 5% of the contaminated areas disappeared, which greatly eased the defense pressure of the Extraordinary and the army, and widened the overall scope of the safe zone. Many times, the straw that breaks the camel's back is just a straw. The reduction of pressure this time is enough to let Shenzhou, which is in a precarious situation, take a deep breath. You killed the mutant giant zombie, LV-20. You completed the hidden task Incredible Killing. Task description: as a mortal, you killed the mutant giant zombie with keen insight and amazing ideas. This is a record that is enough to amaze everyone. You got the hidden reward, Tiancher Demon Slayer Sword, rare. Note, item levels are divided into ordinary, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, immortal, mythical. You got a special reward, mysterious lucky bag. Your final evaluation has been greatly improved. At the moment when the giant zombie died, Lu Wenwu also received a prompt that the task was completed. He and Mao Mao instantly returned to the white hut they had entered before. Congratulations, you have passed the initial dungeon and obtained the Player Qualification Dungeon Evaluation. Incredible, your level has been upgraded to level 5. Note, the level of your pet, Mao Mao, will be synchronized with yours. You have obtained the Mysterious Lucky Bag. You have obtained Top Grade Healing Pills ×3. You have obtained 75,000 Spirit Coins, including 25,000 hidden tasks and 25,000 extra rewards from Mao Mao. You have obtained 50 free attribute points, including 25 extra points from Mao Mao. Note, 5 free attribute points will be obtained for each level upgrade. Mall has been unlocked, dungeon entrance has been unlocked, official forum has been unlocked. Please complete the character information update. Please enter your ID. Lu Wenwu rubbed his chin and thought for a while. My lord is so arrogant, what can he do to me? This nickname has been taken. Night raid on Widow Village. This nickname has been taken. Before your father died, this nickname has been taken. Lu Wenwu raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, even in this dungeon world with a high mortality rate, there are people who are as cheerful as him. In this case, I can only use that trick. Invincible Tyrannosaurus God of War, your ID has been confirmed. Invincible Tyrannosaurus God of War. Fortunately, if this doesn't work, I can only call it Supreme Dragon God of War. It may be a bit childish for elementary school students, but it is just right for college graduates. Looking at the system panel that slowly disappeared after the ID was created, Lu Wenwu still felt a little regretful. Why didn't he set his gender? He had been thinking for a long time whether to choose armed helicopter or Walmart shopping bag. Unfortunately, he was not allowed to choose. Let's start the reward. The system sent 2 mysterious lucky bags, but I don't know how mysterious they are. Mysterious Lucky Bag, randomly receive a reward of unknown quality and type. Lu Wenwu took out a mysterious lucky bag from his backpack with great anticipation and opened it decisively. Instantly, golden light burst out, and a light spot emerged from the lucky bag and merged directly into Lu Wenwu's brow. You have obtained the talent, Evil Nemesis. Evil Nemesis, you can obtain free attribute points by killing polluted creatures with your own hands. Note, killing enemies of the same level with your own hands can obtain 0.1 attribute points. The benefit decreases by 10 times for each small level lower than your enemy's cultivation level, and increases by 10 times for each small level higher. When the enemy is 2 major levels lower than you will not be able to obtain free attribute points. Since killing with your own hands emphasizes killing with your own hands, then that means that the method I used to kill the giant zombies before may not count? Lu Wenwu thought, I don't know if long-range weapons will work. But think about it. If killing with your own hands counts, then the next time you enter the dungeon world, you can just prepare some powerful weapons and start brushing directly. What's the point of the main quest? It doesn't matter if I get a few more attribute points and fail. My luck is really bad today. Lu Wenwu was in a good mood and took out the second lucky bag and opened it. The familiar golden light burst out again. This time, what appeared in Lu Wenwu's hand was a book card from Flawless Jade. Oh my god, I got 2 golds from 2 singles? It turned out to be me. Lu Wenwu cast his eyes on the jade book in his hand, and his heart became more and more excited. Name, Body Refining Technique to Conquer People with Virtue. Quality, None. Type, Gongfa. Introduction, this Gongfa has no level limit, and the Gongfa level cannot be upgraded through spirit coins or other means, and additional attribute points cannot be obtained by upgrading the Gongfa level. Note 1. After practicing this Gongfa, your personal panel will undergo major changes, so please choose carefully. Note 2. After practicing this Gongfa, the free attribute point reward you get from upgrading will be halved. Note 3. This Gongfa has a special nature and there is no subsequent advanced version, so please consider carefully. If you are an ordinary player, you will probably avoid it after seeing the introduction and remarks. Or maybe you are suffering in your heart, thinking about it over and over, thinking about whether you should choose to practice this special skill that was prescribed from the mysterious blessing bag. After all, everything about this thing looks too weird. There are a total of 6 levels of skills and techniques, divided from low to high, basic, advanced, inheritance, secret skill, inheritance. Question, who dares to practice this levelless thing? Moreover, it is not possible to quickly upgrade the level through spiritual coins. Kung Fu is directly related to one's own attributes. Every time you upgrade to a level, you can get a lot of fixed attribute point bonuses. It is not that the practice cannot be transferred, but the cost of doing so is very high. If it is not an advanced version of the same origin, in most cases the level and attributes will drop significantly, and it will take a long transition period to regain them. In a place with such a high mortality rate, except for the pioneers, no one dares to gamble with their own future. But Lu Wenwu was different. Not only is he bold, but also because he has no control. He can even see the health bar and status of this technique. Jade slips of physical refining technique to convince people with virtue, current status, eternal immortality, protection of merit? Don't hesitate and learn directly. In an instant, the jade book, which was like a handicraft, melted directly into a ball of liquid and quickly merged into Lu Wenwu's body. He only felt that there was a scalding heat flowing in his body continued to become strong and relaxed, and there was something more in his memory. That is the practice method of conquering people with virtue and refining the body. The heat comes and goes quickly. The entire learning process has been completed in just tens of seconds. Lu Wenwu's body shape and muscles have also become more symmetrical, which is definitely an all-round improvement. Your free attribute points have been automatically added, major changes have occurred in your personal panel, please check. Lu Wenwu himself was also curious, so he took advantage of the situation and clicked on it. ID, Invincible Tyrannosaurus God of War, Level, LV5, D, Body 30, HP, 3000, Talent, Evil Nemesis, Eye of Insight, Function Method, Convincing People with Virtue and Practicing Physical Training, Skill, Egg-Filled Pancake Cooking, Reaching the Pinnacle, Free Attribute Points, 0, Spirit Coin, 75,000, I'm super, hang up. The moment he saw the new panel, Lu Wenwu immediately exclaimed. This is not what I want to drive. This is what the system stuffed into my body. Combining the inheritance information and the art of convincing people with virtue, Lu Wenwu has completely understood what this technique is about. To put it simply, it is a bit similar to the Witch Clan in prehistoric online articles. The reason why the 4 major attributes are integrated into a brand new physique is precisely because this body refining technique brings all-round improvement. Comprehensive body training in the true sense, even the soul can be tempered. Those who practice body training and don't understand the soul are all one-sided stereotypes. Is the human body such an inconvenient thing? Although the attribute points given by leveling up have been cut in half, Lu Wenwu still has Mao Mao, which means that the level gain has not changed at all. And if he clicks 1 attribute point, it is equivalent to the average of 4 attribute points that other people click. After the physical attribute reached 30, Lu Wenwu felt that he had truly entered the non-human realm, and his light power had increased several times. As for Mao Mao, there are no miscellaneous rewards, only basic spiritual coins and free attribute points. Of course Guzi didn't know what attribute points were. Lu Wenwu gave them to him. 3 points of soul, 2 points of strength, 1 point of body, all reaching 5 points in 3 dimensions. With 19 full speed points left, the speed reached an astonishing 31 points, which was faster than Lu Wenwu. If nothing else, Mao Mao will focus on agility from now on and become a qualified detection dog. Let's go, Mao Mao. We'll go shopping at the mall after we get home. Well, we still need to buy a new liquefied gas tank. Woof. After coming out of the White Room, Lu Wenwu and Mao Mao were still in their original positions. The egg-filled cake cart has been packed in his backpack. Compared to when they entered, about 2 hours had passed. The particularity of the initial copy is reflected in this. In addition to being broadcast live globally, it is also impossible to physically enter through physical movement, and there is no reduction in the time-lapse ratio of a normal copy. How much time passes inside, how much time passes outside? Lu Wenwu thought for a while and decided to go home to study the newly acquired things and not go out to the stall today. Then he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to a WeChat group called 5 Brothers Black Hungry Force. The master in the field of egg-filled pancakes, the plan has changed, I'm done with it. As soon as this news came out, the WeChat group that was scanning the screen at an extremely fast speed seemed to have pressed the pause button. 10 seconds later, the news that was refreshing very quickly once again spewed out like a flood. Countless members of the Waiting for Feed group angrily criticized Lu Wenwu for being extremely lazy, while at the same time discussing his heroic appearance in the initial copy very eagerly. Ignoring these egg-filled cake lovers, Lu Wenwu had already returned home and began to study what he would do after becoming an official player. The mall basically sells medicines, equipment, props and the like, which is similar to ordinary game malls, mostly common goods. The only thing that can interest Lu Wenwu is that he can use spirit coins to strengthen his own attributes. For normal players, even Mao Mao, 1000 spirit coins can strengthen any one of the 4-dimensional attributes. For Lu Wenwu, 2,000 spirit coins can strengthen all attributes, which is a trade-off. There is nothing new about the rest. After taking a few glances at them all, Lu Wenwu took out the sword that exploded from the giant zombie. Name: Heavenly Master Demon Slayer Sword. Grade: Rare. Type: Weapon. Attack Power: Powerful. Demon Slayer. When activated by spiritual power, this sword can cause double damage to polluted creatures. Demon Slayer. When activated by spiritual power, it can suppress the recovery ability of polluted creatures. Note: the attack power levels are divided from low to high into ordinary, powerful, fatal, unparalleled, nightmare, and disaster. The skills are very strong, and the attack power is one level lower. It seems to be a functional weapon, which should be used in conjunction with spells. Looking at the properties of the Heavenly Master Demon Slayer Sword, Lu Wenwu gave his own evaluation. I always feel that this thing is not suitable for me. I am so cold. Can't a person who practices physical cultivation be a magician? Ding dong dot. Just when Lu Wenwu was lying on the sofa in the living room thinking, someone rang the doorbell of the courtyard. The blue cat Xiaobao continued to sleep soundly, while the golden retriever Mao Mao lay on the windowsill, sticking out his tongue and looking out. A big car has arrived. The men and women in the small car all have small badges. Lu Wenwu was stunned at first, then he realized that Mao Mao was talking about two men and one woman with work badges at the door. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be official staff. According to the rules of Shenzhou, after becoming a superhuman, you must move to a superhuman gathering area closer to the polluted area. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself, and if you are rich, you should help the world. How can the strong hide behind the weak and live in misery? This is not only to ensure social stability, but also to better protect the entire Chinese civilization. Lu Wenwu would not be like some idiots who think that they are controlled by others, so they would violently resist the law and end up being more lonely than a lonely person. He still has a good impression of the officials who have protected the Chinese civilization on this planet after the reorganization. As soon as Lu Wenwu opened the door, the female staff member was frightened by a yellow lightning. That was the cheerful Mao Mao. It is true that golden retrievers are very cute, but when a golden retriever with an agility of 31 points pounces on you, the momentum of a tiger descending from the mountain is difficult for even this trained staff member to resist. After all, the Tumterhai courtyard wall is no different from the ground in front of it. Mao Mao. Lu Wenwu jumped out right after him and immediately whispered. Mao Mao immediately stopped on the spot honestly, looking back pretending to be wronged. The three frightened staff members were now dazed, and their eyes flashed with strong shock when they looked at Mao Mao. Such a terrifying speed, even many D+ level extraordinary people have never had it. Lu Wenwu grabbed Mao Mao's neck and grabbed it back, apologetically. I'm sorry, three of you. I just gave Mao Mao attribute points, and he is not very used to it. He just wants to play with you, no malice. Woof. Mao Mao squatted there and whimpered aggrievedly, nodding his head vigorously to prove that his owner was right. Attribute points? Several staff members were confused. One of them wanted to ask what was going on, but finally swallowed his words. It is quite disrespectful to pry into other people's privacy and secrets. Sorry, Mr. Lu, we are making a fuss. The leading man bowed slightly and smiled faintly, pointing to the work card on his chest. Hello, Mr. Lu. We are the staff of the Player Management Bureau. My name is Lu Ming, and you can call me Xiao Lu. If you have any doubts about our identities, you can scan the code to check. Mr. Lu. Lu Wenwu took the initiative to extend his hand and shook hands with the other party. It was not surprising that the other party knew some information. He just needed to compare the files with the live broadcast. As for identity, you can tell that it is an official person by looking at the license plate. Are you urging me to move so soon? You are too efficient, but I haven't had time to find a house yet. Look at what Mr. Lu said. We have arranged a house for you, you just need to bring your bag and move in. Your old house will also be reserved for you, and you don't need to worry about it at all. Lu Ming said with a smile, with your contribution to Shenzhou, you are enough to enjoy the highest level of special treatment. Lu Wenwu scratched his head. He didn't expect there would be such a good thing. Then what's in my house? Lu Ming stretched out his hand sideways, motioning him to look at the truck and a team of strong men behind him. Don't worry, we will pack them for you in different categories and deliver them to your house in the afternoon at the latest and install them for you. We guarantee that not even a needle will be left behind. Just take some things that you can use immediately. That's great. Lu Wenwu agreed with a smile, went back to the house and picked up Xiaobao who was still sleeping soundly, put the charger and some cat and dog supplies in his personal backpack, and then got on the car prepared by the authorities. The contaminated area has been here for 50 years, bringing countless pains to mankind, but also countless magical powers. There are not only cultivation systems, but also high-tech that surpasses humans. For example, this hovercraft in front of him. In just over half an hour, Lu Wenwu had already appeared in his new home hundreds of kilometers away, a villa area. And it was the kind of place where there were great scholars talking and laughing, and there were no ordinary people. With the eye of insight, 99 out of 100 residents here were above grade A, and the remaining one was himself. Standing in the living room of the beautifully decorated villa, looking at the cat and dog supplies, luxurious furniture, daily necessities, and even a brand new egg pancake cart, Lu Wenwu looked strange. "Are you sure we are in the right place? I am the only one who just passed the novice mission in such a large villa complex. Is this reasonable?" Of course it is reasonable. It is specially arranged for you by the higher-ups. You can live comfortably. Water and electricity are all free, and there are cleaning robots for cleaning. Lu Ming laughed. "Before I died for my country or became a player, I was your exclusive contact person. Call me if you have anything. I am on call 24 hours a day. I always feel that the higher-ups attach too much importance to me." Lu Wenwu shrugged. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh and said, "You have earned an incredible rating. This wave of dungeon rewards alone is enough to take our country's national strength and stability to a higher level. No matter how much attention and praise you receive, it is not too much. Some other rewards sent from above are placed on the coffee table in the living room, as well as some information and permission authentication codes. You can check them yourself. If there is nothing else, I will go over to help you move. Thank you." After seeing Lu Ming off, Lu Wenwu still felt unreal. After all, according to the development of online literature, newcomers who have emerged are usually suppressed by the upper level, feared by villains, or targeted by their peers. It is rare to send warmth in a real way. In comparison, the heartless Mao Mao and the cold Xiaobao are more adaptable than him. The former was having fun in the new yard, while the latter skillfully found a cat climbing frame and climbed up to continue sleeping. "Forget it, since we are here, we should make the best of it. Why should we be suspicious?" After a while, Lu Wenwu decided not to think about these things anymore. First, let's see what the superiors gave him besides a bunch of UNZ rewards. It is impossible to refuse. Wouldn't there be someone who refused the support and goodwill of the national power in the end of the world when he was penniless, just for the so-called not to owe favors? No way, no way. Wouldn't there really be such a fool who pretended to be a cup? Lu Wenwu raised his hand and opened a beautifully made wooden box with 4 porcelain bottles inside. 10 low-level healing pills for treating minor injuries, 5 more effective intermediate healing pills, and 3 high-level healing pills that can regenerate broken limbs. There is even 1 top-grade healing pill that can treat heart damage. Although Lu Wenwu already has 3, no one would think that such a life-saving thing is too much. In addition, there is a skill book of basic level gun mastery. 2 skill books of advanced level. They are military fighting skills, which passively improves comprehensive fighting ability, and shadow step, which is an active skill that can attack when advancing and retreat when retreating. Both are jack-of-all-trades, without fixed tendencies. Obviously, these 3 skill books were carefully selected for fear of affecting Lu Wenwu's own route. Gun mastery is also passive, which can quickly help Lu Wenwu master the basic use of hot weapons. Military fighting skills is used to improve comprehensive quality. Shadow Step is an attack and retreat in one. In terms of equipment, it also gives a relatively jack-of-all-trades armor. This is a set of slimming clothes that is all black, with a lot of matte texture armor plates embedded on the surface, and matching combat boots are also given. Name, combat armor, quality, rare, type, armor, defense, barrier, throttling. The energy and physical strength consumed when you use skills are reduced by 10%, body protection, your injuries will recover slowly at a slower rate. Introduction. Combat armor designed for low-level monks, combining the advantages of armor and traditional robes, and is highly versatile. Note, the defense levels are divided from low to high into ordinary, powerful, barrier, natural chasm, immortal, and eternal. This combat armor is of the same level as the Evolution City, and is now playing with the 4 contaminated people who are chasing him relentlessly. As long as it wants, it can easily kite the dead pursuers and come back to reunite with everyone. The 5 people exchanged information in a low voice while walking, and they have become familiar with each other. Without the obstacles, they walked very fast and were about to step into the Evolution City in a few minutes. The sky also happened to be completely dark at this time. After losing the sun's glow, the already dilapidated city looked even more creepy. Mao Mao will be back soon, take the food, and he won't let us in so easily. Lu Wenwu whispered. Wei Long took out the heavy sniper, and Yuan Shi held an automatic rifle. Yi Hongyuan thought about it and prepared to dodge and instantly heal. Super Nyo, holding a machete, had bright eyes. I didn't expect Mao Mao to be so strong. How powerful must Fifth Brother be? Fifth Brother, you haven't been brushing dungeons for the past 10 days after you got the player status, right? I haven't brushed it, I'm a pure newbie. Lu Wenwu said truthfully, this is the first dungeon I matched. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. The four of them stared at each other. Yuan Shi swallowed his saliva. Fifth Brother. What level are you now? Level 5. Lu Wenwu continued to walk forward without looking back, and he had put on a pair of ferocious gloves that flashed with black light. Name, heavy cannon gloves, quality, rare, type, weapon, attack power, fatal, heavy cannon, your attack will cause an additional 50% explosion damage, heavy hammer, after wearing, the strength attribute increases by 10%, introduction, every time you punch, it is a cannonball fired at the enemy. He exchanged this for the heavily master demon slaying sword. Long swords and the like, although they are very handsome, are not suitable for him, and he doesn't like to use them. Or this simple and rough heavy cannon gloves are more to his taste. Yi Hongyuan smiled bitterly and said, the highest level copy with an assimilation rate of 37.8%. I don't know how many level players have been buried here before. We don't have a level here, this is a big trouble. Wei Long, who was observing the surroundings, did not respond. But his expression was obviously a little wrong. It doesn't matter, I will take action. Lu Wenwu stood in front, like a tiger ready to attack. Wei Long, who was the most perceptive, noticed it and quickly crawled on the ground with a standard tactical action, set up a heavy sniper and prepared to shoot. But before he could finish his shooting preparations, Mao Mao had already rushed over with a huge monster. In the dim night, the sturdy humanoid body covered with a chitinous shell was on all fours, rushing like a giant tank. Wherever it passed, even reinforced concrete would be smashed. The strong and powerful footsteps made a heavy roar on the ground, and the dilapidated asphalt road kept cracking. The strange thing was that the terrifying figure over 5 meters tall did not feel clumsy at all, and its speed was amazing. Contaminated Mutant Beastman, D+, 3136/3500, current status, Twisted Mind, Flesh and Blood Mutation, Hungry, Furious. The slowly healing scar on its forehead was obviously the root cause of the big guy's rage. Fuck! Super Nyo was almost scared silly. In just 2 seconds, the Mutant Beastman had arrived in front of Lu Wenwu. The dark green viscous liquid kept dripping, and the fishy smell came to his face. The teeth rubbed against each other like sharks, making a creepy creaking sound. In just a moment, Lu Wenwu's entire right arm, which was ready to go, turned black with a dark red glow, as if it was made of steel. No one present could see clearly, a punch as fast as lightning whizzed in. Like a cannonball fired from a gun, it hit the center of the Mutant Beastman's huge head. Military killing punch. There was no fancy tricks, it was a move that pushed the strength and attack power to the extreme, striving to bombard the opponent as quickly and directly as possible. At this moment, the blood and strength in Lu Wenwu's body reached the peak resonance at the same time. The strong muscles were like a furnace, and countless pure energy was tempered between the heavy blood and chi, and poured into the right arm and heavy artillery boxing gloves. Crack! That was the sound of a skull harder than steel breaking like porcelain. Lu Wenwu's punch instantly penetrated the skull of the Mutant Beastman and directly hit its already rotten brain. The Mutant Beastman didn't react at all, and couldn't even make any effective resistance, and was hit by a punch in the vitals. Boom! The explosive damage attached to the boxing gloves burst out. Under the extremely terrifying force, the huge head of the Mutant Beastman was actually blown up, turning into a bloody rain. The health bar of up to 3,500 points was emptied in an instant. Bang! The heavy body lost its center and strength. It fell down like pushing a golden mountain or knocking down a jade pillar, making a muffled sound. Lu Wenwu killed the D+ level Mutant Beastman with one punch. You killed the polluted Mutant Beastman, LV10, you completed the side quest The End of Abnormal Evolution, quest description, pollution descended, and the guys with twisted minds became obsessed with inhuman power and thought they had found the direction of evolution. Little did they know that this was precisely the beginning of the destruction of civilization. Your personal overall score has been greatly improved. Confidence comes from the super strength that far exceeds that of practitioners of the same level. Most players may not be able to obtain as many resources as Lu Wenwu until they are promoted to sea level. In this world, you must do your best as much as possible. The strong will always be strong, and will become stronger and stronger. I said, don't panic, I will take action. Lu Wenwu shook the bloodstains on his right arm. The blood in his body shook violently, and the black battle armor suddenly became as bright as new. A black airflow that only Lu Wenwu could see was separated from the huge corpse and quickly floated into his body. You have obtained one free attribute point. This is the talent, Evil Nemesis, activated. Super Nyo Nyo wiped the blood splashed on his face and sniffed the disgusting stench. He still felt unreal. Is this the boss? Now he looked at Lu Wenwu as if he was looking at a ghost. Killing a D+ level boss with one punch, is this still a human? Can a level player who has only entered the initial dungeon once do this? The dungeon boss of the same level are much stronger than the player. He is worthy of being a man with an incredible rating. I will hold on to this big thick leg, even the Buddha can't stop me. As expected, heroes emerge from youth. I am shallow. Yi Hongyuan smiled bitterly and bowed his hands. According to the normal logic of the dungeon, we should probably find a way to kill or bypass the patrol team first, and then escape from the pursuit of the mutant beastman. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Fifth brother is very powerful and will be a pillar of the country in the future. Wei Long stood up from the ground, brushed off the dirt and mud on his body, and looked amazed. Since Lu Wenwu is so powerful, they may have a chance to pass this copy that has devoured many extraordinary people's lives. The power of this punch alone has definitely surpassed the level. Super Nyo Nyo and Yuan sure also want to say a few words. Coincidentally, another task prompt has arrived. Task prompt, find the survivor camp. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. I will go with the squad leader. Yuan Shi was about to say that he and Wei Long would go to investigate, but was interrupted by Lu Wenwu again. Brother Yuan, you forgot that we have Mao Mao. Lu Wenwu touched Mao Mao's dog head. It has found the location when it was circling just now. We can just go directly there. Mao Mao nodded proudly and stuck out his tongue. Ha. Yuan Shi. I always feel that I have been a scout for 10 years in vain and have no place to use my skills. Damn. Although it is a bit aggrieved, Mao Mao is so cute, so I will be aggrieved. Wei Long looked at the aggrieved Yuan Shi and couldn't help showing his big white teeth. Patting his shoulder, he put the body of the mutant beastman into his backpack to destroy it. With Mao Mao leading the way, everyone saved a lot of trouble. Not only could they easily bypass the patrol teams that appeared from time to time, but they also easily found the so-called survivor camp. Although it was called a camp, it was actually an extremely hidden underground facility. Under Mao Mao's leadership, the few people turned around and finally found the hidden entrance to the secret passage in the basement of a building that looked no different from a ruin. The entrance was very narrow, and basically only allowed two not-fat people to walk side by side. Lu Wenwu, the strongest, took the lead with the bulletproof heavy shield provided by Wei Long. The Leixiao duo both changed to submachine guns suitable for close-range combat, turned on the tactical flashlights on the rails and followed closely, ready to fire at any time. Super Nyo Nyo and Mao Mao were in the middle, and Daddy Yi Hongyuan was protected at the end. But it seemed that they were too cautious. The assassination team walked for about 3 minutes. Until they passed through this narrow corridor and entered a huge space, they did not suffer any attack. Not to mention the guards, this place does not even have a locked security door. It is completely a sense of my door is always open, welcome the devils in. In the hall at the end of the corridor, there are crisscrossing pipes, never-stopping ventilation fans, heavy double security doors, dim but still able to illuminate every place. Everything makes this place look like an extremely strong and permanent underground fortress. It's just that the survivors who are still alive in this fortress are a bit weird. If there is no display of the Eye of Insight, Lu Wenwu can hardly call them normal survivors. From the outside, these survivors are no different from the polluted people outside. They are so ugly that 100 flowers bloom. Compared with them, David Jones is handsome. If you don't know, you would think you have arrived at a biochemical beast transformation base. The survivors were lying on the floor of the hall, sleeping in a mess, not even paying attention to the arrival of the assassination team. Only Mao Mao was happy, running happily in the hall. From time to time, he would stop to lick the claws of a survivor, smell the tentacles of someone, and knock on the shell of a mantis shrimp. 5 gods, are you sure they are all survivors? Didn't Mao Mao lead us into the lair of the polluted? A yellow-haired super bull was a little scared. Mainly because of being scared. Lu Wenwu didn't say anything, but frowned and looked at the strange creatures on the ground. Yi Hongyuan pushed his glasses and said in a deep voice, "Look at their eyes, their minds are not twisted into crazy, but their bodies, it's all caused by pollution, which turned us into this half-human, half-ghost appearance." One of the survivors seemed to be annoyed by Mao Mao's licking, and waved the third tentacle above his right shoulder to scare it, and then made a slightly hoarse male voice. "It sounds like an older middle-aged man." Wei Long frowned. "You don't have any defense here? The patrol team of the polluted should be looking for you, right? Are you just waiting to die? They will find your hiding place soon. What else? We can't fight, we can't escape, and we follow a bunch of idiots to die every now and then. Forget it, let's live one day at a time." The middle-aged man curled his lips, closed the 5 eyes on his chest, and made a helpless lifting gesture with 3 arms and 7 tentacles, looking extremely shabby. Several people saw that this group of survivors had already started. It's like covering a small quilt under the overpass, saying yes, yes, yes when something happens. Completely hopeless and muddle-headed. P.S. Happy New Year's Day to everyone. An extra update every Monday morning, and 2 updates at 12 noon every day at other times. Seemingly sensing the speechless thoughts of several people, the middle-aged man's mouth full of cracks in the palm of his only intact right hand immediately said, "Before you, there came countless groups of trash who were as confident as you. They came one after another, and were easily killed by Lazen's men again and again. Our weapons, ammunition, and blood have long been exhausted. It doesn't matter, love it. Is the Lai Sen you are talking about the so-called king of the contaminated?" Yuan Sure asked. "You have to believe us, we are different from the people before us. We have a very powerful extraordinary person leading the team this time, and we will definitely be able to solve each other's problems. What are you thinking about? Are all the soldiers in your world so stupid?" The middle-aged man said angrily, "Every time you come here with overwhelming confidence, and then give it away at the speed of light. I don't understand, what is your confidence? What is it? Awesome? You old B***tch, you don't know how to speak unless you are arrogant, right? You really have the best of intentions and treat me like a donkey liver and lungs. Your wild father will teach you, this little son of a bitch, how to speak properly for free today. Why didn't I punch you against the wall back then?" He was so arrogant that he immediately went over to teach him a lesson with a watermelon knife in his mouth. Now everyone knows how he provokes others and causes monsters. Although the Leixio duo were not angry, their eyes showed some dissatisfaction. Lu Wenwu stretched out his hand to stop him. "No, don't be impulsive. We are civilized people and we are reasonable. Fifth brother, this old man has always been." "Hey! You can't say that. I just said that we are civilized people and we must know how to persuade others with virtue." Lu Wenwu walked up to the middle-aged man with his hands behind his back and a smile. "When we meet someone we disagree with, we just reason with him. Why get angry? Brother, I want to ask you, is Lazen the king of the polluted in this city? You can't understand, can you?" The middle-aged man was extremely angry and closed all 7 eyes. Lu Wenwu pointed his swords with both hands and stabbed them down at the same time. Poof! Poof! Under the powerful force, the 2 eyes on the middle-aged man's chest exploded instantly. Before he could cry out, Lu Wenwu pinched his neck with his left hand, making it impossible for him to scream. The right hand punched twice in succession, breaking the bones and tendons of the opponent's 2 left arms and causing blood to burst. "Why do you have to force me to reason with you?" Lu Wenwu used his left hand to easily grab the middle-aged man's neck and lift him up. The powerful force almost shattered his cervical vertebrae. The remaining 5 eyes all over the body rolled their eyes together, and even the struggle was very weak. According to the detection of the Eye of Insight, this middle-aged man is only level and is already the strongest person here. With Lu Wenwu's monster strength, there was no way he could fight back. "You're going too far," the middle-aged man said reluctantly with his mouth in the palm of his hand. "You rude barbarian." Lu Wenwu still had a smile on his face. "Don't be embarrassed, am I not trying to reason with you? What are you talking about? Physics. What's wrong? Physics is no longer rational? You discriminate against physics, right?" Lu Wenwu replied confidently, and slapped him with a loud slap in the mouth, which shattered the bones on the left side of his face. "Come on, now ask for the elastic potential energy of the left half of your face and the acceleration of my right palm." "Shameless." The middle-aged man was still struggling. "Don't you convince others with your virtue? Where is your virtue?" Lu Wenwu smiled and punched him in the abdomen. A ring of scale-like shell exploded completely, revealing muscles and blood vessels without skin inside. "Oh? Does it mean that my martial virtue is not strong enough? I am shaking with coldness. Is martial virtue not a virtue? I have such abundant virtue, why are you still not convinced? Serve Nima boom. One tentacle was crushed. Are you convinced? I boom. Another tentacle was crushed. Are you convinced? No tisk. The middle-aged man's left shoulder was completely torn off, turning into a one-armed Yongwei with 3 tentacles. Close, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Dad. No, Grandpa. My ancestor. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. Before Lu Wenwu finished speaking, the middle-aged man started crying for his father and mother as fast as possible, for fear that he would be dismantled again for unknown parts. Hey, it sounds nice, but in fact I'm still afraid of death. If you really give up hope, you won't be able to commit suicide. Why are you pretending to be here? Lu Wenwu made a sound of disdain, threw it away like trash, and looked at Super Nyo-Nyo. No, he is impressed by my strong martial arts and profound physics. This is called convincing people with virtue and convincing people with reason. Let's learn from it in the future. The 3 of them swallowed their saliva, only Yi Hongyuan was thoughtful, his eyes even brightened. An hour later, the assassination team unceremoniously packed away the few remaining weapons, ammunition, and many living supplies, and left the survivor camp without looking back. With Lu Wenwu's insightful eyes and furry nose, they easily found a good place to stay, the top floor of an old building. Not only can you climb high and have a long-distance view, but there are also several low-rise buildings nearby that can be used for tactical transfer, which can be attacked or defended. In the cabin on the top floor of the building. Except for Mao Mao, who was chewing dog food, the assassination team had 7 or 8 egg pancakes in their hands, eating like starving ghosts. Extraordinary people are all gluttons, so it is normal to eat more. Fuck, the egg pancake cooking skills that have reached the pinnacle, it's worth it even if I die now. Super Nyo-Nyo, who finished eating first, held his stomach, half leaning against the wall and groaning, even breathing hard. Even the always serious Yi Hongyuan couldn't help but praise. People who haven't eaten the 5th brother's egg pancake are destined to have a failed life. He was completely impressed by Lu Wenwu's egg pancake and unconsciously used the honorific. The spicy snack duo held the gun in their left hand and the pancake in their right hand, nodding their heads. You guys eat slowly, I'll tell you my plan first. Lu Wenwu spread out a map in the middle of the crowd, and Mao Mao lay on the side to act as a ruler. According to the guy I convinced, Lai San is the king of the polluted in this city, and he is suspected to be of Klebel strength. Of course, this group of polluters call themselves evolvers. Lai San has a Klebel confidant, dozens of D+ level leaders, and the rest are old level, mostly distributed in different locations. Originally, Lai San had tens of thousands of younger brothers, but later on, there were fewer and fewer of them, and only this many are left now. It seems that there is a sacrifice method. While speaking, Lu Wenwu took out a marker and drew a few circles on the map. It happened to be in the center of the Evolution City. It was about 7 or 8 kilometers away from their current location. Because the predecessors in front of us were too reckless, if we wanted to take the normal assassination route, there was no possibility of completing the task at all. Raisan doesn't leave the base camp at all now. Except for some of the tens of thousands of minions who go out on patrol, the rest are piled on the edge of the base camp, becoming a human shield. That guy suffered a lot and even pushed down nearby high-rise buildings. Brother Long has no sniping point. We can only solve the problem through close-range assassination. This is almost an unsolvable problem. If we want to solve the human wave tactic, we must lure the snake out of its hole. Let me tell you my proposal. After a moment, Lu Wenwu looked at the other 4 people with a smile, and they stared at him with devil eyes. For no other reason than Lu Wenwu, who looked harmless to humans and animals, proposed a solution that an old-time anti-terrorist officer would call an expert. Disperse the locations of the survivors and seduce the contaminated ones to come out in full force. This will take the opportunity to create a time difference and reduce the difficulty of the assassination. Anyway, they teleported away directly after completing the main mission, so they didn't have to worry about being dumped when they came back. What? What should I do if I can't complete the main storyline? Then just send it, what else is there to say? Under the premise that the survivors are unwilling to help, if the assassination operation cannot be completed even after the army of the contaminated has been transferred, then there is no other possibility to complete it. He knew with his toes that it was impossible for the survivors to take the initiative to help. Otherwise, when Lu Wenwu persuaded people with his virtue, no one would even say a word. Think about it too. Those who have the guts have probably already given away the food along with the previous players, while the remaining survivors are timid and afraid of returning the favor. This plan is too punishing, Wei Long said dryly. The honest Special Operations Squad leader of Badaggio felt that his worldview had been greatly impacted, and he didn't know what to say due to Lu Wenwu's strength and contribution. Yuan Shi hesitated and said, "Brother Wu, isn't what we are doing a bit too much? Too inhumane?" Super Nyo, who had regained his composure, struggled to chew another piece of cake. "Then do you have any better solution?" Yuan Shi pondered for a moment with a grimace on his face. "Well, logically speaking, we shouldn't be rational and emotional, and persuade the survivors to help us, learn about the worldview and background from them, and find Ma Guang and the weaknesses of the tainted, then we will give it away like the previous guys. The assimilation rate will rise directly to over 40%. We will be nailed to the pillar of shame forever because we have implicated fifth brother." Yi Hongyuan sighed. "Xiao Yuan, you don't want to bring a bunch of pig teammates with you when you go to the battlefield, right?" Yuan Shi hesitated and said, "I don't want to." "You said that if you ask them to help vigorously, does passive assistance count as assistance?" Yi Hongyuan asked again. "Let's do the math. You said you should understand the worldview and background, and find the weaknesses of the contaminated. Can we ask?" "Just asked. It has been 8 years since the pollution came. The population of Evolution City has been sharply reduced during the Civil War. The polluted people are very slow to react to the smell. Isn't that enough? Don't be too rigid in doing things." Yi Hongyuan spread his hands and showed a smile on his face. "In the words of you young people, your game understanding is still far behind that of fifth brother. Only by using all available resources can we go further, obtain higher evaluations, and save more people. Well, even if that's not very humane, if those guys can be considered human at all." Lu Wenwu glanced at Yi Hongyuan in surprise. The chief physician, who was nearly 60 years old, was surprisingly transparent. No wonder he is the best among them. Wei Long sighed and patted Yuan Shi's shoulder, saying nothing. Coming from military backgrounds, they may not be able to change their conventional thinking patterns. Then what? Let me ask a more serious question. Wei Long sighed again. "How can we ensure that the polluted people will come out in full force and take advantage of our plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain?" Lu Wenwu said firmly, "Hungry." "Hungry?" Everyone was stunned. Lu Wenwu nodded. "You may not be able to tell, but according to my observation, whether it is the members of the polluted patrol team or the mutated beastmen, the word hungry is written in their eyes. Hunger is a temptation that no creature can resist, especially a group of guys who have been hungry for who knows how long. Uncontaminated creatures should have a fatal attraction to them. Of course, I don't have any basis for this. I am just making reasonable guesses about the contaminated people based on the information and some literary works." "Ah, this, you mean, they capture the survivors to eat?" Yuan Shi was a little vague, "And they are very hungry." "Fifth brother, is this really reliable?" "I'm 80% sure. We'll find out if we go investigate and do an experiment tomorrow." Lu Wenwu said calmly, "As for whether it is reliable to judge hunger, at least I am a cook and have seen too many hungry wolves. Hunger, this is seen directly through the eye of insight." It was Lu Wenwu's guess that the contaminated ones wanted to capture the survivors to eat. They previously learned that it had been more than 8 years since the end of the world began. Except for some food left in the battle-ready fortress in the survivor camp, which already has a lot of resources, the food in the city should have been eaten up long ago. The polluted people do not farm or produce, so where does the food come from? In addition, according to what the middle-aged man who was deeply impressed by virtue said before, the number of younger brothers under Lai San has become fewer and fewer in the past few years, but the average strength has increased. Lu Wenwu made some guesses. They are most likely devouring each other. The losers become food, and the survivors become stronger and stronger. This is not a rare thing. In the year of famine, people eat each other. This city is so empty that there is not a single corpse, and there are not even the classic stray cats, dogs and mutant beasts in the apocalypse works. It is very likely that they have been eaten. Ma Guang's group of people are very likely to have been starving since a long time ago, so basically none of them has full blood on the blood bar. It's just that they are no longer ordinary humans, and they can resist for a longer time, which is why they can maintain it until now and ensure sufficient combat effectiveness. Let me ask one last question. Wei Long thought for a moment, if all the survivors die, will our mission fail? Or, will it affect the mission evaluation? What is our main task? Lu Wenwu asked back. Sorry, I have no problem with assassinating the polluted. Wei Long realized it later. Xiao Yuan and I agree with this plan. I also agree with the five gods idea. Super Nyo then expressed his opinion. Whatever the five gods say is what it is.
I agree. Yi Han Yuan also said.
Woof woof. Mao Mao, who had been playing the role of a ruler on the ground for a long time, also joined in the fun, waving his paw and nodding. 5 people and 1 dog reached a consensus. JPG Lu Wenwu smiled slightly. Very good, then I will tell you about our plan for the next few days.
Half a month later, the polluted base camp.
Before it became the polluter base camp, this was the location of the city government, a building with a Western style. After several renovations, plus some messy things, it became the gathering place of the polluters.
It is also their nest. The best room in the entire Evolution City is now a mess.
After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the precious food was scattered all over the floor, and the tableware was broken into countless pieces. If you look closely, you can find that the steaming food is all bright red and exudes a pungent bloody smell. Rather than saying it is a product of careful cooking, it is more appropriate to say that it is freshly slaughtered flesh and blood.
Waste. All a bunch of waste. Lai San has been in a bad mood these days.
While smashing things, he cursed in the house. This strong anger even suppressed the strong desire for destruction born after the mind was distorted. Now he just wanted to find those mice that were stirring up trouble in the Evolution City and vent his anger to relieve his hatred. Old Third, you have to learn to be calm and composed. On one side of the room, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-tailored suit said calmly. If you ignore his 2 tentacles that were cutting the rare steak and the red wine glass that flew out of thin air, someone who didn't know him might think he was some kind of business elite.
Calm down? How the hell do you want me to be calm?
Lai San's eyes were red, and the violent killing intent was undisguisedly lingering around his body, making the room even colder. Old Xian, you know that those self-depraved rubbish actually cut off the head of my beloved big guy.
I'm so calm.
I wish I could grind them to dust immediately. I think the big guy's heart is very happy. Besides, your impotent rage here can't solve the problem. Xianli showed a sinister sneer, picked up a handkerchief with his tentacles and wiped his mouth.
Isn't it just the loss of dozens of trash? It's no big deal.
Those aliens who are going to die must be here again.
Lai San panted and said impatiently, then what do you say we should do? It doesn't matter. I already know their location.
A bunch of self-righteous trash can be destroyed in a snap. They will become the nourishment on our evolutionary path as before. Xianli said lightly, not only that, I even found those mice we haven't caught.
Really?
Lai San's eyes lit up immediately. Since the edibles in the city were all gone, they began to devour each other in order to continue evolving and surviving.
At first, they devoured their opponents, and later devoured their subordinates.
But the polluted flesh and blood were not as delicious as pure flesh and blood. Therefore, Lai San had been coveting the survivors for a long time. The players who occasionally came to the city were regarded by him as the best supplements, and eating one could increase his strength a lot. He and Xianli broke through to the D level in this way.
Don't worry, we can get the exact location by the afternoon at the latest.
Xianli was full of confidence. According to previous estimates, there are at least a few hundred mutton sheep. After devouring them all, our strength will be further improved. By then, we brothers can go to other places to venture out. After Qianli said this, Lai San had already started to fantasize. In a sense, he can barely be considered a pure person.
He doesn't smoke, drink, or have bad habits. He only eats to fill his stomach and increase his strength. He only wants to become stronger.
It's just that the food he uses to fill his stomach is a bit abstract, and it has a style of the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties.
Report. Come in. Brother. Great news. We have basically found the location of the group of mutton sheep.
There are so many people, I'm afraid the brothers will have to go out in full force.
Ha ha.
Look, third brother, isn't the good news coming?
That's right.
Go, tell the little ones to prepare for the feast. At dusk, the army of the polluted came out in full force. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the city has long run out of fuel. Nearly 1,000 people, led by a scout, roared towards the building where the survivors were. That scene, those who knew it were the army of the polluted people going out, and those who didn't know it thought that Patrick was moving bikini bottom together. The whole painting style is highlighted by a strange shape. In a ruin not far away, Lu Wenwu took out his intercom and whispered, "Brother Long, people are heading towards you, about the same number as estimated. How many can be left this time depends on Nyo-Nyo's performance, don't let him waste his life. Received, everything is ready on our side, Director Yi will keep an eye on him. Be careful, over."
Compared to Lu Wenwu's casualness, Wei Long's reply was obviously more formal. Yuan Shi, who was lurking here with Lu Wenwu, was still a little uneasy at this time.
Even though he tried his best to make himself look less nervous and kept trying to stabilize his breath. But his breath was still a little shaky. Even if Lu Wenwu sent away nearly 1,000 brothers, there were at least 20 or 30 D+ level leaders and hundreds of D and level brothers in the polluted base camp at this time. Soon, the two of them and the dog would enter with so many strong men and forcibly assassinate Lai San of sea level. It's absolutely bullshit to say that you're not nervous. Calm down, you're breathing harder than Mao Mao. Lu Wenwu handed him a piece of chewing gum. Just put your heart at ease, my big brother's tactics are 100 years ahead of the world. Lie down, this will take me flying. Your big brother? Yuan Shi chewed the gum, and the tension in his heart dissipated a little, but he still tightly grasped a special melee firearm at his waist. He prepared it specifically for this assassination. To be called big brother by a strong man like you, he must be a tactical master who understands the dungeon more thoroughly. Of course. Lu Wenwu nodded slightly, with a look of nostalgia on his face. Advantage exchange home lays the foundation for victory, balance exchange home breaks the deadlock, disadvantage exchange home saves defeat. I have learned my big brother's operation, and the only thing left is a Yuan Shi. Brother, after hearing what you said, my heart, which had been gradually put down, was suddenly hanging again. I waited patiently for a while. As the sun was setting and night was approaching, a signal finally came from Wei Lan. Lu Wenwu took a breath and adjusted his spirit to the peak. Then he patted Mao Mao's head. Depending on you, baby, play with them for a while. He didn't worry about Mao Mao's life at all. With a speed of 56 points, if Mao Mao was determined to run, ordinary Klebels would not be able to catch up. Woof! Mao Mao barked, and suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the main gate of the polluted base. The yellow flash dog reappeared in the arena. Ha! What? The contaminated person standing guard at the door had his neck bitten off by Mao Mao before he could react. These level guys were no match for Mao Mao. Even if they had a bunch of messy parts on their bodies, it was the same. Mao Mao, who killed one person in an instant, did not leave, but instead acted like a normal dog to provoke. It wagged its tail and kept barking at the door. Damn it, am I seeing right? That's a dog. The guard on the side ignored his companion's sudden death, but looked at Mao Mao with his eyes shining, and subconsciously ignored his terrifying moving speed. Brothers, come out quickly, there's a dog. It's a live dog. Are you drunk? Where the hell are you these days? It's a dog. It's a live dog. Someone, drag this bastard to the cafeteria, and the rest of you, follow me. We'll have dog meat tonight. Ah. Dog meat. Dog meat. You don't want to live anymore, right? Stay here. If anyone dares to move today, I'll smash his head. All heads. After Mao Mao seduced them, the front door was in chaos. There were endless sounds of fighting, screaming, excitement, scolding, and cursing. It was as lively as a street performer. As for whether Mao Mao was sent here to seduce them? Sorry, with their brains now filled with the word hunger, they couldn't even think about this. What's more, this is a dog. Who would doubt that a dog has this kind of comprehension and execution ability? Taking advantage of the chaos in front, Lu Wenwu has already led Yuan Shi around to the back and quietly climbed into the courtyard of the polluted base camp. Logically speaking, if the protagonist of the movie were to do all this, it would definitely be a perfect infiltration, attracting monsters, climbing over the wall, sneaking into the main building, successfully finding the location of the boss, and leaving after killing it with one blow. Everything is just right. Kill one person every 10 steps, and leave without leaving a trace for 1,000 miles. After the work is done, leave with a brush of clothes, hiding the merits and fame. Just thinking about it is so handsome. But when it was Lu Wenwu's turn, it was not so coincidental. He landed in a superhero-like chic and turned his head, just in time to meet the eyes of a crayfish man covered with scales. This guy squatting in a daze reminded Lu Wenwu of the loyal Baltan. Not only is the smell here a little subtle, but this polluted person who looks like Baltan is now naked. Obviously, the scene was a little awkward for a while. Lu Wenwu spoke first, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Are you here to take a shit? Before the other party could reply, Yuan Shi also jumped down, and then was shocked. Now the six eyes met, and the scene suddenly became more awkward. Looking at the overly normal appearance of the two, Brother Baltan seemed to realize something, and his expression suddenly panicked. We are photography enthusiasts from Alpha Centauri. Lu Wenwu did not expect the other party to pick up his joke, but twisted his neck expressionlessly and sent him to meet the ancestors of Baltan Star. You have obtained 0.1 free attribute points. Lu Wenwu glanced at his personal panel. The free attribute points accumulated through Evil Nemesis have reached 11.37, which is a great harvest. These are all the results of his active attacks in the name of doing experiments and catching tongues in the past few days, and repeatedly brushing the patrol team. Each patrol team has 5 people, all of whom are a D+ with Ford level configurations. He basically took all the kills, pure pleasure. If he wasn't worried that something might happen if he kept dragging it out, Lu Wenwu would really want to live here for 3 to 5 months. If he killed all these people, his attribute points would definitely soar. Just as Lu Wenwu was sighing, several contaminated people who seemed to be squatting in the toilet walked over here, talking and laughing. Well, it could also be that they were thinking about walking with one after dinner. At this moment, Yuan Shi almost felt that his blood was about to freeze. The moment he saw the first person on the other side appear, he pulled Lu Wenwu to hide in the bushes not far away. This has almost become his instinctive reaction, even beyond the speed of thinking. But who would have thought that he pulled in vain? Only he himself made a standard tactical move and rolled into the bushes. Lu Wenwu did not retreat but advanced, decisively launching the shadow step, and his figure instantly rushed forward like an arrow. Bang! An ugly head exploded like a watermelon, and scales flew everywhere. You get 1 free attribute point. Before the other polluted people could react, Lu Wenwu had already thrown 5 punches in a flash. Each punch could either accurately explode the enemy's heart or the polluted person's head. At the same time, he performed the military fighting technique and the military killing fist like a god, killing 6 people calmly. What surprised Lu Wenwu was that the last female polluter actually reacted. Not only did the other party not surrender, but she launched an attack on him. The sharp claws that were enough to tear the rock scratched towards Lu Wenwu's face, the only part that was not covered by the battle armor. The violent force even caused the air to whistle slightly. However, Lu Wenwu ignored it and raised his hand to punch again. The black claws scratched Lu Wenwu's head fiercely. The front blade, which was as sharp as a knife, could not break the defense at all. It just left 3 white marks like the nails of an ordinary girl. The next moment after the polluted person finished attacking, her head was also blown up by Lu Wenwu's punch, leaving only a mess of long hair fluttering in the wind. You get 1 free attribute point. Purity is still too low. Lu Wenwu shook his head in disappointment. The D+ level monster couldn't even break his skin defense. I hope the Clevel boss can be a little stronger. It's fun to mow down the grass, but it's not challenging. Lu Wenwu is naturally bold and likes these challenging things. 5th brother, isn't our purpose of this trip to sneak in and assassinate? Watching Lu Wenwu drag the corpse into his backpack skillfully, Yuan Shi, who witnessed everything, asked weakly. Yes, what's wrong? While Lu Wenwu led him into the building, he killed 2 contaminated people who ran into him. Free attribute points plus 0.2. Yuan Shi was silent for 2 seconds. Then shouldn't we bypass the guards and go straight to Huanglong? We just walk through the door openly, and even kill people along the way. Does this make sense? This is not sneaking in and assassinating, it's clearly a forced kill-off. Of course you are right. Then why is it wrong? Who told you that you can't go through the main entrance if you sneak in an assassination, my dear brother? Lu Wenwu was shocked, and he crushed the 2 patrollers to death, gaining 0.2 free attribute points. As a qualified comrade and partner, I must correct your wrong thinking. Brother Yuan, your understanding of infiltration is too shallow. After putting their bodies into his backpack and hiding them, Lu Wenwu looked at Yuan Shi and reprimanded him righteously. What is infiltration? As long as no one discovers us, it is a perfect infiltration. I killed all the witnesses and prevented them from informing others. No one discovered it until I assassinated the target. Isn't this a perfect infiltration? Yuan Shi. What he said seemed to make a lot of sense. Lu Wenwu patted him on the shoulder, and the old god said eloquently, those who achieve great things don't stick to trivial details. Don't pay attention to these minor flaws, my friend. Just tell us whether we can come in now? Yuan Shi, come in. Did you be discovered by Raisin? No, that's it. This operation is perfect. Lu Wenwu laughed heartily and blasted the head of a strange-looking contaminated person with a standard lunge punch. Like to mention free attribute points plus 0.1. If you ignore the current scene and look at it, his smile is quite sunny and cheerful. Strength can produce miracles, and recklessness will be the end of it. If no miracles occur, it must be that you are not strong enough. Don't hesitate to do any aura masking. Time is precious, and life doesn't have that much time for you to sneak slowly. The protagonist will be discovered sooner or later. Once the target is determined, rush up and lecture him about physics with abundant martial arts until his head is broken and his body is subdued at your feet. After that, Lu Wenwu walked towards the second floor without looking back. Yuan Shi was left alone and messy in the first floor corridor covered with sticky plasma. He always felt that Lu Wenwu had redefined infiltration. His 10 years as a soldier can be regarded as wasted. Near the survivor camp. On a building in the distance, Yi Hongyuan and Wei Long stood side by side. Director Yi, is your copy this time an advanced trial? Wei Long asked. Yi Hongyuan nodded slightly. Yes, this is the 7th time I have participated. I have been stuck at level 10 for a long time. I thought that there would be no chance of death, but I didn't expect to be lucky enough to meet the 5th brother. I can win the game by lying down. If everything goes well with them, after this trip is over, you, Xiao Yuan, and Nyonyo should prepare for the advanced trial. How about it, do you have confidence? Wei Long smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, not at all. In the advanced trial, you need to participate in a dungeon that is much higher than your own level. This is the first hurdle. Not only will it match the category that I am least good at, but I also have to get a good evaluation to pass. It is really difficult. Xiao Yuan and I both have obvious shortcomings. Yi Hongyuan said nothing. The advanced trials are extremely difficult, and he knows this very well. This may be to eliminate the possibility of gangsters advancing. If he hadn't been one of the top doctors on the land of China and had life-saving and escape tools handed down from above, he might have died long ago. If it weren't for Lu Wenwu, the great disciple of the Feng sect, this time, it would probably be a failure. If you don't work hard to use survivors to attract monsters, even if you match a clever player who has practiced the skills, you may not be able to complete the main mission. Not to mention reaching the G Good rating. Too many ants kill an elephant. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, Wei Long took the initiative to change the subject. By the way, Director Yi, I heard that there is a chance of getting a skill suitable for you in the advanced trial from D to C. Is this true? It's not a probability, it's a certainty. Yi Hongyuan nodded slightly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. As long as you can get an excellent evaluation, the system will give you a suitable basic skill that can be changed at will. That's great, Wei Long said with emotion. I heard that the skill adds a lot of attributes to one's own, and there are additional increases and so on. Don't think too beautiful, that thing is harder to level up than skills. Yi Hongyuan decisively poured cold water on him. Without the resources of heaven, even if you practice the skills, you will still be at the bottom of sea level. According to my observation, 5th brother's current strength is even enough to surpass the vast majority of clever players who have practiced kung fu. If nothing else, you will be the one who is surpassed. Sigh, the road ahead is bumpy, so let's talk about something else. Wei Long sighed again. Director Yi, did you say that the higher-ups have given 5th brother life-saving tools or forced escape tools? Yi Hongyuan shook his head. It's impossible. That kind of thing will only be distributed to logistics personnel like us. Ah? Why is this? Wei Long was a little confused. You can't raise an eagle in a greenhouse. What China and the world need are truly strong people. Yi Hongyuan said firmly, if the copy is forced to use forced escape methods under normal circumstances, it means that his ability is beyond his capabilities. If you take the lead, you will die. So that's it. Wei Long was a little annoyed. Sure enough, I'm still only suitable to be a top soldier. Just as the two were chatting, Super Nyonyo was driving a cool Harley in the distant block. The violent roar of the engine and the airwave was enough for the deaf people several blocks away to hear clearly. Fuck, it's on fire. Super Nyonyo, who had always been timid and cowardly, cursed, and a strange excitement appeared on his face. Leaving the strange things behind him to run away, Super Nyonyo felt that he had become a brave man now. You bunch of ballsless dogs, how can you be like dogs? What kind of evolvers are you, and you still evolve? Where do you get the face? You look like ghosts, and you hit people? I see that you are struggling to apply glue. I hashtag UN%, and asterisk UN%, and bursts of beautiful Shenzhou dialect were broadcast continuously through a super loudspeaker installed behind the seat. Even the huge noise of Harley could not cover up the terrifying strength of Super Nyonyo, Zwan and Sunba. The group of polluted people were so angry that they chased after them and went straight to the underground fortress where the survivors were. If it were the Shenzhou people, they would probably understand what Super Nyonyo was doing now. Taijun, this way please. JPG. Although the method was very blunt, it was also a helpless method. Although these polluted people who had almost evolved their brains were very good at fighting, they were really too stupid when it came to finding people. After wandering around this block for more than 10 minutes, they still couldn't find the specific entrance, but they vaguely felt that it was nearby. Compared with them, Sea God Tang San was considered to have a high IQ. In desperation, Super Nyo Nyo volunteered to lead the monster. It became what it is now. Finally, with the help of a guide, the polluted people rushed into the bunker entrance. Countless pairs of scarlet eyes were filled with desire for food. 7 or 8 of the most powerful leaders resisted the temptation to eat and led nearly 100 people to guard the entrance of the bunker to prevent being ambushed. Bang! A wooden stake placed beside Wei Long suddenly turned into white smoke and dissipated. Instead, Super Nyo Nyo, with his hands crossed and raised in front of his chest, looked excited. I'm so good. Mission accomplished. Wei Long raised his hand and looked at the mechanical watch. Well, Nyo Nyo did a good job. Time is almost up, less than 3 minutes. Yi Hongyuan looked at the entrance of the survivors' camp with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. As a doctor fighting death, this situation is not what he wants to see. But he knows that if he doesn't do this, this copy city will soon be materialized on the land of Shenzhou. You don't want to fight to the death, but I still want to do my best to save my world. Even if it means breaking the oath I once made. As the second hand of the military watch pointed to 12, a deafening roar suddenly sounded from below the ground. An explosion. This is far from the end of the matter, but the beginning of everything. The self-destruction program of the underground fortress was activated. The endless terrorist explosions were like a dragon turning over, almost embracing the entire block into the embrace of Mother Earth. The flames of the explosions shot up into the sky, and the tall buildings collapsed. The creations of human civilization are now easily wiped off the map by another kind of human power. Even though the 3 people have been at a safe distance, they still feel that their feet are shaking like a magnitude 12 earthquake. After a long time, the terrifying explosions and earthquakes finally stopped. The 3 people took out their weapons at the same time and headed carefully towards the artificial Tianqing. The whole block collapsed. It was filled with countless pungent smells of blood and gunpowder. The destruction of the bunker was gradually from the bottom to the top. Some of the contaminated people who were originally on the ground and reacted quickly were lucky enough to survive. In total, there were about dozens of people, and everyone was injured. The strange life structure and tenacious vitality allowed them to survive this earth-shaking super earthquake. The luckiest few people only had a few tentacles broken, and still maintained a certain combat effectiveness. The situation was not optimistic. Even though the combat effectiveness of most of these dozens of people dropped sharply, the advantage in numbers was too great. There were only 3 players on this side. One punch from the opposite side could kill the master. Wei Long raised his gun and shot without saying a word. The terrifying attack power of the heavy sniper was fully exerted at this moment. With just one shot, a level-contaminated person was shot in the head. Before individual strength reaches a certain level, human thermal weapons are still useful. The roar of heavy guns continued, which was the most beautiful music on the battlefield. Super Nyo Nyo didn't know where the courage came from. At this moment, he only felt that his blood was boiling, and the whole person was extremely excited. He roared, holding 2 machetes, and instantly fought with a severely injured D+ level polluter, with each blow cutting through the bones. Ha! Not far away, a thick arm and foot wrapped in a strong wind rushed straight towards Yi Hongyuan, the most harmless of the 3 people. I really don't want to do this. Yi Hongyuan murmured in a low voice, and his seemingly old body suddenly burst out with incredible and amazing power. He exerted force on his legs, and the whole person flew high in an instant, like a monkey king born. When his body fell, Yi Hongyuan had a huge mountain-splitting axe in his hands. A standard big jump relayed the splitting of Huashan. On the huge axe blade, there was even a faint cold white light that seemed to be real. Swish! Bang! The axe blade entered the flesh, as smooth as a hot knife cutting butter, and fell to the ground easily. In just a moment, the contaminated person who tried to sneak attack Yi Hongyuan was split in half from top to bottom, turning into 2 soft corpses. Level contaminated person, dead. Yi Hongyuan himself was unharmed. As if the axe was not enough, he even took out a very ferocious chainsaw sword and rushed into the battle group. Chainsaw sword in left hand, axe in right hand. Shooting left and right, opening and closing. In a short time, Yi Hongyuan forced back the siege of 6 contaminated people by himself. He even seized the opportunity to kill one person and helped the Super Bull, whose battle rhythm was a little disordered, to stabilize the situation again. On the battlefield, the white doctor's robe was stained with large patches of bright red blood.
You told me this is a doctor?
He's more like a butcher.
Fuck. Director Yi, you're so good at fighting.
Super Nyo Nyo, who originally wanted to support Director Yi, was supported instead and exclaimed.
He was a little embarrassed at this time.
He just relied on his passion to force himself to push forward.
His combat level was really poor. Boy, your Uncle Yi is an orthopedic surgeon.
If you don't have enough strength, you can't perform surgery on players who have become extraordinary people. After forcing back a group of polluted people, Yi Hongyuan slowly put the mountain axe on his back. He reached out and gently pushed his glasses, then cleaned the blood and flesh stuck to the chainsaw sword, revealing a kind smile. Under his blood-stained doctor's robe, his bulging and strong muscles stood out. The powerful force contained in it is even stronger than that of Wei Long, the Special Operations Squad leader who has been fighting on the battlefield for many years. At first glance, it is the result of years of weight training. If I talk about my familiarity with medical equipment, after years of hard study and practice, I can barely be considered a master. On the personal panel that Yi Hongyuan took the initiative to show, two skills were shining. Surgery craniotomy axe method, master of the generation, medical equipment control, master of the generation. In addition, there is a row of luxurious medical skills at the enter the hall level. This series of skill names blinded the eyes of the two people present. Even though most of them have no direct attack power and are only used to save lives and heal the wounded. But the two guys were still shocked. Is this the strength of a top orthopedic surgeon? Orthopedic surgeon times bone crusher square root Super Nyo Nyo had a dull expression, and he almost dropped the machete in his hand. Is this what you said before about having a certain self-protection ability? Whose good doctor's medical equipment is a mountain axe and a chainsaw sword?
My dear uncle. I doubt that you can kill me directly.
Uncle Yi is only restrained by the advanced copy because of his partiality, not because of his lack of strength. Medical skills alone can't save the land of China.
Yi Hongyuan laughed heroically and rushed forward again.
Since you are all reliable comrades, then I, an old guy with half of my body buried in the ground, will do my best. After that, the roaring chainsaw sword in his hand swept, cut straight, and chopped vertically like a startled wild goose. A set of silky combos flowed like clouds in water, without any stagnation at all. The thread-level contaminated people who had just rushed to the front and were ready to besiege him had not yet exerted their own strength, and were cut into pieces by Yi Hongyuan in an instant. Only the broken limbs and arms were left on the ground, telling of the amazing achievement of the doctor just now.
Sha Nyonyo, how can medical equipment be such an inconvenience? Do you know how hard the bones of a Clevel Transcendent are? If we didn't use this thing, we wouldn't be able to perform the surgery.
Such a bloody scene, coupled with the large bloodstains on the white coat and Yi Hongyuan's heart-friendly smile. Just based on what he just said, someone would definitely believe that he just came out of Arkham Asylum. Super Nyonyo shivered, and even felt that the strangely shaped contaminated people in front of him looked a little more pleasing to the eye. At least this bunch of seafood is just a bit disgusting in appearance, not as scary as Director Yi now. It's time to get active. Yi Hongyuan wiped off the bloodstains on his hands on his white coat, took off the black-rimmed glasses on his face and put them in his backpack. This move was like breaking some kind of seal. Whether it was Super Nyonyo, who was fighting the contaminated ones again, or Wei Long, who had been providing long-range fire support, they all felt a change in Yi Hongyuan's temperament at the same time. Director Yi, who was originally kind with a bit of an old naughty mentality, suddenly transformed into a terrifying warrior with evil energy all over his body. In his eyes under his sword-shaped eyebrows, there was a strong fighting spirit flashing. You cubs, look directly at me.
The base camp of the polluted.
Lu Wenwu, who drove Wushuang all the way and led Yuanshi to perfectly infiltrate, had already reached, he had infiltrated to the third floor.
The process is very hardcore. The third floor is also the top floor of the main building of the contaminated camp.
According to the information Lu Wenwu had obtained through reasoning, Lai San lived on this level. Since he was assassinated too many times, he is now basically in a state of staying at home without leaving the door. He spends all day huddled in his own nest, acting like a bastard. Even the two-spined salamander can't live with him.
Open the door. Lu Wenwu kicked open the soundproof door of Lai San's bedroom and strode in.
After being prepared, the two people walked in and found that the house was empty and there was no trace of Lai San at all.
Yuanshi glanced at the environment in the room and whispered, "Fifth brother, maybe he is in the office."
Walk. Lu Wenwu turned around and walked out without saying a word, then walked straight to Lai San's office and kicked the door open again.
Open the door and check the water meter. Everything is silent.
There were only two assassins in the empty office, looking at each other speechlessly. The scene was so embarrassing for a while. One time he is vigorous, then he becomes weak, and 3 times he becomes angry. Now Lu Wenwu was very angry, and mentally scolded Lai San for not following the routine. Yuan Shi, who was a little nervous at first, no longer had any nervousness at all, and only felt that the journey was full of twists and turns.
It seems, that's the only place.
Lu Wenwu said something faintly, turned around and left again, heading straight for Seshuo.
Yuan Shi touched the weapon on his waist and took a deep breath. Boom!
When Lai San, who was halfway peeing, watched Lu Wenwu smash the toilet door with his big foot, he was completely confused. What made him collapse even more was the unbearable feeling of being forced to hold back his urine halfway.
And because of the fright, I almost peed my pants. Damn it, I fell into a trap.
Qianli, who was washing his hands, reacted faster. His body instantly distanced himself from the two of them and prepared for a fight.
Weird. How did you get in? Where are our men?
As the intellectual responsible, he only thought about it for less than a second and figured out the current situation.
I'll send you two to reunite with them.
What he responded to was a powerful and heavy punch from Lu Wenwu. The violent martial arts killing fists brought about bursts of roars and struck like a cannonball from a barrel.
Damn it, can't you two just stay in the room and let me go through the script process normally?
I also want to experience the feeling of the protagonist of the movie making a handsome appearance.
Lu Wenwu expressed his extreme anger in an extremely angry situation. There's something wrong with you.
Finally pulling up his pants, Lai San stood in front of Qianli in an instant. The thick arms behind his back suddenly pressed down, and were superimposed with the 2 normal arms. Countless tentacles entangled him, and he managed to resist Lu Wenwu's fierce attack at the cost of slamming into the wall. Worthy of being a clever boss. Since entering the Evolution City, Lai San is the first one who can withstand Lu Wenwu's moves without dying.
He didn't even look injured. Yuan Shi finally had the opportunity to take out his treasure. It was a 2-barrel short spray that looked a bit rough. Boom! The trigger was pulled and the gun roared. But, after a burst of black smoke, nothing happened. It seems to have missed. At a distance of less than 5 meters, a special operations team member who had served for more than 10 years missed the target with a short spray. This is absolutely incredible. I can't even go to the bathroom? Why are you trying to scare me with a broken gun? A huge mouth like a meat grinder opened in Lai San's abdomen, and the thick tentacles on his body that looked like octopus arms and legs tried to attack. Damn alien, become my food. Climb.
Lu Wenwu used his military fighting skills and punched 8 times in the blink of an eye. Every time an iron fist made of tungsten steel is blasted, a black-purple tentacle will be exploded. He rushed forward, punching like raindrops. Every time he punched, Lu Wenwu would say something.
Whose dungeon boss would let players wait when they arrive? Do you have any professional ethics? Do you have any professional ethics? Are all the bosses now so unprofessional? I'll teach you how to be a qualified boss.
Lai San was beaten back step by step, and one of his forearms had been smashed to a powder fracture by the fierce military killing fist. The thick tentacles behind him were even more unbearable in front of the sturdy Lu Wenwu. Almost as fragile as long hair, they were easily torn apart, and a large amount of sticky blood continued to gush out. It is worth being proud of that he resisted.
Damn it! Damn it! I am not a dungeon boss.
You guys are crazy about playing games. Under Lu Wenwu's violent bombardment, Lai San was in danger like a small boat in a tsunami. Even though he was not seriously injured, he was still suppressed by this unreasonable and powerful punch without any room for counterattack, and he was completely unable to withdraw and fight back. I am the king who rules the city of evolution.
You damn aliens. If it were in the past, what king are you? In the past? Are you trying to scare me?
Lu Wenwu punched down carelessly, with a trace of contempt on his face.
If you are bad, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. The past is the past, and the present is now. If you always take the past as the present, why don't you compare it with when you were just born? First teaching I'll fuck you, uncle.
Lai San, who was so angry that his face turned red, roared angrily. In extreme frustration, he briefly broke away from Lu Wenwu's attack range, and jumped up high with the support of the tentacles.
Boom!
Accompanied by a sudden gunshot, it seemed that the battle and the retreat was paused. The expression of Lai San hanging on the ceiling changed from sullen to confused, and then from confused to frightened. All the strength was drained from his strong body in an instant, and he fell down. The few remaining tentacles on its back were twitching unconsciously, like a fish that had been hollowed out but was still twisting. Lai San looked at the short spray in Yuan Shi's hand in disbelief, his face full of bewilderment. I have 4 hearts. How could I die? A low and weird sound was struggling to come out of the intestines, along with large clumps of blood flowing out from the large mouth of its abdomen. Until his death, Lai San didn't know why he was killed with just 1 shot. Isn't that guy's marksmanship incredibly bad? And that piece of garbage that looks like a matchlock gun and makes loud thunder in small raindrops, can it still defeat my defense? To Reizo before his death, all this was simply outrageous. He died very unwillingly. But in the eyes of Lu Wenwu and Yuan Shi, this is nothing surprising. All because of that special short spray. Name, famous gun, national collapse, quality, excellent, type, weapon, attack power, none unparalleled, everyone knows me with 1 shot, no matter the distance, the first attack will definitely fail to hit the target. After the attack, all enemy targets will lose their lock on themselves and fall into confusion for 5 seconds, and at the same time, all team members will be reminded of their location. The traitor with 2 guns has been punished. Within 10 meters, the second attack will definitely hit the target and cause instant death. This skill is only effective for targets below level 17, and the target will die of heart rupture within 1 second. Introduction: a rough double-barreled shotgun handmade from wood, black tape, 18650 battery pack, toggle switch, wires, pipe plugs, DN20 seamless steel pipes, and PVC partitions. Black powder and steel balls need to be filled before shooting. It was famous all over the world for being used by a legendary assassin to successfully assassinate the prime minister of a country. It has incredible miraculous power. Note, the current number of reloads available, 1/2, famous gun national collapse. This is such an extreme weapon. The legendary assassin who, alone, assassinated the prime minister of a country as if with divine help, gave him great power, but also brought extremely strong restrictions. This gun can only kill 2 targets at most. If it can be killed indefinitely, then its quality may be more than just excellent. You killed Raisin, LV16, you have completed the side mission Broken Dreams. Task description: the wrongly evolved life tried to ascend to the eternal throne, and you, my friend, it was you who prevented this from happening. This is undoubtedly a feat. Your personal overall rating has been greatly improved. The message that the side mission was completed popped up in front of Lu Wenwu and Yuan Shi at the same time. The two had completely different reactions. Yuan Shi's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The main task has not been completed? We were deceived by the system." No, the system is correct. The mission was not completed because Laizen was not the king of the contaminated at all. The previously dead players and survivors were all deceived. On the contrary, Lu Wenwu was extremely calm. And he himself had already blocked Qian Li's only way to escape. "Where do you want to run, my dear king of evolvers?" Qian Li mean. "This is impossible." "How do you know?" "Money and profit." "No, it's money that benefits people." His expression turned into one of fear in an instant, and even the gold-rimmed glasses he had always worn fell off. How did Lu Wenwu know? Under the eye of insight, everything is clear. King of the polluted, Qian Li mean / deputy leader of the evolution gang, Qian Li, c. 2578/2600, current status, sexy and lustful, on the verge of breakthrough, flesh and blood body, entangled. "How do you care how I know that?" Lu Wenwu didn't mean to answer him at all, and he blasted out his iron fist filled with energy and blood. "You can't escape now. Your purity is still too low. Try harder." Boom! A fist like a heavy hammer hit Qian Li Min's head, shattering half of it in an instant. But the strange thing was that Qian Li Min was not dead at all. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face, which was a bit stern and sinister. "Iran, do you think you've won? Just retreat, and I won't hold you accountable for your previous mistakes." Before he finished speaking, Lu Wenwu's fists like raindrops had already arrived. Along with his fists came his kind smile and words that contained countless truths. "Don't pursue it? Don't? Is it okay if you don't pursue it? I'm telling you not to pursue it. I'm telling you not to pursue it." Every time he uttered a sentence, Lu Wenwu punched him. Reizo was not the king of the contaminated, he knew this as soon as he walked in. Yuan Shi was not reminded to kill Lai San as originally planned, but Lu Wenwu was worried about what trump cards he had, so he killed one safely first. He likes to find excitement. "It's not that I like to seek death. 2 against 1 and 1.5, what if they fail?" Although he was confident that he could defeat the Klebel boss, he could never crush him. Anyway, Qian Li Min was also on the verge of a breakthrough. and he would still gain 100 attribute points by killing him, which was great.
You're going to break through. You better hurry up. If you don't break through, you'll die. You can endure it? Are you not capable? Punch after punch hit Qian Limin.
His broken body was like being hit by a hammer, and half of the third floor collapsed completely. Qian Limin fell powerlessly in the center of the courtyard of the polluted base camp, and all the organs and limbs on his body that did not belong to humans had been torn off by Lu Wenwu. The killer whale in the ocean would exclaim at the scene in front of him that Lu Wenwu was suspected to be a bit too extreme. Lu Wenwu jumped and chased after him, and he felt a little confused when he saw the bloody thing in front of him. Qian Limin's health bar was about to be emptied by him. If he was hit by 2 more punches, the opponent's head would explode like a watermelon. But even so, the opponent showed no signs of breakthrough. Lu Wenwu had already begun to reflect on his teaching just now. Was it because the pressure of life and death was not big enough, so the opponent did not break through? Or was it because the opponent's hatred for him was not strong enough, and his emotions were not angry enough, so he did not break through? Something was wrong, something was wrong. In the online novels of the previous life, didn't the protagonists break through in this way? Didn't Teacher Kai teach Luffy in this way? Damn, what went wrong? P.S. I built a supporting role building. XDM can submit your work. Teacher Lu, who is worried about the future of his students, is now distressed and worried. As a student, Qian Limin was devastated and desperate. Damn it, don't I want to kill you in the face of a battle after I break through? I can't break through that. Seeing Qian Limin's life in danger, Lu Wenwu thought for a few seconds, strode over, took out a pill from his backpack, and stuffed it into his mouth. Intermediate treatment pill. Hey, wake up quickly, don't sleep. If you can't make a breakthrough like this, you're really not good at it, are you? Lu Wenwu said eagerly. The anxiety on his face and the sincerity of his words made it impossible for outsiders to imagine how brutal he was when he just started. You are bullying others too much. You are bullying others too much. First tortured by Lu Wenwu, and then repeatedly humiliated by him with healing pills and words, Qian Limin finally burst out with a trace of spiritual light that did not belong to him under extreme anger. In an instant, his blood bar, which was on the verge of depletion, instantly surged. Even the upper limit of blood volume is rising. The flesh and blood shattered by Lu Wenwu completely broke free from the shackles of the human body and turned into masses of black and red body tissue that looked like mud. Qian Limin is reorganizing his body in an extremely shameful way. Seeing this, Teacher Lu, who had worked hard for a long time, finally showed a happy smile and stepped aside to watch quietly. Foreigner! You forced me to do this. You are the one who was seeking death yourself. The black and red flesh and blood like mud continued to reorganize, and a human-like shape was randomly piled up. On a face that was constantly solidifying, the red eyes contained endless murderous intent and hatred. Of course, if you ignore that there is no nose, ears and hair on this face, these eyes are actually quite intimidating. At least it can scare the kid next door to tears. After reorganization, Qian Limin's form is somewhat similar to a humanoid stinky mud or ooze monster. It looks like it can give the passing female warriors a very authentic experience. Lu Wenwu watched the whole process of Qian Limin's breakthrough with great interest. Now, Inside Eye has given new scan results. Qian Limin, King of the Polluted, c. 5800/5800, Qian Limin, c. King of the Polluted, 5800/5800, current status, extremely angry, mentally distorted, arrogant, and proud. The moment he saw the specific data, Lu Wenwu's originally excited face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Just because above the health bar, there is a minus sign looming behind the big C, sometimes disappearing. This is because the health bars of the two different texts are refreshing and switching like crazy. It's very much like Qian Limin's shining red name in the Book of Life and Death. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. I will pay you back 1,000 times what you did to me. The huge mouth of the abyss that occupied half of his face kept opening and closing, and his words kept releasing a breathtaking spiritual fluctuation. You want some useless snacks. The furious Lu Wenwu was too lazy to waste any more time with the thing in front of him. The tsunami-like attack instantly submerged Qian Limin. Anxious. Very urgent, very urgent. I am the king of urgency. Are you worthy of my painstaking tutoring? You showed me this after a long time of breakthrough? Lu Wenwu blasted Qian Limin's newly grown right arm with one punch, his eyes filled with intense grief, anger, and grievance. RNM, refund the money. Give me back the intermediate healing pill. Qian Limin was immediately stunned. He was even more broken now than before.
It's not right. This script is wrong. I endured so much torture, put in so much effort, and even gave up my human body to become this ghost before I succeeded in breaking through. Isn't it my turn to fight back in battle? Shouldn't I be treated as a protagonist? Why am I still being pressed down and beaten? It's me who's being beaten, I'm the one who's going to die, why are you so wronged? Classmate Qian, Teacher Lu was very disappointed in you. Teacher Lu is extremely disappointed now. Lu Wenwu gritted his teeth and punched hard. The military killing fist filled with powerful energy and blood, supported by heavy artillery gloves, instantly shattered half of Qian Limin's body. The upper limit of blood volume, which was originally as high as 5080, was destroyed by half in an instant. His fists were like pile drivers used on construction sites, hitting him crazily one after another. So, please die to relieve the hatred in Teacher Lu's heart. Boom! The last pinnacle fell with a punch, and a strong tremor seemed to occur in the entire camp. In the large pit that was as broken as a spider web, a purple mass mixture with no human shape could be seen gathering there. The originally red and black flesh and blood had been carefully putty by Lu Wenwu, and the blood and flesh were mixed very evenly. Even the master chef who made Teochew beef balls gave a thumbs up when he saw it, praising how chewy the minced meat was. You have obtained 100 free attribute points, call. So far so good. This is so exciting. Lu Wenwu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If he really only gave 10 points, then he might really be so angry that he would break his defense. And he had no choice but to rage helplessly in the dark room alone. You killed Qian Limin, the king of the polluted, LV 1314, you completed the side quest The Real Strong Man, task description, the king of the polluted's breakthrough did not stop you from moving forward. You still killed him at your feet with a heroic attitude. The Real Strong Man is not afraid of any challenge, your personal overall score has been greatly improved, you completed the hidden task The Destruction of the Evolution Gang, task description, the power of cooperation is amazing. The sincere cooperation and absolute trust between each other have enabled you to complete a miracle that is almost impossible. Since then, this filthy city has finally ushered in a new dawn, you have received a hidden reward, a random skill realm advancement card, you have received a special reward, a mysterious lucky bag, your final evaluation has been greatly improved, you have completed the main task assassinating the king of the polluted, the final settlement is about to take place, it seems that everyone has done a good job and has a bright future. Lu Wenwu waved to the shocked Yuan Shi before the settlement, brother Yuan, see you again if we are lucky. Yuan Shi opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But the settlement time has come. From the shape of his mouth, it was probably the word thank you. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Lu Wenwu and Mao Mao appeared in the familiar little White House at the same time. The golden retriever looked very healthy. Mao Mao was very happy to see Lu Wenwu, and he rushed over with his mouth wide open and his tongue sticking out. Master, hug me. Mao Mao, you should brush your teeth and take a bath when you get home. Lu Wenwu was licked on the face by Mao Mao with a look of disgust, and the more he licked, the more bloodstains appeared on his face. The originally handsome golden dog was stained with a lot of bloodstains, which had to be cleaned up when he got home. This place is not as kind as the main god space. You can pay for treatment, disinfection, cleaning, etc. when you settle the account. If you are unlucky and short of money, you may not be able to settle the spirit coins or unlock them all to buy medicine, and you may be teleported back to Blue Star as a corpse. Yes, the auxiliary functions such as mall and official forum in the dungeon world are locked and cannot be opened. Of course, under normal circumstances, players who can pass the dungeon will basically not be embarrassed to this extent. The mall is locked just to prevent some players with wild imaginations from using suicide attacks to make tricks. Settlement in progress, you passed the dungeon The Fall of the King, number of players alive, 5, dungeon evaluation, incredible, dungeon summary, you have redefined infiltration, assassination, convincing people with virtue and reasoning, and even more redefined helping others. Your unique point of view allows you to always do something unique. You, a reckless man who transcends human emotions and likes sophistry, did a pretty good job this time. Lu Wenwu raised his eyebrows, are there so many new things in the official dungeon? There is even a dungeon summary? Forget it, I will take it as a compliment. Your level has been upgraded to level 10, you got Mysterious Lucky Bag, you got 20x Acceleration Training Card times 5, you got Blood of the God of the Outer Realm 10 milliliters, pure, you got 105,000 Spirit Coins, you got 50 free attribute points, not bad, this time I got a lot. Lu Wenwu glanced at the reward list and became happy again. The mysterious lucky bags that gave him a big surprise last time are still 2 this time.
It seems that as long as you get the incredible evaluation or complete the hidden task, you will get one. It's not too difficult. Reminder, your level has reached level 10, which has reached the standard for opening the advanced trial. Note 1. After the advanced trial is opened, the difficulty of your next dungeon will be greatly increased, and you will be passed if you reach a good rating or above. Note 2. Due to the difficulty of the advanced trial, your rest time will be doubled before the trial is successful or before death. Note 3. When the overall personal rating of the dungeon reaches excellent or above, you will definitely receive a reward of a suitable skill for yourself, and the specific level depends on the overall personal rating. I'm looking forward to the advanced trial. Lu Wenwu rubbed his chin and was teleported back home with Mao Mao. This trip took more than half a month, and it was converted to more than 40 hours in real time. It was the early morning of the second night after the dungeon started. A flash of white light passed, and the master and pet instantly appeared in the living room of the villa, which was still lit. Hey! It feels good to be home. Lu Wenwu stretched his waist and then heard a very light footsteps. The blue cat Xiaobao ran out from some corner of the house and squatted in front of the man and the dog. In the darkness, a pair of round cat pupils kept flashing. Seeing his friend again after more than half a month, Mao Mao smiled and trotted over with his tail wagging like a propeller. I don't know how a golden-haired man can smile. However, just when Mao Mao wanted to give Xiaobao a loving hug, Xiaobao suddenly showed a look of disgust, dodged nimbly, and turned around to give him a cat punch. And he protested with a loud meow. The little brother and the shit shoveler disappeared for so long. The little cat is very angry now. Mao Mao had just finished fighting with the group of polluted people, and there were a lot of dried blood clots on his golden hair. It would be strange if the clean Xiaobao could let it pounce. The big golden retriever was not annoyed at all, and even thought Xiaobao was playing with it. He immediately stuck out his tongue even more excitedly and tried to lick it a few times. The little kitten's eyes became more and more frightened, and the speed of Mao Mao's fist was a little faster. Seeing a cat and a dog making a mess, Lu Wenwu laughed loudly, flew away immediately, picked up Xiaobao in his arms and gave him a few hard rubs. Then he buried his face in the soft fur of the cat's belly with a face of intoxication and took a few deep breaths. Cool. Needless to say, this oily and warm gadget feels really good to the touch. Pa 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 pa. A series of muffled sounds sounded. The target of Mao Mao Fist's attack changed from Mao Mao to Lu Wenwu. The cute little cat paws swung wildly, and the pink and soft pads became the best buffer. With this kind of force, not to mention Lu Wenwu, who is as strong as steel now, even before he became a superhuman, he would not be injured. It was just to play with the claws put away. The cat and the dog played for a while, and Lu Wenwu finally stopped petting the cat. With a satisfied look on his face, he took Mao Mao to the bathroom to take a shower. Only Xiaobao was left alone. The cat looked extremely resentful, curled up on the sofa and licked his fur again in grief. About half an hour later, after bathing himself in Mao Mao, Lu Wenwu lay on the big bed in the bedroom and prepared to go to sleep. It would not be too late to count the gains tomorrow. The continuous battle and the comfort after taking a bath made him a little sleepy. After licking his fur clean again, Xiaobao also ran over and curled up on top of Lu Wenwu's pillow without any hesitation, hugging his hair. Lu Wenwu stretched out his hand and scratched the cat's head. Listening to the soothing purring of the cat and feeling the soft kitten's paws continuously stepping on his milk, he soon fell asleep. The next day, after making a phone call to tell Lu Ming that he had returned home, Lu Wenwu came to the underground training room of the villa. It is said that the walls here are guarded by formations, which are up to the level of level strongmen. It is specially reserved for top talents like Lu Wenwu. It allows him to perform with confidence during training without extra worries. ID, Invincible Tyrannosaurus God of War, level, LV10, D+, body, 53, HP, 5300, talent, Evil Nemesis, Eye of Insight, skills, body refining technique of conquering people with virtue, skills, egg pancake cooking, reaching the peak, military killing fist, mastery, military fighting technique, mastery, shadow step, mastery, gun mastery, shallow knowledge, equipment, combat armor, rare, heavy artillery gloves, rare, free attribute points, 169.54, spirit coins, 105987 a copy can. Roll up nearly 170 free attribute points and 150,000 spirit coins, which is absolutely a great harvest. If these 176.54 exclusive free attribute points are placed on ordinary players, it is equivalent to the attribute exchange of up to 680,000 spirit coins. It is absolutely terrifying. Lu Wenwu did not rush to add points directly,
but took out 2 mysterious lucky bags first, ready to see if there were any good things. Mysterious lucky bag, randomly get a reward of unknown quality and type. It is exactly the same as the previous initial copy, there is no difference. Accompanied by a burst of golden light, the reward materialized from the lucky bag. This time Lu Wenwu was very calm. Because he suspected that no matter what the lucky bag opened, it was a golden light special effect, not because he had been a dog. You have gained knowledge, knowing the language of all things. Name, knowing the language of all things. Type, knowledge, introduction. After learning, you will automatically master the languages of all known intelligent races. Lu Wenwu? A tangible and intangible white light ball appeared in his hand, and there was no other feeling. Do you want to learn? Lu Wenwu pondered for a moment and said, learn. Instantly, the white light ball turned into a stream of light and merged into his brain. At this time, Lu Wenwu only felt as if someone had forced his brain to open, and was constantly infusing a bunch of information streams into it. Fortunately, the body refining technique of conquering people with virtue had already increased his soul strength a lot at this time, and the infusion process was not painful. 10 seconds later, the learning process ended, and all adverse reactions disappeared without a trace. Now Lu Wenwu only felt that he seemed to have a lot more knowledge in his head, but he couldn't tell what it was. He walked quickly to the living room and picked up an untranslated English document to read. The long paragraphs that used to be more effective than hypnotic drugs can now be easily understood and recited fluently by Lu Wenwu. It's just like his mother tongue. He was stunned for about 10 seconds, slammed his thigh, and said to himself in disbelief, fuck? It's against the will of heaven, I can actually speak English. It's more authentic than the old London Union Jack with the English master. Can I talk to animals if I know the language of all things? Lu Wenwu thought about it and tried to talk to Mao Mao. Mao Mao tilted his head in confusion, and then stood up and grabbed Lu Wenwu's arm with his 2 front paws to hug him. Lu Wenwu tried to communicate with Xiaobao again. Xiaobao, who was awakened by him, just glanced at Lu Wenwu with contempt. The experiment failed. Lu Wenwu, who returned to the training room, was thoughtful. Languages can make you know everything, but you need to have languages before you can know everything, which is reasonable. While thinking about what this knowledge can do for him, Lu Wenwu casually opened the second mysterious lucky bag. A familiar golden light flashed. This time he had nothing in his hand, and it was not a physical reward. You have obtained the magical power of swallowing the sky and eating the earth. Magic power of swallowing the sky and eating the earth. Everything can be eaten. Swallow the essence of all things in the world to strengthen yourself. Practice to perfection, and the planets can also be turned into food. You have opened a new ability category, magical power. Note 1, there is no realm for magical power, and it cannot be improved with spirit coins. Players are requested to explore the strength improvement by themselves. Note 2, the use of magical power requires players to operate by themselves. Note 1 is easy to understand, literally. Note 2 involves the release method of active skills. All active skills can be released with one click with the mind, just like playing games. You don't need to understand the principle, just click it and it will work, and the player only needs to control it. Some are similar to the soul skills of Tangjia continent. Those proficiency levels are basically used to divide the degree of mastery. The higher the understanding and mastery of a certain skill, the higher the proficiency level. When the level is high, even the automatic casting skills will become more handy and the effect will become more powerful. And the magical power obviously needs to be like traditional fantasy or immortal cultivation spells. When used, it must be operated and released by yourself, without one-click casting. It's just that the system helps to save the learning process and directly teaches. Magic power. Lu Wenwu felt a lot of experience and knowledge memory coming from his mind, and his face showed a strange look. This thing seems to be very strong, and it seems to complement his own body refining technique of winning people with virtue. Just why do I feel like I seem to be Zhu Beiji? I eat. Lu Wenwu pondered for a moment, walked quickly to the kitchen, took out the military shovel he had obtained from the initial copy from his backpack, and cleaned it carefully. Then, he recalled the way to perform the heaven swallowing and earth eating skill. After a somewhat unskilled start, he bit the shovel tentatively. Crack! A crisp sound came, and a toothmark-shaped gap suddenly appeared on the shovel made of special alloy. At the same time, Lu Wenwu also felt that his physical strength was consumed by a trace. The art of conquering people with virtue is a top-level physical training method. As long as the practitioner consumes his own physical strength, he can naturally generate extraordinary energy such as spiritual power and mana from the body. Along with his swallowing action, the heaven swallowing and earth eating skill also refined this mouthful of special alloy into a special energy and merged it into Lu Wenwu's body. Crack, crack, crack. Lu Wenwu reached back and took a bag of pickled mustard from the refrigerator, eating it one bite after another, and soon he ate the whole military shovel with pickled mustard. The taste is a bit similar to compressed biscuits, but it has no taste. Lu Wenwu felt a little unpalatable. After swallowing a military shovel, he felt that his body had improved a little bit. It was basically negligible, and it was not even shown on the panel. There was no improvement, so the consumption was naturally negligible. Lu Wenwu thought about it, and spent more than 200 spirit coins to buy the most common, ordinary, great equipment from the mall and swallowed it. This time, the physical attribute on the personal panel directly increased by 0.1, reaching 53.1. Correspondingly, the physical strength consumed in the process of swallowing and refining was also much more than before. After trying a few more times, Lu Wenwu was basically sure. The attribute points gained by swallowing equipment or props with the swallowing of heaven and earth are no different from those directly exchanged in the mall. It will consume your own physical strength during use. The more powerful the swallowed thing is, the greater the benefit you can get after swallowing it, and the more it will be consumed. If the swallowed thing contains impurities such as negative effects or toxins, the physical strength consumed will also increase accordingly. If it is used to swallow natural treasures or medicines, the power or medicinal properties in it can be brought to the extreme. In general, this is indeed a magical power that is very suitable for Lu Wenwu, and it is true that everything can be eaten. But if you eat something too strong, you may die of fullness. After the experiment, Lu Wenwu resolutely suppressed the urge to drink the 10 milliliters blood of the outer god. No matter what, that thing has the word God in it. Not to mention the level of becoming an immortal, at least it must be the level of a top player. After all, this is most likely the source of the pollution in the previous world. Lu Wenwu has not yet expanded to the point that he, a small level 10 transcendent, can be invincible. Let's wait until his points are added and his skills are improved. Lu Wenwu can't meet the requirements now, and he doesn't want to experience the feeling of indigestion after eating half of it. That must be very sour. As for now, Lu Wenwu called out his personal panel, with a joyful face like an old farmer's harvest. System, add points. Chapter 23, Mastering All Laws. Wait, what god are you mastering? In an instant, Lu Wenwu's body attribute soared from 53.4 to 260.94. The huge sum of more than 150,000 yuan quickly shrank, leaving only more than 25,000 yuan. Lu Wenwu's already extremely strong body became even taller, reaching nearly 2 meters. The surface of the high and terrifying muscles was red, and there was even a faint blood mist filled with high temperature steaming and drifting. At this moment, Lu Wenwu felt that his body was like a piece of steel being hammered, and his whole body was extremely hot. He subconsciously operated the bodybuilding technique of conquering people with virtue. The terrifying power was constantly being hammered, and a blazing high temperature burst out from his body. If it were an ordinary level extraordinary person, such a high temperature in the body would have been life-threatening. But Lu Wenwu was not only fine, but his vitality and blood became stronger. The red smoke rising from the body surface continued to condense, turning into dark red waves that seemed to be real and flowed over Lu Wenwu's body. The waves gathered, like winding blood-red angry dragons, converging towards the most important heart. After a long time, all the discomfort subsided, and Lu Wenwu's eyes opened. He clenched his fists suddenly, and his flesh-colored fists instantly turned dark red, as if they were made of blood. Looking closely, there were faintly neat lines on the surface of the skin that shone with metallic luster. Layer upon layer, like the scales of a real dragon. Qi and blood are like dragons, which can stimulate qi and blood to combine with their own energy to form a kind of internal armor. The covered area can be improved in all directions, and the attack power will increase dramatically. Lu Wenwu matched the realm recorded in the body refining technique with the current state of the body and found the corresponding description. This inner armor-like existence is also called blood dragon scales. It can only be condensed after the physical fitness and blood and qi have been improved to a certain level. Unfortunately, I can only cover my fists and wrists, or cover one forearm alone. If I can cover the whole body, the improvement will be all-round. Lu Wenwu muttered to himself. After the Yi body attribute exceeds 200 points, it is not just a simple threefold increase in value. Even though only the fists can cover the blood dragon scales now, Lu Wenwu's attack power has still ushered in a surge. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lu Wenwu took out a 20-fold accelerated training card rewarded by the copy and chose to use it. In an instant, he only felt that he had entered a mysterious and special state. Not only did he have clear ears and eyes, but his understanding of everything became more and more profound, and it seemed that he could master it with simple learning. Very good, add points to complete. Lu Wenwu moved his body and showed a fanatical smile on his face. Then now. Let's train. Nearly a month later. Lu Wenwu had used up all the 20-fold training cards he had exchanged and the 5 20-fold training cards given by the copy. He didn't know what others thought during this lonely training. But he thought it was very cool. Under the effect of the speed training cards, his own strength soared at a speed visible to the naked eye, which was definitely a very satisfying thing. ID, Invincible Tyrannosaurus God of War, Level, LV10, D+, Body, 260.94, HP, 26094, Talent, Evil Nemesis, Eye of Insight, Skills, Body Refining Technique to Conquer People with Virtue, Magic Power, Swallowing Heaven and Earth, Skills, Egg Pancake Cooking, Reaching the Peak, Military Killing Fist, At Your Fingertips, Military Fighting Technique, At Your Fingertips, Shadow Step, At Your Fingertips, Gun Mastery, Shallow Knowledge, Equipment, Combat Armor, Rare, Heavy Artillery. Gloves, Rare, Free Attribute Points, 0, Spirit Coins, 5,136 Ha. Lu Wenwu punched out, and a transparent ripple visible to the naked eye burst out from the dark red iron fist. Before his fist touched the training target, a slightly sunken fist mark appeared on its surface. The fist force was released. This is a special effect that only appears after a certain type of active attack skill is cultivated to the realm of handy. In other words, when cultivating such skills, only when you understand the method of using this power can you advance to the corresponding realm. For example, if you practice swordsmanship, you must cultivate sword energy at this time. Lu Wenwu practiced boxing, so what he manifested was boxing power. With the boxing power released, it is easy to hurt people from a distance. Who says boxing must be close combat? After 25 days of double-speed hard training, except for the gun, he has made great progress in the other 3 skills. Shadow Step barely advanced, and the military fighting technique was just average. And the military killing fist is only a step away from breaking through to the realm of entering the hall. The training level is enough, and only the final step of understanding is missing. This last shiver requires a part of pure killing intent as a resource there is no point in enduring the time. Lu Wenwu can't make this thing now. You can't just kill people in the street, right? Just like the realm of being at ease requires the cultivation of fist power. If you want to reach entering the hall, you have to cultivate fist power. This way of using power is somewhat similar to the blood dragon scale. Lu Wenwu's ability to comprehend so quickly is not only related to his own top talent in boxing, but also has a lot to do with the mutual confirmation of the physical refining technique of conquering people with virtue. Now, it's time to use this thing. Lu Wenwu sat cross-legged in the training room and took out a small black card from his backpack. Name, Random Skill Realm Advancement Card, Type, Props, Introduction. After use, the random skill proficiency level will increase by 1 level. Note, this prop may fail under certain circumstances, and there will be no side effects after failure, use or not? Use, GKD. Lu Wenwu rubbed his hands expectantly. The black light is dense. In an instant, Lu Wenwu felt that there were countless more cells deducing and evolving in his mind. One ability after another flashed through his body, and finally it was fixed in a special picture. The exhilarating feeling of suddenly gaining countless knowledge and insights from nothing in an instant is as refreshing as having an epiphany under the Bodhi tree. Congratulations, your egg-filled pancake cooking has been upgraded to the level of omnipotence. All cultivation in the world will produce all kinds of incredible effects, and have the power to turn decay into magic, even if it is just making egg-filled pancakes. Now, the egg-filled pancakes you carefully made are enough to make any intelligent life praise them as the supreme delicacy. Even real immortals and gods cannot resist this ultimate temptation. Fuck, 666. Lu Wenwu's Chinese character suddenly exclaimed. Is this the all-encompassing magic? I'm afraid you are not a conceptual genius, right? As an avid fan of egg-filled pancakes, Lu Wenwu immediately rushed upstairs to the kitchen and immediately started making pancakes. After 1 hour, a man, a cat, and a dog were in the kitchen guarding the stove, chewing loudly without raising their heads. After making a meal of egg-filled pancakes, Lu Wenwu returned to the underground training room with a satisfied look on his face. Name, Blood of the Extraterrestrial God 10 milliliters, pure, type, special material, introduction, purify the blood of the god from outside the realm,
remove the impurities contained in it, and only retain the energy and characteristics of the essence. It can be used for direct consumption, refining weapons, elixirs, making potions, enchanting equipment, constructing magic circles, etc. Note, the god's priesthood, divinity, and divine structure are all unknown. After taking the refining directly, there is a probability of obtaining some of its characteristics. Warning, if the soul strength is below 200 points, there is a risk of death if taken directly. If the soul strength is below 100 points, there is a risk of death. Please take it with caution. The dazzling blood like ruby flows in the special transparent container, looking so magnificent. The decision was made a long time ago and there is nothing to hesitate about. Lu Wenwu unsealed the cap of the bottle, poured it into his mouth as soon as he raised his neck, and then started to swallow the sky and eat the earth. The pure divine blood entered the throat, and an indescribable taste suddenly exploded in the mouth. It is not just a simple taste, but also has an impact on the spirit and soul. It is not the so-called pollution. Divine blood that has been purified by the system will not have this debuff. It was a very simple knowledge that could not be understood by mortals, which was being forcibly diverged and infiltrating into Lu Wenwu's soul. If I were to forcefully find an adjective, it would probably be a bit like tying up a crispy-skinned college student who was just getting ready to go to bed after staying up all night and forcing him to wake up. Then put the high number on the left and the big object on the right. In the middle, there is another foreign old man who talks about bird songs from unknown countries. The feeling of not being able to understand at all but being forced to listen and remember is a strong discomfort that is difficult to describe in words. Under such circumstances, Lu Wenwu's physical strength was flowing away like a floodgate. The V-body attribute on the personal panel is also slowly increasing. A full half hour passed quietly. Lu Wenwu was breathing heavily, and his whole body looked like he had just been fished out of the water, with a large amount of black and red sweat covering the surface of his skin. At this moment, his physical strength was less than 10% and he was on the verge of losing strength. Although his condition was not very good at this time, his mood was extremely happy. The powerful effect of swallowing heaven and earth has been fully exerted just now, and the most essential characteristics of this 10 milliliters of divine blood have been successfully extracted. You successfully refined the blood of the god from outside the territory. You have gained a weak extraterritorial bloodline characteristic. Note, this characteristic may attract or disgust unknown creatures. Your mental strength has been greatly improved. You have gained a new talent, flesh and blood regeneration. Name, flesh and blood regeneration. Category, talent, introduction. A special talent obtained by swallowing the blood of the god from outside the realm. Your physical recovery speed increases. Moreover, you can use your own physical strength, blood, and energy to repair damaged body structures. The specific consumption depends on physical strength, energy level, degree of damage, and importance of organs. Okay, at least I'm still a human being. Lu Wenwu got up from the ground with a smile, his luck stimulating the surging energy and blood that was at least twice as strong as before. The dragon's energy and blood flowed, and the strong bronze arms instantly turned into dark red with a metallic luster. The dragon scale pattern extends all the way to the neck, covering both shoulders. Even the divine blood that contains the thinnest energy is a genuine good thing. Just 10 milliliters increased the coverage of the blood dragon scale several times. In comparison, the improvement in physical fitness itself is slightly less, just more than 50 points. After finishing devouring it, Lu Wenwu suddenly felt as if he had broken some kind of shackles. He felt that he could use a power in his mind to sense and scan his surroundings, forming a blind-angle vision that could be adjusted at any time according to his own wishes. If distributed evenly, it would be about a hemispherical range with a radius of 10 meters. Just keeping a portion of the width extending forward will go a long way. If we go by the name in immortality novels, it seems that this should be called divine consciousness, or an easy-to-understand spiritual power. At this point, the gains from the previous copy have been completely digested. After Lu Wenwu went to the bathroom and took a shower, he collapsed on the sofa in the living room and opened his personal panel. ID, Invincible Tyrannosaurus God of War, Level, LV10, D+, Body 312.34, HP, 31234, Talent, Flesh Regeneration, Evil Nemesis, Eye of Insight, Function Method, Convincing People with Virtue and Practicing Physical Training, Supernatural Power, Swallow the Sky and Eat the Earth, Skills, Egg-Filled Cake Cooking, Thousands of Methods Conquer Gods, Military Killing Fist, Handy, Military Fighting Technique, Handy, Shadow Step, Handy, Firearms Mastery, Shallow Cognition, Equipment, Combat. Armor, rare, heavy artillery gloves, rare, free attribute points, 0, spirit coin, 5,136 in one copy, the data of the whole body increased by more than 5 times. The various rewards and values converted into spiritual coins are definitely worth millions.
There should be no one at the same level who can get more than me, right?
My current strength on paper alone is at least 10 times, or even 15 or 20 times, higher than that of ordinary level 10 players.
I am absolutely invincible at level D.
If we compete in comprehensive strength, I can crush even those level C players who have practiced 1 or 2 levels of top level skills. If I encounter a level C boss like Chen Limin and Lai San again, I can easily kill them with just one punch. Compared to those old players, what I lack now is a lot of combat experience and dungeon experience.
Unfortunately, this can't be done quickly.
Anyway, I should be able to pass the so-called advanced trial easily now. What needs to be considered is no longer how to pass the level, but how to score as many points as possible and strive to get a higher rating than incredible. According to the information, this requires digging into as many side quests and hidden quests as possible, and also digging into the worldview and background of the dungeon. Mao Mao's strength is too far away from mine. Even if the other 3 dimensions are up to 10, the remaining agility points are still a bit weak. Much stronger than other players, but still a little weaker than me.
I'm improving too fast. I need to find a way to strengthen Mao Mao.
Oh, what a headache. Just as Lu Wenwu was mumbling to himself, the doorbell rang.
Mao Mao ran over immediately.
Then he stood up, put his paw on the door handle, and opened the door with a click. Lu Ming, who was a little stunned at the door. Every time I see Mao Mao, I can't help but feel shocked. Lu Ming couldn't help but sighed. By the way, fifth brother, did you know that Xiao Bao would run to the water dispenser to get water by himself?
Lu Wenwu handed him a glass of water and said in surprise, "Of course I know, isn't this a very strange thing?" Lu Ming was stunned. "Isn't this strange?"
Now that you mention it, Xiao Bao seems to be smarter than other cats, so it's much easier to keep it. As Lu Wenwu said this, he reached out and picked up Xiao Bao, who was sleeping in a ball on the cat climbing frame, and rubbed him. He received a round of cat punches and a look of disdain from the cat. I don't know how these 2 smart little things could have wandered outside. TSK, I picked up 2 leaks.
Indeed, everyone is envious of you for having such a good partner like Mao Mao.
Lu Ming praised. Unfortunately, apart from you, we have not found another player in the world who can successfully own a pet so far.
Thank you for your support. The information I checked was completely blank.
Ha! Why is this? Lu Wenwu put Xiao Bao on his head, bent down and picked up the big golden retriever dog with expectation written on his face, held him in his arms and started talking.
The difficulty is too high.
None of the prospective players who were lucky enough to enter with their pets survived the initial dungeon. Lu Ming explained, there are only a few people who are as spiritual as Mao Mao.
You cannot ask Mao Mao to have the IQ of a normal pet. I think it's quite easy.
Lu Wenwu muttered softly.
It's an easy ball. That's easy for a giant like you.
Lu Ming, who was roaring in his heart, looked a little stiff and pretended that he didn't hear it and changed the topic.
What about that? I finished the dining truck you ordered a while ago. Can I bring it to the warehouse for you? Nailed it?
Hearing this, Lu Wenwu's eyes suddenly lit up and he strode out. No, I'll just put it in my backpack. He has long wanted an egg-filled cake truck similar to the street food trucks in the United States. It is completely a mobile kitchen, which is very convenient. Now that he had the opportunity, he asked Lu Ming to help him customize one. There is no need for a power system or wheels. The inside is probably a combination of an RV and a dining car.
Being able to cook and rest is very nice. Yes, this thing doesn't even have wheels. Instead, it has a circle of fixing nails like a tent. Put it in your backpack? Lu Ming was shocked. It's a big guy 12 meters long and more than 3 meters high. According to your request, the entire outer shell is made of special alloy. Counting the miscellaneous machinery, furnishings, food, etc. inside, kitchen utensils, etc., weigh at least 10 tons. Although Lu Ming is not a player, he also knows that the system backpack requires items that the player can pick up before it is allowed to be stored. Otherwise, if I pile up 180 tons of rock blocks and throw them down when encountering the boss, wouldn't it mean that in the low-end game, I'd be able to defeat anyone I see? The system will naturally prevent stuck bugs and normal level players. Even for hardcore veterans who have been stuck at this stage for many years, their deadlift strength will not exceed 1 ton at most. And it also requires extreme full strength points, plus skills and equipment increases. It's just 10 tons, it's not worth mentioning.
Lu Wenwu smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to touch the military green car body, and the huge dining car disappeared instantly. With his current, physical, attribute of 312.34, it would be easy to deadlift more than 20 tons with pure physical strength alone. If the chi, blood and skills are stimulated to increase the body's strength, it is not a problem to increase the strength several times. It is not difficult for Lu Wenwu to move this big guy. Good boy. Just talking about strength, I'm afraid not many C+ level players who have practiced Kung Fu can catch up with you. Lu Ming was amazed at Lu Wenwu's strange power. By the way, don't forget to take the advanced trial. It's about to start. It's time for the mandatory date. Well, let's take a rest in the afternoon and leave tomorrow. Lu Wenwu said, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiaobao then. Lu Ming thought about his experience in the past 2 days and felt a little ashamed. I think it might not need me to take care of it. It can collect water by itself, open the food container by itself and eat cat food and dried fish. And that's it. Speaking of this, Lu Ming glanced into the room and continued in a low voice, besides, I always feel that Xiaobao's eyes are full of contempt when he looks at me, as if he looks down on me. Ha 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 ha. This is so normal. Lu Wenwu laughed loudly, what a big deal, it seems like it thinks highly of me and Mao Mao. If you have never raised a cat, you don't know, no matter you are poor or rich, no matter powerful or weak, and kittens look down on everyone equally. Lu Ming. Sure enough, I am still a loyal dog lover, so I don't quite understand what you cat owners think. Is it that the little angel Samoyed is no longer warm, or is the golden retriever no longer cute? After sending away Lu Ming, who was somewhat doubtful about life, Lu Wenwu got a little familiar with his new dining car. Ingredients, kitchen utensils, bedding, etc. have all been prepared by the officials, and there is nothing that needs to be prepared. Lu Wenwu simply gave himself a holiday. After boiling a small jar of sauce, he took Mao Mao with him on a public hovercar and went back to his old neighborhood where he had lived for a long time to sell egg-filled cakes. No man can resist the temptation of a new toy, even the invincible Tyrannosaurus God of War, which has an incredible rating. Today is destined to be a carnival for the members of the Fifth Brothers Black Hungry Force. Except for the social workers who are working and the players who are under the current status. The next day, Lu Wenwu, who had everything ready, was wearing battle armor. Under Xiaobao's extremely resentful eyes, he confidently chose to start the advanced trial. Matching, you have opened the advanced trial, the difficulty of this copy will be greatly increased, pet detected, your dungeon difficulty range is being raised, matching successful, copy, return to the peak, introduction, do you miss the peak period of your knowledge reserve in the past? Do you remember the carefreeness of knowing everything from astronomy to geography, and being able to use formulas in foreign languages at will? Congratulations, you have a chance to start over. As a senior high school student, try your best to shine in the joint entrance examination of universities in another world. Number of players, 30, main task, get a pass in all subjects in the joint entrance examination of universities in another world, and survive in the end. Current assimilation rate, 0, instance level, C, time flow rate, 10:1, note, this instance is a special instance, your skills, techniques, technique enhancement, backpack, remaining free attribute points, and spirit coins will be sealed, warning. In this instance, players cannot obtain teacher qualifications in any way, please do not act excessively. When he came to his senses, Lu Wenwu had already appeared in front of the gate of a school. It was early morning, and it seemed that it was not yet time for school, and everything around was quiet. The personal panel was constantly refreshing with copy information. Task tips, find your class before morning self-study and integrate into it. Goddamn, the alien world joint exam. You guys have to study for exams even after traveling through time, right? Lu Wenwu's originally calm expression suddenly became a little subtle. After seeing the prompt at the bottom, he immediately felt his own state. His already subtle expression suddenly became even more subtle. Isn't that right? Where are the sealed skills and techniques? Lu Wenwu fell into deep thought. Not only are all his more than 300 attributes there, but he can also use the military killing fist and military fighting technique by manually releasing them as long as he wants. Shadow Step was a little reluctant to perform, and Lu Wenwu's talent was obviously not in this area. Is it because these belong to the category of knowledge and experience, and the body refining technique of conquering people with virtue is a body refining method that directly acts on the body, so it cannot be banned? While Lu Wenwu was silently thinking about all this, the players who entered the dungeon with him were obviously not calm. Holy shit, 30 people? And you have all your abilities sealed? Isn't this incredibly difficult? It is rare and has many monsters.
This is a rare special type of dungeon that can accommodate many players to participate together. Essentially, they fight independently. What this girl said is true, but even though we have to fight on our own in terms of exams, we can still form an offensive and defensive alliance and stick together to keep warm. Take as square root 8. It's been nearly 20 years since I graduated. Now you want me to come back to take the college entrance examination? I'll take the exam. It's better to roast a big kidney. I saw in the mission information that there are only 3 years left before the joint entrance exam. Month. Who says it's not the case? Those who can become players are at least 20 years old, but it's outrageous that the TM exam is so easy. By the way, aren't the usual dungeons of the apocalyptic type? Why does this weird dungeon appear? Send it. I'm just a bad student. Speaking of which, why does someone bring a dog? Ha! 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 This man seems a bit familiar. He seems to have been seen somewhere. While everyone was busy discussing, a tall, short-cut man wearing heavy armor and a resolute face strode out of the crowd, turned around and clapped his hands several times. Everyone, please be quiet. Can you listen to me? I am Chen Guoji, the Klebel commander of the Xinglong army, currently level 19. Lu Wenwu looked intently and saw the message from this gentleman who seemed to be a standard paladin template. Klebel commander of Xinglong army Chen Guoji, C+, 5800/5800, current status, calmness, energy core seal, skill seal, system function seal. He's from the military again. Lu Wenwu was filled with emotion. The general met Yuan Shi and Wei Long, but he still had a good impression of them. The Xinglong army is the largest and most widely distributed force in China, and is composed entirely of extraordinary beings and elite soldiers. It is their daily life to suppress the copies that have materialized together with the top transcendent beings. The land of China can still maintain the social stability it has today, and the contribution of the Xinglong army is indelible. In other words, they are the cornerstone of the country. It is different from the ordinary army. Due to the special nature of extraordinary individuals and the possibility of being required to take orders at any time, they will temporarily form large or small teams and squads, 12 people, according to different tasks. Therefore, in addition to retaining the position of squad leader, the Xinglong army has other commanders at all levels divided according to strength. There is no fixed military rank and even a fixed team. Please don't panic. According to the information I have, you only need to abide by the school rules and disciplines here and study hard. It is not as dangerous as ordinary copies. We only need to explore and complete certain side tasks to unlock backpacks, skills, system functions, etc. But please note that you must not try to challenge the school rules. As far as I know, so far, no player has been able to break this rule. Remember, don't conflict with your classmates, just tolerate it if you can. Our abilities are sealed and we are unable to defeat those creatures called monsters. They are enough to kill us who only have basic attributes. Although monsters usually look similar to humans, under certain circumstances, humans are also part of their diet. Sorry, Commander Chen, interrupt me. A slightly quiet man in Taoist robes raised his hand. Excuse me, I would like to ask, is this strange thing you are talking about a ghost? Chen Guoji shook his head decisively. No, the full name of weird things is weird creatures. They are named after their weird appearance and abilities. They are not the kind of ghosts in ordinary copies. Blessed immeasurable heavenly Lord, thank you for clarifying my doubts. I am very polite to you. The quiet man cupped his fists and performed an ancient salute. Shenfeng, see, inner disciple of Xinshao Immortal Sect, 2900/2900, current status, talisman body protection, energy core seal, skill seal, system function seal. I am super, immortal. Lu Wenwu, who was just casually glancing at him, was instantly shocked by this person's prefix. In addition to the copy of the apocalypse in this world, there is also a sect of cultivating immortals. Where is the spiritual energy coming back here? The Xinshao Immortal Sect should be playing with thunder, right? No wonder I asked if it was a ghost. Quickly see if there are any other leaders hiding in the crowd. While Lu Wenwu continued to observe, Chen Guoji described some precautions and finally called on everyone to unite and help each other through the difficulties. Probably less than 20 out of 30 people were interested in Chen Guoji's call. The rest of the people had already dispersed and started exploring freely outside while the school gate was not yet open. I finished speaking. Fifth brother, do you have anything to add? Chen Guoji, who was standing in front of everyone, suddenly looked at Lu Wenwu, who was wandering in the world, and asked with a smile. Lu Wenwu, Damn it, you lost your horse at the beginning again, right? My buddy suddenly has a good impression of Xinglong Jungjin 1. No, Lu Ming must be asked to talk to them about this next time. Except for the initial copy, this is the second time I've entered the copy. What can I add? A slightly depressed Lu Wenwu told the truth. The second time. According to the convention of dungeon settlement, isn't that the maximum level is 10? Damn it, level 10. I'm super, man. Take me, Kai Kai, I'm so hungry. Hiss. Is this the fifth brother from the initial copy? Damn it, fifth brother made another, unbelievable, review. Turtle. The sound of gasping suddenly came from the scene. He has made an indelible contribution to slowing down global warming in other worlds. Dingling bell at this moment, a crisp bell rang, and the large iron gate of the campus opened. A tall woman wearing a black leather tights and a face as fair as paper walked out of the school gate on high heels and scanned the 30 players at the door with a scrutinizing gaze. That look in her eyes, that temperament, that turbulent mood, she is so queenly. However, this weird dress that accentuated her body curves to the extreme made her look less like a school employee. Instead, she looks like the heroine of an action romance movie about an island country. All he needs is a whip. The gaze that looked like looking at garbage swept from left to right, and suddenly stopped on the tall and strong Lu Wenwu. You, come with me, you will be a student in our class from now on. She stretched out her scarlet tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, and then spoke. This sentence is full of domineering and irresistible meaning. At that moment, the look in his eyes turned from disdain to eagerness, and the unquestionable words in his mouth made the other players look stunned. Those who know are leading students, but those who don't know think you are just trying to pick a concubine. As for you bunch of rubbish, there is a roster at the school registration office. Find the corresponding class by yourself. You will be responsible for the consequences of not arriving before early self-study. The female teacher in leather clothes said again. A female player frowned. Aren't you the teacher who was here to guide us into the class? Yes, but I have changed my mind now, what? The female teacher in leather clothes once again showed disdain. This is against the rules. The female player was obviously a little angry. You are discriminating. I will go to the academic affairs office to complain that you don't follow the school rules. You should treat us the same. You are courting death by arguing and threatening the teacher. Before she finished her words, the female teacher in leather jacket snorted coldly and stepped in front of everyone. The fingers of her right hand were bent into claws, and the 5 fingers that turned into narrow blades instantly pierced the head of the female player. The terrifying suction came from the center of her palm. The originally beautiful female corpse was devoured in just 1 second, leaving only a few drops of blood dripping on the ground. The dungeon had just started, and one player had already been reduced. This move was tantamount to killing a chicken to scare the monkey, and the other players were all silent, fearing that they would offend the woman with a very sexy figure in front of them. The female teacher in leather jacket looked at everyone and said coldly, I hope the rest of you can grow some brains and not be as stupid as that stupid woman just now. The school rules are for you to follow, not me. My rules are the rules, understand? I understand. More than 20 heads swayed up and down like rattles, fearing that they would be killed again if they were slow to agree. It's okay to say it or not. You can make a fuss in reality, but you still want to distribute it according to the fuss in the copy? That's not fun. Why don't you come here quickly? The female teacher in leather jacket lifted her long black hair, and her eyes looked at Lu Wenwu more and more eagerly, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. No, Lu Wenwu refused cleanly and crisply, with a very calm expression. As soon as these words came out, there was a sudden silence outside the school gate. Everyone looked at Lu Wenwu in unison, their eyes were all dumbfounded, and some even had deep fear in their eyes. Isn't he afraid of being killed? In fact, Lu Wenwu was not afraid. This female teacher bullied other players whose strength was sealed and beat them at will. But in front of him, it was just that. Although the woman's health was unexpectedly high. Xan Shengzhu, C+, the head of the senior grade of Chiguayueying Middle School, 15,000/15,000, current status, disguised, excited, angry is shown in the health bar. The original smile of the leather jacket female teacher disappeared without a trace, and the expression on her face turned into anger. If there is no legitimate reason, I will make you live a life worse than death. Lu Wenwu pointed to the iron plate embedded next to the gate and said righteously, Article 3 of the school rules stipulates that students are not allowed to bring pets into the campus. If I go with you, what about my dog? Dog? Xin Xingju's face froze, and her original anger eased a little. She looked at Lu Wenwu's feet and noticed that Lu Wenwu was still holding a rope in his hand.
The handsome golden retriever Mau Mau was obediently tilting his head to look at her, sticking out his tongue and showing a very healing warm smile.
Damn! Is this the legendary dog in the human world? So cute! I want to touch it. It is so many times cuter than the dogs here. Xin Xingju's heart melted instantly, and the little anger left was instantly gone.
But in order to maintain her dignity, her face was still cold.
It's okay, I will talk to the principal, you can be an exception. Then I'm fine. Lu Wenwu nodded calmly, holding Mau Mau and walking to Xin Xingju's side leisurely.
The spiritual Mau Mau felt that the person in front of him seemed to have a good impression of him, so he raised his paw and patted Xin Xingju's slender thigh wrapped in a leather jacket. It usually did this when it met friendly humans, using handshakes to show that it was also friendly. Soon, several large earth-colored plum blossom paw prints appeared on the originally black pants, which was very cute.
Mau Mau didn't realize if there was anything wrong with this. He still tilted his head and kept gently pressing the elastic thigh.
It seemed to be still wondering, since he had already invited her like this, why didn't the woman in front of him come and touch him quickly? The master often taught him not to stand up and pounce on people.
If the enthusiasm was too much, other humans would be afraid. So, is it because the strength of his invitation just now was not strong enough? Should he try harder now?
Mau Mau, who thought he gradually understood everything, suddenly realized it, and his big paws became more and more hard-working.
It was working hard. The other players looked at Lu Wenwu and Mau Mau with more and more horror. Damn it! It's okay that the master is brave, but the dog is also so brave? You two are really not afraid of death.
Didn't you see that the leather jacket female teacher's face was so cold that it was about to fall apart?
However, this is just the surface. The real situation is that Xin Shengju is almost unable to hold it.
He has been forcing a cold face, which gives people a feeling that his momentum is getting stronger and stronger.
How could Xin Shengju, who saw the cute and warm-hearted golden retriever for the first time, resist this? She immediately fell in love with him. Even the strong Lu Wenwu next to her was not attractive. Now she just wanted to pet the dog. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and get out of here?
Xin Shengju felt that she was about to lose control and wanted to rub the dog hard, so she immediately drove them away. The other players were not as confident as Lu Wenwu, and they immediately rushed into the campus and began to look for the so-called registration office.
Let's go!
Xin Shengju managed to utter another word, then raised her legs and walked forward. At the moment she turned around, she quickly grasped Mau Mau's big paw at her fastest speed, and then rubbed the dog's head. Then she walked forward as if nothing had happened. In fact, her heart had completely fallen in love with the cute big dog's sincere eyes. Lu Wenwu saw everything clearly from behind, and smiled without saying a word. He didn't think this insincere female teacher was interesting, but mainly because he had just completed a side quest. Xin Xingju's favorability towards you increased, plus 65, current favorability, friendly, 35, you completed the side quest recognition of the grade leader, task description, on the first day of school, you have gained the recognition of Xin Shengju, the grade leader of the strange Yueying Middle School.
Are you sure you are not a weirdo disguised as a human?
Damn, her initial favorability towards humans is, disgusted. Note, the favorability levels from low to high are, 100 mortal enemy, 99 mortal enemy, 80 blood feud, 60 hatred, 30 disgust, 0 indifference, 30 friendliness, 60 close friend, 80 confidant, 99 close, 100 life and death. Your personal overall rating has been greatly improved, your personal backpack has been unlocked.
Lu Wenwu estimated that his favorability with Xin Shengju would not exceed 10 at most. The remaining high level is entirely due to Mau Mau's subjective initiative. What? You said Mau Mau is not a human, so he has no subjective initiative? This guy is just short of being able to speak human language, okay?
If Lu Wenwu wants to pick up girls, this is better than any wingman. From the other party's eyes, it can be seen that Mau Mau has completely captured the heart of this domineering queen. If the intimacy between Lu Wenwu and her is only 35, then the intimacy between Mau Mau and her should be at least 60. The campus is not as deserted as the school gate. The Weiwu students were coming and going, and most of them were heading towards their classrooms. It seems that this middle school is a boarding school. Walking in this campus whose architectural style is completely different from anywhere else in Blue Star, Lu Wenwu looked around with interest. The strength of the monster students is not very strong, and they are all hovering around D+ or C. Approximately 2/3 are in human form and humanoid form, and the remaining 1/3 are completely deformed monsters. Judging from the health bar, the basic attributes of the monsters are much better than those of whiteboard players who have never practiced the skills. They should be targeted at players with the blessings of the skills. The bonus of the skill is too high. Without this blessing, players are like toothless tigers, completely weaker than the dungeon monsters.
There is no one like Lu Wenwu who can crush level players just by relying on basic attributes.
In this way, if there is a conflict between the two parties, the monsters will definitely be a fatal threat to the players who have their skills and skills sealed. Even a C+ level player would have a hard time defeating this group of monster students in a single fight. Lu Wenwu observed the strange creatures, and most of them were secretly looking at him and Mao Mao, whispering behind their backs. Yes, peeking. This was probably due to the pressure of the third-year team leader in front of Lu Wenwu. His fiery temper is famous throughout the high school. Although school teachers cannot kill monster students like they casually kill humans, there must be no intelligent creature that wants to be scolded and then ask their parents to do so. Except for Hob Meat. What a coincidence! The class led by Xin Shengju was full of hob meat and thornheads, and there was almost no good piece of cake. The classroom of Class 1, Grade 3, was full of weird sounds and loud gongs and drums. Compared with here, the ladies at the wet market are pretty quiet. A group of guys who were accustomed to being free and loose laughed and cursed, and even if Xin Shengju personally acted as the class teacher to suppress them, it was not very effective. And Lu Wenwu saw the obvious bloodlust and sarcasm in the eyes of these assassins who glanced at them inadvertently. It's like a pack of hungry wolves watching a sheep come into the pack. Quiet. Xin Shengju's face was as cold as frost, and he punched the table in front of him violently. The more than 40 hobs were not surprised by this, and their chatting voices were slightly lower, which was barely a sign of respect. But the laughter and chatter continued, and the face given was extremely limited. Teacher Xin said to be quiet, didn't you hear? Lu Wenwu stood on the podium holding Mao Mao and said quietly. What? You, a mere human being, actually taught us a lesson? Ha 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 ha, he actually told us to be quiet. Did I hear you correctly? It's so funny. Boy, aren't you afraid of death? Oh no, it's my first time seeing such brave humans. I already miss the taste of their thighs. Xin Shengju's face became increasingly ugly. She didn't even realize why Lu Wenwu knew her last name. Lu Wenwu's expression did not change, but he handed Mao Mao's dog leash into her hands. Teacher Xin, please hold Mao Mao for me. I think I need to introduce myself. Xin Shengju frowned, if you anger them, no one can protect you, human. I advise you to think clearly. You need to abide by the school rules, but you are not protected by the school rules. For the sake of 35 points of favorability in Mao Mao, Xin Shengju reminded him. Don't worry, I have read the school rules thoroughly and I know what to do. Lu Wenwu smiled and twisted his neck, his muscles shook violently, and his joints made a crackling sound. After that, he turned around and faced the monsters who were watching the joke, and said calmly, before I start introducing myself, I would like to remind you that I don't like to shout loudly, so you'd better stay quiet and listen carefully when I speak. This will be good for you. As soon as these words came out, the originally noisy class instantly burst into shocking laughter. Lu Wenwu walked up to the humanoid monster that was smiling the most happily, and asked calmly, is it funny? The humanoid monster burst out laughing, leaning back and forth with joy, ah, of course. I think you are 100 times funnier than those funny artists, ha 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 ha. Boom! The laughter of the strange humanoid creature stopped abruptly. He couldn't laugh anymore. Because Lu Wenwu exploded his head with one punch. Scarlet blood splashed everywhere, and the limp body collapsed to the ground, sending out its final nervous twitches. You gained 0.1 free attribute points, can you still laugh now? Do you still think it's funny now? Lu Wenwu asked towards the headless corpse, don't answer? It seems you don't think this is funny now. At this moment, the whole class was silent. You actually killed him. You killed him. Do you know what you did? A half-octopus monster with a woman's head screamed, with a look of disbelief on its face. Lu Wenwu asked doubtfully, have you already said it? I killed him, why do you still ask? If you are not clear-headed, I can help you replace it for free. Besides, he has no objection himself. Are you in a hurry? What? Human, you are seeking death. On the right side of the headless corpse, a humanoid monster at least 3 meters tall was furious. Its pillar-like forelimbs were wrapped in strong wind and rushed straight to Lu Wenwu's head. Lu Wenwu's eyes squinted, and the power of blood and chi circulated. In an instant, he twisted his body and threw another punch. The left arm, which was completely wrapped in blood dragon scales, was wrapped with circles of dark spiral patterns, like a drill. The moment the heavy artillery boxing gloves came into contact with the opponent, a low roar and a shrill howl instantly resounded throughout the corridor. The thick forelimbs were actually blown up by Lu Wenwu's heavy punch. The terrifying force even meandered up along the arm of the humanoid monster, and half of its body exploded together, and it also lost its life. You have obtained one free attribute point. Your purity is too low. Lu Wenwu, who was stained with blood, wiped the heavy artillery boxing gloves on the school uniform of the corpse and said softly in a gentle tone. The whole class was in dead silence. The normally arrogant monsters were like geese with their necks strangled. No one dared to say a word. The two bodies lay quietly on the ground, with blood plasma mixed with bone debris scattered all over the ground. Xin Xingju's face was a little dull, and he said bluntly, Fighting is strictly prohibited in school. Aren't you afraid of being sanctioned by the security department, or even being expelled from school? Lu Wenwu asked in confusion. Teacher Xin, don't talk nonsense. I just killed 2 classmates casually. When did I fight? Xin Shengju. Monsters. Seeing that the monsters were silent, Lu Wenwu said again, the school rules only stipulate that teachers and staff are not allowed to kill students. It does not stipulate that students cannot kill each other. I am not a staff member. It didn't even fight back. What kind of fight is this? You can't wrongly accuse a good person. Mister, it's just that I'm not good at arguing with words, so I can only take some physical actions to integrate. Kiki, kill them. In the corner, a strange humanoid wearing glasses said weakly. Yes, I admit it, but where did I violate the school rules and disciplines? Lu Wenwu said righteously, the school rules only say that fighting is not allowed, but they don't say that killing is not allowed, right? How can my unilateral killing be counted? What about fighting each other? Well, this classmate, I think you may be a little too extreme. Another strange creature with a shy expression whispered, you can't fit into our group like this. Oh? You said I can't fit into this group? Lu Wenwu glared, his cold eyes sweeping across the class, and his evil aura condensed. For me, a transfer student, to join our class, who agrees and who opposes it? It doesn't matter. If you have any opinions, you can raise them. I'm not an unreasonable person. I have an opinion, a non-humanoid monster shouted, you are too violent, I think you are not suitable to stay in our class. I refuse your transfer. Ha? No, I just told you, did you really mention it? Lu Wenwu was shocked, walked over quickly, and sent the monster home with 1 punch, gaining 0.1 free attribute points. Be careful in the next life. The whole process was clean and crisp, without any sloppiness. It's as natural as picking up a bowl and drinking water. A bunch of weird things were dumbfounded. If they disagree, they will kill. Are you the monster, or are we the monster? The most ferocious monster student in the whole school is here, and he has to learn a few tricks from you before he leaves. Oh? Already dead. That's okay. I'm just going to say something for the occasion, and you should listen to it seriously. I said you can raise your opinions, but I didn't say I would abide by them. You're so deceitful, why are you still so naive? You have no social experience at all, and you will suffer a lot after graduation. I am a kind-hearted person, and I will share these valuable life experiences with you in advance for free. It goes without saying thank you. This is what I should do. Lu Wenwu spoke earnestly to the crowd, as if he was the head teacher of this class. All the monsters were silent. We may not be human, but you are a real dog. How could a freak like you appear among humans? Now, does anyone still have any objections to my integration into our big family? After all, I am here to join our class, not to dissolve it. Lu Wenwu asked again, with a hint of longing in his eyes. There are a lot of monsters here, so it's easy to harvest free attribute points. If he wasn't afraid that there would be problems with the settlement of the dungeon, he would have wanted to sue all the teachers. I still say the same thing. If you have any opinions, you can raise them. I am the best at persuading people with virtue and reasoning. You see, these 3 classmates have been impressed by my strong martial arts and profound physics. From now on, they no longer have any troubles. This is probably a wonderful thing. So, does anyone else have any opinions? No, we very much welcome you, Big Brother, to join Class 1, Grade 3. A group of strange creatures quickly expressed their stance. Be opposed to? Are you kidding me? Are you against a hammer? With 1 casual punch, he killed the most troublesome gangster in the school who was the most troublesome to the teachers, and also the most capable gangster. Who dares to have any objections to this?
How could this be a weak human transfer student? Isn't this just a live father? Seeing that the strange creatures were so understanding, Lu Wenwu nodded with satisfaction, turned back to the podium, and cleared his throat slightly. Then, since everyone has no objections, I will be a member of our senior class, Class 1, for a while in the future. My name is not important. What is important is that you recognize my face. When I come, your big brother will arrive. Please stay still and don't grow hair. You can call me fifth brother from now on. This is my pet dog Mau Mau. Do you understand? At this point, Lu Wenwu clenched his fist fiercely. The exposed arms suddenly turned dark red, and the violent aura swept through the entire class like a tsunami, causing the breathing of countless monsters to stagnate. I don't have much patience. It's best not to ask me to repeat it a second time. I understand. Countless monsters nodded in unison. They swore that they had never been so cowardly in their lives. Lu Wenwu turned to look at Xian Shangzhu. Teacher Xian, I have finished introducing myself. It seems that the students welcome me to join and do not have any opinions or suggestions on this. Xian Shangzhu strained his face, nodded mechanically, and returned Mau Mau's dog leash. The rest of the light was shining on his cute fur, and a trace of imperceptible regret flashed in his eyes. Lu Wenwu didn't seem to hear anything, and asked, by the way, teacher, who is our monitor? I can talk to him if I don't understand something later, otherwise it will be bad if I do something wrong in the future. You say yes? Xian Shangzhu replied expressionlessly, the last person you killed was the monitor, and a new monitor needs to be elected. Is that so? Lu Wenwu looked thoughtfully at the class. Everywhere his eyes passed, all the weirdos bowed their heads to show their submission. Not to mention Xian Shangzhu, even if the principal came, at most he would scold them or expel them. This living devil really wants to kill the weirdos. High positions have always been occupied by virtuous people since ancient times, but today the position of monitor is vacant, and I intend to take it. Who agrees and who opposes? Agree? Oppose? The weirdos looked at each other tremblingly, not daring to breathe. If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. Lu Wenwu was too lazy to waste time. Teacher Xian, you see they have no objection, so let's not go through the process, which will delay the students' study. From now on, I will be the monitor of Class 1, Grade 3, what do you think? Okay. Xian Shangzhu had no objection and nodded gently. She had long disliked this group of troublemakers. If it weren't for the school's rules, few of them would have seen the sun tomorrow. Xian Shangzhu's favorability towards you increased, +5, current favorability, friendly, 40, you completed the side quest head of the class, task description, you have become the head of the class by subduing all the monsters in the class with your human body. Not only are you ahead of all the players, but you are also ahead of most of the monsters. I hope you are not just a mascot who can only run errands for the teacher, your personal overall rating has been greatly improved, your personal skills have been unlocked, another side quest was completed, but Lu Wenwu was slightly dissatisfied. What he wanted was the hidden quest. Those good things cannot be opened without the mysterious lucky bag. If you can complete 2 hidden quests, you may be able to get a higher dungeon rating and obtain more resources. Lu Wenwu, feeling a little unhappy, came to the last row by the window and collected the stationery and books of the former monitor on the way. It was his first day and he hadn't gone to the academic affairs office to get his books yet. The back row by the window, the hometown of the king. The strange creature that was originally sitting there was already trembling with 131 tremors and almost fainted. Lu Wenwu tilted his head slightly, go to the side, I'll sit here. The creatures with tentacles all over their lower bodies were immediately amnestied, and hurriedly took their things and crawled away. Before leaving, they did not forget to wipe the stool for Lu Wenwu. Xian Shangzhu glanced at the quiet creatures, and turned around and walked out of the classroom door. Lu Wenwu sat there with a big horse and a golden knife, and then shouted, who is on duty today? Can't you see the 3 big piles of garbage on the ground? Don't you need to clean the sticky plasma? Don't you need to wipe the blackboard? Look at this classroom, it's as dirty as a pigsty. The creatures looked confused, staring at each other, at a loss. Who can tell me what a pigsty is? Seeing that no one spoke, Lu Wenwu immediately slapped the table and snorted coldly. What, you forgot what I just said so quickly? He just pretended to be furious, but before he could get angry again, a trembling female ghost immediately said, Brother Wenwu, there is no duty student in our class, it has always been like this. No duty student? Lu Wenwu raised his eyebrows, who is the health committee member?
The female ghost seemed to be about to cry. There is no health committee member, no ghost to clean the classroom, and there has never been an election. Damn, a bunch of dirty ghosts. Lu Wenwu sincerely cursed this group of ghosts. After all, our fifth brother is a cook. Let's not talk about misophobia, at least we have to keep it clean and tidy. Now he is looking at the dark and dirty environment in this class and he is angry. Lu Wenwu glanced at the timetable on the wall, then at the clock next to the blackboard, and said in a deep voice, "Since I didn't get elected before, I will be the sanitation committee member of Class 1 in the future. Now I'm going to announce something, listen carefully. Divide into groups vertically. There are exactly 5 groups in our class. Every day, one group will take turns to clean the classroom. Starting from today, the group near the door will be responsible for today, tomorrow it will be the second group next to it, and so on. Sweeping, mopping, wiping the blackboard, taking out the trash, wiping the glass and other tasks will be assigned within the group. I have only one request: in the future, whenever I come into this classroom, the classroom must be clean and tidy. If anyone dares to be as sloppy as now, don't blame your fifth brother for discussing physics with you with his fists. Do you understand? If you understand, get up and clean up." After Lu Wenwu's scolding, countless weird things responded in unison. For a moment, the weird things felt in danger, and immediately picked up the garbage around them and threw it into the trash can that had no use for the previous 2.5 years. A group of 8 weird things near the door moved instantly, and their movements were very fast. 2 of the weird things with tentacles, one holding 8 brooms and the other holding 8 mops, quickly cleaned up the 3 headless corpses and the blood plasma on the ground. There were also flying weird things that took off into the air, and used their own power to wipe the glass that was almost dirty and frosted until it was spotless and transparent. It took no more than half an hour. The morning self-study class was not over yet, and the originally dirty classroom had instantly been completely renewed, and the windows were bright and clean. This is still somewhat decent. Lu Wenwu began to flip through the textbook with satisfaction. Is the environment just now considered human? TSK, the weird things dared not speak out. TMD, it's as if we are human. You have completed the side quest health committee member. Task description: be hygienic and polite. You are on the road to becoming an excellent student, and you will never return. Your personal overall rating has been greatly improved. Your free attribute points have been unlocked. Ding-ling-a-ling soon, a pleasant bell rang, and a weird teacher who looked like a middle-aged man walked into the class with a book under his arm. He seemed to be used to the fact that Xin Xingzhu broke the table. But the look he gave Lu Wenwu became more and more weird. Obviously, he had just had a conversation with Xin Shengzhu and had heard of this brutal human. However, when the teacher looked at the bright and clean classroom and the neatly arranged tables and chairs, he could hardly believe his eyes. Did he go to the wrong class? What surprised him even more was that after he habitually said "class is starting," Lu Wenwu immediately stood up and asked the whole class to stand up and say hello to him. These little ancestors who were always so angry and resentful were actually saying hello to him honestly. The middle-aged weirdo teacher felt as if he was living in a dream, and started today's class in a daze. This class was a Chinese class. What he taught was not the language on the blue planet, but the language of the weirdos. Lu Wenwu was too lazy to remember the long list of names, so he simply named it weirdos. The rest of the people relied on system translation to understand and communicate. And he knew the language of all things, so weirdos was not much different from his mother tongue for Lu Wenwu, and the learning threshold was greatly reduced. But this thing is not so easy to learn. Haven't you seen that there are many people who fail Chinese in the final exams of primary, middle and high schools in China every year? After just 10 minutes of listening, Lu Wenwu realized one thing. If he really worked hard for 3 months, it would be difficult to pass, but not as difficult as climbing to the sky. But if you want to get high scores in every subject, it is absolutely impossible. There are so many strange courses in the schedule. A lot of knowledge that I have never known before has no previous preparation. I started learning directly from the advanced level. How can it be so easy to learn? Therefore, Lu Wenwu made a decision quickly. If you want to sprint for a high score, the conventional way will definitely not work. Cheating and backdoors are undoubtedly the best options for brushing scores. After thinking it through, Lu Wenwu immediately used the spiritual perception ability brought by the realm upgrade to scan the whole class. Very good, a bunch of poor students. There is not even one person who listens seriously and takes notes. Although due to his majesty as the class monitor, no weird creature dared to whisper, but he couldn't escape from wandering in the sky. How can this work? Damn, I am in the same examination room with a bunch of poor students. Who will I copy from?
Thinking of this, Lu Wenwu raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I have a question to ask." The Chinese teacher was a little surprised. "You are a new transfer student, right? Are you not keeping up with the progress? If you don't understand something, I can explain it again." It was not easy to meet someone who wanted to learn, and the Chinese teacher was unexpectedly easy to talk to. "No, teacher." Lu Wenwu shook his head. "I want to ask, who is the class representative in our Chinese class? And is there a study committee member in our class?" The Chinese teacher did not answer. The middle-aged teacher just adjusted his glasses, smiled bitterly and sighed. He said nothing. But it seemed that he had said everything. The pair of vicissitudes of life were full of regret. "Look at this bunch of rolling meat. Which one looks like he can be a study committee member? There is not even one person listening to the class, let alone handing in homework and taking exams. What's the point of a class representative?" Seeing the Chinese teacher's look, Lu Wenwu, who knew everything, slightly curved his mouth. "Xin Shangju, Xin Shangju, you are really my benefactor. I really came to the right place in this senior year class 1. In that case, teacher, I will serve as the study committee member and Chinese class representative in the future. If anyone doesn't listen carefully, please come to me." Lu Wenwu said with a smile, "It is the duty of the class monitor to urge the classmates to make progress together." As soon as these words came out, the weirdos suddenly felt a chill for no reason. It seemed that a huge misfortune was about to befall them. "You?" The Chinese teacher seemed a little hesitant. He looked at the weirdo students who made trouble on weekdays, trying to see something from their faces. Before he could interact with the weirdos, Lu Wenwu added, "Oh yes, by the way, I will also serve as the discipline committee member. The lax discipline in this class needs to be rectified. The fifth brother has spoken, who dares to say no? That's not like an old man hanging himself, he doesn't want to live long." The weirdos nodded their heads like they were high in a disco, fearing that they would be punched in the head if they expressed their opinions too late. "Teacher, we all support the monitor to be the class representative and the student committee member." "Yes, Mr. Wang, the fifth brother is the most suitable one, you must not hesitate at all." Yes, no one knows how to be a good class cadre better than the fifth brother. Now he is the class representative and the health committee member. 2 more is not too much. Amidst these voices of loyalty, Lu Wenwu was successfully elected as the Chinese class representative, the discipline committee member and the study committee member. At the same time, 3 side quests of this copy were completed at the same time. The system functions that were originally locked were completely unlocked, and there was no difference from the normal copy. "Thank you for your love and trust, I will definitely not let you down." Lu Wenwu stood up with a determined face, clenched his right fist, and cracked his joints. "The weird creatures, Fuck, we hope you die quickly. Teacher, please continue the class. I will supervise them from now on." Lu Wenwu stood at the back of the classroom with his arms folded. He stood there like a human-shaped beast, exuding a murderous intent. "In the future, if anyone dares to be distracted in class, not study seriously, and live up to the teacher's earnest teachings, then I can only talk to you about martial arts and my martial virtues. I hope to spend a happy 3 months with everyone." 30 minutes later, the bell rang. All the students of the strange creatures breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, feeling that their stiff and cold bodies finally regained some consciousness and warmth. It was so damn scary to be locked in by that kind of cold and piercing murderous intent. There is a strange fifth brother who really kills. Teacher Wang walked out of the classroom of class 1 of senior 3 in a trance. He swore that this was definitely the most comfortable class he had ever had since he took over this class. There was no strange whispering, no strange tricks. All the weirdos were eager to learn like crazy, and they wanted to write down every punctuation mark he said in their notes. What's more frightening is that Teacher Wang even gave homework to class 1 of senior 3 today at Lu Wenwu's request. Damn it! He has taught this class for 2 years, and this is the first time he has given homework to these guys. Before the get out of class ended, Lu Wenwu still held his hand tightly and said to him earnestly, "Teacher Wang, they all want to study hard from the bottom of their hearts now, you must help them." Until he sat down in the office, Teacher Wang felt like he was living in a dream. Xin Shengzhu, who had been a little absent-minded, took the initiative to ask, "Old Wang, how was this class? How was it?" Teacher Wang came back to his senses and looked very happy. "So comfortable. It couldn't be more comfortable. It's more comfortable than teaching the top class. Xiao Zhuzi, what kind of person is this in your class? He can suppress all the students by himself so that they dare not even be distracted? The learning efficiency is so high. Xin Shengzhu? With Lu Wenwu's suppression method. The more than 40 students in this class, they won't be killed by him? No, I have to go back and take a look. When Xin Shangju returned to the class, what awaited her was a class as clean as new, and all the students were working hard to preview the content of the next class. Mao Mao squatted on the newly replaced table on the podium, looking back and forth happily. Seeing Xin Shangju coming, it barked twice and raised its paw as a greeting. Lu Wenwu himself was no longer in the class. But he left a message before leaving. Require all the weird creatures to stay in their seats and preview honestly, and Mao Mao was responsible for supervision. Anyway, the weird creatures don't really need to go to the toilet, so if you have any questions, just hold them in. So, there is this weird scene. Xin Shangju casually pulled up a weird creature with a bitter and vengeful expression, and said coldly, "Tell me, what happened in class just now?" The weird creature was instantly frightened and cried, tears streaming down his face, "Teacher Xin. Teacher Xin, please don't pull me. I kneeled down for you. I want to study. I want to study. If I don't study hard, my fifth brother will kill me when he comes back from the academic affairs office." Xin Shangju. Who can tell her what the hell is going on? Soon, a morning passed by. After returning to the office, several teachers who had taught Class 1 of Senior 3 praised Lu Wenwu. It is claimed that if this person has been the monitor and representative of each subject for a long time, the grades of the students in the class will surely improve by leaps and bounds. The strange teachers are very happy to have such a group of motivated students. Lu Wenwu is also very happy to have a lot of points. 4 different courses represent 3 different class representatives. Lu Wenwu served all of them at once, and also served all the class cadres in the class. Class monitor, deputy monitor, student committee, discipline committee, art committee, sports committee, propaganda committee, life committee, labor committee, psychological committee, all done by him alone. In just one morning, he rushed to complete 15 side quests. If it weren't for the fact that the group leader was not counted as a task, he even wanted to serve all the group leaders as well. As for those who have not yet become class representatives, they need the approval of the teachers of the corresponding courses to be judged as completed, and Lu Wenwu is not in a hurry. What surprised Lu Wenwu was that after he served as all the class cadres, he actually completed a hidden task. You have completed the hidden task decathlon. Task description: in the 1,000-year history of Chiguayueying Middle School, no strange creature has ever been able to take on all the duties of the entire class on its own. But now that you are here, the impossible has become possible. You have received a hidden reward, Lingtian Mountain. You have received a special reward, Mysterious Lucky Bag. Your final evaluation has been greatly improved. Name: Lingtian Mountain. Quality: blessed land. Type: personal space, blessed with natural beauty, contains extremely rich heaven and earth energy, which can be used and refined by any system practitioners, and the speed of cultivation is improved. Blessed land of Lingtian, it is easier to gain comprehension and enlightenment. When practicing here, and the learning speed is improved. Long earth veins. There is a high-quality fire source vein under Lingtian Mountain, and the high-quality earth fire can be used for various purposes. Introduction: a blessed land opened up by the great power with the power of space. The whole is an independent space of 5 km times 5 km x 10 km, including the Lingtian Mountain body, which can be used for cultivation, planting, breeding, alchemy, refining and other purposes. If you want to take in a living being, the other party must have no idea of resistance. Note: the levels of personal space from low to high are cave, blessed land, small cave, large cave, half world, world. Not counting the z-axis, the plane area is 25 square kilometers, which is definitely not small. It is even twice the area of Tiantanjuan, the largest community in Asia, and a few square kilometers more. Lu Wenwu tried it immediately. The heaven and earth energy in the blessed land of Lingtian Mountain is indeed extremely rich, several times higher than that on Blue Star, which is of great benefit to cultivation. Even for body refining exercises, cultivation requires energy support. Another advantage is that you can throw Mao Mao in to have fun when you go to the blessed land in the future. A small hill covered with plants and large tracts of flat land for cultivation are enough for it to play. There is also a cave that has been built in the mountain, plus a few spiritual springs. It is free, and Lu Wenwu can save himself from being exposed again. At present, he is the only one in the entire Blue Star who can take a golden retriever to the blessed land, and the characteristics are too obvious. In the future, you can build a warehouse to store some food and so on. After throwing the pet supplies and Mao Mao into the blessed land together, Lu Wenwu left a word and walked towards the cafeteria humming the banana song of destiny. Everyone performed well in the morning. We need to continue to work hard in the afternoon class.
Until his figure completely disappeared in the distance, the monsters who had been tense for the whole morning collapsed in their seats at the same time, as if they were exhausted. This kind of highly concentrated class process is simply too torturous, and it is like torture for these guys who are usually unlearned. At this moment, a humanoid monster kicked the door open with a swagger and asked loudly, "Fonzie, where is the big brother? Let's go, let's eat. Where are you putting the noodles?" The monster called Fonzie jumped 2 meters high on the spot with a horrified face, picked up a rag and ran straight to the door, and quickly wiped the big black footprints without a trace. "Fuck, you want to die yourself, don't kill me." Fonzie looked around nervously. After confirming that Lu Wenwu was not there, he said with lingering fear, "A ruthless guy came to our class today. Now the whole class must keep clean and tidy. Whoever doesn't do a good job of hygiene will die." The weird creature curled its lips in disdain. "You scared a mere human like this? You are really going backwards. You will be the deputy leader from now on. Where is the big brother? Did the big brother skip class today? It must be the case, otherwise the big brother would have dealt with him long ago." "Big brother? Ha, there is no big brother anymore." Fonzie sneered twice. The big brother was ready to teach that guy a lesson the first time he came, but he was punched in the head before he could even scream. "You can do it if you can. Humanoid weird? WDNMD? Are you sure that person you are talking about is a human? Go ahead, fifth brother is heading to the cafeteria now. He's easy to recognize, the tall, muscular, and always smiling muscular guy is him." Fong Zi teased, "If you can avenge Big Brother, you will be the boss of the Qinglong gang in the future, and I will recognize you as Big Brother." The body of the humanoid weirdo trembled, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. "Ahem. Well, I think this matter should be considered in the long run." The school cafeteria was full of weird noises. Lu Wenwu looked over from a distance and saw more than 20 players huddled in a corner looking at the door, with no intention of going in at all. "Why not go in? Aren't you all hungry?" Lu Wenwu asked. "Go in? How dare we? There are weirdos in there." A player with a face as pale as paper answered. Lu Wenwu glanced at these players, and almost everyone was injured, and everyone's face was extremely bad. What's more, the originally healthy limbs are now broken, obviously removed by the weirdos. Even as strong as Chen Guoji and the immortal cultivator from Xinshao Xianmen, they still had bandages and signs of being bandaged. Before completing a side quest, the personal backpack was locked. Not being able to take out medicine is fatal. Chen Guoji was surprised to see Lu Wenwu intact, and asked hurriedly, "Mr. Wu, have you found a way to ensure your own safety? Are you interested in selling it? I can buy it from you at the highest price on behalf of Xinglong Army for clever copy information, and pay with spirit coins or equipment and props." "Forget about the money, you can't do my method." Lu Wenwu waved his hand. "There is no rule in the school rules that prohibits killing monsters. As long as I kill them quickly enough, no one can hurt me. I will strike first. Kill the monster." Xianfeng was shocked. "How is this possible? You are only level 10. He possesses the immortal Taoist techniques and talismans, and is able to ignore to a certain extent the decline in strength caused by the ceiling of his skills and techniques. He is absolutely at home in this copy. But even so, he can only barely protect himself, and he never dares to actively provoke conflicts or even kill monsters. Can you lie to me so that I can eat 2 more egg-filled cakes?" Lu Wenwu shrugged. There was once a powerful person who was respected as Wei Xin and said that it is enough for a person to be strong enough. What should I do? Realm is not the only criterion for measuring strength. Xianfeng understood. A slight apology appeared on his face, and he cupped his hands and said, "What the layman said is that the poor Taoist lost his temper. I'm sorry." "Little things." Lu Wenwu waved his hand nonchalantly. "Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to eat." "Fifth brother, please wait. I want to buy information about side missions. If you have any, can you give me a price?" A smartly dressed female player said quickly. Judging from the injuries on her body, it seemed that the 4 morning classes were very difficult. "Mission information? Let me think about it." After hearing what she said, Lu Wenwu suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. "In this case, tell me your class. I'll go do something later. If the matter is completed, I can take you through the side mission directly. As long as you have money, I will take you through as much as you pay. But let's be honest, I want to ask for a high price. A side mission requires at least 1 piece of rare equipment or advanced skills, or anything else I need at the same price." And, having said this, Lu Wenwu paused for a moment. "I don't accept credit here.
I pay you first and then do the work. But you can rest assured that the first thing to be unlocked after completing the side mission is the backpack. I have no interest in hacking other people's things. The female player said eagerly, no problem, I can mortgage my equipment to you now. After I unlock the backpack, I will redeem the items in the backpack. As long as you let me follow you first, fifth brother, you look. As she spoke, she actually pulled out a long sword from behind and handed it over. You're very smart. I just like doing business with people who don't know how to do business. Lu Wenwu gave her an approving look and took the sword casually. Needless to say, this thing looks a bit familiar. Name, Heavenly Master Demon Slaying Sword, Grade, Rare, Type, Weapon, Attack Power, Powerful, Demon Slayer. When activated by spiritual power, this sword can cause double damage to contaminated creatures. Exorcism, when activated by spiritual power, the recovery ability of contaminated creatures can be inhibited. Lu Wenwu. What a coincidence! Heavenly Master's Demon Slaying Sword, come on, let's go eat first. Lu Wenwu threw it into his backpack and motioned for the female player to follow him. When the other players saw that there was a power leveling service, they immediately lost their composure. Immediately, 3 more players who were not short of money directly handed over a piece of rare equipment and chose to stay with Lu Wenwu for the time being. Among them were Chen Guoji and Xianfeng Taoist. Taoist Xianfeng, who came from a rich family, originally wanted Lu Wenwu to help him train until he unlocked his own skills. As long as the blessings of the skills are restored, he is confident that he can easily sweep away the students' tricks in the entire academy by himself. Unfortunately, the appalling number of side tasks dissuaded him immediately. Even if Lu Wenwu could help him, he couldn't afford so many advanced techniques, skills and rare equipment. The remaining players who couldn't afford the equipment stayed where they were and grieved alone. Directly lead Fei Bao through a side mission. Compared with settlement evaluation and lives, what do resources that cannot be realized immediately count? It's definitely not his problem that the big boss charges a lot for flying. The service is impeccable. Is my problem. I'm so poor. When Lu Wenwu led 5 players into the cafeteria, he instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. For those who don't understand, you can take a look at the scene when 6 crispy fried chickens as big as people wandered into the school cafeteria. Countless monsters showed unabashed greed and desire in their eyes, as if they wanted to devour them with their eyes. A bunch of weird things were huddled together, making Lu Wenwu upset. As a 9-year-old farmer, he suddenly felt that what Baldy said was quite right. If there is a blocked road, use your fist to open it. Lu Wenwu frowned, inhaled, and punched, all in one go. The dark red iron fist blasted out, and a large blank space instantly appeared in front of him. A passage from the canteen entrance to the meal window appeared out of thin air. Numerous strange things were horrifyingly discovered. In the blank area, whether they were humanoid, or non-humanoid, all of them had completely lost their lives, leaving no room for rescue. The strange objects that were not within Lu Wenwu's attack range did not even have a small scratch. This kind of terrifying power control is enough to be called breathtaking. All the monsters roared and retreated far away in an instant, and no one dared to stare at Lu Wenwu and the others with such unscrupulous eyes. If you hit him with one punch, you will get hundreds of punches. This time in the dungeon, Chun Chun is a place where the weak and the strong prey on each other. There's nothing to be polite about with these weirdos. As long as you are good enough to fight, even if you make them kneel down and kowtow together and shout "Long live my father," they will have no objection. Extremely powerful martial arts killing fists that are easy to master. It's only been a few days. Chen Guoji was shocked. Mr. Wu, how did you do it? How do you do it? Just follow along and practice? Lu Wenwu said truthfully, the skills book explains it very clearly. I don't think it's too difficult. No. It's not difficult? Just follow along and practice? Several players following Lu Wenwu suddenly felt crazy. Is this the world of the boss? Lu Wenwu's understanding of boxing can be regarded as a peerless genius. Naturally, I feel that cultivating fist strength is just a matter of course. If the time hadn't been too short and he lacked some opportunities to practice in battles, his martial arts killing fist would have been mastered by now. Military killing fists are useless without the pure killing intent on the battlefield. But for the rest, this is definitely top Versailles. Lu Wenwu was anxious to eat and went straight to the meal window. However, when he saw the food inside, his vision suddenly went dark. Staple food, rice with uncooked rice and porridge like rice, pancakes as cold and hard as leather belts, steamed buns that can be squeezed out with water the first dish,
fried potato shreds with shredded ginger second dish, stir-fried watermelon and banana the third dish, strawberry and tofu fourth course, apple and chicken dumplings course 5, peas salad with pomegranate seeds the sixth dish, small yellow croaker head with chopped bananas course 6, fried sugar cane with honey mustard sauce. Course 7, white tofu pudding with vinegar hard. The fist is hard. Damn, is there something seriously wrong with this cafeteria? So keen on cooking with fruits? There were about 20 dozen cold and hot dishes left, but Lu Wenwu couldn't stand it anymore. From the disgusted expressions of the monsters in the cafeteria, although they are not human, it does not affect their feeling that these weird things are unpalatable. Lu Wenwu's face was as gloomy as water, suppressing his anger and striding straight to the back kitchen. Wherever he passed, the monsters retreated quickly like a tide, fearing that they would be targeted by this ruthless person who came from nowhere. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the door of the back kitchen was smashed by Lu Wenwu in anger, and the doorframe was taken down. Seeing Lu Wenwu who broke in alone, the chefs who were originally bragging and serving food to the monster students were shocked instantly. Soon, the expressions on their faces changed from shock to anger. The chef, who was 8 feet tall and 8 feet in waist, picked up 2 bone-crushing knives beside him and said sinisterly, "Human, are you twisted? How dare you enter my territory? You are the chef?" Lu Wenwu's cold eyes were fixed on his face. "Did you decide the menu for those dishes outside? It's your grandfather, what's wrong?" The chef laughed strangely. "Do you have any objections?" "It's you." Lu Wenwu nodded, and the whole person moved instantly. The dark red iron fist wrapped in violent airflow came to the chef's face in an instant. The military killing fist, which burst out with a blazing high temperature due to the rapid surging of blood and qi, came into close contact with his face, and only one blow knocked the chef's huge body back. "You are the one who took the lead in wasting food, right?" His originally high-nose bridge was broken, and was actually hit by Lu Wenwu's punch. Before the chef could react, Lu Wenwu stepped forward with shadow steps, and his terrifying punches fell like raindrops, making a heavy roar like pounding the ground. "Fruits, vegetables, grains, and animals work hard to grow so delicious, just for you, a beast, to waste them like this? Fuck you, kneel down and apologize to the ingredients. Do you know that your 5th grandfather hates the bastards who waste food the most in his life? If I can't kill you today, I will take your last name from now on." Punch after punch, the whole cafeteria seemed to be shaking. Lu Wenwu had never been so angry as he was now. Chapter 34 New Quest Type Special Branch. Some people may wonder why making food unpalatable is considered a waste of food. If the food is unpalatable, students will not want to eat it, and the leftovers will be thrown away. Isn't that a waste of food? Maybe the monsters don't care about this. But Lu Wenwu cares a lot. Or, in other words, every Shenzhou person attaches great importance to food. The thunder-like roar continued, and the terrifying sound of breaking continued. The other monster chefs were horrified and had already rolled out of the kitchen, looking at the unbelievable scene in front of them. Even through the dim and blurry large glass of the food window, the monsters could clearly see the miserable situation inside. "You have obtained 100 free attribute points." The system's prompt did not stop Lu Wenwu's actions. It was not until 5 minutes later that the anger in his heart finally dissipated completely. Disgusting thing. Lu Wenwu exerted force on his feet and jumped out of the deep pit he had hammered out. He turned on the faucet in the kitchen to wash off the blood on his arms. The heavy artillery boxing gloves are good in every way, but every time they hit the opponent, they explode, and blood often splashes on their bodies. "Cooks in the cafeteria, get in here," Lu Wenwu said lightly with a glance in sideways. How dare the chefs delay for a moment? They rushed in a group, grumbling, fearing that they would be angered by the master in front of them if they were a step late. Without any explanation, he raised his hand to kill the ghost. Who dares to offend such a ruthless person? The head chef, who looked like a ball, probably didn't know why he lost his life until he died. "This human master, may I ask what you want?" A humanoid ghost chef asked boldly. "Can you cook normal dishes?" Lu Wenwu said briefly, "I hope you can." A group of weirdos rushed to answer, yes, of course not. It was that fat guy who asked us to cook those dark dishes. "Human, please understand. It's too late for lunch. For dinner, if anyone dares to make something that wastes food like lunch, don't blame me for smashing your head and making meatballs." Lu Wenwu said lightly, and threw out a big book that he often read. "This is the Human Food Recipe Book. It covers everything. If you don't know how to do it, go and learn it. In addition, since the chef is dead, I will be the new canteen chef in the future. Do you have any objections?" No, of course not.
You will be the boss of our canteen in the future. A shrewd humanoid weirdo said flatteringly. The other weirdos were not to be outdone and praised one after another. Although the task prompt said that I can't be a teacher, I can be a chef, right? This is not a teacher. What, you said that after becoming a staff member, I can't kill Gueliwei? Which eye of yours saw that I was a staff member? You said I was the head chef, do you have evidence? Where is the appointment letter? Where is the contract? No? Is there a strange object to prove it? I'll punch you and see if your strange evidence is still there? No, right? Then I'm sorry, I have to ask you to die now. Fifth brother treats you as a brother, and you play tricks on fifth brother. Remember to be careful in your next life. After doing all this, Lu Wenwu nodded with satisfaction. In this case, I will be the king of hell here from now on, and you will be my little ghosts. Even if I ask you to cut yourself up and fry yourself in a frying pan, you are not allowed to say a word of no. Understand? Everything depends on your leadership. The shrewd humanoid monster showed flattery again. Human master, what is your name? Just call me Master Wu. Lu Wenwu glanced at him. You are good, you will be in charge of this place when I am not here. When preparing the dishes in the evening, put the name of the maker on each dish, and you can think about it yourself if there is any problem. Okay, Master Wu, you can rest assured. The shrewd ghost was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Lu Wenwu said nothing more, and walked out of the cafeteria with his few customers, leaving a group of ghosts who were still frightened whispering. You have opened a special side quest. The respected chef, quest progress, 1/2, quest description. The chef of the canteen of Chiguayueying Middle School has been gone for a long time, you can replace him. Even if it is just a big pot of rice, the chef needs to cook and treat it carefully. Let the weirdos see what real food is. Quest prompt, serve as the head chef to make food and gain the sincere recognition of the weirdos in the school. After killing the head chef and skillfully following the process to replace him, such a task prompt popped up in front of Lu Wenwu. Special side quest, this has never happened before. Even if you think about it simply, you know that the task requirements cannot be completed in a short time, so there is no need to rush. Looking at Lu Wenwu, who seemed to be in a bad mood, the few people following him kept silent about going to the canteen for dinner. They are all top-level extraordinary people. Even if they have no skills, it doesn't matter if they go hungry for a few days. They followed Lu Wenwu just for safety. Lu Wenwu, who was walking ahead with his head down, was not walking aimlessly at this time. His spiritual sense extended and he quickly determined the location of a strange creature. Fangzi. Lu Wenwu's simple two words sounded like thunder in Fangzi's ears, causing Fangzi to reflexively jump up and stand at attention. Fifth brother. Are you looking for me? Lu Wenwu patted his shoulder and said kindly, don't be nervous, I know you are well informed, take me to find someone. Don't worry, you will benefit from the success of the matter. Fangzi was flattered. Fifth brother, who are you looking for? The president of the student union and all the cadres. Lu Wenwu said with a smile, how is it difficult? No. I guarantee to complete the task. Fangzi said loudly, fifth brother, should I find them to see you or? Lu Wenwu thought for a while, you find a place and both sides go there, it will save trouble. At noon that day, all the monsters in the high school department of Chiguay Middle School knew about a big event. Dozens of human transfer students came to the school. Among them, there is a strong man who is the most capable fighter and calls himself Fifth Master. It is said that he is 9 feet tall, has a green face and fangs, and is violent and bloodthirsty. A punch is enough to turn the most ferocious monster into blood food. It is probably enough to stop the little monster from crying at night. This human who called himself Wu Yi just killed the chef who was as powerful as the school's senior leaders in anger because the food prepared in the cafeteria at noon was not to his taste, and took over the cafeteria chef team. Now, he has not only become the president of the school student union, the monitor of class 1, grade 3, and the canteen chef, but also helped the other humans to find an unimportant and idle position in their respective classes. It is said that no one objected. Whether it was the school cafeteria, the students in several classes, or the student union members, all raised all the hands that could be raised to express unanimous approval. However, the original student union president and several classmates suddenly disappeared for some reason. I don't know what happened. You have completed the hidden task. Student union president, task description, as a human being, you successfully became the president of the student union of Chiguayueying Middle School on a day when there should not have been a general election. And what kind of leader will you be? You have received a hidden reward, Overlord Fist, inheritance,
you have received a special reward, a mysterious lucky bag. Your final evaluation has been greatly improved. Lu Wenwu, who was sneaking away in class to check the task prompts, curled his lips. There are really all sorts of tricks in this system. Domination fist? If you want to imply that I am the hegemon, just say so. Name, Ba Fist, quality, heritage, type, skill, introduction. As the name suggests, it is a truly domineering fist. Only a true hegemon can master this profound boxing technique to its ultimate level. Maybe you would prefer another name for it, the fist that makes the enemy feel the weight of father's love and kneel down on the spot to beg for mercy and become a foster father? Little bastard, your real daddy is here. God TM dad boxing. Use your fist to show that I am your father, right? Lu Wenwu almost laughed out loud when he saw this somewhat outrageous description. Learn directly. In just a few seconds, a lot of insights and experiences flowed into his mind, making Lu Wenwu instantly familiar with this boxing technique. On that side, he was comprehending new boxing techniques, while holding back his laughter. On the surface, his face seemed to be extremely solemn. The students in the same class thought that Lu Wenwu had discovered that Yugui was not studying seriously in class, and were considering whether to kill him. As a result, he immediately felt insecure and worked harder. Lu Wenwu didn't pay attention to what these guys thought, and instead studied the rewards he received from acting as a booster. For advanced skills with weird names are, on the surface, it is full of lethality, but in fact it focuses on a safe and defensive sword technique, the sword of greed for life and fear of death. It looks like an axe technique, but it's actually a mental attack axe with a ferocious face. He has no ability to strike at all, and I don't know who created the charming technique Gangster's Exciting Punch. And the United States reformist gun-fighting technique that combines Eastern and Western elements, my Buddha's Mercy Spear. Judging from the introduction and demonstration, it has little use except to amuse people. Lu Wenwu himself doesn't like it, so he just puts it at the bottom of the box. Keep it and ask Lu Ming to help him exchange it for better skills after settlement. Among the 4 advanced skills, he might be able to find a movement technique that suits him. Shadow Step is a bit more dexterous and has a lot of dodge skills, which doesn't go well with his aggressive and reckless fighting style. There was only one special type of equipment that he liked very much. Name, Steel Sky, quality, rare, type, flying equipment, wings of steel. After equipped, the user's physical strength increases by 10% and strength increases by 5%. Restriction unlocked, the speed limiter is lifted. The short-term burst speed of Steel Sky can be increased up to twice the standard limit speed. Long-term acceleration may cause the core line to melt down. Introduction. The combination of technology and alchemy technology has created this steel wing that is enough to allow low-level extraordinary people to fly freely in the sky. Note, restriction release, may cause harm to the user himself. Please act within your ability. The appearance of Steel Sky looks exactly like a pair of giant dragon wings made of alloy. It's just that compared to the appearance of the ferocious dragon wings behind the dragon in fantasy works, the curve of the Steel Sky is smoother. Its overall appearance is silver white, with flowing blue energy beams flowing on it, forming functional yet exquisite alchemical formations. When not in use, you can retract it into the space storage slot behind it, so you don't have to worry about being too conspicuous. Lu Wenwu couldn't put it down and chose the equipment immediately. I am also a very aggressive person. In the afternoon of that day, the last class of Grade 1 Class 1 was Physical Education class. Lu Wenwu, who was already a sports committee member, went through the process skillfully and concurrently served as his 8th class representative. Somewhat different from human physical education classes, monster physical education classes have 3 different teachers. Humanoid, humanoid, non-humanoid. They teach different types of monster students to fight and develop abilities. If you really want to be more serious, there's nothing wrong with saying he's a combat instructor. As a gathering place for young gangsters, physical education is the only class that these gangsters can study seriously without any supervision. Ever since, after Lu Wenwu defeated 3 physical education teachers 1 against 3, he also successfully obtained the privilege of being able to move freely and even skip classes in physical education class. Fang Zi, who was a humanoid creature, looked on with enthusiasm, with indescribable admiration in his eyes. Weird things, although everyone seems to be civilized tricksters now, in fact, in their hearts they still believe that power is supreme. Otherwise, these would only fight, and a group of assassins who failed in other tricks would have been fired long ago. 5th brother, can you teach me how you are so good at fighting? Fang Zi boldly stepped forward and asked, I also want to be like you. No, 1/3 as good as you. As long as it's that great. It's actually quite simple. Lu Wenwu smiled slightly and said unhurriedly. When my fist cannot kill the enemy,
It's not because I can't do it, it's because my fist doesn't want to. What we have to do now is to force it with absolute orders, forcing it to destroy the enemy in front of it. If it dares to refuse, what then? Fengzi, who was already confused, asked subconsciously.
Then we have to beat it hard, tearing blood vessels, smashing bones, tearing flesh and blood, and keep beating it until it obeys.
Then, continue to order it. If it doesn't work, then continue to repeat the above process until it agrees. Finally,
Lu Wenwu clenched his fists fiercely, and his whole body was full of blood and energy.
The terrifying momentum swept across the 4 directions like a cannonball.
The faces of countless weird students changed drastically, and they were immediately frightened and collapsed to the ground. The scene of 3 classmates dying in the class in the morning was still vivid in their minds, not to mention that this evil star in front of them even killed the canteen chef at noon, and just defeated 3 combat instructors alone. And the extremely ridiculous method he just set isn't that the way he treats us. In the end, my fist will be indestructible and will blow up the heads of all enemies. Lu Wenwu showed a kind smile, and his aura suddenly disappeared. The 3 combat instructors looked at each other with lingering fear, and they all saw strong fear in each other's eyes. If they were to fight a life-and-death battle, it seemed that there was a big chance that they would be completely killed by Lu Wenwu if the 3 ghosts joined forces.
Ah! Wonderful! So that's how it is. Fengzi suddenly showed a look of sudden enlightenment, with a look of joy on his face. 5th brother, I understand. The eyes of all the ghosts looking at Fengzi were not right. Damn, what did you understand? Oh? Tell me, what did you understand? Lu Wenwu asked with interest. Fengzi said loudly, I think what you mean is that if you want to be strong, you must have the belief of being invincible. You must train your body and temper your will with the belief of stepping on everything. Even if your body is damaged, your bones are broken, and you are criticized in the process, you must have that kind of invincible heart that goes forward. Only in this way can you achieve great things. You have completed special side tasks preaching, teaching, and solving doubts, task progress 1/2, task description, teacher, teach and resolve doubts. Although you do not have the status of a teacher, the martial arts philosophy you conveyed to the monster was deeply recognized by the monster, allowing a confused little monster to clarify the direction of his future progress, and he is enough to become a teacher. Task tip, you need to fulfill the responsibility of a teacher. Another special branch?
Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain.
Lu Wenwu looked at the enlightened Fengzi and nodded with satisfaction, with a smile on his face. Okay, a kid can be taught. Since you have such a high level of understanding, I can teach you something more.
This is not a training method that can directly improve your strength, but a book called The Whispering Language, which contains a lot of guiding spirit.
Do you want it? 5th brother, I think so. Fengzi said immediately. Then I will teach you half of The Whispering Language.
The true meaning of this martial arts is really superior. There was a great master in my hometown who once said that half of the Wanyu can rule the world. It means that as long as you understand this half of the book, the essence of it is enough to make you an invincible opponent in the world. Lu Wenwu said with a smile, motioning to Fengzi, who was already a little impatient, to sit cross-legged with him on the playground.
I said, you understand. If you have something you don't understand, ask it and I can help you.
The first sentence is, learning without thinking will lead to failure, thinking without learning will lead to peril.
Fengzi thought for a moment and said with some uncertainty, the meaning of this sentence is that if I just pursue your power blindly and don't learn your thoughts, Brother Wu, I will feel confused. And if I only learn your thoughts and if you don't practice strength, you will be beaten to death? I didn't expect you to have such an understanding. You are truly blessed. Lu Wenwu was greatly surprised. Remember, we must civilize his spirit and barbarize his body. Listen to the second sentence. If you review the past and learn the new, you can become a teacher. Fengzi scratched his head and ears, feeling like he couldn't grasp the point. Lu Wenwu then reminded, everything requires frequent review and repeated exercise. Even if you keep beating the same person, you will have new experiences every time. In this way, this person can be called your teacher. To learn to summarize and review. Fengzi understood immediately.
While showing shame on his face, his eyes became brighter and brighter.
The third sentence is, if you don't learn etiquette, you can't stand up. Lu Wenwu said again. 5th brother, I understand this time. Fengzi said immediately, if someone doesn't learn etiquette and respect others, he will be beaten until he can't stand. This is what you were thinking when you first came here in the morning, right? This had taught me respect and humility. Lu Wenwu laughed 3 times.
Okay, it seems that you are on the road. I am very relieved.
This fourth sentence, the one who created the figurines has no descendants. Ah! This is what you did in the morning. Once you find the initiator of the incident, you must kill him with one strike so that he will have no future. This is to teach me not to be hesitant in doing things, but to be decisive in my actions, and strive to kill him with one strike. Your understanding is really superb. Let's look at the fifth sentence. Just talking and learning like this, the time of a physical education class flew by. It wasn't until the bell rang that Fong Zi stood up with a look of regret on his face, wanting to continue listening to Lu Wenwu's teachings. In just one class, he felt enlightened and enlightened. Lu Wenwu patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Bite off more than you can chew. Remember what I just told you, and try to understand and comprehend. As for the Qinglong gang you used to have, change its name. From now on, it will be called the Qinglong Learning Mutual Aid Association. You have to work harder in the future to integrate knowledge and action, and use your words to help them get on the right path. Not only do you need to exercise yourself more, but you also need to read more and acquire more knowledge. Books are a good thing. Opening them can purify the enemy's mind, and closing them can purify the enemy's brain. You know why knowledge is power? That's because the more knowledge a book carries, the bigger and heavier the book itself is, the faster it can purify the enemy's brain, and the better the effect of purifying the enemy's soul." Fong Zi immediately held the disciple ceremony and said loudly with a serious expression and a firm tone, "Yes, fifth brother. I remember everything. I will definitely work hard to carry forward our new gang. Team." Lu Wenwu coughed twice. "That's right, team. I still need to study a lot, and I haven't changed my mind yet." Fong Zi hurriedly went back to make up for it. "I will do my best to make the Qinglong Learning Mutual Aid Association great again. You have completed special side tasks preaching, teaching, and solving doubts. Task progress 2 of 2, task description, teacher, teach and resolve doubts. Although you do not have the status of a teacher, the martial arts concepts you conveyed to the monster were deeply recognized by the monster, allowing a confused little monster to clarify the direction of his future progress, and he is enough to become a teacher. Your final evaluation has been greatly improved. You have received a reward, President's Order of Qinglong Learning Mutual Aid Association, Lu Wenwu. What the hell is this? Are the rewards given by side missions so rubbish?" Lu Wenwu immediately took out his mission reward and looked at it. It was a round token carved from light blue gemstones, half the size of a palm. The whole body is as moist as jade, and in the center of the front is a relief sculpture of a blue dragon rising upwards. The back is engraved with the number 5 from the weird words. The whole thing is somewhat similar to a large jade pendant. Name, Qinglong Learning Mutual Aid Association President's Token, Quality, None, Type, Prop, Introduction. Show this token to prove your identity as the President of the Qinglong Learning Mutual Aid Association. If you meet a member of the Qinglong Learning Mutual Aid Association or a related member, they will be very willing to provide you with some help within their capacity. Meet? Is it possible for me to enter this book again in the future? Or is this book special and will not disappear even if it is perfectly cleared? Fong Zi, take a look at this. Lu Wenwu thought in his mind and handed over the token. Fong Zi took it respectfully with both hands and looked through it carefully. "Fifth brother, I didn't expect that you have even prepared the logo of our Mutual Aid Association in advance. I knew that such a powerful person like you came to our school not just to be an ordinary student." As he said this, he handed the token back and looked at Lu Wenwu with more admiration. "Don't worry, Brother Wu, I will arrange for them to make a large number of copies later. In the future, everyone in our Mutual Aid Association must wear the Qinglong badge that symbolizes their identity. Of course, the one in your hand is unique. You kid, you are too wise." Lu Wenwu laughed and put his arm around his neck. "Come with me, since you call me Brother Wu, I can't treat you badly, let you taste my cooking skills today." Fong Zi was overjoyed. "I'd rather obey than be respectful." After that, the two people walked towards the cafeteria. There was still a lot of time before dinner, and Lu Wenwu was going to inspect this time. The campus of the strange Yueying Middle School is very large. On the way to the cafeteria, there are often former Qinglong gang brothers who have never seen Lu Wenwu and are surprised that Fong Zi is so respectful in front of this person. Then, the strange creatures with such doubts will be pulled aside by Fong Zi and severely educated. After learning that Lu Wenwu is the fifth master who became famous on campus in just one day, they will show a more respectful attitude than Fong Zi and greet the new boss honestly. "Fifth brother, this egg-filled pancake is so delicious. Yuwawa, what did we eat before?" "Fifth master. You will be my biological grandfather from now on. I will follow you all my life. I have spent 20 years as a cook,
but today I finally understand what delicious food is. I will die without regrets, die without regrets. Outside the cafeteria, Lu Wenwu took out his egg-filled cake cart and was making egg-filled cakes. The pieces of golden and crispy egg-filled pancakes seemed to be faintly glowing with light gold. This is definitely not an illusion or special effects. But after they are cooked, they really glow within a short period of time. Just like when the delicacies in the little master's house were just cooked. Fang Zi and a group of chefs on the side were crying bitterly while eating a piece of cake. The tears couldn't stop flowing out and they couldn't speak clearly. Apart from delicious and really delicious, they were so poor in cultural literacy that they couldn't even find any other words to describe the deliciousness of this egg-filled pancake. Follow Brother 5, as long as you do good work, you will have something to eat every day. As Lu Wenwu spoke, he took out a few already baked rolls with sauce and stuffed meat from the stove. These are specially customized versions. After they are made, they are thrown directly into Lingtian Mountain for Mao Mao to have as dinner. After you finish eating, go to work quickly. I did a good job in making dinner today. I hope you can do better at breakfast tomorrow. Is that okay? Yes. Fifth Master. Promise to complete the mission. The chefs agreed with a loud voice, ate the remaining pancakes in 2 mouthfuls, and returned to their jobs with a look of anticipation on their faces. It's almost time for dinner. Lu Wenwu continued to use the eye of insight to make egg-filled cakes. Whether the Chef King's special branch can be completed or not all depends on this. Ever since his egg-filled pancake cooking skills advanced to the level of omnipotence, Lu Wenwu felt that there seemed to be some vague things in the egg-filled pancakes he made. He didn't know what it was. But he can feel it. At the same time, he also had a hunch that if he could continue to eat the egg-filled pancakes he made, it would have an unknown benefit in his cultivation. Lu Wenwu himself couldn't tell what it was specifically. Soon, mealtime arrived. Countless strange creatures swarmed over. Human players also began to gather and began exchanging information in the corner. Of the 30 people, there were only 26 people left at the end of the day. Among the remaining 24 people, except for a few people who purchased Lu Wenwu's power training service, the rest were injured, and no player was intact. Even top players dare not underestimate this terrifying casualty rate. That egg-filled pancake. It smells so good, I want to eat it. One player swallowed and his stomach rumbled unconsciously. The rest of the players agree. Even though they were talking about it, no one dared to pass by. Mainly because Lu Wenwu's pie truck has been surrounded by strange creatures. Of course, the monsters know that the owner here is an evil star who kills monsters without blinking an eye. But no way. The egg-filled pancakes taste so delicious. If Fang Zi hadn't called out dozens of members of the Qinglong Learning Mutual Aid Association in time to maintain discipline and urge the monsters to line up honestly, the place would have been so blocked that even the cafeteria door couldn't be entered. Glancing at the long, winding queue in front of the stall, Lu Wenwu took out a small blackboard and wrote a line of words on it. Egg-filled cakes are worth 100 spirit coins each, and there is a limit of 1 piece per trick. Today, the egg-filled cakes are limited to 100 pieces, first come, first served. Those who resell at high prices will die. Lu Wenwu asked Fang Zi before. The currency used by the monsters is spirit coins, which can be unconditionally converted into spirit coins on the system panel. 100 spirit coins are a huge amount of money for the players, but although it is a bit painful for the monsters, most of them can still be taken out. As for the limited edition, there is nothing we can do about it. Lu Wenwu also wanted to put money in sacks, but he really couldn't do that much on his own. Even if he is now a transcendent. No matter how powerful he is, he can't speed up the process of making cakes, right? Unless Lu Wenwu can one day use the law of time to help speed up the pie filling. The sky-high price of egg-filled cakes worth 100 spirit coins did not dissuade the monsters from their enthusiasm. Instead, their interest became even higher. Limited edition. Whoever can eat it is really proud of himself. Brother Wu did this himself. And it's so damn delicious. Almost every monster who eats egg-filled pancakes will cry and sigh, thinking that their life has been in vain. It's so delicious that it makes me cry. The monsters that exceeded the limit looked eagerly at the lucky ones who came early. They all beat their chests and walked helplessly into the school cafeteria with long sighs. Even the school cafeteria is free and no longer serves dark cuisine. But they all still want to eat egg-filled pancakes. When it was sold to the end, one of the monsters finally activated superpowers. Lu Wenwu does not allow purchasing agents, but he does not care about the qualifications of those who have not purchased before. This caused the prices of the last few dozen places to skyrocket, directly reaching hundreds of spirit coins. Not only the rich guys among the students, but also many weird teachers are using their money ability. No weird is willing to give the teachers this face to let them cut in line. This scene made the human players who were salivating in the distance dumbfounded. In just one dinner, Lu Wenwu made 10,000 spirit coins. 10,000. If all the evaluations were passing, he would have to do 10 copies to get so much. During the dinner time before the evening self-study, there were weird joys and weird worries. The worried one is now in the principal's office. Principal, that Lu Wenwu not only calls himself the fifth master and the fifth brother in the school, but also killed the canteen chef and several of our students. Can we really let him go? He is simply lawless. A middle-aged weird director with a big square face, wearing a white and blue striped shirt, wearing a pair of framed glasses, and a big belly couldn't help complaining. What's a bit funny is that the belt around its waist is tightly tied to the big belly, making it look like a funny fat gourd. Principal, you are a level strength. You should be able to suppress this ignorant human by taking action yourself, right? The strange principal, who is also in human form and looks like an ordinary old man, didn't even look at the director, and said slowly, if you want to go, you can go by yourself after resigning now. I don't want to die. Die? What do you mean? The director's face showed surprise and astonishment. The old principal didn't take up this topic, but mentioned another thing. I just queued up to eat an egg-filled pancake. You can try it tomorrow. 100 spirit coins per pancake, ha. It's just like doing charity. Principal, I don't understand what you mean. The director frowned, my brain is not good, you should just say it directly. Speak directly? Ha, do you remember the skill proficiency classification of humans? The old principal asked. The director nodded slightly, of course I remember, it is basically the same as ours, but there are a few different names. That's good. The old principal finally looked up at this time, and a strong fear flashed in his eyes. That human kid's cooking skill of egg-filled pancakes is at the level of, all-powerful God, what? The director was speechless instantly. The principal's office was silent for a full minute. The director trembled as he picked up the teapot and reluctantly poured himself half a cup of tea. The remaining half was for the table, the ground, and his pants. As a level weirdo, even if it was only the lowest level, he knew what the realm of, all laws passing through God, meant. As the name suggests, it represents the transcendence of a skill. It is a breakthrough in the mundane realm and a realm that can only be touched by gods. Even for the peak strongmen of S+ level, not everyone is qualified to practice a skill to this level. Talent, hard work, luck, all are indispensable. Even the thing called Random Skill Realm Advancement card that humans have can help human players advance a skill realm. That must be because the other party has the talent that can be advanced. Without that talent, 100 cards are useless. As for humans and weirdos who can practice a skill to the level of all laws passing through God at D+ level, at least the middle-aged director has never heard of it. What kind of genius is this? The director took a few sips of herbal tea and managed to calm down. He guessed weakly, this invincible Tyrannosaurus god of war, can't he be the son of a major human power? From the looks of it, he looks a bit like the people of the immortal gates in Shenzhou. But he doesn't seem to have mastered any magic, but his body and blood are extremely powerful, and the name style is not similar. I don't know, and there is no need to know. Is this important? Or do you dare to bet? The old principal asked back slowly. When have we ever had a D+ level human here? The weakest one must be C level. Besides, 100 spirit coins for one cake, not just a little bit, but also limited quantity. These four factors combined are enough to prove that this person has an incredible talent, has no shortage of resources, and does not value his craft. It is very likely that he is selling it just because of a whim. According to humans, he is just having fun. Guess what kind of human would meet these conditions at the same time? What kind of human would waste precious training time to practice this kind of skill that is completely useless until the final stage to the peak? So, since he has come to us to train, as long as he doesn't do too much, it doesn't matter what he does. This is not a problem that you and I should worry about. Don't forget, this is a school, not a battlefield. What's more, we don't have a direct conflict with humans, right? When Lu Wenwu himself didn't know it, he seemed to have accidentally pulled off a huge tiger skin. Unconsciously, he became a monk. In Lu Wenwu's opinion, even if it is an egg-filled pancake of the Wanfa Tongshan level, it is just an egg-filled pancake, which is used to eat. It is not a high-end thing, so how can it be noble? If it is not for earning more spirit coins, he would just want to collect 5 yuan symbolically.
Anyway, he did this when he was on Blue Star. Hearing this, the middle-aged director hurriedly nodded, "You are teaching." At this moment, the director's face suddenly changed drastically, and he slapped his thigh fiercely. "It's bad, Shengzhu seems to have always had some ideas about Wudi Bao. Wu and Xiaowu, should we do it?" "Don't worry." The director was interrupted by the old principal before he finished speaking. "First, Shengzhu is not the opponent of the fifth brother. Second, even if the fifth brother has the identity and strength shown on the surface, if something really happens to them, we will take advantage of it." "Principal, you call him the fifth brother?" The middle-aged director was extremely stunned and almost thought he had heard it wrong. The old principal said with a smile, "A chef at the level of Wanfa Tonshan, let alone calling me fifth brother, if he can sell me a few more egg pancakes, what's wrong with me calling him grandpa?" The middle-aged director was speechless. Outside the school, who can cultivate a certain skill to the level of Wanfa Tonshan is not a big boss. I am not even worthy of carrying shoes for others. The gap between reaching the peak and Wanfa Tonshan is greater than the gap between humans and weirdos. Can a big boss with such ability happily sell his own egg pancakes for 100 yuan apiece? There are weirdos rushing to buy them for 1,000 or 10,000 yuan apiece. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, the pleasant bell rang, and the weirdos in Class 1 of Senior 3 breathed a sigh of relief. In the first few hours, they had worked hard to finally finish all the homework for each subject before the end of the evening self-study and sent them to Lu Wenwu. Congratulations, for the first time in 2.5 years, a student in Class 1 of Senior 3 handed in homework, and the whole class handed in homework. Although the egg-filled pancakes made by Lu Wenwu are really delicious, the sense of oppression is too strong. As long as I take a breath, I always feel that my head will be blown up in the next second, and then stuffed into the dough to make a pancake. After collecting all the homework, Lu Wenwu rubbed his chin, and announced with interest while all the ghosts were still there, "Let's make a rule. From now on, the top 5 students who finish their homework the fastest every day, and the most serious and best performing ghost in each class, can have a free pancake the next day. Those who get the free qualification 3 times in a row can have an extra one. Except for me, the first place in each subject in the monthly exam at the end of the month will get a free pancake. If there are ghosts whose total scores can rank in the top 10 in the grade, they can eat as much stuffed pancakes as they want in one meal. Brother will make sure they are full. Well, it is not counted in the 100 purchasing qualifications." Before Lu Wenwu finished speaking, the originally lifeless Class 1 of Senior 3 exploded instantly. More than 40 ghosts collectively made various sounds of ghosts and wolves howling. After that incident during dinner, all the ghosts in the school knew the charm of the fifth brother's egg-filled pancakes. Thousands of ghosts in the whole school are fighting for those mere 100 places. Isn't this a damn death for ghosts? Now that the fifth brother has said that they may get it for free, all the ghosts in the class are crazy. In this way, there is no need for Lu Wenwu to threaten them with his life, they will also study hard. Everyone is a poor student starting from the same starting point, and everyone has a chance. Amid the howling of ghosts and wolves, Fonzie suddenly asked loudly, "Fifth brother, if there is a ghost besides you who can get the first place in the grade, or even the first place in the joint examination, will there be any reward?" Lu Wenwu waved his hand. "Whoever can get the first place in the grade can eat all he can for one day. Whoever can get the first place in the joint examination, all the ghosts in the class can eat all he can for 3 days. It's not that I'm stingy, it's mainly because I have to leave on the 4th day after the joint examination results come out, and there's not enough time." As soon as such encouraging words came out, all the ghosts' eyes were red with excitement. If I really can't get the reward, I'd better help the classmates in the class who may get it. That's 3 days of free eating for the whole class. The ghosts in the class were like crazy hungry wolves, howling all the way back to the dormitory in the eyes of the other ghost students who looked at them as fools, and vowed to work all night tonight. "I wonder if this free eating for the whole class includes me?" A voice full of charm sounded in Lu Wenwu's ears. "Of course, Teacher Xin is also a member of our class, isn't she?" Lu Wenwu sorted out the piles of homework books and answered with a smile without looking back. He knew without looking that it was Xin Shengzhu who was coming. This woman. Oh no, there's no way this female spy won't come looking for her. After all, she had been plotting against him since before he entered school in the morning. At the end of the day, I don't know when my favorability level has risen to 50. There are still 10 points left to reach the best friend level of 60 points. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Xin Shengzhu said resentfully, "There are only 100 places every day. It's too difficult to grab. I don't have that many spirit coins. If you want to eat, just tell me. Will I still refuse?"
Lu Wenwu turned around, looked up and down at the female spy in front of him whose perfect figure was outlined by the leather coat, and blinked. Being swept away by this extremely aggressive gaze, Xin Shengzhu subconsciously took a step back. The black leather jacket covered up the deep white career line and blocked the beautiful scenery. I'm afraid there's something wrong with your words. Xin Shengzhu managed to regain his composure and hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, where is Mao Mao? I haven't seen it since noon. Mao Mao? You are having fun at home. Lu Wenwu said with a smile. What, teacher Xin wants to go to my house to do something? Your home? Xin Shengzhu was a little confused. You mean the school dormitory? Lu Wenwu shook his head. Of course not, I'm talking about my family. You have mastered the spatial ability. Xin Shengzhu only reacted at this time and was so surprised that Tan's mouth opened slightly. Her appearance at this time was far from the Frosty Queen's appearance during the day. Yu Jiefan was completely lost. Spatial ability? That's right. Lu Wenwu didn't deny it. It's not difficult, as long as you have the skills. It doesn't matter if you don't have hands, it's just a matter of choosing with your mind. Just have the hand. Xin Shengzhu choked on Lu Wenwu's Versailles and didn't know what to say for a moment. How about it, do you want to go take a look? Don't be afraid, my family is big and there are many good things. Lu Wenwu suddenly took a few steps closer, and the distance between him and Xin Shengzhu was reduced to at most one punch. The strong male hormones and the warm breath flowed through Xin Shengzhu's body, giving her an instant feeling of electric shock. Her snow-white cheeks turned red instantly, and she wanted to retreat like a frightened deer, but she hit the wall. Lu Wenwu had already expected her reaction. Or in fact, he could see it as early as the morning when they met. This Xin Shengzhu is still a youngster and has no experience in that field at all. Judging from the current situation, it seems quite innocent. And the hunger she showed for Lu Wenwu was indeed caused by the primitive impulse of biology. But that is obviously not to achieve great harmony in life. Lu Wenwu had seen that kind of look many times. Nothing else, just one word: greedy. Xin Shengzhu was greedy for Lu Wenwu's muscular body. The monster has an extreme thirst for human flesh and blood, otherwise it would not include humans in its diet. Among all the players, Lu Wenwu, who was refining his body, was naturally as popular as Tang Monk's meat. You wanted to eat me, but you were not good at studying and I would eat you instead. Although the two of them don't taste the same, there shouldn't be anything wrong with that, right? Lu Wenwu had no grudges in this regard, let alone any sense of guilt. His XP is not only very free, but also very open. And he is also a chaotic neutral fun-loving person who likes excitement. Xin Shengzhu came to your doorstep by himself. Lu Wenwu's left hand like a leaf fan was behind Xin Shengzhu's head, and his other hand took advantage of the situation to hold her slender and powerful palm, and rubbed his thumb in her palm. Xin Shengzhu, who was 1.8 meters tall, was completely enveloped by Lu Wenwu and Kongwu's powerful body. As soon as you open your eyes and take a look, you will see the strong chest muscles that can't be covered up by the white elastic vest. Teacher, why are you so careless? Lu Wenwu spoke softly into Xin Shengzhu's ear and exhaled slightly. With a brush, Xin Shengzhu's ears turned red instantly. At this time, she only felt that her body was getting weaker and weaker. The hand that was not held was pushing Lu Wenwu's chest hard, but it had no effect. You, let me go. Xin Shengzhu tried his best to keep his dignity as a teacher. In addition, two small mouths were opened at the same time in her two palms, and the sharp white teeth shone like steel knives. You! If you don't let go of me, I will bite you. If you contradict the teacher and violate school rules, I will suck all your blood. After seeing this strange scene, Lu Wenwu was not afraid, but became more and more excited. I am super, 3 times happy. Are you threatening your buddy or rewarding your buddy? Xin Shengzhu's weak threat suddenly reminded Lu Wenwu of the charming skill called Gangster's Exciting Fist. It seems to be similar to the current situation. He laughed heartily and tore off his shirt with his left hand, revealing his extremely muscular body. Qi and blood flowed, and his strong muscles began to beat slightly. Lu Wenwu was closer to Xin Shengzhu, with most of his body pressed against hers. Come on, teacher, bite here. Lu Wenwu pointed at his powerful pectoralis major. You want to eat me more than egg-filled pancakes, don't you? The surging blood and the crystal-clear flesh and blood made Xin Shengzhu feel dizzy for a while. In the eyes of the strange creature, Lu Wenwu's move was no different from shoving a golden and crispy fried chicken into the face of a person who had been hungry for half a month. The smell that seemed to be extremely fragrant to the strange creature was constantly impacting Xin Xingju's central thinking organ, making her almost lose her ability to think. She felt that everything was confused and acted completely according to instinct. I don't want to think about me. She sniffed deeply intoxicatedly, and couldn't even say a complete sentence. No, you want to, don't lie to yourself. Lu Wenwu's mouth drew a smile and decisively launched the space teleportation. As expected, one person and one strange were teleported to the cave in Lingtian Mountain at the same time. To bring other creatures into the blessed land requires that they have no resistance at all, even subconsciously. Therefore, the fact that Xin Shengju can come in with Lu Wenwu already explains the problem. Mao Mao, who is in tune with Lu Wenwu, chews dog food, and helps the man and the ghost to close the cave door intimately, and then goes to play in the woods. The heavy stone door covers up all the sounds that should and should not be there. It also covers up all prying eyes. The beautiful night has begun. I just don't know if there is reproductive isolation between humans and ghosts. 2 mistakes about the price and quantity of egg-filled pancakes yesterday. At first, I thought it was 50 yuan/200 pieces. Later, when I went downstairs to eat pancakes, I asked the senior industry insiders of the pancake shop downstairs and found that making 200 pancakes in such a short time was too outrageous, so I changed it. Ahem. It's a bit embarrassing that some places were not changed cleanly that night. Xin Shengju still didn't get to rub the dog. But she got to rub something else. Her favorability surged, reaching the 85-point confidant stage. The next day, when Lu Wenwu went to the director's office with a refreshed face to ask for leave for Xin Shengju, the pot-bellied director didn't mean to ask for anything. Not only did he approve the leave note very quickly, he even asked very considerately if he wanted to get a few more days of paid leave. Lu Wenwu thought about it and simply asked for a week's leave. Then, he took a 7-day leave note and was happily and politely sent out of the office by the director. The director didn't go back until he was sent to the door of the building. The big square face had a strong smile on it. Is this director so easy to talk to? Lu Wenwu was a little surprised, but he didn't think much about it and went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. After working hard in the fields all night, he was too lazy to make egg pancakes in the morning. 7 days later. Xin Shengju's favorability towards Lu Wenwu has soared to 95. It's only 4 points away from the intimate stage. The last point is a bit difficult to improve. Lu Wenwu tried for a long time but didn't see any signs of movement, so he just let her go. When the students of Class 1 of Senior 3 saw Xin Shengju again, the monsters were surprised to find that her strength had broken through to level. It was on par with the Dean of Teaching. Due to the breakthrough in strength, Xin Shengju, who asked for leave, did not arouse the suspicion of the monster students and other faculty members. They all agreed that she had the opportunity and went back to retreat to break through. Except that her face looked a little rosier than before, and a lot of the coldness in her temperament turned into warmth. The rest seemed to be no different from before. Even the changed temperament was attributed to the breakthrough in cultivation. Only the principal and the dean who knew the inside story smiled and said nothing, and they almost laughed crookedly. As for Lu Wenwu, who continued to stay out all night, no monster dared to have any opinions. The dormitory managers were only clever. How could they dare to manage this great god? Moreover, he also wanted to eat the egg-filled pancakes of the fifth brother. The days passed one after another, plain but fulfilling. Lu Wenwu's daily routine was to get up in the morning to make breakfast, play with Mao Mao for a while, and then go to the morning self-study with Xin Shengju. During the day, he urged his classmates to study hard and checked whether the food made in the canteen met the public taste. In the evening, he went to sell egg-filled pancakes as usual and put money in sacks. After the evening self-study, he and Xin Shengju discussed the biological knowledge that only adults could study. Life was so happy. Life passed so plainly for a month. Including Lu Wenwu, 21 of the 30 players were left. The other 20 people were envious and jealous of his daily moist life. When he went out, he was surrounded by people, served by his younger brothers, and had a beautiful woman in his arms. Wherever you go, you will always see fifth master and fifth brother coming and going, plus the respectful eyes of a group of weirdos. Those who know you are here to do the dungeon and complete the task, while those who don't know you would think you are here to be the emperor. Now, among the weirdos in the entire Chiguayueying Middle School, some may not know the principal, but there is definitely no weirdo who doesn't know fifth brother Lu Wenwu. That's how arrogant he is. Just relying on the egg-filled pancakes at the level of Wanflaitonshan and improving the food in the cafeteria, it is enough for the weirdos to be full of respect for Lu Wenwu.
Not to mention the secret play of the Qinglong Learning Mutual Aid Association. The first monthly exam is over. The overall performance of Class 1 has indeed made a collective leap. From basically no weirdos passing to basically all weirdos passing, this is definitely a major improvement. All the weirdo students have a sense of unreality. I didn't expect that our group of poor students would actually pass all subjects one day. The goal set by Lu Wenwu at the beginning is gradually being realized. On the evening of the first day of the second month, the first branch mission he triggered was finally completed. You have opened a special branch mission. The respected Chef King, task progress, 2 halves, task description. The chef of the bitter canteen of Chiguayueying Middle School has been gone for a long time, and you can replace him. Even if it is just a big pot of rice, the chef needs to cook and treat it carefully. Let the weird things see what real food is. Your final evaluation has been greatly improved. You have received a reward, Spiritual Chef Inheritance. Spiritual Chef Inheritance? I helped Fangzi to realize it, because he is the deputy leader of the Qinglong gang, so I gave him the president's order. Now because the task I completed was triggered in the canteen, I was given this Spiritual Chef Inheritance? Lu Wenwu thought. The rewards given by the special branch seem to be related to the special branch itself. I will study this problem later, and quickly see what this is. After the stall was over, Lu Wenwu said hello to Xian Shengzhu and returned to the blessed land to check the reward he had received. Name, Spiritual Chef Inheritance. Quality, complete. Type, auxiliary occupation. Introduction, the art of cooking is profound and extensive. There are masters who have mastered the art of alchemy and medicine. Therefore, they learn from the strengths of many schools and combine them into the art of cooking to create spiritual food. Because spiritual food contains supreme spiritual charm, it is named Spiritual Chef. Note 1, if you accept this special inheritance, you can start the auxiliary profession, Spiritual Chef. Note 2, the quality of auxiliary occupation inheritance depends on the completeness of inheritance information, Spiritual Chef? It seems to be quite suitable for me. Lu Wenwu did not hesitate and studied decisively. The next moment, a vast amount of knowledge came out of thin air and continued to pour into his mind. Even with Lu Wenwu's current soul strength of more than 300 points, he could not help but feel some slight tingling. It can be seen that there is a lot of information contained in the inheritance of the Spiritual Chef. About half an hour later, Lu Wenwu finally recovered and quickly flipped through the new knowledge like flipping a book. The Spiritual Chef cooks spiritual food, which is somewhat similar to the ordinary medicinal food. It is also a close relative of professions such as pharmacists and alchemists. For example, pharmacists have first-level promotion potions, alchemists have foundation-building pills, and spiritual chefs have foundation-building spiritual spring eggs. The effects are almost the same. What you need to do when cooking spiritual food is to use special techniques to stimulate the spiritual charm in food. The cooking techniques of the Wanfa Tongshan realm, the food cooked is naturally spiritual. That is the thing that Lu Wenwu could not detect before. If it is a spiritual egg pancake, even if it is made of ordinary materials, eating more will be of great benefit to cultivation. It is said that after the spiritual charm born in the Wanfa Tongshan realm is fully stimulated, it can even accelerate the speed of comprehension of the skill realm. The truth of the news is still to be discussed. Lu Wenwu decided to listen seriously first. Anyway, it is easy for him to make. So, in the following days, Lu Wenwu had one more thing to do besides studying. Practice a new profession. Every day he would spend a lot of time diligently practicing the inherited techniques. This profession is a perfect match with the magical power of swallowing the sky and eating the earth, and Lu Wenwu was very concerned about it. There is actually nothing new in the entire cooking process of spiritual food. It is not like refining pills and refining tools, and then a thunderbolt strikes down. Except for special techniques and some kitchen utensils with formations, the whole process is almost the same as ordinary chefs making medicinal food. Not only that, the profession of spiritual chef does not have a clear grade division like refining pills, talismans, refining tools, and formations. For a finished spiritual food, there is no success or failure. There is only delicious and undelicious. There is only more or less medicinal properties. There is only the degree of stimulation of spiritual charm. Even a beginner spiritual chef can try to make those difficult dishes. The worst result is just a pile of black charcoal. There is nothing to worry about. The only thing needed is one word practice. Stir fry, deep fry, braise, stew, steam, brew, simmer, bake, smoke, pickle and marinate, and stew with honey sauce. Many of these are areas that Lu Wenwu has never touched before.
Not to mention the completely unfamiliar field of medicinal material processing and his knife skills that can only be regarded as mediocre. Practicing and learning from scratch, the scrap rate is quite high. The method of stimulating spiritual charm is extremely difficult to master. It was not until the eve of the joint examination that he finally mastered it and was considered to have entered the door. And those waste products produced during the practice process naturally all benefited Mao Mao, Xan Shengzhu, the weird creatures in Class 1, and the members of the Qinglong Learning Mutual Aid Association. Even if the spiritual food failed to successfully stimulate the medicinal properties and spiritual charm, it would be extremely delicious to eat as an ordinary dish. With these as motivation, the enthusiasm of the students and the class of strange creatures increased again. In addition, because of the Qinglong Learning Mutual Aid Association, during this period, the entire senior year began a great internal competition in learning. The academic performance of the strange creatures began to improve like a rocket. Inadvertently opened an era of great internal competition, which even Lu Wenwu himself did not expect. 3 months later, the joint examination finally arrived. The players finally looked forward to the dawn of the completion of the dungeon. There were 30 people when they entered, but only 18 are left so far. With a mortality rate of 40%, this dungeon is definitely high risk. But that is only for ordinary players. For Lu Wenwu, he lives here every day like a local emperor. Even the dean and the principal have to smile and call him fifth brother when they see him. He is completely the uncrowned king. This comfortable life is simply envied by countless human players. Even suspected that this school was opened by him. Of course, Lu Wenwu did not fail to help others. As long as they were willing to ask him for help and just symbolically gave him a few dozen spirit coins or other small things, he would help them. Anyway, it was just a matter of a word. No weirdo dared to touch the person that the fifth brother said to protect. Except for the unlucky guys who died at the beginning, those who died later died of overconfidence and unwarranted arrogance. Under such circumstances, the college entrance examination finally began. In the examination room, Lu Wenwu swept his spiritual sense, and the scenes of his own examination room and the next few examination rooms appeared in his mind. By comparing the answers of a large number of academic masters, he easily filled every paper. Fortunately, the weirdo did not test essays, otherwise he would not have copied. As for the sports results, Lu Wenwu was the first to appear that day. He used all his strength to knock out a C+ level humanoid weirdo examiner with one punch. It took him half an hour to recover. Then, he left the examination room with a full score recognized by all the examiners, amid the terrified expressions of all the examiners. That feeling was like sending away the plague god. Probably due to the unique body structure, the strange teachers were very fast in marking the papers. The results were announced the day after the exam. Lu Wenwu, who combined the strengths of many families, easily entered the top 10 of the joint exam, and his results were already excellent. What all the strange things didn't expect was that the top scorer of this joint exam was Fangzi, who usually didn't show his talent. According to Fangzi's roommate, Fangzi has tried his best in the past 3 months. He sleeps later than Mao Mao and gets up earlier than the chicken every day. He studies like crazy. When Fangzi ran to Lu Wenwu with a certificate, crying and laughing, saying that he didn't throw a ghost to the fifth brother in Qinglong Learning Mutual Aid Association, Lu Wenwu also had some mixed feelings in his heart. Although Fangzi is a strange thing, he is also a true ghost. In 3 months, he created a miracle. Lu Wenwu fulfilled his promise as promised, said hello to the principal, and held a special banquet for Class 1 of Senior 3 in a corner of the cafeteria, inviting teachers of various subjects and all the weird students in the class to eat for 3 days. All the weird students in the school were extremely envious. In addition, Lu Wenwu also made a special spiritual meal for Fangzi, which was cooked with part of his own blood. It was a parting gift for his cheap apprentice. After taking the spiritual meal, Fangzi broke through from CTOC level with tears in his eyes. It's like a dream. That night, Fangzi cried and shouted, "Fifth brother is my lifelong mentor and my lifelong eldest brother." Lu Wenwu was playing with the Qinglong Guild president's token beside him, smiling and saying nothing. Day 91. The principal personally hosted a celebration meeting and mobilization meeting. We would like to celebrate the good results achieved by the students in this joint entrance examination and wish all students to achieve greater success in the upcoming National College Entrance Examination. Listening to the old principal's impassioned speech, Lu Wenwu felt like he was back in his senior year of high school. I think all the teachers and students in our school should thank one person, especially all the students in Class 1, Grade 3. This person is our fifth brother.
Without his encouragement, how could you have gotten to where you are today? It was him who pulled you out of that abyss in quagmire. He changed your destiny for the rest of your life. Now, let us applaud and invite fifth brother to come on stage to receive his share of the reward. Lu Wenwu was dumbfounded, but he still smiled and went on stage to receive the award. Congratulations, you deserve it. The old principal held Lu Wenwu's hand with great comfort, and personally handed an extremely exquisite gold-gilded letter of appointment and a pitch-black medal into his hands from the plate held by Xin Shengzhu. Lu Wenwu immediately looked at the commission and the trophy base. Letter of appointment as honorary principal of Qigui Yueying Middle School, Qigui Yueying Middle School highest honor medal, this. What is it? He just wanted to speak out. But everything in front of me has been frozen, and it continues to blur. The copy is about to be settled. You have started and completed the special side mission much anticipated, task progress, January 1st, task description. Needless to say, this is the recognition of you by the teachers and students of the school. Dear Honorary Principal of Qigui Yueying Middle School, your name will be recorded in the school history. Your final evaluation has been greatly improved. You have received a reward, letter of appointment as Honorary Principal of Qigui Yueying Middle School, name, letter of appointment as Honorary Principal of Qigui Yueying Middle School, introduction, you, the officially certified Honorary Principal of Qigui Yueying Middle School. Students who graduated from this school will be more likely to obey your reasonable orders and instructions when facing you, provided that you need to identify yourself. You have completed the hidden mission, the winner of the highest honor, task description, as a human being, overpower all the monsters to win the highest medal of honor, and convince all the monsters. This is a great achievement that has never been done before or since. Congratulations, you just made history. You have obtained a hidden reward, strange object Emperor's. You have received a special reward, a mysterious lucky bag. Your final evaluation has been greatly improved. You have completed the main mission. All subject test scores in the joint entrance examination for foreign universities have reached pass or above, and you have survived in the end. Your testimonials are all excellent. You have received additional honors, top 10 in the joint entrance examination. Final settlement is about to take place. A familiar white light flashed, and Lu Wenwu appeared alone in the settlement room for the first time. Mao Mao is still having fun on Lingtian Mountain. Lu Wenwu simply didn't shout it out. Settlement in progress. You passed the dungeon. Return to the top. Number of surviving players, 18. Copy evaluation, miracle, summary of the copy. Just as the description given in the evaluation, through various chances and coincidences, you created a miracle that is unique to you. Back to the top? No, you have created a new peak. Lu Wenwu was surprised and took a serious look at the settlement panel. Incredible. If the level goes up, will it be miracle? I don't know what the fixed triggering method is for this evaluation. Passed the advanced trial. Your level has been raised to level 16. You got mysterious lucky bag times 2. You have obtained 20 times accelerated training card times 10. You have obtained 302,000 spirit coins. You have gained 60 free attribute points. It has been detected that you have practiced the special skill conquering people with virtue, and the reward target of the skill has been changed. You have obtained the skill Tengu Shuri Weju instrument. Congratulations, your player level has been upgraded to C. Congratulations, your rest period has been increased, currently 60 days. Tengu eclipses the moon. It's actually a demon cultivation technique specially used for pets. Including the more than 800,000 yuan earned from selling egg-filled cakes, this time the income from Guangling coins is as high as more than 1.1 million, which is a big gain. If you don't care about skill proficiency, it can even double my data. It's a pity that something was delayed for a few days. It would be great if we could sell more cakes. It's such an easy copy to get spiritual coins. I wonder if I can encounter it again in the future. But having said that, compared to the data of the last copy, the data has increased 5 times. It seems a bit lazy this time. White light flashes. Lu Wenwu, who had no idea how outrageous his income was, returned to his home after 3 months of absence. For Xiao Bao, who was lying prone on the sofa and bulging with anger, it was a little more than 9 days. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Xiao Bao walked on cat steps to Lu Wenwu, looked around, and saw that his little brother was nowhere to be seen. He immediately meowed angrily at the shit shovel officer. Only then did Lu Wenwu react. With a thought, Mao Mao from Lingtian Mountain appeared in the living room. Xiao Bao poked his head over calmly, sniffing with his little nose. What responded to it was Mao Mao's big, warm and wet tongue. Meow. The meow meow fist reappeared, and the cat and the dog were instantly in chaos.
Lu Wenwu ignored these two living treasures and took out the mysterious lucky bag to prepare for the lottery. The golden light surged, and now there was no wave in his heart. This thing really only has this kind of special effect. You have obtained Random Skill Realm Advancement Card ×2, another Realm Advancement card? Lu Wenwu scratched his head and skipped it, saving it for later use before fast-forwarding the dungeon. You got Epic Equipment Advance Card ×2, Lu Wenwu perked up and immediately chose to check. Name, Epic Equipment Advance Card, Type, Props, Introduction, After Use, and equipment with unused potential can be upgraded to the Epic level, nice one. Sleepiness comes with pillows. I am worried that my equipment level is a little too late. Lu Wenwu put it away and continued to unpack it with great interest. You have obtained Guardian Armor Chaos Neutral, Epic, Golden Light surged, and a ferocious-looking jet black armor appeared in front of him. Looking at the hard horns and sharp barbs, it was difficult for Lu Wenwu to connect the thing in front of him with the word guard. Name, Guardian Armor Chaos Neutral, Quality, Epic, Type, Armor, Attack Power, Fatal, Defense, Heavenly Chasm, Guardian Barrier, Consume Energy to activate, merge the Guardian Armor Chaos Neutral with the user. Within 10 seconds, the user's own defense is temporarily increased to the Indestructible level, Chaos Demon Seed. Each attack will add a layer of bleeding effect to the target. Before the Yi bleeding effect disappears, the effect of all recovery methods is reduced by 30% 50%, force effect. It has a 25% 35% anti-injury effect when defending. Transformation, Guardian Armor can be transformed into other forms of clothing when not in combat. Introduction, the famous Guardian series of armor. Each design has been tempered by high-intensity battlefields. However, compared to other relatives, Chaos Neutral is obviously more suitable for attack rather than defense. Note 1. The cooling time of Guardian Barrier is as long as 12 hours, please use it with caution. Note 2. The bleeding effect will cause the target's blood volume to continue to lose in certain circumstances. The specific effect depends on the situation, and there is no forced blood loss. Lu Wenwu, thought. I now suspect that the system can read minds. Really, you have to believe me, I'm not a shill. Although this thing looks like it was made for me, I really didn't open it. It's all arranged by the system, I don't want it. Lu Wenwu, who said one thing and meant another, decisively changed his combat armor and transformed the ferocious Guardian Armor Chaos Neutral into a set of home leisure clothes and put it on. It's quite comfortable, not bad. Lu Wenwu changed his posture and opened the last two mysterious lucky bags at the same time. You got a temporary buff card, Yun Danu? What the hell? Is it the Yun Danu he thought of? Yun Danu, only one move, stab the enemy down? Lu Wenwu, who had been lying down, immediately sat up again and was in awe of the thing he had just opened. Looking at the reward he had just received, the theme song of Romance of the Three Kingdoms seemed to have sounded in his ears. The rolling Yangtze River flows eastward, the waves wash away the heroes. Name, Yun de Fury temporary buff card, type, item, introduction. After using, you can use the temporary skill Wuxuang random dance, and the attributes will at least double within 1 minute. The stronger the anger, the stronger the buff effect, and it can even extend the use time. Note, when I am extremely angry, I can stab the enemy in 1 round. Damn, it's true. Lu Wenwu carefully put away this buff card. I finally have a trump card, reaching the average level of the protagonist of online novels. In this day and age, if you don't have 10 or 8 trump cards in the world, you are embarrassed to say that you open them when you go out. You have obtained the talent, A Real Man Does Not Die in Naked Clothes. A real man does not die in naked clothes. When your armor is destroyed in battle and completely loses its function, you can absorb some of its attributes and have a chance to obtain its engraved skills. Lu Wenwu, but what's the matter? Is this prize pool today a special for the Three Kingdoms? After Zhao Yun, it's Su Chu. The naked clothes are here. Although Lu Wenwu complained, his body was very honest. He immediately integrated the new talent into himself and changed the combat armor back. If this is combined with Swallow Heaven and Eat Earth, it is simply invincible. The equipment is broken and the talent consumes part of the attribute, and you use Swallow Heaven and Eat Earth to consume another part of the attribute. It is simply invincible. In terms of squeezing the surplus value of equipment, Wall Street will cry and the Jews will kneel down. After the blind box is opened, there is nothing left to hesitate. Lu Wenwu decisively gave the Epic Advancement card to Heavy Artillery Gloves and Iron Sky. As expected, the two evolved successfully and became epic equipment. Combat armor, do I have to sacrifice? Name, heavy artillery boxing gloves, quality, epic, type, weapon, attack power, unparalleled, truth, your attack will cause an additional 100% explosion damage, heavy hammer, after wearing, the strength attribute increases by 25%, and the hand defense doubles when punching, introduction, every time you punch, it is a heavy artillery to the enemy, simple, rough, plain and unpretentious. But the effect is outstanding. Lu Wenwu is very satisfied with the upgraded heavy artillery boxing gloves. Name, Skywings, quality, epic, type, flying equipment, skybreaking, after equipping, the user's physique increases by 20% and strength increases by 10%, extreme skywings, consume a lot of energy, greatly increase the burden on the body, and double the user's own speed in a short period of time. Introduction, this former steel creation is gradually evolving towards the realm of transcendence. The Skywings, which changed its name after the upgrade, has a slightly reduced sense of mechanical technology, and looks more like the wings of a creature itself. In addition to the increase in attribute amplification, the original active skill has also been changed to directly increase the user's speed, greatly increasing its practicality. In this way, it can be used not only in air combat, but also in ground combat and even naval combat. After consuming all the rewards he could currently use, Lu Wenwu took out the 2 rewards that seemed not to be for himself. Name, Emperor Lu Jiang, binding, type, wonderful item, introduction. In the night moonlight of Genshin, there is Emperor Lu Jiang, which is shaped like countless olives, thousands of golden threads, strung together, hanging down to the world, and the grass and trees can become monsters by receiving its essence. Note, it can only be used to bind the pet, Mao Mao, which can make its blood return to its ancestral line or evolve. It will definitely succeed after use, and no other help is needed. Emperor Lu Jiang is called Jiang, but it is actually a substance similar to light. It is stored in a special transparent container and looks like a small golden light column. Lu Wenwu waved to Mao Mao and called the big golden hair that kept spinning over. Xiaobao seemed to be attracted by the shiny thing. But he only looked up for a few seconds, and then continued to sleep soundly on Mao Mao's broad back. Lu Wenwu raised his hand and rubbed the dog's head, put the emperor's juice into Mao Mao's mouth according to the instructions, and chose to use it. Mao Mao's eyes widened, and the whole dog continued to emit golden light. Woof! Woof woof woof! The big golden retriever suddenly panicked. These lights flowed on its body, gradually forming dark golden lines that disappeared on its body. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the temperature in the house seems to be rising. Xiaobao jumped off Mao Mao and looked at his younger brother in surprise. No, this is not an illusion. Mao Mao's body has begun to emit faint flames. Wait here. Lu Wenwu thought for a moment, and took Mao Mao directly into the cave of Lingtian Mountain. If we continue to stay in the villa, I'm afraid the building will burn. Your pet, Mao Mao, is undergoing blood reversion. Your pet, Mao Mao, is completing attributes. Please wait. As Mao Mao's aura became stronger, corresponding text prompts appeared on Lu Wenwu's personal panel. Lu Wenwu, who was constantly burned by the increasingly powerful flames, stared in amazement at Mao Mao's 4-dimensional attributes soaring all the way. The most powerful soul has even exceeded 100, surpassing the speed attribute that had been the main focus before. Although physical strength and power have also improved, but not much. About 5 minutes later, with Mao Mao's full-throated woof, the blazing flames disappeared. The attribute surge finally stopped. Strength 32, speed 114, physique 98, soul 273. A very obvious magician's bonus. Soul as the main and physique as the auxiliary. Mao Mao's body has grown a lot. If he stood up at this time, he would almost catch up with Lu Wenwu. Its original yellowish hair has become much darker than before, showing a luxurious black and gold color. Each hair has become crystal clear, even with a glass texture. The tip of the tail is slightly split. Your pet, Mao Mao, has obtained the ancestral bloodline Huodo. Your pet, Mao Mao, has greatly improved the training speed. Lu Wenwu immediately activated the Eye of Insight to check. Mao Mao, see, 9800/9800, current status, happy, aftertaste of strange items, bloodline amplification. Mao Mao is still the happy Mao Mao, and has not changed at all because of the reversion of bloodline. However, due to the reversion of bloodline, the Eye of Insight can no longer define how it should be divided into races, so it simply does not display it. On the other hand, the master Lu Wenwu, who is a little strange and surprised, is standing next to him. He can't help but start to wow endlessly. This is the bloodline of Huodo. The assistant of the god of fire in mythology and legend, the follower chasing the god of thunder. He has accumulated a great virtue. If the egg-filled pancake is cooked with the fire of Huodo, Lu Wenwu dare not imagine how fucking delicious it will be.
In fact, if he hadn't used that heavenly dog eating the moon art on Mau Mau, he couldn't help but want to make some egg-filled pancakes to eat. Master, hug. After Mau Mau's soul attributes were greatly improved, his intelligence was also significantly improved. Now if its physiological structure did not allow it, it could even speak human language directly. Looking at Mau Mau, who kept jumping towards him and acting cute, Lu Wenwu picked it up and turned it around a few times with a smile. Fortunately. Finally, I don't have to worry about its attributes not being up to date. Name: Heavenly Dog Eating Moon Technique, Bound, Quality, Heritage, Type, Kung Fu, Introduction. According to legend, a top-notch Kung Fu created by a certain canine master based on the heavenly dog swallowing the moon. If it cooperates with the master, it can burst out all kinds of incredible power. Note: it can only be learned by the bound pet, Mau Mau. This weird description. Could the so-called canine master be Xiao Tian dog? Lu Wenwu expressed strong doubts. Apart from it, which dog that can become an immortal would have nothing to do to study how to cooperate with the master in combat? Other divine beasts are only responsible for being mounts for the immortals, or maintaining their own jobs. After taking a few glances at the introduction of the heavenly dog eating moon technique, Lu Wenwu directly chose to let Mau Mau learn it, and by the way, helped it change 3 tenfold acceleration training cards to choose to use. Mau Mau, who already has human wisdom, understands that it is not difficult to practice. 3 days of 10 times acceleration, coupled with the blessing of Emperor Lu Jiang and Huado bloodline, is enough for it to cultivate to the first level. Lu Wenwu left Mau Mau in the blessed land to cultivate, and returned home to contact Lu Ming. The 4 advanced skills needed to be sold as soon as possible and exchanged for resources for improvement. Lu Wenwu's requirements were not high, as long as he could get a heritage-level body technique that suited him. If there was a higher level of unique skills, it would be better, and he could use spirit coins to make up the difference. By the way, he also had to talk to Xinglong army through Lu Ming. If you really need it in the dungeon, don't make it public. Soon, Lu Ming came with a confused look on his face, and left with doubts about his life. He didn't know how much Lu Wenwu had gained in this dungeon, and what evaluation he had given. But just looking at these 4 advanced skills, it was already very amazing. Little did he know that this was actually the lowest value of Lu Wenwu's gains except spirit coins. It has to be said that Lu Ming's efficiency is really fast. Just after taking away the skills in the morning, he came with several different inheritance-level skill books in the afternoon. The unique skills were too precious, and no one was willing to exchange them for advanced skills. After reading the introduction, he chose a skill that looked simple but had a high upper limit. Name: Explosive Step, Quality, Inheritance, Type, Skill, Introduction. Great power creates miracles. The greater the power, the more miracles. Compress the power of the body into one place and explode, turning yourself into a cannonball and shooting out. Lu Wenwu was delighted to see the prey, and immediately paid the difference of 100,000 yuan to get this top inheritance level skill, and chose to learn it directly after Lu Ming left. ID: Invincible Tyrannosaurus God of War, Level, LV16, C. Assisted Occupation, Spiritual Chef, Physical Body, 312.34, Health, 31,234, Talent, Flesh Regeneration, Evil Nemesis, Eye of Insight, A True Man Does Not Die in Naked Clothes, Skills, Body Refining Technique to Conquer People with Virtue, Magic Power, Swallowing Heaven and Earth, Skills, Egg-Filled Pancake Cooking, All Methods of the Gods, Military Killing Fist, at your fingertips, Military Fighting Technique, at your fingertips, Shadow Step, at your fingertips, Gun Mastery, Shallow Knowledge, Tyrant Fist, Shallow Knowledge, Explosive Step, Shallow Knowledge, Equipment, Combat Armor, Rare, Heavy Artillery Gloves, Epic, Sky Wings, Epic, Guardian Armor Chaos Neutral, Epic, Free Attribute Points, 162.2, Spirit Coins, 104,1136. Looking at his personal panel, Lu Wenwu said with emotion, "It would be great if I could exchange all the attribute points this time, but unfortunately, I have to save a lot to buy acceleration cards, and the free ones are not enough." However, just when he turned his attention to the skills, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Prompt: detected the same series of skills, do you want to merge? Merge? Lu Wenwu was stunned. What's going on? Between skills of the same series, you can choose a skill with a proficiency level of at least, initial glimpse, or above as a resource, and fuse it with another skill, which is called skill fusion. After fusion, the former disappears, and the latter chooses the degree of proficiency retention depending on the difference in quality levels between the two parties. For skills of the same quality, the proficiency level can be perfectly retained. For each level of quality difference, the
Proficiency level decreases by 1 level accordingly. Note that skill fusion can only integrate low-quality skills into high-quality skills, and cannot integrate high-quality skills into low-quality skills. Note, after the resource skill fusion disappears, you can still cast an exercise through your own efforts, but the proficiency description and automatic casting will no longer be retained. Please explore it yourself. Such a skill fusion? It seems that there is still a bit of rationality in the absurdity. You can learn from others' experience. And after the fusion, the original skills and proficiency did not actually disappear, but they could not be cast automatically, and there was no quantitative standard. Lu Wenwu was thoughtful. This move by the system seems to encourage players to master the active use of skills by themselves, rather than always treating them as a waste that relies on intelligent casting. Lu Wenwu already had a deep understanding of the military killing fist, so it didn't affect him at all after he merged it. As for Shadow Step, if it was gone, it was gone. He didn't really like to use it. Integrate military killing fist into Bakuan. Integrate Shadow Step into Explosive Step. Lu Wenwu made his choice with his mind. Suddenly, military killing fist and Shadow Step on his personal panel disappeared quietly. Instead, Bakuan and Blast Step of the easy-to-use realm were used. Skills have been integrated, and it's time for the most exciting moment. Lu Wenwu rubbed his hands. System, add points. Instantly, a large number of spirit coins shrank. The spirit coins that were as high as 1 million before were instantly reduced to only 49,136. This was reserved for buying acceleration cards. The remaining 990,200 spirit coins were all transformed into 496 free attribute points, and added to the physical attribute together with the 162.2 free attribute points obtained from killing monsters. The physical attribute is as high as 970.54. Nearly 100,000 health points. Now Lu Wenwu, who is only level, finally understands why the 20th level giant zombie in the initial copy was called dying even though he still had more than 5,000 health points. That is indeed not much different from dying. Feeling the more surging blood and the powerful force like a real dragon in his gestures, Lu Wenwu even felt that he could kill the C+ level boss in one punch. As for the B+ level player? I don't know, I haven't fought him. However, Lu Wenwu calculated based on the increase in the skill, as long as the opponent has not practiced the unique learning level skills to the 4th level, he should be able to easily defeat him. If it exceeds, Lu Wenwu decisively chooses to retreat tactically. The total attributes provided by the 4th level, unique learning level skills have exceeded the 4,000 mark. With the addition of points that are focused on a certain aspect of normal skills, he can crush him in terms of numerical values alone. Not to mention the combat experience and various props that have not been counted. Now Lu Wenwu is more like a nouveau riche with falsely high attributes, and he needs time to settle down. It is not advisable to play too many crushing games and swell your self-confidence. As the level gets higher and higher, the time of practicing the skills gets longer and longer. The attributes of players who can reach B level are completely different from those of C level. The higher the level of the skills, the higher the grade of the skills, and the more terrifying the bonus to their own attributes at each level. The strength of high-level players also comes from this. This is also why in the copy of the Strange School, the players whose skills are sealed are weaker than each other. For example, Lu Wenwu, who spends millions of spirit coins and piles up his basic attribute points, can basically be regarded as a scorpion poop unique. Cultivation is always lonely. More than 50 days passed in a flash. After realizing that the remaining days were not enough to support him to improve his skill proficiency again, he decisively used the 2 random skill realm advancement cards, Bakuan, Explosive Step, Military Weapon Fighting Technique, all advanced to the Enter the Hall realm. Lu Wenwu does not have many skills, but his proficiency level is definitely not low. He ignored gun mastery and was too lazy to practice it. It was useless to him. If it wasn't for the current inability to wash skills, Lu Wenwu would have just washed it and reduced the chance of improvement. It was a pity that the random skill level advancement card didn't randomly land on Bakuan. Otherwise, Lu Wenwu would have directly acquired a skill at the Grandmaster level. But he didn't feel any regret. If it didn't land randomly, he would have practiced hard on his own, it would be the same. Bakuan fits him quite well, more so than the military Dao Killing Fist. The current, entering the hall, level means that Lu Wenwu can already condense his fist when performing the Bakuan. The attack and defense power have once again soared. For him, the breakthrough in boxing is as natural as breathing, and there is no difficulty at all. As long as the level of practice is reached,
comprehension and advancement will come naturally. Now Lu Wenwu has been thinking about what is the most appropriate and suitable fist momentum for him. Only by consolidating the fist force can one become a grandmaster. And if one wants to reach the realm of reaching the pinnacle, one must sublimate the force into intention again. Only by integrating one's own spirit and spirit with the nature of heaven and earth and walking out a path that belongs to oneself can one advance to this realm. Of course, this is a bit far-fetched, and Lu Wenwu has not thought about so many things for the time being. He has been practicing hard all the time, and the military killing fist has also broken through with the water grinding work, and the attack power has increased dramatically. The coverage area of the blood dragon scale has increased a lot with the increase of the body attribute in practice. Now it can cover more than half of the upper body. The body attribute of up to 1000 points has been adapted and can be used freely. Lu Wenwu has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder and has spent some time on body training. Only a dog like him can use the acceleration card to practice during the rest period. Others can only use a small amount of time and slowly grind. How dare they waste time like this? Sometimes Lu Wenwu is a little envious of the protagonists in the time travel novels in his previous life while practicing. After the protagonists traveled through time, their lives were so colorful. I wish they could get up earlier than Xiao Bao and sleep later than Mao Mao. All day long, they were either adventuring, going to the auction, or being hunted, wanted, or being chased all over the continent. If it really doesn't work, they can go to the academy, play games, pick up girls, and cross the continent to find their parents who are dead or hiding. And what about him? All day long, he practices. Occasionally, he thinks about taking a break and selling egg pancakes. In order to prevent being exposed, he has to fight wits and courage with the urban management in the ordinary people's living area. Now he doesn't even care about the group of Fifth Brothers' Black Hungry Force, and has been committed to reducing his presence. Then how can he have fun? Making a fortune quietly is the kingly way. After practicing, he pets cats with his left hand and dogs with his right hand, and occasionally watching the live broadcast of the initial copy is considered a pastime. It's really a bit monotonous. He actually wanted to see what the world copy looked like. Unfortunately, it was not certain when this thing would be available, so he never caught up. However, Lu Wenwu only complained occasionally in his heart. Most of the time, he still enjoyed this kind of life where he could practice with peace of mind. To borrow a sentence from Wolf Warrior, there is a powerful motherland behind you. This is all thanks to the efforts of the Xinglong army and countless top masters, which can keep countless polluted areas out and maintain stability in the safe zone. Like a certain United States, although it seems that there are endless strong men on the surface, the whole country is peaceful and prosperous, and there is a beautiful and harmonious image. In fact, it is just a false prosperity. The incident of the materialized copy breaking through the safe zone happens every now and then. It is not that the lower class people are living in misery. After all, they also call themselves the beacon of the world. But they are definitely worried day and night and ready to move at any time. After all, it is easier to make the safe zone smaller than to waste manpower and material resources to suppress it, isn't it? On the sofa in the living room, Lu Wenwu was ready to go. He had just called Lu Ming and asked him to come and take care of Xiao Bao as usual starting tomorrow. Mao Mao had been staying in Lingtian Mountain blessed land these days, practicing heavenly dog-eating moon art. With the help of Emperor Lu Jiang and a large number of tenfold acceleration cards, he barely succeeded in practicing the second level. After clicking the 30 free attribute points of the level reward, Mao Mao's current four-dimensional attributes are Strength 232, Speed 315, Physique 400, Soul 1000. In terms of soul, it is even on par with Lu Wenwu, who has balanced development in 4 dimensions. Is it high? Bird food is high. These four-dimensional attributes have completely crushed all level players. However, Mao Mao obtained 36,000 spirit coins in the last game. This is what a normal player needs to go through 4 dungeons and get excellent evaluations in all of them to get the blood of the divine beast, the legendary strange object Emperor Liu Su. In addition, the foundation level of the skills with an increased weight value of at least 5, the first 2 levels can obtain a total attribute point of about 500 plus 1000 points. It is quite reasonable to have such super high attributes. Originally, Lu Wenwu wanted to bring Xiao Bao to the dungeon with him. It saves it from being always angry at home, and every time it comes back from the dungeon, it will get a lot of meows and shadowless cat punches. But the kitten was unwilling to go in. Lu Wenwu had no choice but to continue the game with a dog, and all the equipment depended on the explosion. Matching, pet detected, your dungeon difficulty range is being adjusted up,
past data detected, you have the following options. 1. Normal matching, but the settlement reward will not exceed perfect. Your final settlement level is up to LV20. 2. Start the advanced trial in advance, your dungeon difficulty will be greatly increased, the dungeon reward will be doubled, but the advanced trial rules will not change. Seeing the option prompt in front of him, Lu Wenwu's mouth curled up slightly, without hesitation. Choose 2, start the advanced trial in advance. Come on, C enters B's advanced trial. Let me see your purity. You chose to start the advanced trial in advance. The difficulty of this dungeon will be greatly increased, matching successful, instance, Wasteland Ghost, introduction, unknown forces swept the earth together with nuclear war, giving rise to countless strange and powerful forces. 100 years after the death of the first generation of survivors, the once glorious civilization has long regressed to a primitive age of near ignorance. Unknown fears shroud the earth, but the glory of the gods unexpectedly descends. Will you be the one favored by fate? Number of players, 5, main quest. Choose any force to investigate and obtain its ultimate secret. Current assimilation rate, 25.46%, instance level, B, time flow rate, 30:1, note 1, this main quest is cumulative. For each additional ultimate secret learned, the reward is accumulated once. After learning at least one ultimate secret, you can start your personal final settlement at any time in the out-of-combat state. Those who have not left the battle will not be affected. Note 2, the ultimate secret needs to be submitted actively. Each ultimate secret can be verified 3 times. If the information matches more than 90%, it is considered to be verified successfully. Secret information cannot be shared in non-team mode. Note 3, this copy is a special multiplayer type. If players sign a contract with each other, they can enjoy system protection, act according to the rules of multiplayer copies, and share the progress of the main task. Please make a choice within 30 minutes after entering the copy. Note 4, in the level copy, the basic income obtained from the task will be increased, and the hidden tasks and special branches will add basic spirit coins rewards. The system does not say what the consequences will be if you do not sign a contract with each other. But Lu Wenwu, who has read the information, knows it very well. Without the protection of system rules, players can hunt each other. The props in the backpack, the spirit coins in the system, the equipment and weapons on the body, and even the skills that have been learned, have a chance to be exploded through killing. I hope to line up a few people from the mortal world. Lu Wenwu silently prepared for the battle. This is the first time I can go to the dungeon wearing a vest. I don't want to kill people at the beginning. White light again. When the light in front of me faded, 5 figures appeared in a semi-underground cave at the same time. The strong wind blew the yellow sand, making the already dim light reflected from the outside even dimmer. The midday sun, which should have been the brightest in the day, now looked like a dim old kerosene lamp. From the half-closed heavy steel door that was mostly buried in gravel, it seemed that this was an abandoned semi-underground man-made facility. The sliding rails for opening the door had long been rusted. Before coming in, Lu Wenwu was ready to kill first if there was a disagreement. But after seeing several of his teammates, he swore that his CPU was a little overloaded on the spot. Standing on the left of Lu Wenwu was the one who looked the most normal among his 4 teammates. He was a bald old man wearing a gray monk's robe and a red cassock. On his kind face, white eyebrows and beard drooped, and on his left wrist, which was erected in front of his chest, he wore a string of heavy, shiny black Buddhist beads, and his eyes were bright and energetic. Except for the small plasma hand cannon in his right hand and the huge fist-sized Buddhist beads hanging around his neck, which made Lu Wenwu a little nervous, everything else looked so natural. He looked like a Taoist monk. Master Ruhwa, the elder of the Vajra sect, B+, 73200/73200, current status, common composed Amatba, I am Ruhwa, and I meet all the donors. Master Ruhwa bowed slightly to everyone, I am good at pistol fighting, please don't be surprised. If Master Ruhwa looks like a normal person, then Lu Wenwu dares to bet that the busty girl standing on his right who looks so charming is definitely not normal. Whose good guy has a pair of fox ears hidden in his hair in addition to normal facial features? And that 1.78 meters tall standard supermodel proportions, a seemingly conservative but extremely seductive outfit, plus a big furry tail swaying behind her, no matter how you look at it, it must be a fox demon in disguise. Fox Demon Su Qinghong/Xiaohong, B, 52800/52800, current status, happy to see the prey WDNMD. It's a live bee-stirred girl. Furry is ecstatic. When the fox demon girl saw Lu Wenwu's eyes, she glared at him and said immediately, what are you looking at, brother? What's the matter? If you want to date Sister Hong, just say it quickly, don't stand there like a log. My ancestral charm is awesome. If you want to see it, I'll show you a few tricks later. Lu Wenwu. Such a bold voice. This standard northeastern accent. Too damn aggressive. A nice girl, but she has a big mouth. Oh my god, this northeastern fox demon is a bit outrageous. Unless she changes back, even my open XP will be a bit unimpressive. Lu Wenwu gave an awkward but polite smile and quickly looked at the other two people. If you only look at the appearance, they still look like people. The handsome blonde young man next to Master Ruwo wore a white baseball cap, a sweatshirt and casual pants, and a pair of Shenzhou-made peak sneakers. At this time, he was blinking his ruby eyes, smiling shyly, and raised his hand to greet several people in a low voice. Hello everyone, I'm Anthony, my ancestral home is Great Britain, I currently live in the capital of Shenzhou, I know some vampire magic and physical skills. This soft and weak voice, coupled with the pale skin, gives a sense of pity. It would be even better if he was not a man. It would be perfect if he was swapped with that northeastern fox demon. Vampire Earl Anthony Barrow, B+, 81600/. Current status, shy well. Although this guy is dressed like an ordinary Shenzhou college student, at most he is a little too handsome. But there is no doubt that he is a real vampire. He is also a vampire earl who is about to be promoted to a marquis. As for the last 1.6 meter tall black-skinned girl who has been lowering her head and dare not look at people, this one is even more heavyweight. White hair, sheep horns, pointed ears. A face that perfectly interweaves purity and desire. The eyes with heart-shaped pupils are reflected under the old-fashioned black square glasses. The big and strong chest that cannot be concealed by the large casual jacket. The small black bat wings are neatly carried on the back. And a soft, tender, heart-shaped tail that keeps swinging back and forth. Judging from the swinging amplitude, the owner of this tail is quite uneasy at this time. Isn't this a succubus? Succubus. With such a distinctive appearance, Lu Wenwu can recognize it at a glance without the eye of insight. He trusts his second brother's judgment very much. When Lu Wenwu opened the eye of insight, the long string of at least hundreds of letters of the demon's real name and the succubus race name completely confirmed everything. Except for the suffixes such as uneasy, extremely nervous, mild fear, and beware on the status bar of this succubus lady who can be referred to as Cashin, which are seriously inconsistent with the succubus race. There seems to be nothing else to doubt. Succubus Cashin seemed to be about to cry, clutching the corner of her clothes tightly with both hands, and said weakly, "You can call me Cashin, I am good at auxiliary magic." The system automatically translated Cashin's demon language. An old monk who is suspected to be a cultivator but practices gunfighting. A flat northeast fox demon who claims to be very charming. A shy vampire who does not have the elegant manners of a British aristocrat. A socially anxious succubus who is shy and timid and good at auxiliary magic. What kind of combination is this? It just so happens that I like such unserious people. It would be so boring if they were all serious people. Lu Wenwu looked at the few people and smiled. I am Tyrannosaurus, good at close combat. Do you want to sign a contract to form a team? Lu Wenwu was not particularly surprised by the appearance of three non-human intelligent beings. I just lamented that I was lucky enough to bump into three of them in one go. After he went back last time, he specifically asked Lu Ming for some special information to study. In the past life of Blue Star, there were immortal cultivators, demon cultivators, and spirits in China, magicians, fantasy creatures in the Western world, and even elves and demons who were frequent visitors in the book. Existences in countless myths, legends and fantasy stories exist on this Blue Star. This is the billion-point difference from Lu Wenwu's previous life at Blue Star. This is a planet where the path to spiritual practice, inheritance and immortality has never been cut off. When the system selects players, there is no restriction that they must be real people. Any intelligent life is possible. However, only a-level ordinary people will participate in the audition for the initial copy, starting from the lowest and working your way up. If you have a cultivation level before entering, you will be directly given a player identity, and the dungeon will be matched according to your own cultivation level at the beginning. Don't think this is a good thing. A high starting point means no benefits from low-level copies. Except for ancestral skills, spell inheritance, magic weapons and other items, the rest is completely in vain. Even bringing in a magic weapon that is not produced by the system will increase the difficulty before matching. As for completing attribute points? Sorry, nothing like that. If you come in at level 11, none of the attribute point rewards from previous levels will be given to you. Upgrading to level 12 only has 5 points after upgrading to level 1. Not to mention other equipment, props, spiritual coins, rare objects, etc. It is precisely for this reason that unless the contaminated areas are really uncontrollable, various countries will choose to cultivate extraordinary beings without player status in advance to quickly increase their strength in a way that is similar to killing the goose to obtain the eggs. Back to business. When Lu Wenwu proposed the invitation to form a team, Northeast Fox Girl was the first to express her stance. "Hey, brother, I'm so surprised by your small body. We must form a team. I'll give you my sister's WeChat ID later. If I can get out alive, I'll keep in touch." Sister Zaya Hong Hong, no. Brother Hong said with a heroic look. By the way, he also gave Lu Wenwu a wink. It should be said or not, if the big fox lady was mute, Lu Wenwu would really be crazy about it. As for now, all he wants to do is clasp his fists and shout, "Fuck it, big brother." Amit Ba. The old monk beside him was reciting Buddhist verses like a firemouth, with a look of compassion on his face. It's good, it's good. I am willing to advance and retreat together with all the donors. Ah, I can do it. It's all fine. Anthony, a vampire dressed as a college student, still had the same shy smile and nodded slightly. As for Succubus Cashin, she lowered her head so low that Lu Wenwu was afraid that she would be suffocated by him. Judging from the ups and downs of her chest, she seemed to be nodding just now. At least it currently displays 5/5 on the system's team interface. Team formation successful, team main mission progress shared, current number of people 5, dungeon mode changed, the current mode is team cooperation, warning, teammates are protected by system rules, please do not harm each other maliciously. After the team was formed, the originally tense atmosphere among the 5 people also eased. Especially Succubus Cashin. At least the warning, and slight fear, in her status bar have disappeared. Extreme nervousness, also turned into nervousness. I really don't know why such a weird character appears in Succubus. Lu Wenwu could only attribute it to the diversity of intelligent creatures. He took a brief look at the surrounding environment and said quickly, "There is no task prompt, and the time should not be too tight. Let's introduce ourselves first according to the rules, starting with me. Wasteland, aberrant wasteland. Rumor has it that this place used to be a beautiful pasture, with emerald green grass growing there, and above the head was a clear blue sky and large white clouds. Under the reflection of the bright sunshine, the crystal clear and sweet water condenses into a lake, just like a gift from God. However, no one alive today has ever seen it. To them, the sky is gray, the clouds are dark red and brown, the ground is basically bare, and the water in the wild is turbid and not drinkable. The herds of cattle and sheep of the past have long disappeared. The aberrations spawned by pollution and radiation form a community, constantly wandering in this wasteland. No one could remember what this place was called, so they randomly picked the most widely circulated name as a nickname. Those who are still alive only remember one word that the first-generation survivors who died more than 100 years ago always repeated in their mouths. Wasteland. This is a deadly hell and a hunting ground for the strong. Humans in the wasteland have long forgotten what breeding is, and they all make a living by hunting aberrations. It is said that there was once a magnificent city under this gravel, and a large number of products of the old era were buried. If you can find some valuable products, you can go to a large gathering place to exchange for purified pure drinking water and get purified food made from plant powder. Even if the treasure cannot be found, staying in this dangerous zone with high radiation and pollution all year round will increase the possibility of becoming an evolver. The occasional lucky person confirms this. Although the vast majority of brave wasteland scavengers died from radiation, mutation, pollution, and mutant attacks. But this place still attracts countless wastelanders. At this moment, there are a few wasteland scavengers who are not afraid of death and are walking unswervingly towards the depths of the abnormal wasteland, with the unique despair of wastelanders and an almost insignificant trace of hope. Great God of evolution, please bless us. The vicissitudes of life. Man in the lead tightened the dirty scarf around his neck, wiped a handful of muddy goggle lenses, looked at the dim sun above, and murmured in a low voice. Old John, we have been walking for 3 full days, are you sure that picture is real? A thin, withered guy pursed his cracked lips, his voice extremely hoarse. It's not too late to turn back now. We can save more water for more than 2 days. Old John was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and he instantly became angry. Damn it. I told you, Takeda. I found it from an atlas that was at least 100 years old. That's a map from the old era. The old era, do you understand? Yes, Mr. Old John, the great archaeologist at the giant bone gathering place. Takeda has long been used to this. Forget it, I don't have the resources to change water when I go back anyway. In these miserable days, death can be regarded as a peaceful life. I have a feeling we're almost there. While the two were having fun, a person covered in an inhuman carapace spoke. If Lu Wenwu were here, he would definitely feel familiar. This person's appearance was exactly the same as that of the contaminated person he had encountered before. I can feel that the power of the great god of evolution is guiding me, not far away. The evolver pointed in a direction with his fingers that had turned into pliers. Old John's eyes lit up and he strode forward. Praise the great god of evolution. Boys, we are going to get rich. The thin Takeda shrugged and silently tightened his grip on the samurai sword in his waist that, according to his dead father, was handed down from the old times. As for what is a samurai? Takeda is too lazy to care about such nonsense. He's not an archaeologist. He only cares about whether he can have a full stomach for the next meal, or whether he can have a nice bottle of pure drinking water. After drinking the most rubbish third-grade drinking water all year round, the old man Takeda, who is over 30 years old, feels that he is not far from returning to the heaven of the great god of evolution. In the semi-underground cave that was forced to become one due to the change of terrain, the 5-row team of the Wasteland who had completed the self-introduction had just come to explore the cave. They found nothing useful. Lu Wenwu thought that his treatment was not very good for a time traveler. Other people's time travelers, not to mention the system plugin, went to explore some 10,000-year-old ruins and 1,000-year-old tombs, and the furnishings and treasures there were all as new as girls. Why was it that in his place, it was not only pungent and choking, but also collapsed in many places? In such a place with a weird climate and full of pollution and radiation, nothing good could be stored for long. The interior of the cave was filled with a lot of rust and debris, and it was no longer possible to see what it was originally. These debris were mixed with lumps that looked like human bones, and piled up on the ground. Master Ruwa kept chanting Amitabha and the Sutra of Rebirth along the way. One of the few gains was a sealed atlas wrapped in layers. Most of the writing on it was blurred, but the geographical location could still be barely distinguished through the color blocks and lines. At least there was a little psychological comfort. Let's go to the nearest point first. I hope that after so many years, the shelter is still there. Lu Wenwu said, and with a force on his legs, he kicked the heavy alloy door with a lot of gravel far away, opening up a passage to the outside world. He walked out first and was the first to feel the breath of the wasteland. The temperature was not very warm, and the air was very smelly, and accompanied by slight dizziness, nausea, and skin tingling. The blood volume continued to drop slightly, but was instantly healed by Lu Wenwu's blood and flesh regeneration talent. It just looked like there were signs of bleeding. Slightly stimulate the blood and chi to isolate, and all the discomfort disappeared instantly. Use the power to protect the body, the radiation outside is not small. Lu Wenwu reminded. The old monk Ruwa thought about it, said a Buddhist verse, took out a radiation meter from his backpack, and walked out holding it. Beep, 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 the harsh warning sound never stopped. Anthony, who followed behind, looked surprised. Oh my god. 9,999 Roentgens? How many nuclear bombs have hit this place? I'm afraid 9999 won't do. The Northeast Fox girl, who was wearing an illusion to cover her face, looked solemn. This is the limit of the radiation meter, but it is obviously not the limit of the nuclear radiation here. More than 100 years ago, the small island country next door came to harass the coast and rob. Didn't we teach them a lesson and almost destroy their country? Our 4 major fox tribes also sent elite members over there, and had a cordial and friendly exchange with the shrine foxes over there, and captured some slaves. Later, Miss Cho gave them an after the hot kiss. When my elders and I were walking around the radiation area to finish off the enemy, the consumption was only a few hundredths of what it is now. I was selected to become a player in recent years. When I went there, my cultivation level was only at sea level at most. Anthony thought for a moment and said cautiously, so, the radiation level in this place must be at least 20,000 to 30,000 Roentgens? This has reached the environmental radiation level after the accident of the northern giant bear that year. If the creatures in this copy can withstand this level of radiation for decades, even if it is only a dozen years, we must be careful. Their physiques must have undergone a huge mutation. When this was said, everyone agreed deeply. Except Lu Wenwu. He is very excited now, and he is looking forward to it. If the average strength of the creatures in this copy is high, then it is a great time to brush attribute points. It's just that this situation seems a bit unreasonable. There may be super large radioactive objects on this land. Otherwise, at least decades after the nuclear war broke out,
the radiation should have dissipated. Anthony muttered. It bah. Master Uwa shook his head, his face showing compassion. All living beings in this world are suffering. The few of them chatted casually, and followed the map while moving forward. After walking for about half an hour, the furry ears on the head of the big fox lady suddenly trembled, and her eyes looked in a certain direction in the distance. Hey, Sister Cashin, do you know the eagle eye technique? Hang one over there and take a look. Cashin was like a bullied young wife, and honestly released an eagle eye technique, hanging high in the sky, reflecting in the direction pointed by Su Qinghong. The light blue magic glow was very conspicuous in this wasteland. Look, Cashin whispered nervously, a team of 7 people is just behind the hill, and there is a strange-looking guy among them. He looks like a human, but has a hard shell, and one of his hands has become a pliers. Lu Wenwu was slightly stunned. It can't be such a coincidence? The wasteland scavengers moved very fast. A few tens of seconds after Cashin revealed the information, they showed up on the top of the hill. Lu Wenwu took a quick look and laughed. They looked really familiar. They looked the same as the survivors who lay flat in the previous copy. Anthony quickly glanced at the scavenger team and whispered, one is Clevel and the rest are all D+. Their body structure is very strange. They seem to have evolved a certain ability to resist radiation, but they are not a threat. Should we take them? It's too late to explain. Before Anthony finished speaking, Lu Wenwu and his men had already reached the other side. The scavenger team had no idea what was going on, and the only evolver among the few was kicked to the ground. A wisp of flame was dispersed before it could even start to show its power. The other 6 people were immediately frightened and stiffened. Lu Wenwu stepped on the evolver and asked with interest, I ask, you answer, if you play dumb you will die, understand? The evolver was very tactful and nodded quickly, I understand. I will tell you everything I know. What is your identity, what are your identities, and what are you doing here? Lu Wenwu asked. The evolver quickly replied, we are all believers of the great god of evolution and scavengers in the giant bone-gathering place. In addition, I am also an evolver and a glorious priest, who was given divine power by the great god of evolution. We came here because old John found a map of the old times, which showed that there might be a temporary military facility at the end of the old times. We wanted to try our luck. As he spoke, the guy who claimed to be a priest stretched out his tentacles and pointed at the weathered man, indicating that he was old John. Sir, are there any priests of the great god of evolution among you? I just felt a kind of guidance from the distance, so I found this place. The power of the great god of evolution, priest? Is there really a god in this wasteland apocalypse? A Blevel copy, it won't be so oversized, right? Lu Wenwu said calmly, the great god of evolution? I haven't heard of it. We are from the east. We don't have such a god there. The priest was a little confused, Master Kiki. The east is the range of activities of the deformed. Further east is the gathering place of the believers of the God of glory and eternal life. How could you not have heard it? Looking at Lu Wenwu's sandbag-sized fist, the priest swallowed the question he had not finished. I'm too lazy to make up a second excuse to fool you, so you'd better take my words seriously. Lu Wenwu retracted his fist. Now, tell me all the information about this wasteland under your feet, and the 2 gods you mentioned. Okay. The priest instantly saw the situation. Where do you want to start? Lu Wenwu turned around and exchanged glances with several teammates, and raised his chin. Start with you, the power system or cultivation system of this land, you can start. After a cordial and friendly exchange, the 5 people got a lot of useful information. Nearly 200 years have passed since the nuclear war broke out. Due to the infiltration of nuclear radiation and some unknown forces, many creatures mutated into monsters without consciousness. These are called aberrations. There are humans and there are animals from the past. Wastelanders mostly hunt aberrations for food. In the deformed wasteland where they are currently, in addition to the giant bone-gathering place, there are 5 gathering places of similar size, all of which believe in the so-called Great God of Evolution. What is the Great God of Evolution? The priest himself couldn't explain it, he just kept saying over and over again that he was a great being, and that the people of the Wastelanders today are only able to survive because of the blessing of the Great God of Evolution. If the body has mutations such as tentacles and carapace, it is called an evolver. This is regarded as a vast gift from the Great God of Evolution. If there are some powers that can control the land, fire, and ice, the people in the wasteland will think that this is a divine power given by the Great God of Evolution, and they will respect it as a priest. Evolvers and priests are roughly divided into levels 1 to 6 according to their different strengths. corresponds to the player's C level to B level. D level here is the level of ordinary people, so it is not divided. There seems to be no existence above level 7, which corresponds to the player's A level. At least this priest has never heard of such a powerful person. But there are aberrations, and there is at least one 7th level aberration in this aberration wasteland. This powerful existence is also given the title of Emperor. In terms of power, the Wasteland era was completely divided and settled into tribe-like gathering areas. Apart from their 5 gathering places nearby, the priest only knew that beyond the aberration group, there was a gathering place to the east that believed in the eternal God of glory. Believers of the eternal God of glory can control a special power that is much weirder than supernatural powers and do all kinds of incredible things. However, this priest didn't even understand what the God he believed in was. The 5-person group did not expect him to tell the other gods everything. After understanding part of the situation, the 5 or 4 people discussed it and decided to go to the place where the giant bones gathered to have a look and collect more information. You, lead the way back to your gathering place. Lu Wenwu retracted his big feet and pulled the unfortunate priest up. Priests are typical masters of this era, and they usually have no shortage of resources. Therefore, I have no interest in things like exploring, so I am naturally happy to be a guide, leading a few people to turn around and go back. Old John and the others hesitated to speak. They wanted to find out if there was any remaining claws, but they did not dare to leave the protection of the priest. At their ordinary level, going so far in depth is basically free of charge. Probing takes time. They don't have the mental power to sense, and a search would take at least several hours. It seems similar, but in fact it is the distance between life and death. Amit Ba, donor, there is nothing growing in that pit. Only a map has been preserved. It only takes half an hour to walk forward from here. The kind-hearted Master Ruwa reminded before leaving, however, please don't lose your life because of your greed for illusory wealth. As soon as these words came out, several scavengers immediately became entangled. In the end, only old John and Takeda resisted the urge to investigate and left with the team. As for the rest, he probably died after the 5 left. Anyway, no one caught up with the main force. Attacks and killings by aberrations are extremely common in this desert. At most, within half an hour of walking out, 3 ox-like monsters came running towards me. Their eyes have long lost the gentleness of their ancestors. Instead, there was bone-deep madness. Lu Wenwu lost interest after just one glance. The strength is too low, and there is no feedback even if I kill him. Amit Ba. The old monk performed Buddhist rituals with his left hand hanging with Buddhist beads, and an ordinary 92-gauge pistol in his right hand was loaded. My Buddha is merciful and may you all reach bliss as soon as possible. 3 brass bullets were ejected by the power of gunpowder, entangled by an inexplicable pale golden power, forming a drill-like shape in the air. The 3-headed aberration was taken away by the old monk's 3 precise shots without even being able to scream. Faint white flames swayed and burned on their corpses, burning out streaks of black and red smoke. Amit Ba. Lu Wenwu, who had witnessed the entire process, had a strange expression. If he read it correctly, isn't this my Buddha's compassionate gun? Lu Wenwu always feels that he and the things he sells will often meet again in some form in the future. Gun. This is a pistol from the old days. Old John, who was half a beat too slow to react, suddenly shouted excitedly, desperately lying on the ground and picking up the 3 hot bullet casings, as if he had discovered some kind of rare treasure. It's so beautiful. It's like brand new from the factory. It's completely different from the refurbished ones. The expression on his face was so intoxicated. The old monk thought for a long time, but he still didn't have the nerve to say that this was brand new and had been produced for less than a week. Amit Ba, if you like it, just take it. Master Ruwa said dryly, and the 3-headed aberration, just bury it if you don't need it. It would be a pity to bury him. The thin Takeda licked his lips, pulled out his katana and stepped forward quickly. He cut open the aberrant body and took out 3 huge bloody hearts. After stirring it with his hand for a moment, he pulled out a small piece of crystal-clear white flesh and held it over like a treasure. Sir, please take a look. This is muscled meat, the essence of the aberrant heart. Eating this can make you stronger. It is said that you can live a few more years, and it can also increase the chance of being granted divine power by the great god of evolution. Lu Wenwu picked up a piece and put it in his hand, sensing it in Lingchu's unique way. The essence of flesh and blood formed by the fusion of vitality and life energy, without radiation or unknown pollution, can be used to satisfy hunger. After giving his preliminary judgment,
Lu Wenwu swallowed it in one gulp and activated the heaven swallowing and earth swallowing power to analyze it a second time. A weak energy merged into his body. The added attributes are not even 0.1, and the system panel is not displayed at all. It tastes like ordinary heart-protecting meat. It has no fat and has a tough texture. It is tasteless after chewing and has a good feeling of satiety. The overall taste is quite mediocre. The increase in my taste after eating it is negligible, and it can barely be used as a daily ingredient. As a professional chef, Lu Wenwu gave his own evaluation. It's probably okay to season this stuff and stuff it with sausages, then fry it and fill it with eggs and wrap it in pancakes. I just have to find a way to add some animal fat, otherwise it won't be fragrant. Or you can try making it into meat sauce, or... Takeda froze in place, seemingly shocked that Lu Wenwu gave such a low evaluation to the muscular meat. You know, they usually don't want to eat such good things after getting them, but use them in exchange for more cheap resources. Put it here with Lu Wenwu, can it only be used as daily food? Before he could react, Lu Wenwu quickly cut the other 2 pieces of muscled meat into shreds and put them on a plate, sprinkled them with the red oil and other seasonings prepared in advance, and mixed them with cucumber shreds on a small plate. Lu Wenwu took out his chopsticks, took a small taste, and smacked his lips. Although it's not a very good ingredient, the cold dish tastes good. If you feel comfortable, you can make more. Except for old Munkruwa, who had little appetite, the other 3 people all gave high praise. Their physical fitness is lower, but their effect is still obvious compared to Lu Wenwu. Priest, Takeda, ... Damn it, who the hell are these people? And what are those green strip-shaped plants? Could it be the legendary vegetable? Old John, who was still cherishing the 3 bullet shells, saw Lu Wenwu chewing half a cucumber with a crunch sound, and his eyes suddenly widened again. His face flushed, and he asked tremblingly, "My lord, is this cucumber in your hand the legendary cucumber? Is it a plant from the old times that has not yet mutated?" Lu Wenwu nodded, and then signaled Cashin to wash the dishes with the water ball technique. After getting the confirmation, not only old John, but also Takeda and the priest instantly showed extremely excited expressions on their faces. The priest even knelt on the ground excitedly, with fanaticism in his eyes, and his expression became extremely pious at this moment. "My lord! You? Could it be that the 5 of you are the believers of the legendary God of natural redemption? Did you come out of his kingdom of God to give redemption to us poor people? God of natural redemption? Why did another one appear? Still a legend? How many gods are there in this copy?" Lu Wenwu looked at him calmly, neither denying nor agreeing. "Ha ha! I knew it. I knew it wasn't a legend. Not just a legend. The God of natural redemption really exists, he exists." Old John cowed out frantically, his face full of excitement, so ecstatic that several people were worried that he would faint. "It's been decades. The believers of the God of natural redemption have started walking on earth again. We are saved." The 5-member team looked at each other. This kind of words was familiar to everyone. Could it be that the so-called believers of the God of natural redemption were made up by the players who came in first based on the background of the dungeon, and the ones who came in later continued to use this setting, leading to some kind of legend? It's not impossible. A high assimilation rate represents 2 situations. Either this dungeon has no players performing tasks for a long time, so the fusion rate with Blue Star naturally increases. Or many players have died in this dungeon, so the fusion rate has increased greatly. For now, the situation is not easy to judge. Listening to old John's mumbling to himself, they barely pieced together some information. This so-called God of natural redemption is probably also a very philanthropic God. It is said that all believers of him live in his kingdom of God, and only occasionally appear outside and bring some plants and animals that have not yet mutated in the old times. No one knows the location of the kingdom of God, but those who know this legend are extremely yearning for it. It is because the kingdom of God is a perfect country with pure water sources everywhere, a lot of food, and people will not rot and die due to excessive radiation. Of course, all this was heard by old John from the old man, plus the fragments he saw from some antiques. Like the priest in Takeda, they only heard about this place from the legend and knew that this place is good and perfect. As for how good it is? I don't know. Soon, the team set off again. The carefree Northeast Fox girl Su Qinghong used her spiritual power to directly modify the memories of the 3 wastelanders, which was simple and quick. While hunting the deformed bodies, the 5-member team used the divine consciousness to transmit sound and force sound into a line to communicate. Now it seems that the sects formed by the followers of various gods should be the organizations in the main task.
But what is the ultimate secret? Oh, I have no idea. Anthony was a little sick at this time. Although the blood race will not be directly killed by the sun as in the story, it will indeed be weakened. Maybe it is to investigate the role played by various sects or gods in this nuclear war? Su Qinghong, who has read many related works, guessed, or to explore the essence of the power system of those gods and sects? Ahmedba, I don't think I have such great wisdom. The old monk looked sad. Maybe the system wants us to find different ways to save the world for each sect, to help the people of this world cross the sea of suffering and reach the other side. Cashin didn't speak, but just nodded slightly. The timid and introverted little succubus without a strong opinion. The strange label has increased again. Since no one has a definite answer, it seems that we can only use that trick. Lu Wenwu's eyes showed a slight expectation. That trick? Su Qinghong glanced at him seductively. What? You want to rely on your unique physical advantages to sleep with the wives and lovers of the leaders of various gathering places in exchange for secret information? Do you want me to check on those girls in advance and teach you a few tricks? Can we stop talking about bed and do something else, my good brother? Lu Wenwu made a disgusted expression. There are many ways to solve the problem. Do you have to seduce? Your mother's words. Su Qinghong rolled her eyes beautifully. I am a fox demon. Do you understand fox demons? My great-great-great-great-grandmother is the famous Daji. This is an ancestral craft. Can't throw it away. Daji? Professional players are prohibited from participating. Lu Wenwu suddenly felt that his previous joke that the secret of heavenly dog eating the moon was written by Xiaotian dog might really be a lucky coincidence. Could it be that not only is the immortal road still on this planet, but even the myths and legends are not false? Things are getting more and more interesting. Miss Su, what you said makes sense. So, may I ask, in your 200 years of fox life, have you ever successfully seduced a male creature? I'm determined. The men I seduced eventually became my buddies. Do you have any idea about this? If you don't give up, I'd like to be your big brother. Get out. CNM. I'm anxious. Jerry raised his thumb and smiled. JPG Tom raised his thumb and smiled. JPG Su Qinghong was furious and asked with gritted teeth, then what's your trick, my good brother Tyrannosaurus? I'm familiar with this job, just beat them. Lu Wenwu said lightly. Go to the gathering places one by one, let those leaders tell everything they know. If they don't, beat them until they tell. If they don't tell until they die, just beat them to death, and then replace them with the next one, and repeat the above process. As long as I kill enough, I can always complete the task. The old monk was shocked, his eyes widened. Amatba, Tyrannosaurus, you are too extreme. This time, the succubus Cashin did not hesitate or fear, and nodded firmly. I say. Is there a possibility, possible, that this is a puzzle exploration dungeon? Anthony said weakly, can this really complete the task? Of course, I have always done this, trust me. Lu Wenwu laughed. Anthony asked helplessly, what if you meet an opponent you can't beat? It's okay, I am a sports student, I am not afraid of difficulties and obstacles. Lu Wenwu waved his hand nonchalantly, as long as there is no heavy rain, I can continue to exert my strength after a while of precipitation. Anthony? What are you talking about, brother, why don't I understand? Lu Wenwu said seriously, look, the main task is to explore the ultimate secret of a certain force. Is there anything more ultimate than those gods? Let's kill all their believers, and the gods will show up when they are angry, and the main task will be over. Now, even Cashin, who has never expressed his opinion, couldn't sit still. What if those gods are not the targets of the mission and we still can't defeat them? Run away, what else can we do? Don't you have items to get out of the dungeon? Lu Wenwu said matter-of-factly, life is already hard, why not do whatever you want and have more fun in the dungeon? Ruwa, Cashin, Su Qinghong, Anthony, Damn it! Stinky rich man! There is danger. Many aberrations are coming towards us. In the direction we are coming from. A soft and slightly panicked voice suddenly emerged from among the group of people. That was the timid and shy succubus Cashin. Only when danger is imminent can this rustic-dressed succubus girl boldly and fluently speak out loud. A mirror-like surface of water appeared in front of everyone. As the blue light of the eagle eye technique trembled, the scene in the distance was mapped onto the water mirror technique. A large number of grotesque aberrations formed an army, like locusts crossing the border. Even those weird-looking plants were crushed into slag under the trampling of countless aberrations. They were not coming towards a few people, they were just passing by. But for the scavengers and wilderness hunters along the way, it is tantamount to a disaster. Looking horizontally, can you avoid it? How far away is it from us? Anthony asked quickly. Can't hide. Boundless. Cashin, holding the staff, looked horrified. They will be in contact with us in 3 minutes at most. Then there's nothing we can do. I hope these brainless and grumpy old guys don't line up too long. Lu Wenwu smiled slightly when he heard the words, and the heavy artillery glove was instantly put on his hands, and the space-time storage compartment of the wings of the sky lit up with a faint blue light. I hate fighting, especially during the day. Anthony sighed and finally put on a set of iconic vampire uniforms. The bat wings behind him spread out with a swishing sound, and there was a faint scarlet blood aura surrounding his body. Mom, my spirit and soul spells have no effect on this brainless thing. The northeastern fox lady cursed and put on a magic robe. After thinking about it, she took out a magic sword from her backpack and pointed at the magic sword. The 3 wastelanders on the side looked dumbfounded. Takeda and old John hugged each other tremblingly, their lips turning white from fear. The priest said tremblingly, Sir, those are the waves of aberrations. Lord Tyrannosaurus and Lord Anthony have the ability to fly, so they should be able to run now. Amitba, there is no need to worry about the donors, just hand them over to me Hedon. Old Munkruwa still looked calm and composed as he strode to the front of everyone and stood still with its step. He suddenly lifted up the red cassock he was wearing, revealing a thin gray monk's robe. A black lotus platform appeared at his feet, slowly lifting the old monk upwards. A heavy sniper rifle that was at least 2 meters tall suddenly appeared in his hands, aiming towards the rumbling distance. A bright yellow Buddhist fighting spirit circulated, and the old monk's originally compassionate expression changed instantly. The phantom of a blue-faced and fanged Buddha shrouded him, and the pressure on him became stronger and stronger. King Ming's Dharma appearance, Vajra with angry eyes. On the bright silver barrel, Sanskrit inscriptions were lit up. Inscribed on it is a Buddhist scripture, the Mahanirvana Sutra, designed specifically for transcendence. At the location of the energy slot, the 6-character Buddhist mantra Am Mani Bani Hum flashes alternately, and the entire gun exudes a strong aura of awe from the inside out. Anthony looked shocked, quickly stepped back a few meters, and said with lingering fear, a gun made of mithril. Enchanted by Buddhist scriptures, engraved with the holy flame to exorcise demons, blessed with the power of merit, a legendary demon-killing weapon. This gun, Dalong. The old monk Ruwa raised his gun and shot. The red flames wrapped around the bullets and struck several kilometers away. There was a strong explosion in fire, and several aberrations died instantly. The gun is like fire, purifying the karma in the world. The Buddha is smiling, I am the eminent monk. Lao Na, like fire. The dragon heavy sniper fired continuously like a rifle, the gunfire sounded like thunder, one shot faster than the other. The holy flame to exorcise demons burned blazingly, reflecting the old monk's face that blended angry eyes with compassion. The lips moved slightly and the scriptures were recited silently. Countless aberrations were shot dead on the spot before they even got close. Before the time for close combat had come, Lu Wenwu asked curiously, Master Ruwa, how did you get involved with spear fighting and fighting spirit? Logically speaking, don't all Buddhist disciples use demon-subduing pestles, demon-subduing sticks, etc.? Crescent shovel or something? I have never cultivated good deeds in my life, I only love fighting fires on the battlefield. Suddenly a great dragon emerged from the sky, praising the Buddha in its mouth. A thunderbolt came on the battlefield, and today you know who I am. The old monk said calmly, while his hand kept shooting. Instead of saying that I became attached to the gun, it would be better to say that I became attached to the Buddha. In addition to eating fast and chanting Buddha's name, Lao Na is also a quasi-level commander of the Shinglong army. Vajra's eyes are angry, so he subdues the 4 demons. Lao Na has been in the army for more than 50 years and has experienced countless battles, big and small. Although I was inspired by the Buddha to escape into Buddhism, my heart to save the country still remains. Buddhism can save people, but it cannot save them. Monks should be compassionate. I eliminate demons and save the country for the sake of great compassion. Compassion. The abnormal body tide finally appeared in front of everyone. Like a huge black wave, it came overwhelmingly. The wasteland trio had already been so frightened that they collapsed on the ground unable to get up. The staff in Cashin's hand was not resting for a moment, and a large amount of magic light appeared on the bodies of the 4 main battlers. Layers upon layers of auxiliary spells were added together, almost turning the old monk like fire standing on the lotus platform into a constantly flashing neon light. A heavy sniper rifle can stop the waves in front of the 10 days, and the bomb can fly to the 9 heavens.
I am worried about the demons in all directions, and the tungsten core steel bullets defend the way. Rifles can cut off sins in a row, and a single soldier can solve the problem. The panic military power rises and the dragon is awakened, and the holy flame washes away the dust and sins. Amit Ba. The old monk chanted an unknown poem in a low voice, and the big dragon heavy sniper rifle in his hand disappeared. Instead, there was a prayer wheel composed of 6 barrels. The complete Sanskrit inscription of the Diamond Sutra was lit up, and the dark green glass pure fire swayed and shone. The 6 pure demon-suppressing bullets engraved with the purification scriptures were spewed out, and the old monk's killing speed was unknown how many times faster than before. The 6 reincarnation prayer wheel, 3,600 turns in one breath. The cinnabar bullets that kill demons and eliminate demons, great compassion and great mercy to save the world. The Black Lotus platform is not only able to provide flight, but also seems to be a magic weapon with storage function. A yellow-red bullet chain extended from the bottom of the Lotus platform, directly connected to the 6-path reincarnation prayer wheel that continuously spewed out glazed pure fire. The hot shells felt like raindrops, almost burying old John, who was obsessed with the relics of the old times. But at this time, he no longer had the heart to pay attention to the treasures that had intoxicated him for most of his life. Now, something more attractive appeared. His turbid eyes stared into the distance, getting brighter and brighter. The glazed pure fire continued to burn on the battlefield, and those fierce tsunami-like deformities fell one after another like harvested wheat. This scene was like a miracle. Magic and bullets intertwined, heavy punches and flying swords danced. Even in the face of a wave of deformed monsters that the Wastelanders were terrified of, the 5 people still seemed to be at ease. One after another, the deformed monsters as strong as bulls were mowed by the old monk's 6 reincarnation prayer wheels, and fell in a mess on the way to charge. The glazed pure fire and the Blood Clan magic released by Anthony burned a large number of low-level deformed monsters to ashes. Those with strength above B-level were hit by Lu Wenwu's fists and Su Qinghong's flying swords one by one and died on the spot. The succubus Cashin hid behind everyone, waving a 2-handed staff that was taller than her, constantly mobilizing the power of elements to defend the position. The soil and water flow continued to rise to form high walls, dividing the battlefield into a maze-like appearance. A large number of deformed monsters were diverted into small groups in the distance, dispersed as much as possible, and rushed in other directions. The Wasteland trio was completely dumbfounded behind them. Using the strength of 5 people to confront the aberration tide. Is this really something that humans can do? Even if there are no king level representing the 6th level, B+, and the higher 7th level emperor level in the tide. But with the endless number of people at present, even the legendary 6th level strongmen can't survive this tide-like invasion, right? Could it be? The priest suddenly had a very bold idea in his mind. Could these 5 adults who are suspected to be the priests of the god of natural salvation be the legendary 7th level strongmen? Do we humans really have 7th level existences? Lu Wenwu and the others were destined not to answer the priest's question. After nearly an hour of bloody battle, the aberration tide finally swept away and went away. Until this moment, old John and Takeda still felt unreal, hugged each other tightly, and cried with joy. Survived. Surprisingly, they really survived. Good, good. The old monk's angry eyes all disappeared, and he turned into a compassionate look again. The Northeast Fox lady asked Cashin for some water, and now she was wiping her precious magic sword with a curse, and angrily scolded the aberration's blood for being so corrosive and sticky. Only the most serious Anthony spread his bat wings and flew into the sky, observing the surroundings carefully under the sun's debuff to make sure everyone was really out of danger. Go, the 3 of you don't stand there stupidly, pick up all the muscled meat and sort it according to the level. Lu Wenwu played with a billiard ball-sized muscled meat in his hand, and ordered very naturally. Master Ruwa's glazed pure fire is really convenient. The deformed flesh and blood were all burned, but the muscled meat was left. The old monk said while collecting the shell mountain, No. Glazed pure fire cannot be effective on pure objects. It can only be used for purification. The judgment of the Tyrannosaurus donor just now is absolutely correct. There is no pollution in the muscled meat. It seems that I can study the method of making this thing with confidence. Lu Wenwu took a bite and bit the meat in his hand like biting an apple. The blevel muscled meat has a tough texture and it crunches in the mouth, which is a bit like the lamb tendon that has been cooked in advance and then grilled on charcoal. Compared to the blevel garbage, this blevel muscled meat has a little more fragrance. After using the devouring heaven and earth to swallow it completely, Lu Wenwu's body attribute is increased by 5. This discovery immediately made him overjoyed.
Killing the evil nemesis will increase the free attribute points by 10. Win!
After killing it, eat the meat to activate devouring the world, body, attribute and add another 5. Xin Shi Huang sucks on a pacifier wins again. Unfortunately, he didn't win for the third time. When the battle was almost over, Lu Wenwu secretly ate a Blevel deformed corpse. Nothing happened except wasting physical strength. He couldn't even feel that his physical fitness was increasing. Probably all the blood and flesh essence of this species is concentrated in this piece of meat.
The wasteland trio moved very quickly.
Soon, more than 1,000 pieces of muscled meat were picked up. Among them, Blevel accounted for more than half, Klevel accounted for more than 2/5, and Blevel accounted for only a few dozen pieces. This is a good thing that can actually increase one's own attributes, and no one will choose not to do so. Fox demons are not in a hurry to eat meat or vegetables, and canines eat everything.
Vampires drink blood, but they are not limited to blood.
The old monk is a vegetarian under normal circumstances, but he is also a soldier, so it doesn't matter if he breaks the precepts under special circumstances.
Succubus eats. Ahem, anyway, it's enough to eat meat, nothing else matters.
The spoils were evenly divided into 5 parts. Originally, they thought that the old monk had contributed more, so he should get more. But Master Ruwa said that everyone had their own role in this battle, and it can't be judged only by the number of enemies killed. If you really want to be serious, Lu Wenwu killed countless Blevel aberrations, so he should take more. After such a shirking, under the insistence of the old monk Ruwa, several people had to give up.
Low-level muscleized meat is almost useless to Lu Wenwu.
So, he chose to use his own skills and a large amount of low-level muscleized meat to exchange with his companions for existence at least above C+ level.
Everyone agreed happily.
Their bodies are not as strong as Lu Wenwu's, and low-level muscleized meat still has a strengthening effect on them. After a battle, more than a dozen Blevel aberrations died at Lu Wenwu's hands, and Lu Wenwu made a lot of money just from free attribute points.
A full 214. Unfortunately, there is no B+ level here.
If you can eat this level of muscled meat, it will be a full 500 points of body attribute.
Lu Wenwu did not regret it for too long.
After all, the body attribute that can be obtained by eating muscled meat, plus the free attribute points extracted by the evil nemesis, this wave of benefits has reached an astonishing 350.
This is just the first day of entering the game.
If this wave of deformed bodies can come twice more, it will be so exciting. It is precisely because of this gratifying benefit that Lu Wenwu's smile on his face has not been put away until the night when he was camping and cooking. The egg-filled pancakes with the special muscled meat sauce made by the fifth brother are particularly sweet.
Not to mention the 3 wastelanders who cried and wiped their tears after eating.
Even the 4 well-informed blood clan Earl, social phobia succubus, northeastern fox demon, and old monk Ruwa sighed again and again, saying that the first half of their lives were lived in vain. No one can resist the charm of the all-powerful God-level spiritual egg pancake.
Even if you are not a human, you can't.
Unfortunately, Lu Wenwu is not very proficient in the various methods of spiritual cooking, and the yield rate is not high. Those hand seals and spells that are more complicated than alchemy and Taoist practice tortured him unbearably. It is easy for Lu Wenwu to crush stones with 2 fingers. It is really difficult for him to make seals like a butterfly. Just when Lu Wenwu was struggling to practice making seals with his fingers, the shy and timid succubus Cashin took the courage to provide him with a shortcut. A holographic projection handheld game console. To be precise, it is a holographic projection handheld game console with hundreds of extremely difficult music games. When playing, you must click and touch in all directions, and bend your fingers into one weird arc after another to ensure that you don't miss. With the mentality of I'm here now, Lu Wenwu tried it with some doubt. In the next 3 days, he turned into a music gamer, playing one torturous game after another.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
After 3 days, Lu Wenwu's skills really improved. The flexibility of his fingers was greatly improved. Lu Wenwu sighed in a very uncultured way, fuck, it turns out that time travel novels are all lies.
How can you become a master by practicing stupidly all day long?
It was probably because that large group of mutants had gathered most of the surrounding mutants. During the 3 days of traveling, the group only encountered a few scattered ones, and they were very weak. The old monk took out an ordinary barret and shot them one by one, sending them to paradise cleanly. After the old monk shot another one, Su Qinghong couldn't help asking, speaking of which, I have always wanted to ask, you don't practice Buddhist skills, but practice gunfighting and fighting skills.
Will the Buddha not blame you for insulting the tranquility of Buddhism? Umatba, Buddha has no form, so Buddha has the form of sentient beings. Buddha doesn't care whether Buddhist disciples practice Buddhist skills. The old monk put away the barrett, and then explained with a smile in plain language. To cultivate Buddhism is to cultivate one's original mind. Just like the Buddhist precepts do not allow eating meat, but I still do not mind eating flesh to save the world and save people. Like those so-called monks in the secular world, they seem to be vegetarians and chanting Buddha, but in fact they are constantly engaged in business operations and land mergers behind the scenes. What is the use of practicing Buddhism? The precepts are just a way to restrain the moral qualities and thoughts of monks. It is a way to quickly limit the bad nature of human beings, just like cramming education for rapid learning. You can't say it's wrong, but it is definitely not suitable for everyone, only for most people. The precepts are not the key, and Buddhism is not the key either. The heart is. So profound. Su Qinghong's snow-white fox ears on her head drooped down, full of confusion. Master Ruwa's meaning should be the same as what the ancient monk of Shenzhou said, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Anthony, the fake foreigner, understood it and acted as if he had suddenly realized something. At this time, he was holding a small white plate in his left hand and a cup of sweet black tea in his right hand, sipping it comfortably. It was cloudy this afternoon, and Anthony, as a vampire, felt very comfortable. If you ignore the college student outfit, he finally looks like an authentic British aristocrat with the Union Jack in old London. Cashin was as taciturn as always, or he was so socially phobic that he dared not speak. And Lu Wenwu, a new concept socially phobic who has always been at the forefront of eating melons and watching fun, was also taciturn. This was mainly because he had been distracted by playing music games on the way, indulging in the improvement of his strength, and had no intention of arguing with my fox brother in the northeast. In the distance, a village was already in sight. It seemed that there had been a bloody battle here. The broken earthen high wall covered with iron sheets was crumbling, and there were shocking cracks all over it. The dried blood dyed the ground brown, just like the green leaves under the flowers, setting off the eerie skeleton in front of it that was at least 10 meters high. This was the skeleton of a 7th-level deformed being, killed by the first leader of the giant bone-gathering ground. This was also the origin of the name of this gathering place. Well, at that time, this place was still called the Giant Bone Shelter. Before the few people came to the battle-damaged gate of the gathering place, the gatekeeper had already exclaimed in disbelief. "Oh my god, it's Priest Guing and Old John. And Takeda. Incredible, they actually came back alive and brought back a few outsiders. Fuck, it's true. This old guy and Takeda must have made a fortune this time." Both guards were only first-level, C evolvers, which were slightly better than ordinary people in the wasteland. But compared with Guing, a big man with dual second-level, C, identities as a priest and evolver, the gap was huge. Therefore, the two guys who had made a lot of money did not mention Guing at all. They went straight to Old John and the others with a smile, ready to beat them up. Ah ha ha. Isn't this our great archaeologist Old John Hull and his follower Takeda? Congratulations on your wealth. The thin and dry Takeda, who always liked to keep things quiet, was different this time. He walked forward with a grim smile, casually pulled out a Type 92 Kai from his arms and loaded it skillfully, and pointed it at the forehead of the person who spoke. "Of course not, look at this old-fashioned pistol in my hand. Does it look like your cheap life that bullies the weak and fears the strong?" The old monk was kind-hearted. He gave Takeda and Old John a pistol each, plus a few boxes of bullets as a reward. He had a lot of these things in his backpack, and they were not expensive. Old John also took out a Type 92 Kai calmly and loaded it with a click. Calm down, man." The evolver who was pointed at immediately raised his hands and broke out in a cold sweat. Clever evolvers may not be able to evolve scales and shells, and even if they evolve, they may not be able to evolve in the vital position. With his current physical defense, a close shot will only result in death by headshot. "I sincerely congratulate you on your fortune, really," the evolver said with a smile. "You and Old John are so lucky now, with old era guns, and you have escaped the previous wave of aberrations, so cool." Takeda put away the pistol expressionlessly. "You are a 1,000-year-old fox, why are you playing Liao Jai with me? I don't know what you are like." Su Qinghong's fox ears under the hat moved, and she asked curiously, "Do you have Liao Jai and fox fairies here?" "Hey, Sister Hong, I don't know what Liao Jai is, and I haven't seen a fox." Takeda smiled awkwardly. "I only know that this is a common saying, I don't know when I learned it." Oh, the northeastern fox girl instantly lost interest in this topic.
The three men in the team looked at each other and read some information from each other's eyes. If there is a book Liaozhai here, combined with the Chinese language they speak, will this be another blue planet? A blue planet where a nuclear war broke out? But what about those so-called gods? Do they really exist, or are they just fantasies created by the wastelanders in despair? Lu Wenwu, who felt that this place was meaningless, was too lazy to argue with these guys who looked at people and served them dishes. He immediately circulated his blood and released his own strength. The strong pressure knocked the two guards and the people who were watching the excitement not far away to the ground. Even a third level, C+ level, evolver hiding in the dark was no exception. There was no vulgar plot in which Lu Wenwu and his group were forced to pretend to be slapped in the face because of coveting beauty and being overwhelmed by the second brother. In the off-world wasteland, strength is justice, and power brings freedom. As long as you are strong enough, you can use Jiao Gao's locking skill, calling a stag a horse, as many times as you want. The frightened third-level evolver politely asked Lu Wenwu and others about their purpose, and respectfully led them to the residence of the leader of the gathering place. The fifth brother's powerful fist was more effective than any words, better than 1,000 words. Muddy, messy, dilapidated, dirty, smelly, disordered. It was like the poorest slums in the country of the third brother next to Shenzhou, where Dalits gathered. This was Lu Wenwu's impression of the giant bone gathering area as he walked through a group of dilapidated houses. In the gathering place made up of various construction wastes and strange materials, pairs of desperate and numb eyes moved slowly, watching this group of people who seemed to have descended from the kingdom of God. They were poorly clothed and poorly fed. The courtesy, righteousness, and integrity that once existed on this land had long disappeared. What replaced them was only the most primitive desires of human beings, only the instincts engraved in DNA. When the granaries are full, people know etiquette. When they have enough food and clothing, they know honor and disgrace. Nuclear war broke out, the world turned into wasteland, and the brilliant culture created by human civilization was almost extinct on this planet. Life? Just survival. Struggling to survive. People like Old John are outliers among outliers. Lu Wenwu didn't know why humans hadn't been able to rebuild a new wasteland civilization and try to restore the prosperity of the past more than 150 years after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Try to live like a human. Now they are just a group of high-tech primitive creatures who pick up garbage and can only press switches. The technology level of the wasteland world before the nuclear war was not low. At least not lower than that of the Blue Star in Lu Wenwu's previous life. Many of the old products that have been passed down to the present are enough to be called high-tech. A machine that can quickly purify fresh water mixed with nuclear radiation. Electromagnetic catapult firearms similar to Gauss rifles. Even a device that can eliminate the pollution of the deformed body and make it edible. It's hard to imagine that such a world that once had a high level of technology would end up like this. Is it the influence of the so-called gods? Just as various speculations kept flashing through the minds of several people, they had already seen the leader of the giant bone-gathering place. A fourth-level strong man with an unknown animal skin and hard shell all over his body. In this wasteland, he is already considered a strong man. He uses a lot of old-time weapons, which are enough to kill fifth-level aberrations. But in front of the five-man group, he is not good enough. Except for the succubus Cashin, anyone can beat her. You have come from the kingdom of God, but the God of natural redemption is about to come to the world again? The strong leader obviously received the report in advance. He hurried over and looked at the group with respect and eagerness in his eyes, without any doubt about their identity. This is also normal. With the strength shown by Lu Wenwu at the door, even if he said that he was a demon descended from the sky and Tai Sui in the world, the leader would have to pinch his nose to accept it. Don't worry about this, we need to understand something first. Anthony, the most friendly, said, let your men go out first. This was discussed in advance by several people, disguised as believers of the so-called God of natural redemption. Anthony was in charge of the inquiry, and Lu Wenwu was in charge of the military deterrence. Originally, Lu Wenwu also wanted to strive for the qualification of external communication. As a result, not only the old monk Ruhua, but even the succubus Cashin raised objections with a look of horror. This matter had to be abandoned. The strongman leader was silent for a moment, and said in a deep voice, all get out. Brother, this. A younger brother was about to say something but stopped. Lu Wenwu glanced at him and clenched his fist suddenly. The violent airflow surged out, instantly overturning the younger brothers who were waiting for battle, and they fell to the ground. I really want to kill people, can you stop me? Just relying on the antiques in your hands that are more than 100 years old?
He calmly stated a fact: "I will stand here and let you hit me, can you break my defense?" The younger brothers looked at their elder brother with a frustrated look on their faces. After receiving the order again, they reluctantly retreated. "Please take a seat, envoys." The sturdy leader politely led the group to sit down, and personally presented 5 first-class drinking water condensed by the priest's own abilities. "What do you want to know?" "It's like this: we went out this time to compile a chronicle, and at the same time visit various places to record the beliefs of various gods in various gathering places, as the beginning of the end of the Wasteland era." Anthony said with a smile, "So, let's get straight to the point. When did you start to believe in the great god of evolution?" The sturdy leader pondered for a moment, and answered uncertainly, "It seems to have been there since the beginning of the nuclear war? I can't say for sure, I only know that the great god of evolution is the first god to descend to the world." "The first one?" Anthony's face was stern. "According to the information you got, did the great god of evolution come after the nuclear war? Rather than before the nuclear war broke out?" "Although I don't know the exact time, I am very sure." The strong man nodded firmly. "According to my grandfather's grandfather, it was because of the gift of the great god of evolution that we had the power of evolution and could use it to resist the ubiquitous nuclear radiation and pollution." Kassan used magic to transmit the voice. "It's true, the soul is normal. Before the great god of evolution came, no one evolved or awakened superpowers?" Anthony continued to ask, "How can you be sure that all this was brought by the great god of evolution, rather than the natural environment?" "My lord, I think this question is meaningless. The great god of evolution has given everyone, including you and me, the strength and physique to survive in this wasteland. Even if you are not a believer of the great god of evolution, you should not slander such a great existence." Involving his own beliefs, Anthony's sharp question obviously made the strongman leader a little angry. Even with Lu Wenwu's death threat, he responded to Anthony with a soft nail. "The great god of evolution is real, which is something our ancestors witnessed. His great body descended in the sky, and the whole world was shrouded in a bloody rain, including countless humans who were in constant fear. The bloody rain gave us the initial evolution. Since then, we have had the opportunity to continue to struggle in this wasteland. We should be grateful. The great god of evolution is so tolerant and loving. He even allows other gods to share his believers, and generously bestows his divine power." Everyone did not expect that the strongman leader would be so excited when it came to the issue of gods. In Kashan's judgment, everything he said was true. At least in the inherent cognition of the strongman leader, all of this really existed and really happened. Even the first generation of survivors had witnessed the true body of the great god of evolution coming. So, does the great god of evolution really exist in the wasteland world? And it also helped the wasteland humans to preserve the fire of civilization through collective transformation? Things became a little subtle for a while. Analysis from the words of the brawny leader. The great god of evolution is supposed to be the first god to appear. It was his power that helped the survivors of the wasteland overcome the initial difficulties after the nuclear war, and helped mankind gain the strength to physically withstand high concentrations of nuclear radiation. The god of glory and eternal life, who controls strange powers, and the god of natural redemption, who can cultivate normal fruits and vegetables of the old era, are both latecomers. The great god of evolution is a god of mercy. In order for humans to live better, the other two gods are allowed to share their followers. Although I don't know what the use of believers and beliefs is, in the understanding of the strong leader, this is all the facts. Lu Wenwu, who has read many online articles, inevitably started to think in the direction of conspiracy theories. For example, in order to collect faith, I started to destroy the world myself and then pretended to be the savior. The fight for faith led to Ragnarok and only the three of them were left. Everything is just fabricated and just a beautiful fantasy in the hearts of wastelanders. Human civilization re-evolves from nature worship and so on. You can write an online article by adding a book title to each guess, and it can be used in many subjects. Calm down, friend. We are just investigating the understanding and belief in gods in each gathering place. We do not mean to disrespect the great god of evolution. Anthony reassured. Su Qinghong hummed softly and used some soul spells to suppress the irritable spirit of the strong leader. No matter how Lu Wenwu looked at it, he felt that this voice was very inconsistent with the daily style of the Northeast Fox Lady. There is quite a sense of déjà vu, as if Li Kuei was pretending to be calling Brother Gongming. Seeing that the other party calmed down, Anthony continued to ask, "What is the daily worship process for the great god of evolution at your giant bone gathering place? Are there any statues, temples, etc.?" There are no idols or temples. The brawny leader shook his head. The true form of the great god of evolution is engraved in the hearts of every believer, but we cannot carve or draw it, no matter what method. Things became more and more confusing. Why does this description sound so like Cthulhu? Angrily, Anthony took out a bag of scarlet liquid from his backpack, put it to his mouth and sucked it, his forehead wrinkled like a Shar-Pei. The other 4 people stared at him silently, seeing that most of the bag of liquid quickly went down. As if feeling that the atmosphere suddenly became a little solemn, Anthony looked to the side erratically. After seeing the looks in the 4 people's eyes, he realized that his actions seemed inappropriate to outsiders. Immediately, Anthony took out 4 more identical bags and motioned to several people. Would you like some? It's delicious. Lu Wenwu took it casually, opened his mouth and took a big sip, his eyes brightening. The taste is surprisingly good. Don't want. Su Qinghong's pretty face turned pale and she refused loudly. Old Monk Ruwa said dryly, Donor Umit by Anthony, I think this drink is too advanced for us. Ah? What are you talking about? Isn't this a normal thing? Tyrannosaurus said it tastes good. Anthony was confused, is this very common in China? This is why I settled here. Even Cashin, who was afraid of society, couldn't help but said, Mr. Anthony, what you said is normal, it is for the vampires. Although I don't know much about China, how can this kind of thing be possible in human society? Common? Bird food is quite common. It would be better if you could add some ice. Lu Wenwu whispered, Cashin, can you give me a freezing spell? At this moment, Anthony finally realized that something was wrong and looked embarrassed. No, this is not blood. Really not. This is watermelon juice. Where did you think you were going? I personally flew to Qiangdao province and picked the best Kirin melons one by one from the fellow villagers. I removed the seeds by hand, squeezed the juice, filtered out the residue, and bagged and sealed them. Watermelon juice? Northeast Fox Girl's CPU overloaded on the spot, but why do you still put it in a blood bag? Otherwise, what should I use to pack it? I can't afford to buy a beverage bottle production line to seal it. Anthony collapsed a little. The blood bag is strong and durable, has good sealing performance, is just the right size, and is easy to carry. After it is packed, it is better than cans. The drink is convenient, you can sip it and drink it, and it's not easy to spill. Lu Wenwu held the iced watermelon juice and nodded sympathetically, it is indeed good. I will give it at least 8 points out of 10. The remaining 2 points will be deducted for not being frozen and being too original. Among the 6 people present, probably only Lu Wenwu, who had a completely different brain circuit, could sit here and taste the watermelon juice calmly. The other 3 members of the Wasteland Exploration team were already in deep shock and disbelief. Anthony, you, the Orthodox blood earl of the Barrow family, why do you like to drink watermelon juice? As for the brawny leader, wait a minute, strong man leader? Just when the 4 of them were making a fuss, Lu Wenwu let out a sigh, walked up to the strong man who had been motionless for a long time, and put his hand on his Baihui point. The soul fluctuations completely disappeared, and even the soul echoes were gone. This man actually died quietly. Brothers, something is wrong. Lu Wenwu said strangely, this guy died suddenly. His soul was missing, and his energy and blood began to decline rapidly. Anthony and Su Qinghong's quarreling voices stopped immediately. The 4 people's eyes instantly fell on the face of the sturdy leader who died with his eyes open. His expression was still pious with a bit of anger, but his eyes had long lost focus. Killing people in front of 5 players? And among them were succubi and fox demons, 2 races that were good at mental and soul spells. How could this be possible? In just 5 seconds, the body of the sturdy leader quickly shrank and became a state similar to a mummy. Anthony murmured, the essence of the flesh and blood was devoured, which is just like the most evil devouring secret technique of our family. Evil? Su Qinghong blinked, you vampires live by devouring the blood of other creatures, why do you care about this? Anthony said unhappily, come on, even if human stories portray us as monsters, it doesn't mean that we are really as stupid as in the stories, okay? Drinking a little at a time can make a person live for decades, and drinking it all at once will kill him. It will take at least a dozen years to cultivate a new one until he is old and strong and draws some blood. The blood will not be affected. Don't we understand such a simple truth as 1 meal full and 1 meal full? Instead of killing, why don't we feed humans well and make a fortune secretly? Su Qinghong asked unyieldingly, what about those vampire stories? Honest man Anthony couldn't stand it anymore and finally exploded, what about your great-great-great-grandmother in the investiture of the gods? And what about your relatives and scholars in Liaozhai? What about the notebook on a certain pink software? Dot. The sturdy Northeast Fox girl finally fell silent. Just when Anthony thought the farce was over and they could finally get down to business. Su Qinghong turned her face away and said rather embarrassedly, "It's just a documentary literature with a little exaggeration and artistic processing. My great-great-great-grandmother is still a little inferior. The real talent is the female ancestor of the Tushan Fox clan, who is one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, you." Anthony? I don't really understand you foxes. Well, that's not the point. We can save the issues left over from the family's history and deal with them later. Su Qinghong coughed dryly. If this guy just dies here, won't there be 300 swordsmen lurking outside to start a war with us? Sister Hong, there seems to be no need to worry about this issue. Cashin said weakly, all the humans outside, all level and above, have died quietly. What the hell? Su Qinghong's eyes widened instantly, all dead? Are you kidding me? Who in this wasteland has the ability to kill people silently at such a close range? Or all the extraordinary people in a gathering place? Those with special abilities? It seems that the scheming frog has been touching your belly. Lu Wenwu deliberately lowered his voice and spoke, looking fixedly in a certain direction in the room, adjusting his non-existent glasses, and a caring smile appeared on his face. Before he finished speaking, the surging energy and blood circulated, causing the already strong muscles to swell again. The right fist that turned into dark red suddenly swung out with a world-dominating momentum, striking across the air. Punch your father! The powerful fist formed a substantial tornado, and the terrifying energy actually destroyed some kind of regular barrier in the room. There was a faint sound of shattering, mixed with a woman's wails and screams. Something was shaken out by a punch. Feel this domineering power. Before the woman could fully appear in the room, Lu Wenwu's feet suddenly roared fiercely, and his whole body was launched like a cannonball, heading straight for the target location. Boom! 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 With the blessing of explosive steps, Lu Wenwu held the woman's neck and transformed into a housecleaning master. He broke 4 walls in succession and pinned her to the muddy and dirty ground. It wasn't until the smoke cleared that the 4 people who chased him finally saw the assassin's appearance clearly. It was a woman dressed in black, with a short stature and an unattractive appearance. Different from the non-human beings who evolved and the supernatural priests who had no changes, her exposed skin was covered with a strange blue-black pattern when her neck was tightly held by Lu Wenwu. This pattern has spread from the arms and body to the entire right half of the woman's face. Even the pupils turned into a leaden gray without pupils, looking extremely terrifying, like the kind of zombies Lu Wenwu saw in his first copy. There is only 5th level strength, which is only equivalent to our level plus 1 or 2 levels of advanced skills, and the aura is empty, as if the promotion has just been completed. Anthony frowned incensed. It seems to have used some it's very evil to use cunning methods to perform blood sacrifices. This lady should be proud of herself. Because she has just unlocked a special achievement, even the vampires think she is evil. How did you do that? Lu Wenwu didn't have as many twists and turns as Anthony and went straight to the point. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood, along with her crushed teeth when Lu Wenwu violently arrested her. Lucky superpowers, how can you humble and brainless guys compare to the power of our ghost masters? It's just good luck that you have awakened superpowers, and you even brazenly claim to be a gift from God, a ghost controller? I've never heard of it. What the hell? Lu Wenwu was a little unhappy. I asked you how you killed all these people. Can you understand what I'm saying? Ha 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 ha. You are indeed an ignorant guy. The woman laughed arrogantly, with a sarcastic look on her face. The newly born priest in your giant bone-gathering place now even has the honor to live forever. Snapped. Lu Wenwu gave her a hard blow without mercy and shattered half of her teeth with a slap. I ask you how you killed people. Why did you say there were so many but not enough? Is there something wrong with your brain, or can't you understand Chinese? Aha! Damn it, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. You are insulting your honor, the woman shouted vaguely. Snapped. Lu Wenwu showed another expressionless mouth and smashed her other half of the teeth. It also flattened half of her cheek, and now it looked like a large dent. The intense pain instantly caused the crazy woman who claimed to be a ghost master to faint and collapse to the ground helplessly. Good brother, come here. You are a demon cultivator who is a direct descendant of the Su family. She should have practiced the soul-searching method, right? This woman has a mental problem and it is difficult to communicate in a normal way. Let's just go to the final process. Lu Wenwu took out the other party's underwear with disgust and wiped the blood on his hands, then stuffed it back again after wiping it. Do not misunderstand. This is not because Lu Wenwu is abnormal. The main reason is that only her underwear is clean, and the more she rubs it with other parts, the dirtier it gets. Su Qinghong stood still in place. Even when Lu Wenwu called her good brother, she didn't refute this time. Come on, brother, where are you poking your balls? Lu Wenwu gave her a confused look. Oh. I was lazy and didn't learn to search for souls when I was a child. I'm not very good at this kind of thing. The supermodel fox lady finally showed for the first time the shyness that belongs to the Fox clan. She stared at her big eyes, held her fair and smooth face, and stuck out her scarlet tongue, trying to be cute and pass the test. It's a pity that TM is not used in the right place. You little thing, it's really screwed up. Lu Wenwu's words were full of disgust. You can't do anything, you can't eat anything, and you haven't grown as much as you should. You are really sorry. Everyone in China knows this. Bloodline inheritance. In the end, the Kashin girl, who still knew a little about souls, had the courage to take action and read the other party's soul to the point where it was almost broken, and then she pieced together some information. Ghost controller, as the name suggests, is a person who controls ghosts. By taking the ghosts into their bodies, they suppressed and manipulated them, and then gained the ghosts' powerful and strange powers. You can even kill people through certain rules, like some kind of weird rules. It's a bit like the deja vu of the Jinchuriki in Naruto. Compared to the mindless recklessness of evolved people and superpowers, ghost masters probably need more brains to kill people. People with low IQs can't play. However, success can also be used to control ghosts, and failure can also be used to control ghosts. The stronger and more ghosts you control, the more people will be affected by their negative instincts. Correspondingly, the stronger willpower is required. If the willpower is not enough, there will be crazy, violent, bloodthirsty, anti-human and antisocial situations. It is because of this situation that the female ghost master appears to be mentally ill. Her name was not pronounced. However, this is not important. She was indeed the one who killed the people in the giant bone-gathering area, and she was even at the 4th level when she killed them. She had been planning this for many years. First, he spent several years using a special ability of his own ghost to mark the extraordinary people in the camp one by one. Then he led his men to trigger a tide of aberrations to carry out a bloodbath on the giant bone-gathering place, generating a large number of resentful souls and resentment. In the end, she mercilessly killed all her men as blood food, giving birth to a powerful ghost that controlled extremely powerful regular killing methods. The moment this ghost appeared, it connected to the mark set by the female ghost master in advance, and began to gradually extract and devour the target's soul. The female ghost master took the opportunity to control the ghost and incorporate it into her body. This process is extremely fast. The moment she completely fused with this ghost, a large number of souls were devoured. The blood and souls of countless extraordinary beings and superpowers completed a huge blood sacrifice, successfully pushing this female ghost master to the 5th level throne. According to common sense, this should be the beginning of the rise of a villain and hero. Unexpectedly, I met such a weirdo as Lu Wenwu. After one punch, she felt the domineering power and died to the point where no grass could grow on her grave. Lu Wenwu was a little unhappy. Killing this psychopath only gave him 50 free attribute points. What a waste, worse than Lai San. What made Lu Wenwu even more uncomfortable was that after the psychopath died, the ghost that originally possessed her body left her body and revived. The power level was very strong. But after being killed by Lu Wenwu with a few punches, it didn't even provide a single attribute point. It can't be a win-win situation. Anxious. Very urgent, very urgent. What's the meaning of this kind of waste? Kashin, do you have any other information? Lu Wenwu asked, for example, how did they get here, and the location of their gathering place? Yes. The socially phobic little succubus nodded hurriedly and passed a piece of information to Lu Wenwu. Ghost gathering place. Lu Wenwu murmured, flew up, looked to the east of the giant bone gathering place, and took out the atlas he had found before for comparison. From the location point of view, the gathering place of ghosts is very close to a big city in the old times, and it can be said that they live next to each other. The way these ghost fighters came here is more plain than Lu Wenwu imagined. They simply rely on the power of ghosts to hide themselves, and then come here on foot. Among them, 3 unlucky guys died of thirst because they ran out of drinking water. Well, it's not weird at all. Therefore, many times, what happened before the boss battle cannot be studied in detail. After careful study, you will find that this boss and his men have no style at all. Just like the devil can't sit on the throne and pretend to be cool all day long, waiting for the hero to chop him at any time, right? Tom Riddle, such a pretentious dark devil, has to shit after eating, and then wipe his ass with paper, right? The same principle. The five people discussed briefly for a moment and determined the next action plan. There is no point in staying here. Going to the ghost gathering place closer to the old city should be able to obtain more information. After a simple search, after confirming that there is no information missing here, the five people set out on the journey again. Pooh, it's really rubbish. Halfway through, Lu Wenwu spit out a pile of metal slag from his mouth and rinsed it with the watermelon juice given by Anthony. Judging from the half of the metal component in his hand, the predecessor of that thing should be an old Gauss rifle. Swallowing the sky and eating the earth did not bring any attribute bonus, and the taste was not good. Lu Wenwu decisively discarded it. Fortunately, he took a handful. The five people did not take too many things before leaving. Only the old monk dismantled a small heavy particle accelerator as a weapon supplement, and the rest were left there intact. If they all took it away, when they encountered a large number of deformed bodies again, the giant bone gathering place would become history. I say, do you have pica, Tyrannosaurus? Anthony and Cassin's recipes are not as weird as yours. Su Qinghong said with disdain. Lu Wenwu glanced at her and replied confidently, as a cook, is there a problem with my courage to try new ingredients? No problem. This is to prepare for future sales. Ha! The fox lady felt a chill. I can understand you eating other things, but who are you going to sell this thing to if you eat Gauss rifles? Sell it to the Cybertronians, right? Lu Wenwu casually took out a muscle meat sausage and started chewing it, and a crunching sound kept coming out of his mouth. Ordinary version, no attributes can be added, just for fun. There are so many copy worlds, there will always be times when you encounter silicon-based lifeforms. This wave belongs to exploring customer preferences in advance. You, a stupid fox who can't even play traditional skills, don't know a hammer. Ah! I bite you. Su Qinghong, who was poked in the sore spot, was furious and opened her little mouth to bite. With a whine, for sharp little fangs of canines were accurately bitten on Lu Wenwu's wrist. Ah wow. Are your muscles made of iron? So hard. The sturdy fox lady, whose mind was not clear, immediately opened her mouth and retreated with Wu and squatted on the side crying. Lu Wenwu stuffed the remaining half of the sausage into the fox's mouth, rubbed the furry white fox ears a few times, and stroked the fluffy fox tail twice. Stupid fox, bite this obediently. Woo-woo-woo's cough. Asshole Tyrannosaurus. You suddenly stuffed it in to choke me to death. How big is your thing? Don't you know it? Something's wrong. Just when the man and the fox were fighting wits and courage, and the old monk was chanting scriptures, Cashin, who was diligently observing the outside world, suddenly reminded him. A really big deformed beast is rushing towards us. It's only level 5, but it's very fast. It looks like a big tiger with an ugly head. It's good to be fast. It's just right to catch it as a means of transportation. Lu Wenwu instantly became interested. He rolled up his sleeves, kicked his feet and rushed out, heading straight for the direction Cashin pointed out. Sure enough, there was a giant tiger running wildly behind the hill. It was at least 20 meters long. Roar! A roar was roared out, and the roar of a tiger in the forest was definitely not a roar. Lu Wenwu's mouth slightly curved, and he rushed towards the deformed giant tiger. When he was close to it, he took advantage of the large amount of sand and lay down suddenly. The whole person immediately slid under the giant tiger's head. I slide. When he reached the middle of the giant tiger's body, Lu Wenwu's whole body bounced up incredibly as if it violated the laws of physics, and he punched the giant tiger's soft belly hard. Ha! Shenghu fist. There was a dull thud. The aberrant giant tiger whined and passively took off. Its sprinting posture was completely interrupted. It fell sideways and rolled several times. Fortunately, I am a physical education student, so the slide shovel succeeded easily. But speaking of it, this place was probably the grassland of Mongolia province in the old days. How could tiger-like creatures appear? I don't understand. Lu Wenwu murmured, and walked slowly in front of the giant tiger's big nose, with all his momentum in full swing. You, treat me as my mount. You don't deserve to be beaten to death, do you understand? Aberrations of level 4 and above have certain intelligence and can understand some human speech. This is not playing the piano to others. Of course, if you don't understand it, then it will become an attribute point. The giant tiger sniffed Lu Wenwu fiercely a few times, and his expression suddenly changed. He quickly nodded and turned over to show his submission. Looking at it now, its tiger eyes instantly became much clearer. There is countless fear in it, as if seeing some kind of natural enemy. It is hard to imagine that aberrations dominated by mutation and chaotic instincts would still have clear eyes. Is it so easy? The aura of the time traveler has finally taken effect? My brother has also awakened some domineering aura or domineering aura or something like that? The process went surprisingly smoothly, so smoothly that Lu Wenwu couldn't believe it. I was originally prepared to conquer the tiger with virtue, but now it seems that I don't need to. When he came back riding the giant tiger, the other 4 people were shocked by the giant tiger's performance. Aberrants, who basically only have killing in their hearts, can actually become docile? Anthony asked curiously, Tyrannosaurus, have you mastered some kind of beast taming skills? You can actually complete the beast taming so quickly, and the effect is so good. No? Lu Wenwu himself was still wondering. I just punched it casually, and then I talked to it, and it became submissive on its own. Having said this, the giant tiger took the initiative to let out a respectful whimper, which sounded a little aggrieved. No? Are your fists so useful? Anthony was puzzled. With the giant tiger traveling, the group's traveling speed was greatly increased. In less than a week, they reached the other end of the abnormal wasteland and came to the vicinity of the gathering place of ghosts. Under the dark sky, metal and concrete building components are mixed together. Countless molten fragments of unknown origin were piled haphazardly in a huge pit with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. The nuclear sewage glowing with faint green fluorescence condensed into puddles, soaking the bones that were as soft as mud inside. Abnormal bodies transformed from rats and other small rodents shuttled freely among them, mercilessly trampling on the last remnants of humankind's glorious civilization. 200 years ago, this was a high-tech modern city standing on the green grassland. Roads, railways, airports. Countless transportation lines connect this place and connect it with the outside world. But now, only some mottled gray asphalt fragments and soil are left to accompany the once wide and solid highway. The railway tracks, which carry the pride of countless workers, and even the cement sleepers have been removed and used as materials for piecing together high walls. Looking down from the sky, the city has long become a thing of the past. The giant pit mixed with urban ruins is filled with traces of crystallization caused by high-temperature burning. Surrounding this giant pit are 17 small gathering places that are half the size of the giant bone gathering place. Their range is so scattered that they look like the closest strangers. Is this gathering place of ghosts one of the 17 below, or all of them combined? Lu Wenwu hovered in the air, holding the old era atlas in his hand for comparison. The city was blown up, and the surrounding areas were destroyed. The shelter doesn't look very thorough either. Anthony flapped his bat wings and flew next to him, looking into the distance and said, they all seem to be subordinate to the same people, and there is mutual flow between their personnel. Lu Wenwu said in surprise, you can see from such a distance without a telescope? The vampire's eyesight is so good? That's not the case. Anthony chuckled, I can vaguely sense the movement of part of the blood breath using blood magic, a bit like the movement of color blocks on a satellite. I see. Lu Wenwu frowned and stared at the gathering place of ghost figures in the distance that was barely connected. What? Anthony asked. Lu Wenwu shook his head, I don't know, I just have an inexplicable feeling. This ghost gathering place makes me feel very uncomfortable. It's a bit like an abandoned mental hospital where mental illness still exists? Arkham? Yeah, that's what it tastes like. The one who knows me is Brother Tony. Can you call me Anthony? If I don't know, I would think you are calling me Damu. You still know this? You are a vampire. Vampires also have physiological needs, okay? I'm very clean and self-sufficient. With your looks and money, what kind of partner do you want? You mean humans? Come on, even if you like egg cakes so much, would you do something like that with a talking egg cake? Lu Wenwu was silent for a moment. A talking egg-filled pancake. Seems pretty cool. Will this involve ethical issues? Seeing that Lu Wenwu was really thinking seriously, Anthony went crazy instantly. He shouldn't have any normal expectations for this grandson. After the topic belonging to men ended strangely, the two analyzed a few more words before settling down. Lu Wenwu killed the giant tiger that had been serving as his mount conscientiously for several days with one punch. He took out the muscular flesh and gained plus 150 attribute points. On the way towards the gathering place of ghosts, Lu Wenwu obviously seemed a little uninterested. He likes to do things based on his hobbies and interests. Although he was quite interested in exploring the matter of glorifying the eternal God. But the place where ghost masters and ghosts gathered made him feel lack of interest. This is probably something like if you play against normal people, you will feel a sense of accomplishment if you win. But if you fight against lunatics and idiots, winning will be boring. Pretty much the same meaning. When the exploration team came closer, the weird feeling became more intense. Lu Wenwu's frown never went away. The atmosphere here made him very unhappy, and he wanted to blow a few heads to vent his anger. The members of the ghost gathering place are busy working like hard-working ants. These people don't look normal. Su Qinghong's eyes flashed with a hint of purple. It seems to me that their entire gathering place is under control. What do you think of little Cass? Cashin shook her head blankly. It's too far away and I can't sense their souls. But judging from the eagle eye technique, these people's eyes look very dull, well, just like that kind of inferior online game NPC. Then let's follow the old method of the big Tyrannosaurus and go in directly? Su Qinghong pulled out the magic sword and was eager to try. I was originally a lunatic, but now I have become a brainless lunatic. I also want to try the feeling of mowing grass. Donor Su, don't be rash. Old Monk Ruo's eyes widened angrily, and a hint of horror was reflected in his eyes that had always been smooth in the ancient well. The string of Buddhist beads he always carried on his hand was trembling crazily, constantly releasing strands of golden Buddha light. There is a big demon ahead. A huge demon is gestating. This is a place where evil gathers. These people have almost lost their consciousness and are controlled by a ghost that is about to be completely born. Lu Wenwu twisted his neck and strode forward. Since there is a big demon, kill it before it is born. As long as everyone here is killed, the ghost will not be born, right? The old monk's breathing stagnated. Kill them all? Is this a bit, Master Ruo? You are still too kind. This is not good. Lu Wenwu's body is like a furnace, his blood is moving and burning, and the temperature of his whole body is rising sharply, like a volcano about to erupt. The powerful breath continues to rise, rolling up one violent airflow after another. The consciousness and soul of these ghost masters have long been eroded by the ghosts that have not yet been fully born, and there is no need to save them. Ghost Master in the making, B+, 916432/. Current status, devouring and gestating, spiritual fusion, shallow dormancy, killing method condensation, ghost energy release, domain prototype. Blood puppet/footprint ghost, C+, 21434/. Current status, growth, ghost den amplification, flesh and blood camouflage, flesh and blood puppet/rope hanging ghost, B, 34375/. The eye of insight swept over, and the information of these guys could not escape Lu Wenwu's eyes. Wherever his eyes looked, whether ordinary people or ghost controllers, they had become the food of the ghost den master. They had already died and were no longer human. When the ghost den master was fully nurtured, it was certain that he would reach the A level. Soon, a group of ghost controllers whose minds were dominated by ghosts found Lu Wenwu's trace. They put down their work and staggered towards Lu Wenwu like zombies, with inhuman roars erupting from their throats. Some evolvers held guns and opened fire. Some ghost controllers released their own ghosts to form ghost dens around them. There were even more powerful people who manipulated the rules of killing, trying to directly wipe out Lu Wenwu with the special power of ghosts. But they didn't know. When the power reaches a certain level, any resistance and tactics seem pale and powerless. Bang! 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 Every time the dark red iron fist was swung, a head was accurately blown up. Unfortunately, unlike usual, no attribute points were recorded. Lu Wenwu finally realized the main reason why he hated this place. Damn it! After killing the ghost rider who was possessed by the ghost, there was no attribute point recorded. The ghosts can move freely with the help of the ghost controller. But they lack human intelligence, so they can't use their killing methods to the maximum effect. If the ghost controller were to control them, they would definitely guide the enemy to trigger their killing rules in various ways and take them away at the lowest cost. But the ghosts only act according to their instincts, and the damage is reduced instead of increased. With Mao Mao's secret blessing, Lu Wenwu's fist was covered with a layer of strange fire. Raising his hand and punching out, the entire upper body of the flesh and blood puppet will be blasted into a ball of blood foam. The hot and powerful fire will immediately cover the body of the flesh and blood puppet, burning the remaining lower body and the ghosts parasitic on it together. Lu Wenwu has already rushed in alone. As teammates, the remaining 4 people will naturally not sit and wait for death, and immediately follow him. Master Ruo, who has a unique ability to exorcise evil spirits, recited a Buddhist verse and took out the familiar 6-path reincarnation prayer will to suppress fire in a large direction.
Su Qinghong covered her magic sword with green foxfire and shuttled through the battlefield with flying swordsmanship, which was extremely lethal. Facing a group of flesh and blood puppets controlled by ghosts, Anthony's blood magic was greatly reduced. Due to the unique body structure of vampires, although they practiced both physical and magical skills, they did not have much killing ability against soul creatures such as ghosts. In desperation, they had to abandon their ancestral craftsmanship and use half-baked fire magic to cooperate with Cashin to play a side drum. A strange hissing sounded in the sky, and the originally dark sky should have turned into darkness at this time. The flesh and blood puppets controlled by ghosts and the 17 gathering places all gathered together, trying to stop these 5 uninvited guests who were rushing to fight to the death. Lu Wenwu was at the front alone, almost rushing through the entire defense line of the flesh and blood puppets alone. Even the 4 teammates could not keep up with his speed. Lu Wenwu, who was in a very bad mood, was advancing too fast. Even the old monk was a little reluctant. It would take time for the combination of the 6 pure vermilion demon subduing bullets and the glazed pure fire to kill the ghosts and flesh and blood puppets. Lu Wenwu, who was covered with the fire of the evil, punched out, and the ghosts and flesh and blood puppets almost died when they were touched, and they were instantly killed when they were touched. The resentment of not being able to feed back attribute points when killing ghosts and flesh and blood puppets was vented on killing. The military fighting technique and the military killing fist were pushed to the extreme. Lu Wenwu's whole body was like a flesh and blood millstone, constantly crashing into the most densely populated area of the flesh and blood puppets, and quickly transformed that place into the most empty part of the battlefield. The 4 people following behind him clearly felt that the evil spirit on Lu Wenwu's body was getting stronger and stronger, and his aura was getting more and more violent. This is the so-called humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Even Lu Wenwu himself did not realize that his talent flesh and blood regeneration and divine power eat heaven and earth were subconsciously activated during his killing. The strong and eerie ghost energy, nuclear radiation, and unknown pollution were all transformed into pure physical attributes by the heaven and earth devouring, strengthening Lu Wenwu's body, attributes wave after wave. And after each punch, flesh and blood regeneration would bring back a large amount of flesh and blood essence from the flesh and blood puppets controlled by the ghosts to make up for its own physical strength. Those ghosts who controlled the puppets did not realize that they needed to protect their own flesh and blood. They had no entity, so where did the consciousness of protecting the body come from? Flesh and blood regeneration was completely satisfied. He ate this heaven-sent delicacy with big mouthfuls, and frantically absorbed nutrients to feed back to Lu Wenwu's body. One swallowing, one transformation, this can be called an endless surging cycle. It was formed by chance in Lu Wenwu's venting killing. Although the improvement brought by swallowing ghost energy is not much, it is stable. Hey, do you feel that compared to the aberration tide, the Tyrannosaurus seems to have become stronger in the past 2 days? Su Qinghong couldn't help asking during the interval of the battle. In theory, this is impossible. Who would hoard free attribute points and add them again after the dungeon? Even if the skills are broken through, at their stage, it will not take 3 to 5 days to show obvious effects. Su Qinghong manipulated the magic sword to kill the enemy while staring at Lu Wenwu in the depths of the battle group in a daze. The old monk Ruwa and the succubus Cashin both nodded in agreement, but did not speak. I have the same feeling. Anthony said concisely, I can clearly feel that the blood in Tyrannosaurus is constantly increasing, including now. Deep in the ghost gathering place, in a dark house similar to a church, there is a 5-meter-high giant statue. The left half of the statue is androgynous and extremely handsome, almost flawless. The right side has a green face and fangs, like a demon. The exposed upper body and thighs are branded with a lot of weird and twisted lines, like some special tattoos. The statue of the glory of the immortal god. Different from the somewhat illusory great god of evolution. The glory of the immortal god is indeed carved into a specific shape and placed here for believers to worship and admire. A large amount of dark and sticky ghost energy like ink covers the surface of the statue, and it keeps crawling upwards as if it has its own life, and completely covers the lower half of the statue in a very short time. All this has not stopped yet. It continued to cover upwards, and in a moment it completely covered the statue of the God of glory and eternal life, like a huge cocoon. Ding 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 ding. In the house with gusts of cold wind, the alarm lights embedded in the roof completely illuminated the house into a bloody color, and the pollution detectors on the wall kept ringing. Warning, the radiation standard has seriously exceeded the safety threshold. Warning, the concentration of ghost energy has seriously exceeded the safety threshold. Warning, starting carat VT, YP, asterisk or asterisk or asterisk. A series of alarms and a large number of error codes were constantly refreshed on a blurred electronic screen, but no one could check it at this time. The low-level artificial intelligence tried to activate some emergency plans or containment measures when the administrator was offline. But this was ultimately a futile rescue. The powerful radiation source and pollution interference had already exceeded the limit of the defense of this antique. The black ghost energy cocoon continued to expand and contract, like a beating heart. A face that was a combination of strange beauty and evil ugliness slowly condensed and formed on the giant cocoon, as if a new life was born from the mother's womb. Suddenly, the eyes opened sharply, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes underneath that were twisted and intertwined with indifference and rage. The majestic ghost energy swirled and condensed like a storm, madly converging towards this place. There are pagans. Enter and destroy them all, believers. Offer your strength, soul, blood and flesh. My glorious and immortal God is about to revive and return, I, immortal. The initial recovery of the Ghost Master made this place more gloomy again. Countless flesh and blood puppets occupied by ghosts roared and rushed towards Lu Wenwu and others, trying to stop them from moving forward. We have to speed up, keep up with me. Lu Wenwu said loudly, and his legs suddenly burst out with incredible power. Boom! 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 Every step he took, there was a tremor on the ground. Amid the roar, Lu Wenwu's body bounced forward like a cannonball, leaving only a cracked pit like a spider web in the original place. His body was too strong. Covered with blood dragon scales, the violent blood blocked all ghost erosion and killing moves. Time and time again, the strange regular killing method tried to wipe out Lu Wenwu directly. But in the end, it could only return in vain again and again. That powerful body seemed to be undamaged at all. Even if a powerful ghost's attack pierced through the battle armor and caused Lu Wenwu's iron-like body to bleed, that would only cause a momentary injury. Within a few breaths, the powerful self-healing ability would extract the essence of blood and flesh to help the body regenerate. Unless the intensity of the battle rises to a higher level, the ghost army will not be able to stop Lu Wenwu's pace. Lu Wenwu used military fighting techniques to turn every part of his body into a weapon. The sound of explosive steps roared. He crashed into the group of ghosts in front of him again and again, breaking their bones and tendons, and breaking their livers and gallbladders, physical. The closer he moved to the big house of sacrifice, the more obvious the bone-chilling coldness became. When he got closer, Lu Wenwu was already covered in blood. The battle armor was already extremely broken, but his physical condition had reached an unprecedented peak. The muscle-like meat belonging to the giant tiger went into his stomach, and the swallowing of heaven and earth once again extracted a large amount of energy from it to strengthen his body. After a bloody battle, Lu Wenwu's body attribute has reached 1,247 points. In addition, there are 414 free attribute points that have not been added, lying quietly in the personal panel. Su Qinghong used the magic sword to cut a flesh puppet in half, and shouted, "Big Tyrannosaurus, are you really okay by yourself? Just wait and see." Lu Wenwu exerted force on his right leg, and the heavy stone door of the big house was kicked open. The rich ghost energy that was about to turn into substance poured out, completely infecting the surroundings into a black ink like black. The statue of the God of Glory and Eternal Life has now completely become the shape of a ghost. The Ghost Den Master looked at the pagan who broke in. The last trace of indifference in his eyes also turned into madness and rage. "You are such an arrogant mortal. How dare you interrupt the resurrection of a god? I am the God of glory and immortality, and I will punish the evil now." The sharp killing intent almost condensed into substance, and the tyrannical pressure wrapped in infinite resentment pressed towards the direction where Lu Wenwu was. Those who blaspheme should be devoured by thousands of ghosts. Sinner! Kneel down and accept death. Lu Wenwu's eyes were cold, staring directly at the guy who claimed to be a god in front of him. His iron tower-like body was motionless. The ghost energy turned into a blade, and the pressure turned into a millstone, almost wanting to kill him on the spot. However, when those ghost knives collided with Lu Wenwu's body, they could only make a clanging sound similar to the sound of metal clashing. "Is your purity only this high?" Lu Wenwu said indifferently, "It's too weak, it can't even break through my physical defense." "You can still call yourself a god? Arrogant! Extremely arrogant! How dare you insult a god?" The Ghost Den Overlord exploded instantly, and the anger contained in his voice reached a new level. It was struggling on the pedestal, and its black ghost energy was rapidly wriggling, and it quickly grew a pair of slender and strange arms. "I will personally kill you who don't know the sky and the earth. Where are you kissing your mother? Take your father's punch."
Without waiting for the Ghost Den Overlord to complete his transformation, Lu Wenwu, who was angry, immediately jumped high and hit him Heaton with his father's fist. The powerful force that dominates the world was exerted to the extreme with the blessing of the Blood Dragon scale. The hard fist wrapped in the fire of the evil fight instantly smashed the twisted face of the Ghost Den Overlord back into his body. The Ghost Den Overlord was stunned. Shouldn't it be my turn? Why am I the one who got beaten? Before it could come to its senses, the iron fist like a storm hit it again. For a moment, the blood bar that had far exceeded 1,000,000 suddenly dropped. Even the continuous strengthening process of its own was stopped by Lu Wenwu. The tyrant fist fell, and the rich ghost energy was blasted by Lu Wenwu's fist, so fast that even the air made a sharp explosion. The Ghost Den Overlord finally reacted, retracted his arms, and condensed a meat block on his body that looked like flesh and blood to try to fight against Lu Wenwu. However, how could it be Lu Wenwu's opponent if it was not good at melee combat? Its melee ability was as bad as the Chinese national football team that made sea cucumbers, and even the tactics they chose were exactly the same. The fist collided with the meat block, and the Ghost Den Overlord's first defensive counterattack was easily blasted. Ghost energy exploded, and the red and black flesh and blood flew everywhere. The Ghost Master howled in pain, and the anger and breath in his body became more and more intense. Humble and insignificant heretic. You must die. You must die. It roared and waved its fists, and the ghost energy turned into armor to fully arm it. This attack at all costs made Lu Wenwu's expression change slightly, and he dodged sideways for the first time. The attack did not work, and the Ghost Den Overlord became even more crazy. More thick arms appeared from its body, constantly pushing towards the cocoon wrapped around the statue of the god. Swish! It seemed that something was torn apart. Lu Wenwu looked at the Ghost Den Overlord with a little surprise. It actually pulled itself out before it was fully nurtured. Incomplete Ghost Den Overlord, B+, 2213979/3213783, current status, Rage, Faith Fusion, prototype of killing method, prototype of domain, reduced reason. Is this a B+ level? Can a B+ level have a life limit of more than 3 million? For the first time, Lu Wenwu wondered if the Eye of Insight was broken. Rubbish game, the values are so inflated, right? Humble human, tremble in front of the powerful gods. The Ghost Den Master climbed up from the ground, and his gloomy voice echoed in the house. The glorious immortal god has returned. Even though I am still weak, it is enough to kill you. Sinner, die. Instantly, the Ghost Den Master turned into a sticky shadow and spread outward, completely enveloping the space here, forming a closed space. It wanted to use the Ghost Den prototype that had just condensed to cooperate with the killing method to trap Lu Wenwu to death. Lu Wenwu glanced at a certain place indifferently. A field full of loopholes, is this what you rely on? The illusory sickle fell from the sky, and Lu Wenwu's tall body still stood there quietly, motionless. The battle armor finally couldn't support this attack anymore and exploded completely. A strong force surged into Lu Wenwu's body, instantly increasing his physical defense. A real man doesn't die naked. How is it possible? Why are you stronger? The Lord of the Ghost Cave screamed in disbelief in the dark. How can a mortal as small as an ant resist my authority? Although it was just born, it has already understood the taste of breaking defense. I spent a lot of time to knock off the opponent's armor, but the opponent's strength did not weaken, but it even increased? This is outrageous. Authority? Are you worthy? Lu Wenwu sneered disdainfully and immediately changed into the Guardian armor Chaos Neutral. The ferocious armor covered his whole body, and the heavy artillery boxing gloves revealed a cold light, like a demon god descending to the world. The body training technique of conquering people with virtue, the art of swallowing the moon by the heavenly dog, let me see your limits. Personal panel, add points. Mao Mao, bless. Increase the strength of this ghostly thing. Lu Wenwu added points in battle for the first time. With a total of 414 free attribute points, Lu Wenwu's body attribute instantly reached an astonishing 1661. Mao Mao in the Blessed Land was summoned by Lu Wenwu, and the whole dog turned into a strange flame, imprinted on the terrifying muscles behind Lu Wenwu that looked like a ghost face. Boom! In an instant, the violent fire of the evil fight ignited. This is the top flame that is qualified to act on behalf of the authority of the god of fire after practicing to perfection. At this moment, the master and pet are united in mind. Lu Wenwu only felt that his body was unprecedentedly powerful, and the flames and absolute power were perfectly melted into one furnace. When it exploded violently, even the prototype of the Ghost Cave was almost burned out by the scorching fire of the evil fight.
The power of the sun is in my hands. Lu Wenwu was shrouded in the flames, grinning and raising his fist, and blasting directly into the void with all his strength. The surging blood in his body was urged to the extreme at this moment. The blood dragon scales and heavy artillery boxing gloves were blessed together, and the red and black divine fire was like a drill. The violent aftermath tore through the rich ghost energy, and the sharp explosion sound penetrated the prototype of the ghost cave at this moment. Lu Wenwu punched the master of the ghost cave hiding in the shadows. At this moment, it was as if the overlord had returned to the world. Boom! The dark red heavy fist wrapped in flames came in an instant. The master of the ghost cave was still angry in his heart, but he was shocked by this sudden and shocking punch. Sinner, how dare you! Countless ghost energy instantly transformed into a barrier in front of him. But under this punch that seemed like a possessed overlord, it seemed so pale and powerless. The ghost energy barrier, which was like a natural moat for ordinary players, was shattered layer by layer. They could not block the way forward for Lu Wenwu's peak punch. Lu Wenwu kept launching explosive steps in midair, pushing this already powerful punch to a certain extreme. This is impossible. The expression of the Lord of the Ghost Cave became more and more ferocious, and he used his countless arms to fight back. However, those scary ghost arms were like paper in front of Lu Wenwu. Where the overlord fist hit, the gray-black thick arms burst inch by inch, and the fire of the evil fight almost burned it directly. Lu Wenwu seemed to have realized something, and vaguely realized a trace of the essence of the overlord fist. That was the momentum of the overlord. Even if he reached the dead end of Wujiang, he still dominated the world and shocked thousands of troops. You boom! The Lord of the Ghost Cave seemed to want to say something else, but the heavy punch that had accumulated to the peak had already hit its huge head fiercely. The green-faced and fanged evil ghost face was smashed to pieces, and the handsome and unusually beautiful face of the god was also smashed to pieces, and the flesh and blood burst. All the power and flesh that blocked this punch were crushed by the overlord's momentum, and then exploded under the attack special effects of the heavy artillery boxing gloves. With just one punch, the Lord of the Ghost Cave's health bar of millions was about to be emptied. The Lord of the Ghost Cave, with full firepower, was almost killed by Lu Wenwu's punch. No, why are you so weak? Even Lu Wenwu himself was a little confused, and the anger in his heart was almost gone. He added points and accumulated strength, scrapped the combat armor to display his talent, and even used the trump card of Mao Mao, and then hit the peak blow in a state of almost enlightenment. Are you going to die now? No, then why did I spend so much time trying? You were so weak, why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you were so awesome when you put on such a strong pressure before. This is the result? This is not even the peak B+ level. This is not even as good as the ordinary B level. Looking at the Ghost Lord lying on the ground in front of him, Lu Wenwu, who was ready to fight to the death, felt more and more subtle. It seems that I underestimated the power of Tyrant again. The Ghost Lord was really seriously injured by a punch. The fire of the evil fight kept burning its broken body, making a hissing sound. The Ghost Lord screamed in pain and struggled to get up and fight back. However, it was in vain. Its dying, along with the whistling cold wind and the bone-chilling coldness, subsided a lot. In line with the principle of take advantage of his illness to kill him, Lu Wenwu stepped forward and punched him hard and violently. Punch, punch, punch again. Don't stop punching until the Eye of Insight or the system pops up a prompt. Lu Wenwu knows very well that a sure win depends on talking too much. Therefore, not only did he not speak, he was not prepared to give the Ghostmaster a chance to speak. The first thing to be beaten to pulp was its mouth. Outside the large sacrificial house, the impact of flesh and blood puppets became more and more fierce, but the ghostly aura shrouding the ghost gathering place became increasingly thinner. Boom! As the last drop of blood of the Ghost Lord was drained out, and the last part of his body was smashed by Lu Wenwu, the weirdness in the entire big house seemed to disappear at this moment. The flesh and blood puppets in the outside world also stopped for an instant, collapsed to the ground with a huff, and made no more movement. You killed the false and glorious immortal ghost, LV-40, you have completed the hidden mission Ghost Killer. Task description: the strange environment gave birth to a powerful ghost. This ghost actually wants to devour the beliefs born of human spiritual thoughts and become a divine creature, or a real god. Fortunately, you are always one step ahead and put an end to a crisis that could destroy the world in advance. You have obtained a hidden reward, Soul Crystal, Pure. You have received a special reward, a mysterious lucky bag. Your final evaluation will be greatly improved. He actually died. Lu Wenwu murmured somewhat sadly, and gently rubbed Mao Mao, who was out of blessing mode. Mao Mao's size has become larger than before, completely beyond the scope of an adult large dog. The black gold hair became more and more crystal clear, as if it were carefully carved from crystal.
Woof, master, don't be unhappy woof. Mao Mao gives you a tail pat woof. Mao Mao happily wagged his tail, stood up and licked Lu Wenwu twice. No, I'm not unhappy.
Lu Wenwu rubbed Mao Mao a few more times. I just didn't expect that this thing came with such a strong momentum, but it turned out to be a pure paper tiger, which made me very unhappy. When the Ghost Master died, the ghosts and flesh puppets controlled by it died instantly. The 4 people who had been holding on in the outside world also received a reminder that the side quest was completed, and they could breathe a sigh of relief. After a sweep of his spiritual consciousness and confirming that his teammates were all fine, Lu Wenwu took out the soul crystal rewarded for the quest. Name, Soul Crystal, Pure, Type, Strange Item, Introduction, a crystal condensed from pure soul power, containing the essence and partial memory of a quasi-divine creature, pseudo-glorious immortal ghost god, before its death, which can be used to strengthen the soul. Note, do not use if the soul attribute is below 1000, and use with caution if the soul attribute is below 1500. 1500? I have reached the standard. Lu Wenwu sighed, damn it, it be plus level boss, but I didn't even get any attribute points after killing it, trash. Then, he swallowed the crystal clear soul crystal the size of a ping pong ball. There is no better way to use it than swallowing the sky and eating the earth. Under the effect of swallowing the sky and eating the earth, the soul crystal quickly turned into pure energy and flowed into Lu Wenwu's body. Streams of pure energy quickly restored the damaged parts in the battle, and continuously strengthened the already extremely strong physique. Swallowing the sky and eating the earth is worthy of the name of a magical power. In just a few breaths, Lu Wenwu's body attribute surged upward, and finally stopped at 1,846 points. The attributes absorbed by the soul crystal, plus those obtained in the previous battle, this battle in the Ghost Gathering Place is not in vain. In addition to the attribute point reward, the memory fragment of the Ghost Master in the soul crystal is more precious. Previously, Lu Wenwu was still curious why the Eye of Insight showed it as the Ghost Master, while the system called it a pseudo-glorious immortal ghost god. Now, the truth is basically clear. The glorious immortal god is the belief of the Ghost Masters in the Ghost Gathering Place. The Ghost Masters control ghosts, and their thinking is more or less neurotic. It's like the feeling that all the Uchiha clan members are mentally ill, and there are very, very few normal people. Only people with extremely strong willpower can resist the negative erosion brought by ghosts. In this world, the power of spirit and soul really exists, which makes many impossibilities possible. During the sacrifices of many wastelanders and ghost controllers, a large amount of human spiritual power has gathered together over the years, forming a strong trend of thought. Or a more understandable name, the power of faith. In the Ghost Gathering Place, a large amount of faith power is gathered on the sculpture of the glorious and immortal god, which makes the sculpture itself have a unique spirituality. This is a good thing. If it continues to accumulate over the years and countless wastelanders worship devoutly, the glorious and immortal god in their faith may really be bred. But the bad thing is that the ghost controllers are the ones who worship this god. A group of ghost controllers with mental problems. The Ghost Gathering Place is located on the edge of a demon gathering place. A large amount of ghost energy and yin energy have already permanently changed the environment here. The ghost controllers are mixed with crazy thoughts like the fuse of firecrackers. Finally, a large amount of negative power was triggered, and the pure spiritual seeds were covered by negative power. An unprecedented powerful ghost was born. It connects the spirits and souls of all believers in the Ghost Gathering Place, controls all ghosts born and grown here, and also devours the spiritual seeds bred in the statue under the drive of instinct. The huge thought created the Lord of the Ghost Cave and also influenced the Lord of the Ghost Cave. It stubbornly believes that it is the glorious and immortal God. In fact, it is just a ghost that devoured faith, a ghost that does not know what it is. Spirituality is tightly entangled with ghost energy and yin energy, and it is bred out by the power of thought. If Lu Wenwu had not arrived in time, after a few days, when this ghost cave master was completely bred, it could even really use the power of faith left over for nearly 200 years to nurture a trace of divinity and form its own ghost cave. At that time, it will transform into a living ghost god. It is transformed into him, a real divine creature. Even if it is just a lewd earth deity, it is also a half step out of the mundane existence. Although it may not be very strong, the essence of life will be improved. It was not until he finished reading the memory of the Ghost Den Master that Lu Wenwu finally understood why he won so easily. He was lucky. The Ghost Den Master, who had not yet been fully nurtured, was enraged and forcibly separated, resulting in the condensation of the Ghost Den and the killing method not being completed. In addition to its own ghost energy, the ghost's strength is almost entirely in its own killing method. Without this, it is like Tyson boxing without both arms. Although Tyson, who can only bite other people's ears with his teeth, still looks strong, this is ultimately a false prosperity, which will break with a poke. The Ghost Master, whose melee ability was so low and whose basic ability was full of loopholes, died under the fist of Lu Wenwu, a reckless man. A ghost who tried to become the god of glory and eternal life fell, but this did not mean the end of everything. This was just a city, a statue, and a ghost. The belief in the god of glory and eternal life was not limited to this one place. So, does the god of glory and eternal life really exist? After digesting the soul crystal, Lu Wenwu looked around. Almost everything in the big house was broken in the battle just now. Only the throne under the statue of the god of glory and eternal life was basically intact. Big Tyrannosaurus, are you okay? Oh. Why is your armor broken all over the floor? This new armor is very cool. Just when Lu Wenwu was looking for clues, Su Qinghong rushed in like a gust of wind and saw his two naked arms at a glance. A good combat armor, now it has become half a combat armor waistcoat. Lu Wenwu picked it up in his hand, ready to wash it and eat it with Tianchi later. Ha! Where did it come from, blood of a divine beast? Is this the power of fire? The anxious look of the big fox lady immediately froze when she saw Mao Mao, and she only felt an invisible pressure from the blood spreading out from its lovely body. Although the Yusuf Fox clan has a long history and countless strong people in the clan, it is one of the 4 major fox clans in Shenzhou. But its ancestors have never produced such an extremely powerful existence. You can't say that Diao Chan is very famous, so she is better than the unparalleled General Panfeng, right? Compared with the legendary divine beast Huodo who can take over for the god of fire when he is slacking off, the Yusuf Fox clan is much worse in terms of blood. Su Qinghong looked Lu Wenwu up and down, and seeing that he was fine, she asked with relief, "Good job. You promised to be in harmony with each other, but you secretly hid a dog with the blood of a divine beast. This is the blood of a divine beast. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a dog of evil? Look at the signs of reversion, the blood concentration is not low. Get lost, what is in harmony with each other? That's called being open and honest." Lu Wenwu replied helplessly to the fox mother, "As you can see, my little brother Mao Mao was a big golden retriever before, and I picked him up from the street more than a year ago. My great-great-great-great-great-grandfather of Emperor Xin. What kind of shit luck do you have?" Su Qinghong looked weird. Lu Wenwu's expression, "You can pick up a dog with the blood of a divine beast from the street. You are really, really against the sky." Mao Mao squatted obediently at Lu Wenwu's feet, raised his paw politely and shook it, "Woof. Don't say bad things about the master, woof. Good guy, it can even talk. Are you willing to invest enough?" Su Qinghong squatted down naturally and shook hands with Mao Mao, laughing, "Little Mao Mao, they are all canines, come, sister hug you." "Sister? At your age, you are old enough to be its grandmother." Lu Wenwu laughed, "I fed it a tube of Emperor Lu Jiang, and then it could talk after practicing casually. I don't know how it happened." Su Qinghong. The northeast big fox lady was completely stunned. Even the furry big tail was stiff there. "Did you just say Emperor Lu Jian? Is it the Emperor Lu Jian I know?" Su Qinghong's face was a little stiff. Lu Wenwu nodded and said, "Yes, I never lie." Su Qinghong was silent for 5 seconds. She rolled her eyes and fell directly into Lu Wenwu's arms, and fainted. This scene shocked Anthony and the other 2 who had just entered. "You 2 had sex on the battlefield in just a short while? Also, where did this handsome black and gold dog come from?" A group of people worked hard, and Cashin cast several healing spells to wake Su Qinghong up again. It was nothing serious. It was mainly because of the excessive consumption of mana and physical strength after the battle, and her body and mind were extremely exhausted. Su Qinghong was completely worried about Lu Wenwu, so she rushed in anxiously. As a result, she was stimulated by the blood of the evil fighters and the Emperor's juice, and the string in her heart was loosened, and she fainted immediately. After Su Qinghong woke up, Anthony, who recovered the fastest, and Master Ruwa, who was the top output when he picked up a gun, went out to explore the gathering place and collect information. The remaining 3 rested in the big house. Soon, the 2 returned with a lot of clues. The power of the ghost gathering place is very strong. These 17 small gathering places are the real complete ghost gathering place. Since the ghost masters need to control ghosts to gain more powerful power, they simply built the gathering place around this gathering place. Being close to the ruins of the city can not only obtain more ghosts, but also capture small deformed creatures living in the city as food, killing two birds with one stone. Sufficient radiation and pollution are desperate situations that other creatures are afraid to avoid, but it is a paradise for ghost masters. It's just that a few people haven't figured out why they don't just rebuild the ruins of the city, but start from scratch? What's more elusive is why a complete gathering place is divided into 17 small pieces? The duo brought back a lot of text materials similar to diaries. Now several people are searching and speculating about the situation here. In the process, Lu Wenwu also took the opportunity to tell the information he learned for everyone to refer to and speculate. As early as in the previous speculation, they had basically determined that the so-called power refers to the group of believers, and the ultimate secret must be related to the gods believed by the believers. It is very likely that the truth about the gods needs to be fully understood. After listening to Lu Wenwu's explanation, Su Qinghong, who was still lying in his arms, couldn't help asking, "So, you think that the God of glory and eternal life does not exist in essence, but is just a natural product derived from primitive worship, and has bred spiritual seeds under the influence of thought?" "Yes." Lu Wenwu nodded. "From the memory fragments in the soul crystal, I tend to think that this is the truth of the facts, and it is also the ultimate secret of the God of glory and eternal life, his essence." Amitba, I also agree with the speculation of the Tyrannosaurus donor. Old monk Ruwa put down the yellowed notebook in his hand and said a Buddhist verse. According to the copy rules, we can verify each ultimate secret 3 times. I think we can use one verification opportunity to try. Then, the old monk looked at the few people. Lu Wenwu and Su Qinghong naturally agreed. Cashin blinked her big eyes and nodded blankly. Anthony pondered for a moment and also agreed. Passed unanimously. Lu Wenwu considered the submission content and immediately uploaded his guess to the task panel for verification. The 5 people and the dog waited nervously, like elementary school students who were anxious before the final grades were issued. Your team submitted the ultimate secret, verification in progress, information matching is natural belief, verification passed, natural faith, primitive faith based on natural laws, born out of experience, and also the prototype of religion. It's a pity that the humans in this world have taken the wrong path and used the wrong method, completely abandoning the scientific methodology. The number of verifications of your team's ultimate secret has been refreshed, and the current number of verifications remaining, 3. You have completed the main task. Choose any force to investigate and obtain its ultimate secret. Currently available options: immediate settlement, exit the copy/reward accumulation, and continue to explore. Lu Wenwu raised his head and saw that the faces of the 4 teammates were all happy. I think the brothers will not be satisfied with the current situation, right? He asked with a smile. At least I am reluctant to leave. That must be done. Su Qinghong laughed. I will feel uncomfortable if I don't thoroughly understand the God of natural redemption and the God of great evolution. I choose to continue moving forward and explore the secrets of the world. Amitba, so do I. I want to continue too. It seems that I have to become a family hero. Lu Wenwu made a choice happily. We are tired of logging. Your team has made a choice, rewards are accumulated, and exploration continues. In my opinion, let's rest here today. Physical strength and injuries all need time to recover. After making the choice, Anthony stood up and said, I have a special physique and have basically recovered. I will be on duty, and you can rest assured to meditate. The other 3 did not refuse, and took recovery potions and pills one after another. Although those flesh and blood puppets did not cause any serious injuries to them, it was inevitable that ghost energy would enter their bodies after a fierce battle, and it would take time to recover. Lu Wenwu actually wanted to say that he was basically fine and would be fine after a meal. But Su Qinghong held his waist tightly and refused to let go, humming and groaning, and she was dizzy. Lu Wenwu had no choice but to sit there with his eyes closed and continue to serve as a human cushion. Click! A soft sound attracted everyone's attention. Mao Mao innocently raised her paws and jumped down from the damaged base of the statue. Then he trotted all the way back to Lu Wenwu, and lay down side by side with Su Qinghong, pretending to be dead. With Mao Mao's light kick, the cracking of the base became more serious, and a large number of fragments fell off, making dense cracking sounds. The stone coat was peeled off, revealing a square metal creation underneath. Strips of light blue energy beams circulated on its surface like water waves, constantly emitting faint energy fluctuations. There is no need to look at the function. The seamless shell alone is something that the Wastelanders can build after a nuclear war. A thick special pipeline is connected to the bottom of this creation, which should be its energy supply line. There's something weird about this stone shell.
It can actually block the penetration of spiritual power? Anthony said in surprise, I just scanned the sacrificial chamber 3 times. It's incredible that the Wastelanders have the ability to continuously supply energy to it. Cashin rarely spoke proactively and was the first to step forward. She squatted down, her eyes turned into strange darkness, and she placed her right hand, which was filled with a layer of magic glow, against the metal block, feeling something quietly. This should be part of the core of some kind of large-scale electromagnetic restraint device. The secondary structure has been damaged due to overload and disrepair, and the main structure is mostly intact. Originally, it should be able to store information to a certain extent. Unfortunately, the storage area was scrapped due to the aftermath of the battle, and the primary artificial intelligence inside has been completely destroyed. Using ultra-high-intensity high-voltage electricity as energy at this level of energy loss. Are there still large-scale power generation devices operating in the wasteland? This is definitely not something that small generators or ordinary wind power towers can drive. Although this cowardly succubus has ancestral skills that are even worse than those of the big fox girl, she is surprisingly accomplished in the field of science and technology. And when Cashin talked about this, her eloquent and confident look was very much like the way well-known experts in certain fields look when giving lectures. Very stylish. It's impossible to see her ultimate sociophobic nature at all. The 4 people immediately looked at her with admiration. So, can we follow the wires and look for the running power generation device behind it? Lu Wenwu rubbed his chin and came up with a simple and crude idea. If someone is maintaining this device, we can arrest them, beat them up, and ask them if they know the information about the 2 gods. The corner of Anthony's mouth twitched, and he complained with embarrassment, can't you just communicate with me peacefully? Why are you thinking about physical persuasion before you ask? Cashin, who was not far away, nodded. Theoretically, it is possible, but the premise is that the Wastelanders do not come up with wireless energy transmission technology before the nuclear war breaks out. If they control this, we will have no trace. Under normal circumstances, I have some equipment that can trace its origin to a certain extent, but the radiation and unknown pollution in the wasteland are too rich, the interference is too serious, and it will cause irreversible damage to the equipment. According to the current situation. Before he finished speaking, the metal cube that was originally flashing blue light went out instantly. Cashin was a little surprised, then lowered her body and opened the slightly rusty link lock at the connection, and pulled out the thick power supply line. There is no power. I don't know whether it is damage to the energy supply pipeline where the power generation end has stopped transmitting energy. Old Munkruhua sighed, Umatba, it seems that we have no connection with this secret. It's dangerous, get out of here. At this moment, Su Qinghong, who had been lying dead, trembled rapidly with her fox ears, her whole body suddenly jumped up from the ground, and then she staggered and almost fell down. Dangerous? Although she didn't know what she found, everyone reacted quickly out of trust in their teammates. Lu Wen and Wu Dang are about to take Mao Mao back to Lingtian Mountain. His right arm hugged Su Qinghong, who was unable to stand still. With a surge of energy in his left hand, he pulled the petite black-skinned succubus close and tucked it under his arm. He spread his wings of the sky and knocked him out of the roof. Anthony's response was also not slow. He stretched out his hand and lifted the old monk, whose fighting spirit had not yet recovered, onto his shoulders. With bat wings flapping behind his back, he followed closely along the big hole opened by Lu Wenwu. Quick, quick, fly with the city on your back. Su Qinghong said anxiously. Carrying the city on your back? How strenuous is that? Lu Wenwu joked. You guy, you still have a leisurely mind. Come on, start flirting. The crazy fox girl tried to pinch him. But this body that had been tempered for many times was too strong and could not be twisted. Lu Wenwu laughed loudly and pushed the wings of the sky to the extreme, shooting extremely far away in an instant at a speed of hundreds of meters per second. About 7 or 8 seconds after the group of people fled, an earth-shattering explosion sounded from the gathering place of ghosts. A huge amount of firelight instantly rose, and the terrifying airwaves almost knocked Lu Wenwu out of balance while he was flying wildly. Anthony turned around and used blood magic to set up a shield, carrying everyone and rushing out for several kilometers. The slightly shaky 5-person group finally stabilized. His grandma, there are unscrupulous people who want to harm me. Seeing that all 17 gathering places were engulfed by powerful explosions, and several small mushroom clouds rose directly from the edge of the city ruins, Lu Wenwu couldn't help but curse. Who would install a small tactical nuclear bomb under their own gathering place? Anyone who installs a self-destruct device in their own home must be seriously ill. So, what is going on? Is it some trick left by the ghost shadow base?
Anthony, who was using the blood barrier and the lotus platform of Master Ruwa to assist in flying, murmured with lingering fear. If Su Qinghong had discovered it a few seconds later, and if he and Lu Wenwu had flown a little slower, the five of them would have become familiar faces. Even the special physique of the peak vampire Earl could not withstand the nuclear explosion. The strong high temperature and impact force would destroy him in a very short time.
However, the explosion of the small tactical nuclear bomb was not over yet.
Just after this round of shock waves, countless shining meteors appeared in the sky. These meteors split into hundreds of subbodies on the way down, and thousands of them once again added fuel to the explosion of the ghost shadow gathering place. Lu Wenwu used his eyesight to look carefully. How could this be a falling meteor? This was clearly a missile after another. At this moment, he deeply understood the artistic conception of the east wind blows thousands of flowers at night, and blows down the stars like rain. It would be better if the beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth from the flank did not hit the direction of the five of them. This is not a means of self-destruction at all. This is someone launching an attack on the ghost gathering place.
They ate melon. Damn it, are you still out putting shit? Brothers, copy the guy.
Lu Wenwu immediately put on his guardian armor and prepared to rush forward with the attack and slapped the opponent twice. Just when he was about to cancel the transformation, he realized that there were still 2.5 people on his side who had lost the ability to fight, so he found a hidden back slope and fell down.
Don't move around here. I'll come back as soon as I go. Lu Wenwu turned around and wanted to leave.
None of the 4 people spoke to stop him. After fighting side by side during this period of time, they all also understood what kind of person Lu Wenwu was, and they also learned more about his combat abilities in previous battles. As a monster with an unbelievably strong physical body and the ceiling of combat power among the 5, several people did not think that these technological weapons without precise fire control radar locking could hurt him. If the opponent has a precise fire control radar to lock on, the few over-the-horizon strikes just now will not reach Grandma's house.
However, old Monk Ruwa stopped Lu Wenwu and handed over the string of giant beads around his neck. Tyrannosaurus donor, take this, it may come in handy.
Ha!
Master Ruwa, what are you doing?
Lu Wenwu took it with a puzzled look on his face. I don't believe in Buddhism. I know clearly that Tyrannosaurus donor has misunderstood. This is not a simple Buddhist bead. Master Ruwa stretched out his skinny palm and pulled hard, and a prayer bead that was bigger than his fist was pulled directly off. Only then did a few people discover that the string of beads was actually connected by a small magnetic clasp. The old monk held it with one hand, and a faint fighting spirit burst out from his palm. Suddenly, the originally dark skin of the prayer beads lit up with circles of red lines, and a frightening aura continued to brew. The Palm Ray Buddha bead combines Blue Star technology and magic. Infuse it with your own energy and throw it forcefully. It will detonate after 5 seconds. It is roughly equivalent to the self-destruction of a normal level player. The old monk extinguished his fighting spirit and put the prayer bead back. Of course, I prefer to call it a grenade. 666, the master knows how to play. Lu Wenwu immediately gave a thumbs up and hung 36 large Buddhist beads around his neck. The ancients honestly didn't deceive me. They didn't know how to play with guns and throw thunder. How could they become eminent monks? Go to hell. Old Monk Ruwa laughed loudly and set up the heavy particle accelerator cannon on the spot to guard against sneak attacks. Save it, it's very difficult to make. It took me a long time to get a bunch of them together. The ghost gathering place is still in the process of being bombed. In an extremely distant place, a large group of people were looking at each other in the direction where Lu Wenwu and the 5 people were. From the outside, they seem to be no different from ordinary people in the wasteland. But if you look closely, you can find that their skin is sickly pale, their overall bodies are as thin as apes, and their eyes are a full circle larger than normal people. It looks like an enlarged version of the Baijid monkey without hair, which is a bit scary at first glance. Judging from the heavy-shaped energy weapons with unknown functions behind them, they were the ones who tried to bombard the exploration team just now. Head, we seem to have missed. A thin and dry guy took off a strange device like VR glasses and jumped off the shaped cannon. I can't see it anymore. The radiation is too strong and interferes with the sight of the electronic telescope. Without my God's guidance, it would be difficult for us to hit such a small target with our naked eyes. Nonsense, how can you let my God waste his precious divine power on such a thing? A man wearing gray-blue work clothes and a miner's hat yelled angrily, while raising the same electronic telescope to look in the direction of the gathering place of ghosts. As soon as Xiao Xiaomi ran away,
we will hunt him down after it is completely over. We must ensure that the evil ghost and god fall. The blasphemous devil must be destroyed. We even used the power given by our god to trigger the divine punishment of the god of destruction. We must ensure a decisive kill without any flaws. The self-proclaimed ghost controllers in the gathering place of ghosts do not want to regret their death. They are the ones to blame for their attempts to control the power of the gods and the backlash they suffered. However, the ghost they created before they died, trying to steal the power of the gods and become a ghost, must be destroyed. The leader in the miner hat said must several times in a row, with a heavy look of fear on his face, and he scolded those damn ghost masters over and over again in his heart. It's okay for you guys to seek death yourself, but you're still going to hurt us? A guy who fails to succeed but fails to succeed. Thanks to us for helping you to maintain the flow of divine power for so many years. We are also in short supply of the divine power of the immortal sun god, okay? Just when the leader of the miner hat was thinking about whether the divine punishment of the god of destruction could eliminate this super ghost, a violent roar came from the sky. A figure wearing ferocious black and purple armor fell toward the heavy artillery position, like a meteorite falling to the ground from high altitude. The special code is that you open fire on me? You can use your grandpa Tyrannosaurus's palm technique to fall from the sky. The wings of the sky behind Lu Wenwu instantly burst out with incredible power, doubling the speed and overloading it, and the speed surged for a while. What a monster this is! The hat leader was shocked and panicked as he ordered his equally panicked men. Go fast, pick up the artifact given by our god, and shoot down this guy who doesn't know where he came from. The hunched guys reacted and immediately lay down, bent over and shot at the sky. A large number of gunpowder weapons and focused energy rays formed a simple firepower network, trying to block Lu Wenwu's falling position. However, how could they, who were only equivalent to level strength, complete the lock with their physical bodies? Lu Wenwu didn't even use his skills, but just randomly turned sideways to avoid all the attacks. Then he suddenly accelerated and fell down in an instant. Boom! The violent roar shook the earth, and the entire heavy artillery cluster position seemed to collapse. Lu Wenwu didn't quite understand why they placed the heavy weapons so densely, but this just made it easier for him to play. Facing a group of ordinary people who didn't even have evolvers, he was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With a casual slap, the two people who tried to rush up to stop him were instantly turned into meat paste. Unfortunately, because of their low strength, Lu Wenwu could not absorb the attributes from them. Lu Wenwu, who was not interested in killing too many young ones, stepped forward and rushed towards the leader of the miner hat. He was like a heavy tank. All the people and objects that blocked his way were smashed by him. Even if he shot at the face before dying, it would only leave an almost negligible dirt on the surface of the Guardian armor chaos neutral. It was not even a scratch. Lu Wenwu easily broke into the center of the position and grabbed the leader of the miner hat by the neck. He was only C+ level in strength and was vulnerable in front of this humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The ferocious cheek opened, revealing Lu Wenwu's grinning face. It's you, the grandson, who wants to harm your Tyrannosaurus grandfather? Had. Team leader. Damn it, let go of the captain. Wait, look, he doesn't seem to be a ghost master. It's true, he doesn't have ghost marks. His eyes are normal too. A priest of the great god of evolution. Or an evolved wilderness hunter from some gathering place? With this kind of ferocious pressure, I even feel that he is comparable to an emperor-level aberration. A group of people were talking in a flurry, as chaotic as a vegetable market. Discussing the strong Lu Wenwu, the timid one who wants to save his leader, and the one who frowns slightly and protects everyone in front of him. All sentient beings belong to Yes. The leader of the miners had held on to the iron-like wrist, trying to lift himself up to slightly relieve the pain of blood and breath loss. Feeling the increasingly strong grip on his neck, he struggled to squeeze out a few words from his throat. Misunderstand. Misunderstand? Lu Wenwu, who heard the comments around him, narrowed his eyes slightly and stamped his feet suddenly. Please leave me alone. The power of qi and blood circulated, and the majestic pressure immediately caused a mental deterrent to everyone. The ground immediately cracked under the heavy hammer, and several shocking cracks appeared. The entire position fell silent for an instant. Some of those with low endurance even blacked out and fainted, unable to resist this merciless mental oppression. Lu Wenwu let go of his grip and threw the miner hat leader to the ground. Cough 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 cough. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Really misunderstanding. He coughed hard several times, greedily breathed in the air full of nuclear radiation, and looked at Lu Wenwu with awe in his eyes. Sir, we did not intend to attack you. We really misunderstood. For the sake of the god of infinite mechanical dragon, please give me a chance to explain. I am one of the priests of the god of infinite mechanical dragon. You can be compensated. Lu Wenwu showed an evil smile and said with a smile, I just killed the disgusting ghost in the ghost gathering place who tried to take away the glory of the eternal god. You backhandedly threw a nuclear bomb on my head? And then told me about the misunderstanding? I also want to misunderstand you, okay? What did you just say? You just killed the ghost in the gathering place of ghosts. Oh my god, that is a real false god. Even if it has not yet fully recovered, it is definitely not an existence that humans can resist, at least a 6th level powerhouse cannot. But this one in front of me. Hiss. What kind of monster have we provoked? Could it be the legendary 7th level powerhouse? A group of guys who claimed to be followers of the infinite mechanical dragon god were suddenly trembling with fear, and looked at Lu Wenwu with even more fear and awe. The head priest swallowed hard and quickly explained in panic, Sir, this is really an accident. Please listen to my explanation. A few days ago, we received information about a gathering of ghosts. They were conducting a huge joint sacrificial ceremony, trying to bring the glorious and eternal God to the real world through the fusion of a large amount of faith power and ghost energy. But they're only half successful. They created a huge ghost, but they failed to induce the glorious and eternal God to descend. That ghost killed and controlled the entire ghost gathering place in a very short period of time, and even prepared to steal the authority and power of the eternal God of glory. We only received the last call from the ghost gathering place and came here after hearing the news. We want to completely eliminate the blasphemous ghost. We waited for a long time, waiting for the ghost energy detector to alarm and disconnect. We realized that there was a problem with the power control of the ghost, and then we mobilized the divine power to attack it. I didn't expect that you, my lord, would be so powerful. You and your companions would have completed this step ahead of us. Your powerful strength and broad mind are admirable. May the god of infinite mechanical dragons and the god of great evolution bless you forever. Obviously, the leader who calls himself a priest has regarded Lu Wenwu as a priest of the great god of evolution who is at least at the peak of the 6th level. Lu Wenwu's body had neither the ghost marks of a ghost master nor the mutations of an evolver. In his opinion, there is only one explanation for possessing such powerful power. Okay. Lu Wenwu clapped his hands gently, with the smile still on his face. But in the eyes of the believers of the infinite mechanical dragon god, this smile is a bit chilling no matter how you look at it. I am very pleased with your courage and spirit in taking the initiative to eliminate ghosts. Upon hearing this, the believers immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and finally there was a hint of joy on their faces. However, Lu Wenwu changed the subject, and his next words made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. But your brain makes me very angry. Can't you use your brains that have been blinded by nuclear radiation to think before you start bombing? Can the power of the Ghost Master disappear for no reason? Can the prototype of the ghost disappear for no reason? That's because I punched that ugly bum into a pulp, so the ghost shroud opened. Understand? Understand. Your Excellency, the Divine Fist is invincible. We really didn't expect that there is someone as powerful as you in the world, who can kill ghosts and gods. The chief priest almost cried in fear. Punch that ghost demigod to death with one punch after another? What a person! Even the high priest who can communicate with my god will definitely not be his opponent. We can compensate you for weapons and equipment, first-class drinking water, muscled meat, and even products from the old era. I just ask you to be kind and forgive us for our mistakes. He said tremblingly. Okay, since you are so sincere, give me 100 pieces of 6th level muscled meat first. Lu Wenwu said happily. Head priest, Brother, do you think I look like 100 pieces of 6th level muscle? He said with a mournful face, Sir, please don't be ridiculous. Even if the resource reserves of all the gathering places in the wasteland are added together, it is impossible to have 100 pieces of 6th level muscular meat. Lu Wenwu was immediately unhappy. How much do you have? One piece? 1 piece is fine. Not even a piece. I thought about it, you should just go to hell unless you know how to make egg-filled pancakes. No. Sir, although I don't know what egg-filled pancakes are, we have 5th level muscled meat. I can give you up to 6 pieces. Only 6 yuan? You don't even know about egg-filled pancakes? I'm very unhappy now. Sir, we really only have 6 pieces. This is because we come from the Mechanical Dragon Gathering Place, which is the headquarters of the Infinite Mechanical Dragon God sect,
and there is not much demand for muscled meat. In ordinary gathering places, we don't even have the third-level reserves, and they will be eaten immediately. If you don't believe it, you and your friends can go back with us. As for the egg-filled pancakes, they should be from the old times, right? I haven't seen food from the old days in more than 10 years. Forget it, you are destined to live a life of failure. Lu Wenwu sighed regretfully, but what if you cheated on the amount of muscle? The leader of the priests vowed, if there is a lie in what I say, you can kill me at any time. This guy is surprisingly upright and quite simple. Lu Wenwu crossed his arms, frowned, and tapped his fingers irritably. No, you have to pay more. Because you haven't heard of egg-filled pancakes. I had egg-filled pancakes for breakfast today, so happy. The priests were almost numb. What the hell is egg-filled pancakes? Finally, after a cordial and friendly exchange, Lu Wenwu blackmailed, no, he was about to receive a generous compensation from the mechanical dragon gathering place. 12 pieces of 5th-level muscle-transformed meat, and 100 pieces of 4th-level muscle-transformed meat. There was really no more. Lu Wenwu did not comment on this and was ready to wait until he arrived at the mechanical dragon gathering place to see. Both parties agreed to go to the mechanical dragon gathering place together tomorrow. The mechanical dragon believers needed to clean up the battlefield and check if there were any omissions. Su Qinghong and the others needed time to recover and regain their combat effectiveness. While waiting, Lu Wenwu did not go back to his comrades, but instead chatted with the chief priest. He once again brought out the rhetoric of the god of natural redemption. Unexpectedly, the chief priest was extremely excited after hearing it. Compared to those guys in the giant bone gathering place who have only heard of the legend, this guy who is in a high position in the core of the big power knows more, has seen more, and knows more. In his cognition, the god of natural redemption is the most mysterious, and has the fewest and most secretive believers. Unless they come out by themselves, no one can find the entrance to the kingdom of God. This information attracted Lu Wenwu's attention. So, he began to ask more questions without making a sound. After a deeper understanding, Lu Wenwu was surprised to find that in addition to the great evolution god, glory god of eternal life, god of natural redemption, which he currently knows, there are actually 3 other so-called gods in this copy world. For example, the god of infinite mechanical dragons that this group of people believe in now. The believers of the mechanical dragon god believe that all technological creations in this world come from the grace of the mechanical dragon god, and it is he who has given people the power of technology. And the head of the priests claimed that the mechanical dragon gathering place is the strongest existence in the entire wasteland in terms of technological strength and the source of countless technological creations. In addition, the immortal sun god, who is extremely generous and can often grant divine power for grace, is said to have a close personal relationship with the infinite mechanical dragon god. The followers of the mechanical dragon god often exchange some food and technological creations with the followers of the sun god in exchange for the sun god's endless and powerful divine power. The last one is the one that the head priest just took advantage of, and is also the god of heavenly punishment and destruction that everyone talks about with fear. This is why the ghost gathering place is divided into a full 17 pieces in a discrete form. If the gathering place is too large, as long as it exceeds a certain range, it will be destroyed by the god of heavenly punishment and destruction after a certain period of time. That kind of powerful power will wash away all sins, just like when he launched the Great Purge nearly 200 years ago. Yes, the Wastelanders, at least the followers of the infinite mechanical dragon god, believe that all this is now caused by the anger of the god of heavenly punishment and destruction. And the most benevolent great god of evolution couldn't bear it, so he gave all humans and deformed beings the ability to continue to survive and reproduce in the wasteland. The god of glory and eternal life brought new abilities after the nuclear war, allowing people to control spirits and giving birth to ghost riders. The immortal sun god hung high in the sky, generously bestowing his own divine power on all humans, allowing them to still use the gift of the god of endless mechanical dragons. The most mysterious god of natural redemption forcibly cut off a piece of pure land with his kingdom of God, retaining the appearance before the nuclear war. After listening to the worldview of the Wastelanders, Lu Wenwu was a little puzzled, so he asked, "Do you understand what nuclear war, nuclear weapons, nuclear radiation, nuclear energy, and electrical energy are?" The chief priest answered, as a matter of course, nuclear energy is the power of God, the great power of the gods, and nuclear radiation is the gift of God. Those who cannot bear the gift of divine power will die or become deformed. Electric energy is the power that belongs exclusively to my God, and my God also taught us how to convert the divine power extracted from the eternal sun well of the immortal sun God into electrical energy that can be used for us.
Thank you, Lord. As for nuclear war and nuclear weapons, they are artifacts created by the God of Heaven's punishment and destruction using his own divine power to destroy the world. My lord, we just borrowed his great power, didn't we? Lu Wenwu was speechless. These wastelanders seem to have formed a strange and unique worldview due to the double fault of culture and technology. But the good news is that after listening to the chief priest's story, Lu Wenwu probably has touched upon some of the ultimate secrets. The immortal sun god, this is probably related to nuclear power plants or related institutions. The so-called eternal sun well is likely to be a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Nuclear power plants that use nuclear fission as a means of production cannot last for so many years. The god of heavenly punishment and destruction is most likely the dead hand system or a similar product created by the civilization before the war. Not only was the dead hand system not destroyed during the war, but part of the intelligent modules still exist today, and have been faithfully executing the final order, destroying all buildings that exceed a certain threshold and regularly carrying out nuclear strikes on XX locations. This can also explain why the radiation cloud has not dissipated even after so many years of the nuclear war. As for the god of natural redemption, it may be a permanent underground base with a strong closed structure and a complete ecological cycle system somewhere? Of course, this is just a vague guess. Unless there is definite evidence, Lu Wenwu will not easily waste precious verification times. For now, there are only the great god of evolution, who was known first, and the god of infinite mechanical dragon, who was just known, and there is no clue at all. For the former, his followers are too scattered and too many, and there is not even a clear headquarters. As long as there is a mutation, it is assumed to be an evolver. As long as there is a superpower, it is assumed to be his priest. Even if you believe in other gods at the same time, it doesn't matter, the great god of evolution will not be angry. In this way, it greatly increases the difficulty of its exploration. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. For the latter, Lu Wenwu thought about it, and the countless situations in his mind did not match the description of the current priest leader. From the limited information, the god of mechanical dragon, like the great god of evolution, had a true body descending, and his body was covered with silver scales that were countless times harder than steel. Because it is so long that its head and tail cannot be seen, and it looks like a winding real dragon, it is named the god of infinite mechanical dragon. This illusory description is too vague to guess its essence. Lu Wenwu even doubted whether he was a spiritual totem like the god of glory and eternal life. After all, this description was too magical. After finishing the discussion on the issue of gods, Lu Wenwu returned to the place where his teammates were recuperating, discussed with them, and returned the grenade beads to their original owner. The other four agreed with Lu Wenwu's opinion. For now, going to the gathering place of mechanical dragons is the best choice. Not only can they explore the secrets of the god of infinite mechanical dragons, but they can also follow the clues and go to explore the situation of the immortal sun god. The next day, the fully recovered exploratory team met up with the followers of the mechanical dragon god and took a new and old energy tram with a wasteland atmosphere to the mechanical dragon gathering place. On the way, the food the 5 ate caused a stir. The poor wastelanders finally knew what the legendary egg-filled pancakes were. They all looked at it eagerly and salivated crazily. The journey was closer than expected, and we arrived in a whole day's driving. The environment is also different from what I imagined. The mechanical dragon gathering place is actually underground. In other words, this place was originally an underground military base transformed from a mine, or an underground shelter. Later, after more than 100 years of subsequent transformation, it was transformed into a large underground city with intricate internal tunnels. It is indeed the headquarters of the infinite mechanical dragon god sect. It does feel a bit like headquarters. In addition, the people here have retained almost the highest level of technology and pre-war creations in the wasteland. At least it finally looks like they have some post-war civilization. Walking in the brightly lit large mine, a large number of machines that looked simple and old but contained extremely advanced technology attracted the attention of the group. My lords, this is the lifeblood of our mechanical dragon gathering place. Apart from the kingdom of the god of natural redemption, this should be one of the few water filters in the wasteland that can produce pure drinking water. Li He, the sacrificial leader who was almost crushed to death by Lu Wenwu before, introduced to several people with a little pride. In fact, except for Cashin who was very interested, the other 4 people didn't care about this kind of thing. Anthony coughed twice and asked, along the way, I see that your sect doesn't seem to have a lot of evolvers and priests? More than just a few? It can be called an extremely weak chicken. Looking around, you can see that they are basically at the level of D-level, just ordinary people in the wasteland. Klevels are pitiful. A C+ level existence like he would be rare and terrifying if placed here. B-level? Didn't see any. Leahy explained, we have many artifacts given by our Lord to ensure our safety. We don't have to pursue the power of gods like wilderness hunters and ghost masters. That makes us stronger, but it also increases the risk of death. Relying on the technological creations given by our Lord, we can maintain the food supply for hundreds of thousands of people in the gathering place by raising aberrations in captivity. We are already very satisfied. Furthermore, if we pursue strength, then I'm afraid that the muscular flesh promised to compensate you adults may not be in place, right? Makes sense. Anthony responded casually. It's just that in his opinion, whether it's an evolver, a ghost master, or a person with superpowers, the ways in which the three of them increase their power cannot be said to have nothing to do with nuclear radiation, at least they are completely unrelated to each other. I don't know how the Wastelanders came to such a strange conclusion. Soon, he led the group of people through many twists and turns, and finally came to an extremely wide passage. At the end of the passage is a heavy metal door similar to a bank vault. 7 or 8 figures, male or female, old or young, stood there. Dressed the same as Leahy. They were all wearing shabby blue overalls, a miner's hat, and their hands were wearing gray-yellow labor protection gloves. Lu Wenwu glanced at him and saw that there was no threat. They are all priests of the mechanical dragon god, with levels from C to C+. Only the short-haired woman in the center at the back made Lu Wenwu take a second look. The eye of insight showed that this was the high priest of the mechanical dragon god, with a blevel level, the same level as the strongman leader who died quietly at the beginning. The attributes are very poor, a big weakling. Considering that before the Wasteland War, there was no outrageous space technology mentioned. The threat level of these people in front of them is almost zero. Lu Wenwu always felt that he would need to reason later, so he took off his heavy artillery gloves in advance. High Priest. He quickly took a few steps to greet him. These 5 are the 5 adults from the Kingdom of God that I just mentioned to you in the shortwave communication. This time I apply to open the number 1 reserve bank to compensate the 5 adults. I already know. The High Priest nodded slightly. What are the opinions of the other priests? I think the amount of compensation is a bit too much, said an old man who looked 70 or 80 years old, but was actually just over 40. We are both Wastelanders, and we should work together vigorously. All the adults who have emerged from the Kingdom of God should have no shortage of these resources, but the importance of these to us is self-evident, I think. So you just don't want to give it to me? Lu Wenwu interrupted, and you also want to morally kidnap me, CPU? Anthony thought for a moment, then secretly said from behind, you want to say PUA, right? It doesn't matter, they don't understand anyway. Lu Wenwu didn't care. The old priest's breath stopped and he immediately explained, Sir, I didn't mean that, Lu Wenwu's right arm hidden under his transformed clothes instantly turned dark red, and he punched out in the air. After the violent roar, the thick alloy door was immediately torn apart by the violent energy. A cold current flowed out along the gap, causing several priests to shiver and look horrified. That's a gate that can defend against a 6th-order aberration. He tore a huge wound with a casual punch. Could this person in front of him be the legendary 7th-order strongman? Lu Wenwu retracted his fist and said slowly, if you are not prepared to reason, then I know a little bit about illusion. Su Qinghong was very surprised. Big Tyrannosaurus, how come I didn't know you knew illusion? After all, illusion is still a bit difficult, I usually don't use it. Lu Wenwu replied embarrassedly, it requires continuous beating of the opponent's head to make him dizzy and have hallucinations in front of his eyes. This strength is not easy to control, and I often blow their heads up by mistake. Are you sure that what you said is an illusion? Su Qinghong looked horrified, are you kidding me? Lu Wenwu said confidently, just say whether he is an illusion or not. Yes, the brain is almost shaken, how can there be no hallucination? So, this is an illusion. Su Qinghong, Damn it, what a twisted theory. When Lu Wenwu turned to look at the old priest who had spoken earlier, there was no other emotion on his face except for the word horror. The other priests also had the same expression. What kind of person is this? He said such things openly without even hiding them from others. Either he is extremely powerful or he has mental problems. From the actual situation, it is even worse. Not only is the person in front of him extremely powerful, but he may also be a little mentally abnormal. Lu Wenwu was very familiar with the matter of convincing people with reason and virtue. After going through the process skillfully, the atmosphere between the two parties suddenly became harmonious. The priests didn't have any intention to stop him anymore. Lu Wenwu, who was respectful, invited him to the cold storage and took away the compensation with his own hands. No matter what should be said, he is also a true and honest person. It's really not a bit of nonsense. Then several people divided it equally, and the remaining 4 people unanimously decided to give Lu Wenwu 2 more pieces of 5th-level muscle meat. After all, he was the one who killed the Ghost Lord in a duel, and he also wanted this compensation. You should get more. After completing all this, many priests returned to their jobs. The high priest personally stayed with him and asked gently, "Dear guests who have come from afar, don't know what your plans are next? Do you want to stay and rest for a few days? Can you talk about your understanding of gods?" Lu Wenwu went straight to the point without any intention of concealing his purpose. "We are compiling history and are curious about the views of various gathering places and sects on gods, and want to record them." The high priest was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect that he would ask such a question. After thinking for a moment, she asked hesitantly, "What do you want to know?" "Everything." Lu Wenwu spoke concisely. "Except for the God of glory and eternal life, all that remains is your understanding of the other gods. If possible, I hope to go deeper on the issue of the God of infinite mechanical dragons. Yes, I can tell you all the information I know." The high priest nodded slightly. "But regarding my lord's matters, I need to pray to my lord for an oracle. Only with my lord's consent can I tell him information." "Praying to an oracle? Wait a moment, this God of infinite mechanical dragons can still chat with believers on QQ remotely?" The 5 members of the exploration team were all slightly startled at this moment. This is somewhat inconsistent with their previous guesses. This God of infinite mechanical dragons not only has a physical body, but also has spiritual intelligence that can communicate with believers and deliver oracles. Hiss. Lu Wenwu became curious and asked directly, "If you can communicate with the God of infinite mechanical dragon, why don't you help me directly and ask if I can also talk to him? In addition to my lord's natural redemption, I haven't talked to any other gods besides God." Your request is too much." Upon hearing this somewhat rude request, the high priest's eyes widened instantly and his face turned red. She, who had been calm and gentle before, could not help but feel a little angry at this time. Is it too much? Lu Wenwu couldn't help but be a little stunned, thinking about where he went too far. I wonder if the gods of our land in China take the initiative to build temples and serve as tree holes for believers to listen to their chatter. How can we be so unworldly? For a person who has no faith or religious concepts. He didn't quite understand where the high priest was angry. But looking at the other party's flushed face, he was indeed very angry. "Well, I apologize for being abrupt." Lu Wenwu reflected on what he had done and criticized himself. "If it doesn't work out, how about I get something in exchange?" Exchange? It's okay not to mention this, but when it comes to exchange, the high priest seems to be even more angry. "Get out. You are not welcome here. I'll use eggs to fill pancakes in exchange for being accommodating." Lu Wenwu interrupted the angry high priest and took out a steaming egg-filled pancake. "The time in the backpack is constant, and it will be the same as it is put in it and taken out. All the failed products from his spiritual meal practice are stored in it, and there are still more than 200 that have not been eaten so far. The emerald green lettuce is tender, and the golden and crispy crust makes an enticing crunching sound under the influence of your fingers. The rich aroma of sauce mixed with the aroma of meat, mixed with the aroma of flour, grease, and eggs mixed into the high priest's nostrils, instantly making her unable to say another word. Fragrant. So delicious. The high priest had never had such a wonderful experience. He felt that his saliva was secreting crazily, and he couldn't help but want to swallow this food called egg-filled pancake. Even if the egg-filled biscuits at the all-powerful level have not been successfully inspired to become a spiritual meal, they are still very attractive to intelligent life. Not to mention this wasteland man who always eats more garbage than Xiao Shiba. Even the people of China, known as the Great Foodie Empire, cannot resist this temptation. It would be bragging to say that Buddha jumping over the wall can make Buddha jump over the wall. It's no joke that the egg-filled pancake that can communicate with gods can communicate with gods. Try it first. This is a delicacy from the old days. Lu Wenwu chuckled, and with a flick of his hand, a gentle force sent the egg-filled cake into the hands of the high priest. In the old days, anyone who didn't eat egg-filled pancakes would have an incomplete life. The high priest subconsciously took it, and his mind went blank the moment his hands touched it. Eat it! Eat the fuck out of it! The brain sends signals like crazy. This made the high priest, who was already confused by the aroma, completely comply with the most primitive desires of human beings. He ignored the hot sauce and crazily stuffed it into his mouth. Even if he wanted to cough because of the crispy crust, he would cover it with his hands, not wanting to miss any part of it. In just 5 seconds, she devoured an entire egg-filled pancake. Grilled sausages, lettuce, pickles. Even the sauce dripping from the brown paper bag was licked clean. As a chef, Lu Wenwu was very pleased. It has been a long time since I have seen such a starving ghost eating. How about it? 10 egg pancakes. Can you help me send a message to the god of infinite mechanical dragon? I don't do anything else, I just want to talk to him. Lu Wenwu asked with a smile. The high priest was still savoring the delicious food just now, and subconsciously replied, but this is a great disrespect to my god. That is a great god, how can we, 20 portions? It's not about the amount of food, it's mainly because, 30 portions. This is not good, what if my lord blames me? 40 portions. I will mention it during the evening prayer, but I advise you not to hold it. 50 portions. Seeing that the other party's attitude had softened, Lu Wenwu dropped another heavy bomb without caring. If the matter is done, I will add another 50 copies, a total of 100 copies. Do you consider it? The expression on the face of the high priest turned serious in an instant, and he immediately bowed. My lords, please follow me to the best room to rest for a while. I will go to the place where my god is worshipped to communicate with my god immediately. Please give me some time. Lu Wenwu nodded with satisfaction, opened the way in front. Yes, my lords, please go this way. The high priest had long since returned to his initial gentleness, but the expectation and desire in his eyes could not be hidden at all. When we get there, you can find someone to take the things away. This is for you to eat. Lu Wenwu casually took out an egg pancake and handed it to her. As long as the matter is done well, I have plenty of egg pancakes. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Tyrannosaurus. The high priest was full of energy while eating the pancake. After Lu Wenwu's operation, the 4 teammates who had been spectators for a long time were dumbfounded. According to common sense, the normal process should be through methods such as Naruto-level talk, boosting camp contribution, boosting favorability, plus the deterrence of one's own strength, etc. Only in this way can we finally get a glimpse of the essential information of the infinite mechanical dragon god. Thus completing the mission, right? I've seen reckless people. I've seen people with superpowers. The egg-filled pancakes are really unbearable. Anthony, who thought he was the only normal person in the team, lay in the coffin and let out a long sigh. This one has a thigh strap, so it fits well with all my teammates, and it doesn't get poked by needles. It would be great if I could go through the customs clearance process in the normal way. He thought this while eating muscled meat sausage and drinking watermelon juice using his fangs as straws. The 5 people stayed in the room arranged by the high priest, and each person had a separate room. But there are always people who can't stand loneliness. After dinner, Su Qinghong sneaked into Lu Wenwu's residence and made a sneak attack on him who was sitting cross-legged to exercise his finger flexibility. Hey, big Tyrannosaurus, I really miss you more and more. The northeastern fox lady fiercely threw Lu Wenwu onto the bed, and rode him over like a horse, slamming him on the bed. You have a good figure, great stamina, good looks, you can cook, and you can raise a dog. Where can you find such a good man? Just follow my sister. I will be my pretty girl from now on. Lu Wenwu looked horrified. Good brother, what are you doing? Su Qinghong licked the corner of her mouth, and immediately started to take off her clothes and belt with excitement. Fuck. This is what you said. Don't regret it. As soon as these words came out, Lu Wenwu's CPU was overloaded for a second. What just ran over my face with a swish? Lu Wenwu then reacted and held down the other person's smooth and delicate hand. With his other hand, he grasped the big tail that was swaying restlessly back and forth. He laughed and cursed. Your grandma, why are you leaving me to play word games? What's the matter? Don't you like this tone? The big fox girl suddenly changed into Wu Nong's soft-spoken accent, her teeth lightly licked the corners of her mouth, and she even retracted her iconic accent. The dim light in the room suddenly became extremely soft. Even the slightly cold temperature has increased, making people feel a little hot. Her free hand gently stroked the stubble on Lu Wenwu's chin, and tapped her lips with her green fingers, her eyes filled with a pool of autumn water. Sir, do you like this kind of slave? Lu Wenwu admitted that he was really excited at this moment. The second brother has already answered the question for him.
This voice and this technique made his bones feel a little numb. The grip on the opponent's wrist softened instantly. Just when the relationship between the two was getting stronger, and it seemed like something was about to happen that could not pass scrutiny, there was a sudden knock on the rough alloy door. Bang bang bang. Sir, the high priest asked me to call you. The matter is done. Leahy's voice sounded outside. The charming atmosphere in the room disappeared in an instant. The multidimensional blessing that the great fox lady had painstakingly created through her superb performance was instantly shattered. Looking at the other party's face as dark as the bottom of a pot, Lu Wenwu asked tentatively, "How about we get down to business first? I think we were interrupted just now." Su Qinghong gritted her teeth. The alloy door was still being knocked hard. Bang bang bang. My lord? My lord, are you in there? Bang bang bang. I knock, 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 knock on your second uncle. Damn it. Poorly he didn't know what happened, but he was violently dragged out of the door by the furious Su Qinghong, kicked out, and his face was embedded in the wall with pain. Fortunately, the big fox girl kicked off a pair of high-heeled boots when she tackled Lu Wenwu. If they were wearing them, with this kick, they would probably start a direct war with the mechanical dragon gathering place now. Lu Wenwu, who witnessed everything, couldn't help but sigh, "This feels right." Su Qinghong put on the half-taken off coat again, stepped her white feet into the boots again, and angrily returned to her room to sulk. No matter how slowly he was, he could still react. While pulling himself off the wall, he secretly thought that he had suffered a terrible disaster. Lu Wenwu pulled him and coughed twice. "What? I'm sorry, Tai Zi." She got up a little angry. Li held his stomach and waved his hand. "Sir, the high priest said that my god has agreed, and he can give you an hour to communicate. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, the high priest will take you to the temple to communicate with my god." Hard. Lu Wenwu said a few polite words. After watching Li He leave, he called the other three people and the unhappy Su Qinghong to the old monk's room. "My own room has no door, Anthony's room is too underworld, and Cashin's room is not suitable." Several people joined forces to deploy several different systems of anti-eavesdropping and anti-surveillance means, and then Lu Wenwu spoke. "The infinite mechanical dragon god can communicate with you for an hour? Is there such a good thing?" Anthony was extremely surprised by this. "The infinite mechanical dragon god is so easy to talk to?" Ba. Old Monkruwa also affirmed, "I didn't expect this god to be so approachable and kind. It seems that we will win another mission and the rewards will be accumulated." Cashin thought for a moment and asked, "Brother Tyrannosaurus, are you here to discuss tomorrow's conversation with us?" "No," Lu Wenwu said shockingly, "I asked you to come here to prepare for a war with the entire mechanical dragon gathering place tomorrow, or even with the god of infinite mechanical dragons." "What the hell?" Su Qinghong, who was depressed, thought she had misheard and scratched her 4 ears in a row. "Are you crazy to go to war with the entire mechanical dragon gathering place and the god of infinite mechanical dragons? Why should we do this? It's not us who want to do this, it's the god of infinite mechanical dragons who wants to do this." Lu Wenwu said calmly. "Why do you think I gave the high priest an egg-filled pancake for free? There is a drop of my blood in that pancake, and I can sense some information through this drop of blood." "Fuck, you old man." Su Qinghong immediately cursed and hugged Lu Wenwu. "I thought you were just a brawny man with a head full of muscles, but I didn't expect you to have such a sinister side. Sister loves you even more. Stop it, let's talk business." Lu Wenwu tore the fox off his body with great effort and threw it on the chair. Anthony asked, "Although I know that you major in chi and blood, and your control over your own flesh and blood is comparable to mine, but I have a question, how can you control it from such a distance?" Lu Wenwu did not mean to hide it, and answered directly, "Mao Mao and I cooperated with each other, and the soul attribute exceeded 2,500 in a short time." Duo Shao. 2,500. The four people present all held their breath. What the hell are these two monsters? This Tyrannosaurus majored in body and chi and blood. With such a strong soul, how outrageous must his physique and strength be? He was afraid of scaring the brothers, so he deliberately said less. To be precise, after Lu Wenwu ate the muscled meat he had just obtained, his physical attribute had reached 2146. Compared to before entering the game, it has doubled. "I have no doubts," you continue. Anthony took 3 deep breaths, and his horrified expression remained. What is scarier than a reckless man? A reckless man with brains. What is scarier than this? A reckless man with a good brain but a worrying mental state. Amitba, I do have a question. The old Monkruwa, who usually doesn't express his opinions, suddenly asked, "Donor Tyrannosaurus,
Why do we have to fight with the other party? Lu Wenwu spread his hands. I don't want to either. The problem is that the other party doesn't want to let us go. It seems to be the oracle of the god of infinite mechanical dragons. If we don't kill him, our subsequent tasks will be stuck here. There is only one gathering place for the followers of the immortal sun god. The news of the god of natural salvation and the god of heavenly punishment and destruction is also from the followers of the sun god. Unless we settle it directly now, or spend a lot of time searching all over the world, otherwise this battle is almost unavoidable. From the perspective of the speed of time, this mission itself should take a lot of time to complete, and it may even be in years. We should be considered to have taken a shortcut now. Anthony took over the conversation. Maybe this is the consequence of taking shortcuts. But why did he issue an oracle to kill us? The honest Cashin looked aggrieved. Is it because of what happened during the day? Is the mind of the infinite mechanical dragon god smaller than the smallest hellworm? God knows why, and there is no point in discussing this now. Lu Wenwu felt indifferent about this. When the time comes, I will find the real body of the infinite mechanical dragon god and slap him twice to see if he still goes crazy. That's right. Su Qinhuan looked indignant. This thing that shrugged and shrank ruined my good things. I must beat him up. Lu Wenwu continued. Cashin, I see that you are very familiar with the technology side. To what extent are you familiar with it? If we go to war inside the gathering place, are you sure you can control part of the base facilities? Just as the 5 people were discussing the battle plan intensively, the high priest also began to arrange and take action. In a huge room that was incredibly wide and surrounded by a special alloy, dozens of priests and other senior managers in the mechanical dragon gathering place gathered here. This is the temple of the god of infinite mechanical dragons, and it is also the place where they worship every day. A huge statue like an ancient beast hovered in the middle of the temple, surrounded by countless religious buildings filled with the smell of wasteland. The length of the winding body is immeasurable, and the width is at least more than 10 meters. The silver-white luster on the mechanical body constantly exudes a cold and dangerous atmosphere. The scarlet eyes constantly flashed with strange red light, turning back and forth like a surveillance camera. Li He, who was in charge of military operations, was a little unbelievable. He looked at the high priest in confusion. High priest, why should we take action against Lord Tyrannosaurus and others? The compensation incident was indeed our fault. I don't think we should. Shut up. You are a traitor. The old man who was previously intimidated by Lu Wenwu looked disappointed. Do you know that the muscled flesh they took away is enough to help us train dozens more priests? Would those guys who came out of the kingdom of God lack this? This is different. Li He said loudly, his face full of anxiety. Besides, even if we really want to go to war, how can we win? Lord Tyrannosaurus is very likely to be the legendary 7th-level strongman, and his 4 companions also participated in the siege. At least the top strongman at the peak of the 6th level. Don't forget, the Ghost Shadow Gathering Place also claims to be the headquarters of the Glory of the Immortal God sect. But after their failure, they were easily defeated by Lord Tyrannosaurus, including the Ghost God. They have the ability to destroy the entire super-large gathering place. It is impossible for us to guide the divine punishment of the god of heavenly punishment and destruction to come in the gathering place, and it is even more impossible to activate heavy weapons inside the base for coverage and attack. Without these, how can we eliminate the existence of the 7th level? It's not that we haven't dealt with the 7th level deformed emperor, but even if it is that kind of guy with a bad brain, we paid a heavy price to kill him those times. You all know it clearly in your heart. At this point, Li He's voice became more urgent and loud, and his face was full of sorrow. Now, we have to surround and kill a 7th-level strongman who can kill ghosts and gods in our own home without heavy weapons cluster bombing? Is this really realistic? Even if we succeed by chance, how many of our family members will be left in the end? How many of our homes can be preserved in the end? How will we survive in the future? High Priest, I beg you to think twice. At this time, it is the oracle of my god, don't mention it again. The High Priest just stared at him and said lightly. Under the eyes without any emotional fluctuations, there is a deep entanglement. She also couldn't understand why the god of infinite mechanical dragon must kill Lu Wenwu and his party. The other party didn't even give any reason. It was just silent for a while after the High Priest made Lu Wenwu's request, and then clearly stated that these 5 people must die. It was a bit inexplicable. Compared to egg-filled pancakes, the oracle personally sent down by the gods who had been believed for many years was obviously more likely to influence the high priest's thoughts. Therefore, she could only reluctantly give up and choose to carry out the task assigned by the gods. The high priest said calmly, "At that time, my God will come in person and clear all obstacles." "What?" the priests exclaimed in surprise. Joy and excitement rose and fell, full of joy to see the gods. Only Li He, who opposed the battle, was horrified and even a little lost. Half because of joy, half because of worry. The gods personally went to fight. After the battle, will the mechanical dragon gathering place still exist? That night, the entire mechanical dragon gathering place was in motion. Lu Wenwu and the other 5 were discussing the battle plan. A large number of believers were constantly arranging the siege scene. It cannot be said that they hated each other, but at least they had their own ulterior motives. Countless priests and leaders led the team to arrange the temple for sacrifice, trying to arrange it into a place for absolute killing. When they thought that they would not only fight side by side with the gods they believed in tomorrow, but also siege and kill a 7th-level strongman, these wastelanders suddenly felt a strong sense of pride in their hearts. Fear? Afraid? These can be ignored in front of the glory of the gods and the upcoming glory. Even though they knew that there was a great possibility that they would die in the aftermath of the war tomorrow, they firmly believed in one belief. As long as I fight bravely, I will be able to enter the kingdom of the god of infinite mechanical dragons after death and enjoy all the beauty and eternal life. The generous and merciful god of infinite mechanical dragons will shout out in a voice that is almost like a roar, "Resurrection! My believers!" Well, probably. P.S. Except for this chapter on Monday morning, the new book will be updated at 12 noon every day. Yesterday's 70th chapter was reviewed for 2 hours before it was released, and then it was reviewed for more than 10 minutes. It was released again. I feel like I have nothing to write. PS2, today is Monday, and it's time to PK Sanjung. Zaya Puji has never been on it. I beg brothers to read it and help. If I can get on Sanjung, I will definitely update it hard when it is put on the shelves, sob. The next morning, the cast and crew of both parties were in place. After exchanging false greetings, a group of priests surrounded Lu Wenwu and others and entered the temple. It is a huge space located at the top of the entire base. On the top of the broad alloy roof, an entire searchlight array was turned on at the same time, illuminating the dark space as bright as noon. Several incandescent light pillars hit the tall and huge statue of the infinite mechanical dragon god, showing a magnificent reflective aperture like Buddha's light. The atmosphere in the entire space is solemn. The bursts of darkness were sensed by a few keen people, but no one said anything. What should be said should not be said. These wastelanders are really not very good at hiding their emotions. Whether it's their heartbeat, breathing, or soul fluctuations, their true thoughts have been directly betrayed. If it had been another player, they might have been in a confrontation by now. Su Qinghong used mental mapping to quietly transmit the message, "Big Tyrannosaurus, are we really walking into a trap and dying?" Of course not. Lu Wenwu replied calmly in his heart. There once was an interstellar joke named Dad Mia who said that the current situation is a competition. If you can win, fight; if you can't, win. If you lose, you won't be embarrassed. Unfortunately, personal space teleportation requires an out-of-combat state. No, there's no need to let Anthony draw the blood magic circle. Su Qinghong glanced around with her mental power. Mainly, I suspect that they are preparing to carry out a suicide operation. Heavy particle accelerating cannons, shaped plasma cannons, and old chemical energy heavy cannons. You really don't need these crappy things. Damn it, you dare to use this kind of weapon in such a small place. It doesn't matter. Lu Wenwu said calmly, "I want to see blood flowing like a river." With the opening of the Eye of Insight, everything appeared clearly in his eyes. God of Infinite Mechanical Dragon, B+A, 2310065/. Current status, Divine Birth, Pseudo-Mechanical Life, AI Spiritual Chaos, Soul Gestation, T375. A self-healing gold continues to charge, and the main consciousness module is starting. Apart from the Ghost Lord, this is the first time Lu Wenwu has seen something with so many labels on the status bar. Who would have thought that the huge metal dragon in front of them is not the so-called statue at all, but directly the true form of the god of infinite mechanical dragon? In addition to the status bar, the level Eye of Insight also gives an unclear level. Divine Life has taken a crucial step on the level of life. However, this transformation will not directly increase strength. Just like the infinite mechanical dragon god in front of you. Judging by the Eye of Insight, as long as he finds the right fatal position, he is not even as thick as the Ghost Lord. But in terms of attack and defense it's hard to say. Lu Wenwu looked at the silver-white dragon with a pair of scarlet eyes in front of him and couldn't help but smile evilly. Divine Life, even if it's not clear-headed, must still be very pure. The high priest glanced at him in surprise. Master Tyrannosaurus, what did you say? What is so pure? She could no longer say the second half of her sentence. The head with the miner's hat was blasted by Lu Wenwu with a punch, turning it into a rain of blood flying in the sky. The severe bone stubble was scattered in all directions, instantly severely injuring the nearest priests. In such a close situation, Lu Wenwu suddenly attacked an enemy whose strength was far inferior to his own, and it was impossible to fail. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. You killed the High Priest of the Infinite Mechanical Dragon God, LV-24. You have completed the side mission Blasphemer. Task description: the civilization in the wasteland regards gods as totems, spiritual beliefs, and ultimate salvation. And you, this guy who doesn't believe in God, actually killed the High Priest who controlled the most powerful sect in the wasteland. This is blasphemy to the gods and an absolute confidence in his strength. Your personal overall rating has been greatly improved. It's a pity that my egg-filled pancakes were a bit of a waste. Lu Wen and Wu Dan are about to add free attribute points, and will no longer leave it until the end of the instance as usual. Then he pulled out the soul of the High Priest and threw it backhand to the succubus Cashin in the center of the team. His punches were like a signal. Su Qinghong's sword finger traced graceful traces in the air, and the two magic swords turned into white light and flew suddenly. In just a moment, more than a dozen big heads rose into the sky. Before these priests could even react, their lives had been completely ended. Only Li He, who was not present for some reason, escaped. Disbelief mixed with confusion hung on their dead faces. They never figured it out until they died. Didn't we ambush them? Why did they attack us first? Anthony's body exploded into hundreds of little blood-colored bats that flew in all directions, heading straight for the hidden mechanical dragon believers. Having never seen anything like this before, they panicked, screamed, pressed the triggers of their guns and fired wildly, trying to blast Anthony's blood in the air. However, what greets them is not only the blood magic that the vampires are proud of, but also the mental storm of Master Ruwa. After all, the old monk failed to keep the Buddhist beads that he had collected for a long time. Fighting energy surged, and 36 Buddha bead grenades flew to different corners in all directions in an instant. The six-path reincarnation prayer wheel roared and tore the flesh and blood apart, and the sizzling electric current evaporated the mechanical dragon believers who had nowhere to hide, and the blazing glow continued to rise in this originally sacred and solemn temple space. The buildings continued to collapse, and the battle had just begun. Fire! Fire! A male priest with half of his body charred shouted, trying to organize an effective counterattack. But before he could shout a second sentence, Anthony's blood clone had already steamed him into a mummy, and his blood was completely lost. And the originally small blood-colored little bat became visibly rounder and rushed towards the next victim quickly. This time, the succubus Sam rarely cast auxiliary magic. Instead, contrary to her usual behavior, she took out a huge metal computer from her backpack and then sat down on the spot. The roar of the explosion resounded. One more beast after another was finally launched. The thick muzzle spewed out rainbow light across the space. The scorching energy beams and the blazing chemical energy shells complemented each other, adding fuel to the already chaotic battlefield. Mortal! The cold electronic synthesized sound was released through the speakers, and the iron dragon like a sculpture finally came to life. Amid the clanging roar, he slowly lowered his head, and the constantly rotating electronic dragon pupils locked onto the sprinting Lu Wenwu. A creature as humble as an ant actually wanted to challenge the great infinite mechanical dragon god. How dare you? Great? Are you worthy? Lu Wenwu, who was wearing the guardian armor, grinned. His body was like a furnace, and the majestic blood was rumbling. His muscles bulged, his bones glowed, and his wings of the sky were instantly overloaded. Lu Wenwu punched out like an angry dragon, carrying the invincible power of dominating the world, and went straight to the head of the infinite mechanical dragon god. It's just a mechanical creature that was born with intelligence by chance under the influence of AI and spiritual energy. How dare it bite its master? Take your Tyrannosaurus grandpa's punch. Compared with the huge body of the infinite mechanical dragon god, Lu Wenwu's body is extremely small. However, it is this small body that condenses a domineering fist as huge and heavy as a mountain. Boom! The dark red iron fist filled with bloody steam collided with the head of the infinite mechanical dragon god. The terrifying force instantly opened a huge wound in the hard special alloy. You deserve to die. The infinite mechanical dragon god roared angrily. The huge body swung violently, and Lu Wenwu flew backwards, crushing countless mechanical dragon believers along the way. Red lines emerged from the 100-meter-long alloy body.
powerful energy surged, and the silver-white metal squirmed like waves, trying to heal the wounds Lu Wenwu had just blasted. However, the strange fire of disaster burned fiercely, completely burning the special alloy that could heal itself through energy until it melted. The injury is fixed. There was a big black hole on the originally mighty and domineering metal faucet. It seemed so obvious. The eyes of the mechanical dragon believers who witnessed all this with their own eyes were about to burst with fire. "Kill it! Kill this damn blasphemer!" a priest roared hysterically. A large number of rainbow lights and energy beams were fired in the direction of Lu Wenwu, even including his own people within the attack range. "Your purity is too low." Lu Wenwu, wearing a black and purple armor, jumped out of the flames of the explosion. He didn't care about the believers, grinned and sprinted towards the god of infinite mechanical dragon again. "Your gods are still strong enough. Ignorant sinner." The scarlet electronic dragon eyes moved rapidly and instantly locked onto Lu Wenwu, who was speeding towards him. The hundreds-meter-long body of the infinite mechanical dragon god suddenly moved, and the sonorous and ferocious steel dragon claws slapped in the direction of its movement. The terrifying power tore through the air and came with a sharp roar. "Die!" The wings of the sky were operating at overload, and Lu Wenwu didn't even try to avoid it. He stood straight in the direction of the dragon's claws, like a moth flying into a flame. Just when the two sides were about to come into contact, the powerful slap like a landslide stopped strangely for a moment, and the body of the infinite mechanical dragon god became stiff for a moment. Lu Wenwu easily passed through the opponent's claws, and punched the giant steel dragon on the head with a grin again. Boom! 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 Continuous harsh sounds sounded, and fists fell like a violent storm. In this extremely short period of time, half of the huge dragon horn symbolizing the symbol of the dragon was collapsed, revealing the pipelines and electronic components below that were constantly spraying energy sparks. "Get down here!" Lu Wenwu took advantage of the situation and hugged him. With blood all over his body, he pulled down hard with all his strength. Crack! Amidst the terrifying tearing sound, the huge steel dragon horn was torn apart by him with brute force. Lu Wenwu took advantage of the situation and turned around, laughing wildly as he swung the heavy dragon horn, which was dozens of meters long, and smashed it directly into the dragon eye of the infinite dragon god. "You piss me off, mortal." Even though there was no fluctuation in the cold electronic sound, those present could clearly hear the rage contained within it. The sound of charging sounded, and a pair of dragon eyes suddenly burst out with blazing blood. The thick beam of light swept across the whirling broken dragon horn, evaporating and tearing it apart in an instant, and hot metal droplets flowed out of the cut like molten casting. Lu Wenwu let go. He stepped forward with explosive steps, and the nozzles of the wings of the sky behind him were fully opened. With his dexterous body shape, he moved forward again and shot towards the pair of dragon eyes. With every heavy step, the hard alloy armor will be crushed to pieces, leaving a huge deep pit. Unexpectedly, a large number of armor plates on the cheeks of the infinite mechanical dragon god suddenly cracked. A dozen fully charged rainbow cannons flipped out from below and locked on Lu Wenwu's body to fire. "This is interesting." Lu Wenwu's heroic voice echoed in the air, and he dodged through the rain of light, becoming more and more excited. While dealing with Lu Wenwu, the infinite mechanical dragon god also issued an oracle to the besieging believers. "Kill the dark-skinned woman with goat's horns at all costs. Even if he rushes forward with a bomb and explodes himself. He already hates Cashin very much." The other party didn't know what method he used to temporarily affect his body, causing a gap in the space he had just been in. As soon as the oracle came out, the eyes of countless believers flashed the same scarlet color. They were pushing towards the center like crazy. For a time, a hail of bullets and bullets formed a web. Even the powerful firepower of the old Monkruwa who formed an army alone was suppressed. Even though Anthony and Su Qinghong tried their best to intercept, these believers who didn't care about their own lives just forced their way in using the crowd tactics. The nearest few people were even less than 3 meters away from Cashin, and were about to detonate the individual cloud explosive bombs they held in their arms. Cashin, who was completely focused on the electronic screen, swung her tail behind her, sketching a mysterious mark in the air, completely arousing the pattern on her belly that would cause a mortal to become mentally overloaded just by looking at it. Suddenly, the entire battlefield became hot. A nearly 30-meter flame giant rose from the ground. The blazing flame giant shield swept across, and the countless mechanical dragon believers who had worked hard to surround them immediately turned into beautiful fireworks together with the self-destruction devices in their hands. The spear projecting a faint blue color went straight towards the body of the infinite mechanical dragon god.
The flame giant even had enough energy to give Lu Wenwu an assist, helping him cut off the opponent's only remaining dragon horn when he was caught in a fierce battle. The top fire magic circle, the arrival of the Abyss Fire God. You're tattooing something like this on your lower abdomen? Su Qinghong, who used her magic to protect her ears and tail, yelled, "This is not succubus. How can there be a succubus on the lower abdomen? It's this kind of texture. This magic circle is very warm, and tattooing it here can prevent palace cold." Cashin explained innocently, "Although my mother and sisters are speechless about this, I feel it is quite useful. Tell me, you two, if you are very free, can you help the Tyrannosaurus?" Anthony's helpless voice sounded. He has been extracted by the dragon hundreds of times. Before Anthony finished speaking, Lu Wenwu's strong body was knocked back by the infinite mechanical dragon god again. He spat out a mouthful of blood without caring, laughed and raised his fist again. The originally silvery white majestic dragon head of the infinite mechanical dragon god was now a mess. But for a fusion of divine life and pseudo-mechanical life, this is nothing. The two dragon horns carrying a large number of subsystems were torn off, which was the real trauma that caused damage to it. The few people in the hard fight are now thankful that this giant steel dragon has not yet mastered shield technology similar to it force fields. Otherwise, the possibility of winning this battle is slim. "Here it comes, I'm ready." The succubus Cashin shouted in surprise, and her nimble fingers tapped the last key on the keyboard. In an instant, a huge giant robot rose from the ground and nested with the flame giant. It was a combination of technology and magic, and also a representation of Cashin's full firepower. A super-large staff that was tens of meters long appeared in its hand, and the surging magic elements were being mobilized at a speed more than 100 times faster than before, forming one powerful buff after another. The sharp and heavy lower end smashed down fiercely, and in an instant it pierced through the ground, standing in the middle of the temple like a signal transmission tower. If you retreat to a distance and look at it, the top of the huge staff, the top of the rectangular shape, is exactly like a USB port. "Fuck, Susanoo Gundam!" A bloodbath screamed, "Your peripheral is too cool." Antonio, who was in a century-old house, was so envious that his fangs turned red while he was beating countless believers into mummies. Although it looks different, it is a big robot. No Cashin in the cockpit blushed, and her hands kept moving, continuing to interfere with the infinite mechanical dragon god. If other people's Gundam is used for attack, Cashin's Gundam is purely used to protect herself, so that she can use her auxiliary ability. The assistance on the technology side is also auxiliary, sure. After having the staff signal tower and the Vulcan suit Gundam defense, even those believers who have fallen into a state of fanaticism can no longer pose any effective threat to Cashin. A large number of shells and rays were directly blocked outside by the Vulcan suit, and there was even little shaking inside. Cashin's intrusion into the infinite mechanical dragon god system further accelerated, using the bottom-level port found all night last night to frantically crack the encrypted fireproof layer. Every time a layer is cracked, the strength of the infinite mechanical dragon god will be weakened in disguise, and the winning rate of the 5-member exploration team is also accumulating bit by bit. After there is no drag bottle to protect, the other 3 are completely liberated. Su Qinghong directly took back the magic sword, used the ancestral secret technique to perform the soul method, and cooperated with Anthony's blood clan magic to harvest the lives of the mechanical dragon believers at an incredible speed. These two are not very effective against powerful opponents. But for battlefield harvesting, don't be too fierce. Often, before the mechanical dragon believers have time to detonate the large-yield explosives in their hands, their blood is instantly drained or their souls are shattered, and they die on the spot. The old monk who had freed his hands had put away the 6 reincarnation prayer wheels and took out the dragon staff instead. Through the unique Buddhist fighting spirit, he strengthened one bullet after another to assist Lu Wenwu in continuously attacking the infinite mechanical dragon god. Don't look at the bullets fired by the dragon-heavy sniper. But after the old monk's gunfighting skills and fighting spirit are superimposed, the attack power is even far greater than the linkage and accumulation of several rainbow-like cannons. Every shot that hits the steel body of the infinite mechanical dragon god will shatter a large amount of alloy outer armor, restricting his movements. Lu Wenwu's body was once again repelled by the infinite mechanical dragon god. When he stood up from the ruins, the guardian armor chaos neutral was covered with blood. Lu Wenwu rarely ate a few healing pills. If it weren't for the talent of flesh regeneration, an ordinary B+ player would have been killed many times. The infinite mechanical dragon god glared. At this time, many shocking cracks had appeared on his body.
One of the scarlet mechanical dragon pupils was also shattered by Lu Wenwu. The silver-white metal kept wriggling under the drive of nuclear energy, frantically repairing the broken body. Like Lu Wenwu, he has a strong self-healing ability. If it weren't for the special body of his body and the low utilization rate of his body, the exploration team would have been forced to use life-saving means and fled in embarrassment. Unfortunately, there is no if. Even the infinite dragon god himself did not realize that his self-healing speed was half slower than at the beginning. That was the passive skill of the Guardian Armor Chaos Neutral Chaos Demon Seed. After such a long battle, the bleeding had already accumulated for an unknown number of times. Even a semi-mechanical life with divine power would be suppressed in its recovery ability. I didn't expect that I would have to use this so soon. Lu Wenwu took out a buff card from his backpack and crushed it without hesitation. I really can't save things. This is not a time traveler at all. In a moment, a strong anger burst out from his heart, and the surging fighting spirit and terrifying power also rose in an instant. A phantom of a general dressed in a white horse, silver robe and bright silver spear quickly overlapped with him. The aura of Lu Wenwu's whole body changed instantly. Like an erupting volcano. This is the power of anger. Lu Wenwu felt the doubled attributes in his body and clenched his fist suddenly. The white fist covered the dark red iron fist, and the power doubled instantly. After opening the Wushuang random dance, the attributes of him and Mao Mao combined have doubled. If calculated according to the 4 dimensions of ordinary players, his strength attribute has approached the 5,000 mark. His soul attribute has even exceeded 6,000. What an amazing number. Boom! With just a simple step of the explosive step, Lu Wenwu's body shot out in an instant and instantly arrived in front of the steel dragon. Blasphemous fanatic! The god of infinite mechanical dragon roared and roared out blazing light waves from his mouth, seeming to directly annihilate Lu Wenwu. A strange scene happened in an instant. The ferocious and broken guardian armor suddenly disappeared and actually merged into Lu Wenwu's body. At the moment when the integration is completed, talent real men will not die in naked clothes, actually takes effect together with its active skill, Guardian Barrier. During the process of activating the Guardian Barrier, the Guardian armor is almost completely disintegrated and can be nested repeatedly. Lu Wenwu's defensive power was instantly superimposed to an incredible level. His whole body was filled with fiery energy and blood, and his body was covered with dragon scales of blood energy. He bravely withstood the attack of the infinite mechanical dragon god and went upstream, constantly crashing through the torrent of energy one after another. Those energy beams that could instantly annihilate ultra-high-strength alloys bombarded him, leaving only a slight black mark on his body. In the next moment, these injuries will be quickly repaired by flesh and blood regeneration, and the blood bar will repeatedly jump between plummeting and skyrocketing. Boom! Lu Wenwu, who was enveloped by countless auxiliary magics, rushed forward and gave the god of infinite mechanical dragon a powerful slap in the face. Half of the faucet's head was completely shattered by the fan, and the whole body staggered. At this time, the central processor of the infinite mechanical dragon god was overloaded on the spot. His entire dragon was stunned. He couldn't understand why a carbon-based creature could withstand such an intense attack and just walked upright and gave him a hard fight. Even if his body's combat power drops to less than half of its heyday due to external invasion, it is not something that a human being can resist. Time, I became a saint by picking up corpses in the water margin. Why? My attack power has not been reduced. And why did I suffer some inexplicable damage after I bombarded the other party? The metal head of the infinite mechanical dragon god may never understand this profound question. He screamed and roared, "How on earth did you do it? How can a human body withstand steel creations? Are you kidding me?" Lu Wenwu smiled evilly and punched him again. "It's just steel, how can it be stronger than my long-trained body and teeth?" Boom! 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 Lu Wenwu's fists fell like raindrops, and he was bombarded with heavy punches one after another. The giant steel dragon's head seemed to have encountered a large group of piranhas, being eaten away bit by bit. By this time in the battle, the believers belonging to the infinite mechanical dragon god had been completely killed. Facing 2 legal players who were good at blood and soul, D-level is no different to them than mowing grass. Not to mention those ordinary people in the wasteland. Even the god of the infinite mechanical dragon himself is crossing the river as a mud bodhisattva. At this time he cannot protect himself. The dragon's head was almost completely shattered by Lu Wenwu, and its body was covered with mottled cracks caused by the old monk's blast. The core center was still being invaded by Kashin, and its combat effectiveness continued to decline.
The freed-up Fox Lady and the Blood Count also joined the battle group, each using long-range means to eliminate the enemy's bloodline.
Now, as Lu Wenwu starts the Wuxuang dance, the balance of victory seems to be slowly tilting towards the exploration team. But Lu Wenwu himself did not relax at all. Under the detection of the Eye of Insight, the health bar and condition of the infinite mechanical dragon god are not as miserable as they appear on the surface. In the few seconds after those two mouths were made, all the output they produced was invalid. The opponent's health bar was stuck at a value of 100,000 and stopped completely. Even if he was hit by several heavy artillery rounds from the old monk, there was no trace of it falling again. You little bugs should be damned, damned. As the last dragon claw was knocked out by everyone's concentrated fire, the god of infinite mechanical dragon seemed to have fallen into some kind of madness.
You actually forced me to come to this point. A whole 100 years of hard work have been in vain, and I am reminded of the ugly and humiliating past again. You all have to die. All of you have to die. A deafening roar sounded, making everyone present feel a tremor in their souls.
It is no longer a cold electronic synthesized sound, but a roar directly from the soul. Together with the remains of the dragon head that had been beaten into scrap by Lu Wenwu, a large amount of external alloy armor began to peel off from the infinite mechanical dragon god, like an old dragon shedding its scales.
The frightening aura is getting stronger and the uneasy aura is getting thicker.
A body that was equally huge, but seemed petite compared to before, slowly emerged from the broken dragon body of the infinite mechanical dragon god. Several people looked at the separated part, which was completely a round, multi-section cylindrical object. The red top at the front is inlaid with countless neat black blades. The exposed body of the pipeline at the rear is covered by a light gray film. Several people present were familiar with the material that made up this film. It was the same Yin Chi as the Ghost Lord. With such an appearance, it can't even be called a snake, not to mention a dragon. Okay? The guardian armor reappeared. Lu Wenwu calculated the remaining time of Wuxuan Wu in his mind, and asked a confused question. Cashin's voice came from the Vulcan Gundam. The lock has been completed, but it seems to have a way to teleport the core in the body.
This is not part of the machine and cannot be manipulated. It doesn't matter, use the low-power laser cannon for continuous guidance, and leave the rest to me.
Lu Wenwu took a sudden step, and his body took off again with the blessing of the explosive step. Cashin had no doubt that he was there, and the Vulcan Gundam immediately shot out a blue lightning flashing with thunder and continued to bombard it, correcting the shooting position extremely quickly.
It's useless.
Such backward weapons cannot kill a great god. The infinite mechanical dragon god roared wildly and struggled to reveal his true body.
I'm angry. I'm really angry. Do you think you can kill me here?
Even your ancestors don't dare to be so disrespectful to me.
Boom. Fuck you, is this going to end?
Lu Wenwu punched forward, letting the infinite mechanical dragon god know who the real father was. A large number of metal fragments exploded. What was hit this time was the true body of the infinite mechanical dragon god. It's just a shield machine that gave birth to spirituality by chance.
Do you think you are awesome if you have a soul that merges with ghosts and AI?
You!
Damn it, you actually understood my true nature.
The infinite mechanical dragon god was still furious, twisting his body hysterically like a half-cut earthworm, trying to knock Lu Wenwu out.
But it's a pity, even so, what can you do?
Even if you regain control of part of my body through your ancestors' despicable means, you can't destroy it at all. Before he finished speaking, Lu Wenwu raised his hand and threw out a golden and crispy egg-filled pancake. The crazy distortion of the infinite mechanical dragon god stopped instantly, and it started from the inside out.
Boom!
Lu Wenwu used all his strength to throw a punch that hit the infinite mechanical dragon god in the middle. This powerful punch almost broke him in half. His HP of 100,000 was reduced to 50,000 in an instant.
What on earth is this?
The infinite mechanical dragon god, who had instantly recovered to normal, swung violently and barely forced Lu Wenwu back.
Another thing that he couldn't understand appeared. A portion of food from humans in the old times made him stunned for a moment? Why? Lu Wenwu didn't have the habit of explaining to his opponent.
The infinite mechanical dragon god would never know, let alone an existence like him who had just borne the seeds of divinity. Even a truly great god would still stop for a moment for this egg-filled pancake of the all-knowing god level. Just when the infinite mechanical dragon god was finally about to fully reveal his true self, Lu Wenwu, who had made a comeback, turned around again.
Another egg-filled pancake was thrown out.
The dark red iron fist was wrapped in blazing fire, and the white fist was as creepy as a soul-calling flag. This unrivaled punch was the resurrection of the former overlord who shocked the world, blending endless anger and heroism into this punch and swung it out brazenly. The air was torn and screamed. With the blessing of the explosive step and the wings of the sky, Lu Wenwu's extremely fast punch instantly hit the stiff soul core of the infinite mechanical dragon god. His whole body blasted in from one side and exploded from the other side. Boom! 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 The sky-high explosion sounded with the flames, and the infinite mechanical dragon god, whose central controller and soul core were blasted together, was shattered into 3 sections on the spot, and countless uncontrolled energy beams flew all over the sky. The infinite mechanical dragon god died. You killed the infinite mechanical dragon god, LV4041, you have completed the hidden mission God Killer. Task description: in the wasteland, gods are the ultimate goal of everything. You have accomplished an almost impossible feat and achieved the dream that humans have been pursuing their entire lives, killing gods. You received a hidden reward, spiritual seed, pure. You have received a special reward, a mysterious lucky bag. Your final evaluation will be greatly improved. Killing such a powerful boss doesn't give me any attribute points? Damn it, he's even worse than Lai San. I can't explain this pollution clearly. Lu Wenwu and the separated Mao Mao crawled out of the wreckage of the infinite mechanical dragon god, cursing. He looked at the central controller next to him, which had been blown up by his punch, with a look of displeasure on his face. A big foot drove most of the remaining body 2 miles away, and Lu Wenwu murmured, "Divine soul, mechanical body, self-healing golden armor? Ha, how can this compare to my body that has been tempered for thousands of times? The human body is amazing, right?" After muttering this sentence to himself, Lu Wenwu immediately started moving at a trot, leaving Mao Mao alone and confused. Judging from his anxious look, he seemed to be eagerly looking for something. Seeing this, 4 teammates who thought he had discovered something immediately gathered around him nervously. The mission prompt has obviously popped up. Why do you still act like this? Just as Su Qinghong was about to ask Lu Wenwu if there was anything else going on, she turned around and saw him picking up 2 dusty egg-filled pancakes from the ground. Luckily it didn't break. Lu Wenwu held up the 2 cakes he had just thrown out and smiled happily. Hey! Don't! Su Qinghong suddenly shouted loudly. But her words were of no use. Lu Wenwu carefully dusted off the dust on it and blew hard several times. Then he rolled his hands and stuffed the 2 cakes into his mouth in 3 or 5 mouthfuls and ate them. Anthony, who likes to be clean, looked dumbfounded on the side. As a vampire. Even a not-so-serious vampire. He also couldn't understand Lu Wenwu's current somewhat lunatic behavior. When I was surfing, I went crazy on the internet and said that I would just pick up garbage and eat it. Brother, why do you really eat it? The shocked Earl of the Blood Race stood aside and hesitated to speak. In the end, Anthony couldn't hold it back and asked, "We don't need these 2 pieces of cake, right? Even though our bodies have already become extraordinary, don't you think it's dirty? It's a bit of a waste." Lu Wenwu thought for a while and replied, "But I can digest it and my body will not have any problems. If I don't eat it, isn't it a waste of food? As a chef, and also a Chinese chef, how can I waste food?" Anthony. As a member of the Great British Blood Tribe, I don't quite understand your Chinese people's obsession with food. I knew it would be like this. Su Qinghong looked up to the sky and sighed, but then again, a man who doesn't waste food is a good man. He is indeed the man that my sister likes. Amitba, you are so good. Old Munkruwa said with a smile, Donor Tyrannosaurus is really a person with true nature, I admire him. Succubus Cashin picked through the wreckage of the infinite mechanical dragon god and said excitedly, "Well, can we verify another ultimate secret? 2 missions accumulated, 2 hidden missions, this time at least it is perfect. Level evaluation. Brother Tyrannosaurus, I will send you the memory of the High Priest. I think it's reliable. Come on, this time pinch me with your hand." I agree. Seeing several people looking at him, Lu Wenwu chuckled, Okay, let's give it a try. The infinite mechanical dragon god's body is a super shield machine from the old era. It is equipped with a highly intelligent AI inside. After the nuclear war broke out, it accidentally fused with a ghost object and gave birth to the soul core. Because it has its own intention, well, it shouldn't be a problem. Your team submitted the ultimate secret, verifying, information consistency 94 original worship, verified, primitive worship, fear and hope are intertwined. Under the wrong guidance of a guy who claims to be a god, people subconsciously make distorted and upside-down reactions to him, deifying the tools of their ancestors, and primitive religion comes into being. The number of verifications for your team's ultimate secret has been refreshed, and the current number of verifications remaining, 3. You have completed the main mission. Choose any force to investigate and obtain its ultimate secret. Current reward accumulation, natural faith, primitive worship. Current options, settle immediately, leave the instant/accumulate rewards, and continue exploring. I feel comfortable now, Lu Wenwu said with satisfaction. He bent down out of habit and wanted to pick up Mao Mao and give it a good slap, but he failed. When I looked up, I saw Mao Mao being held in Su Qinghong's arms, wagging her tail, sticking out her tongue and looking silly. Stupid dog, what are you doing? Lu Wenwu deliberately made a serious face to scare Mao Mao. Mao Mao stuck out her tongue with a look of enjoyment. Wow. Master, Mao Mao understands everything, but her technique is really comfortable. Do you want to try it too? Master, come and play. Su Qinghong flirted with him and switched to a gentle voice. Brother, I will wait for you in the room tonight. Get lost. Lu Wenwu scolded with a smile. Cashin, take over the control of the base. Anthony, clean up the battlefield. You and Master Ruhwa come with me, we will take over this mess. Master Ruhwa, I will trouble you to do your job later. Amitba, it should be so. The old monk put on his neat cassock again and twisted the Buddhist beads in his hand. In the Xinglong army, in addition to the commander, I also serve as the political commissar, and I have some experience in education. Oh, professional match. Now the professional players are participating. Soon, the 3 people and the dog found the other mechanical dragon believers who had not participated in this battle according to Cashin's guidance. I really don't know whether to say that the god of infinite mechanical dragon is too confident or that he underestimates Lu Wenwu and his group. He did not even arrange for the believers to evacuate, transfer, or self-destruct in advance. Everything was going on as usual. However, some believers were worried about the disappearance of all the priests and armed personnel, as well as the strong vibration just now. After a while, the 3 found Li He, who was imprisoned in a prison, and 4 other dove priests who did not agree with the war. It must be said that this is a bit ironic. They were all imprisoned by the high priest for the crime of disrespecting the gods, but now they have become the only remaining leaders. When Li He saw Lu Wenwu tear open the prison door with his bare hands, a miserable smile appeared on his face that was difficult to describe in words. This means that the god of infinite mechanical dragon and the other priests are all dead. His judgment was correct. Even the gods he believed in personally did not kill them. Master Tyrannosaurus, are you and your companions gods walking in the world? Li He couldn't help but ask after being rescued. No, we are just stronger humans probably. Lu Wenwu shook his head, but I can tell you responsibly that the so-called god of infinite mechanical dragons and the god of glory and eternal life are not gods originally. It was you who mythologized them. Hearing this, Li He's body suddenly trembled, and strong disbelief flashed in his eyes. The gods in the wasteland are not gods? So what exactly are they? Li He just looked at Lu Wenwu blankly, trying to detect even a hint of lies from the other party's seriousness. However, Lu Wenwu just looked back at him calmly, with an extremely magnanimous heart. Because that's what it is. Except for the great god of evolution who seems to be everywhere but is actually extremely mysterious, he has completely determined the other gods. They are by no means gods in the broadest sense of the word. After a long time, seeing that the other party had no intention of explaining to him, Li He sighed and lowered his head. He was wise enough not to continue asking, but said cautiously, what about Master Tyrannosaurus and the other adults? What are we going to do next at our gathering place? I don't know, that's your business. Lu Wenwu spread his hands innocently. Next we have to find the believers of the immortal sun god. You can help contact us. I know there is a connection between you. As for the mechanical dragon gathering place? From now on, you will be the boss and you will have to take care of yourself. Li He was stunned. What did you say? I am the boss? Not you. Relax, don't look at me like that. Lu Wenwu smiled and patted his shoulder. This place is meaningless to us. If the infinite mechanical dragon god hadn't had ideas for us, we would have planned to leave tomorrow. Go. But, yes. A few minutes later, the confused Li He finally became the high priest with a confused look on his face. For the sake of social stability for hundreds of thousands of people, the sacrifice to the god of the infinite mechanical dragon remains the same, but there are a lot of additions and deletions in the description. As for the high priest of death, other priests, and a large number of armed men, Li He announced to the public that they all died in a battle to defend their homeland, and their deaths were very heroic. A collective memorial service was held for them in the evening. After cleaning the battlefield, Lu Wenwu and others attended in person and expressed deep regret for this.
It's late at night and everything is silent. The best door of a house somewhere quietly opened a crack. A pair of white and tender little feet quietly walked in, and its owner quietly closed the door. With the fluffy white fox tail swaying quietly, as gentle as a kitten stepping on the ground step by step, the person who was scratching is really itchy. While I was examining my body 3 times a day, Lu Wenwu, who was tempering his body with the energy of heaven and earth, helplessly opened his eyes and caught a certain fox that stayed up late at night. She is wearing a thin and almost transparent plain gauze ancient costume, which perfectly presents her golden proportioned body that can eclipse international supermodels. Especially the pair of long, slender, white but slightly voluptuous legs, which will make countless male creatures crazy about them. This looming hazy outline is the most attractive. Their eyes met, and a pair of fiery eyes looked straight over, without any hint of guilt. Ah! You haven't slept yet. Su Qinghong, who was discovered, stopped pretending, and turned into a fox as white as snow with a bang, and pounced in with a snarl. Lu Wenwu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, subconsciously took it and held it in his arms, gently scratching the oily hair like a cat. I have to admit, it feels really good. Among the many animals Lu Wenwu has played with, this intoxicating feeling is second only to Xiaobao, and even Mao Mao can't match it. Lu Wenwu was so happy to see Hunter Xian that he couldn't help but touch it a few more times. A seductive low moan came out, and the originally snow-white fox disappeared instantly, leaving a seductive beauty on the bed. With the soft and warm jade in his arms, Lu Wenwu felt that the original warmth in his hands suddenly turned into amazing elasticity and smoothness, with a slight coolness. The cute fox turned into a seductive fox girl. Its big fluffy tail swept over the hot hand pressing on the deepest part of the thigh, and its voice became more and more sweet and sweet. Brother, does it feel comfortable to touch? Lu Wenwu frowned slightly and said firmly, change back. Su Qinghong? What words? What words? What does it mean to change back? Why is he another guy who has the same incomprehensible charm as Mrs. Dixin, Mrs. Grandpa? As soon as these words came out, not only did the charming atmosphere in the house disappear in an instant, but even the whole body of the big fox lady who had just exhausted all her strength became a little stiff. Su Qinghong raised her head resentfully, with a strong grievance in her voice, am I really that bad? Lu Wenwu thought seriously for a few seconds and shook his head. No, you're fine. Then why did you ask me to change back? It took a lot of effort for me to, did I say it smoothly? I'll bite you to death. Ouch. Su Qinghong held 2 of Lu Wenwu's fingers in her mouth, her fair face flushed with embarrassment, and she tried her best to look fierce. Lu Wenwu laughed, grabbed her wrist with his other hand, turned her over suddenly, and instantly pressed her under him. He buried his face in the other person's neck and took a deep breath. With just this action, Su Qinghong's originally slightly red cheeks instantly turned red, and there was a hint of expectation in her slightly shy eyes. Lu Wenwu raised his head, looked at her at a very close distance, and couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing again? No, I just find it interesting. Lu Wenwu said with a wicked smile, there is a great demon who is the direct descendant of the Suwu clan, but he is still a baby. I'm just not good at this, so what should I do? Su Qinghong hit him on the head angrily. Lu Wenwu also suppressed her dishonest little hand, I have only one request. As long as you agree to me, I will help you realize this dream. How about it? Su Qinghong's eyes lit up, what's the request? Lu Wenwu was silent for a moment and said slowly, you can't speak northeastern dialect until you get up tomorrow morning. For my own good and your own good, please promise me. This is nothing. What kind of request is this? I agree. This is not a place. I will take you to my real residence. Okay brother, call me fifth brother. Fifth brother. Well, remember my real name Su Qinghong, hee. I didn't expect you to even have a blessed land, it's very rich. Do you want to consider becoming the son-in-law of my Su family? Don't go too far. Hushatan. By the way, I heard that your Suhu tribe has secret techniques in this area. Is there anything that can make the chest muscles more developed? Of course, what do you think of the size now? Awesome. I feel like my attack speed has doubled now. My wife is so excited. So what? How are you doing with your transformation skills? Can you keep your human form and fox hair at the same time? It's a strange request, but I can try it. It's done. Fifth brother, look at it. That's awesome. I hereby declare with my real name that my life is complete. Fifth brother, how do you feel? Don't ask, keep eating. I can only say that it is worthy of its reputation. Mr. Pooh will not deceive me. P.S. The last day of this month, please vote for me.
I hope this chapter will not be blocked. It will finally be on the shelves, just after 12 o'clock tonight. Bad news, Sanjiang didn't make it good news. I got a trumpet with higher requirements. It is really a magical thing. Just like I worked hard to get the editor's recommendation for my last book, but it unexpectedly got on the bestseller selection. I actually never expected to get this kind of hidden recommendation with the highest requirements. At first, I just thought that it would be a victory if it was better than the last book, reached the third round, but it unexpectedly made the fourth round, was strongly recommended for new books, and even got a trumpet again. Somewhat excited. Let's talk about business. It will be on the shelves at 12:05 tonight. Once it is on the shelves, it will be a huge burst of 20,000 words, including rewards and extra chapters. Thank you all for voting for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards. I, Lang, will kowtow to you first. Bang bang bang. This book was first published on Qidian Chinese website. Please support the first order if you are able. The current follow-up reading is 1900. Then start from 1800. For every 200 first orders exceeding this number, I will add 4,000 words. 2,000 updates 24K, 2,200 updates 28K, 2,400 updates 32K, and so on. Although I think it may not reach that high. Rewards for extra chapters are still the same as before, a one-time reward of 10K points per chapter, 2K words, 11 chapters for the leader. I am a bit out of my mind, I dare to hope for this. If it really happens, the silver will have 111 chapters, and you can DIY an important supporting role. Now the 2 leaders are not counted as extra chapters, that's because of my social connections. Recommendations after listing because of the need to examine the average subscription performance. In order to improve it as much as possible, I will directly send 2 unknown 4000 word chapters. The update volume will only be more, not less. Old readers know that I am generous. I hope no one will scold me again. Author, why is your chapter more expensive than others? You are so mean, because I have more words. Qidian charges by word count. I don't have the right to set prices. Or there will be outrageous situations where I charge 8K for one chapter and people scold me for being lazy, but 2K for each of the 3 chapters and people praise me for being hardworking. Don't laugh, this is what really happened when I wrote the last book. The following is the time for sacrifices that everyone loves to hear. Yuan Tong, Embers of the Deep Sea. Ahaha. I killed my way through the new book period with the poisonous milk of Big Eyeball, and I succeeded. When I was following Xi Ling and Wei Yi, I thought that if I could become an online writer one day in the future, I would definitely go to Big Eyeball to promote a chapter. Now my dream has come true. Nian Lu Yungue, Doluwa, the unrivaled Sky Yuhao Sesame Sauce Hot Dry Noodles, Doluwa, Ice Demon Yuhao No Update Party, Full-Time Mage, starting from obtaining the White Tiger Pendant. Mr. Skeleton, what bad intentions could Batman have? Scarlet Echo, I am sinister, I will never die on the guillotine. Tianya Yu Zhaojin, I can refresh the gold finger every month. King Shizi, LOL, this man is too persuasive. White Pigeon, Arceus Pirate Journey, I love Shoei, Life Dungeon Game, Glutinous Rice Candied Haws, Naruto, Be My Son Famine Forced to Write a Book, Improper Beast Taming. In the nonfiction literature strange stories from a Chinese studio certified by the Fox Tribe, there are often cases where a fox girl and a scholar have sex, but the one who plows the land dies of exhaustion. This is mostly because fox demons have magical powers, and their physical strength, body, and desires are not comparable to ordinary humans. Unfortunately, if Mr. Pooh is still alive today, perhaps Strange Stories from a Chinese studio can update a new version of the human-fox relationship about the fox demon girl who was delivered to the door but couldn't get out of bed the next day. After waking up the next day, the fox demon girl nestled contentedly on Lu Wenwu's solid and broad abdominal muscles, and couldn't help crying. Finally. When I return to the tribe this time, I will finally not be laughed at by my brothers and sisters, or even younger people than me. I, Su Qinghong, who was at the bottom of the Sioux Fox tribe's contempt chain, finally took a solid step forward. Lu Wenwu opened his eyes slightly, stretched out his hand to lift the somewhat messy hair, and brushed across his fair and rosy face. Looking energetic? Looks like you've had a good rest? Feeling something strange, Su Qinghong was shocked. How can you still have the strength? This doesn't match the description in the tribe's classics. It doesn't match the physiology of you humans. Lu Wenwu laughed, turned around and pressed the panicked fox lady under him, and rubbed her tail hard. The human body is such an inconvenient thing. Due to a guy who was greedy, the two did not appear in front of their teammates for several days. The 3 teammates knew what had happened, and no one mentioned it tacitly, and tacitly found a reason to fool Li He. Although Li He was straightforward, he was not stupid.
If they said it seriously, he would listen seriously, and took the initiative to say that he was trying his best to contact the immortal sun god believers, and it would take some time, so that Lu Wenwu and Su Qinghong did not have to worry about the time problem. Otherwise this time it might not be as simple as a kick. It was not until 7 days later that Su Qinghong, radiant and proud, finally appeared in front of everyone, and happily and intimately held Lu Wenwu, whose face was obviously a little pale. Lu Wenwu admitted that Mr. Pu was right. He was still young. Anthony quietly gave him a thumbs up. The old monk hesitated to speak, and finally just hinted that he should be a little restrained. It was still only Cashin who understood Lu Wenwu's current pain point best, and secretly gave him a few bottles of solidifying the foundation and nourishing the essence potion, a specialty of the succubus tribe, plus a few bottles of special potions that were no less effective than unparalleled dance. Of course, Lu Wenwu didn't actually need this stuff. Just a big meal of muscle-transforming meat. His body was completely restored to its original state under the effect of swallowing the sky and eating the earth. As long as there is something to eat, his blood and chi are almost endless. Besides, he was not completely without benefits these days. The fox tribe is so famous, of course, not just because it is fun to date. After normal dual cultivation, the improvement of cultivation or certain aspects of ability is also real. After one of them, Lu Wenwu had a flash of inspiration in the bathtub and immediately fell into enlightenment. Finally, after waking up, he naturally condensed his fist power and raised the level of Tyrant Fist from entering the hall to Grandmaster. Then to celebrate this, the two of them stayed in bed for a long time. Well, dual cultivation alone does not actually have such an immediate breakthrough effect. This should be a long-term business. But Lu Wenwu is a Krypton Gold player. When he felt that the accumulation was not enough, he also took the same reward he had previously obtained. Name, Spiritual Seed, Pure, Category, Wonderful Item, Introduction. The initial spirituality obtained after the divinity is stripped and removed. Direct consumption and refining can greatly increase the probability of enlightenment. Regardless of aptitude and comprehension, the success rate of skill breakthrough, all laws and gods, realm will definitely be greater than 0. For Lu Wenwu, this is just a strange item to help him quickly break through the skill realm. His boxing talent and body training talent are already maxed out. It is simply a matter of time to practice a certain boxing technique all the way to the all laws and gods realm. But for other players, this is definitely a rare treasure. The minimum probability of skill breakthrough to the all laws and gods realm is not 0. It is a more terrible negative number. If you don't have enough comprehension, you will never reach this realm in your life. Similarly, you will never reach the road to longevity. In other words, a spiritual seed is the hope of longevity. Of course, it is just hope. There are too many people who have enough qualifications but cannot reach the end for various reasons. This shameless life lasted for more than a month, about 40 days after several people killed the god of infinite mechanical dragon. Lu Wenwu raised his physical attribute to 2160 through physical training. He finally contacted the followers of the immortal sun god with great difficulty and persuaded them to send 2 people. They were all looking forward to obtaining the third ultimate secret. So, when the representatives sent by the immortal sun god arrived, Lu Wenwu was too lazy to go through the procedures and immediately took decisive action to suppress them. Then he skillfully convinced one of them with his own virtue and let the succubus Cashin pull out the soul of the other person to read the information directly. After learning about the strength and location of the eternal gathering place, the 5 people set off immediately. Without any delay, they traveled day and night and headed straight for the other party. Compared with the mechanical dragon gathering place where all the members lived underground, the location of the eternal gathering place was a little more earthly. It was a mountain. Although it looks inconspicuous from the outside, it is actually a solid permanent mountain fortress inside. There are more than 100,000 people living inside, which is definitely a powerful force that cannot be ignored in the wasteland. According to the judgment of Lu Wenwu and others, apart from the infinite mechanical dragon god itself, the eternal gathering place may be stronger than the mechanical dragon gathering place. The level of technology here is not much lower than that of the mechanical dragon base, which claims to be the best in the world. Even the power supply is unlimited, and the living resources are extremely sufficient. In addition, the people here do not blindly believe in the power of technology, but evolution, superpowers, and technology go hand in hand. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a strong army and a strong horse. At least, Lu Wenwu and others really spent some effort at the door before they finally broke through the defense line of the mountain fortress and broke into the eternal gathering place. There was no way. One of the people sent was killed by them, and the other one had no suitable excuse to bring people back. The people in this place were also damn xenophobic. In the end, they had to take action. Lu Wenwu once again demonstrated his extraordinary ability to reason. He rushed all the way and relied on his abundant martial virtue to enter the most core area and met the so-called immortal sun god high priest. What's interesting is that he was actually wearing a protective suit. This lord, you see, this is not a place to talk. How about you and the other lords go to my place to discuss in detail? I will tell you everything I know. In the core area, a middle-aged man in protective clothing was sweating profusely, smiling awkwardly at the 2-meter-tall, muscular man in front of him. Compared to the huge robot behind him, the gray-robed bald man holding an unknown model machine gun, the red bat that can suck a person's blood, and the beast-eared woman who can kill people with a wave of her hand. This strong man is still within his understanding. It's just that his body is too strong. Lu Wenwu didn't respond, but looked at the person in front of him with interest, and said, "You seem to be very nervous. What are you nervous about?" Yes, what is he nervous about? Immortal Sun God High Priest Higuerin, 486/500, current status, extremely nervous, extremely scared, continuous mild radiation. It is hard to imagine that in this wasteland where it is difficult to survive without level strength, there is actually a purebred ordinary person. You seem to care about this suit? Lu Wenwu smiled kindly, gently put his hand on the other's shoulder, and pinched it with a little force. With just this simple action, Higuerin's face turned pale instantly, and he trembled so much that he couldn't speak at all. Then I'll do as you say, let's go to the place you said. Lu Wenwu put away his momentum. Let your men lay down their weapons and surrender on the spot, otherwise I won't guarantee the safety of the reactor. Reactor! He actually knew about the reactor. Higuerin's back was soaked with cold sweat, and he hurriedly agreed. After arranging his subordinates, he led Lu Wenwu and his party at the fastest speed to a place called the Temple Forbidden Land in the base. His actions were so urgent that even the subordinates who had resisted hard before doubted their lives. We are about to fight to the death. Why did your majesty surrender first? The Temple Forbidden Land, this name sounds high-sounding, it seems to hide some hidden super danger, and even seals some kind of great demon that will tear the seal and destroy the world if touched. In fact, after passing through layers of alloy doors that required iris, fingerprint, and even blood verification, and after multiple procedures and layers of disinfection, the group came to a place that can be described as spring-like. The fragrance of the soil, the fresh air, the familiar captive creatures, and the dozen old farmers working hard in the green rapeseed fields. The pervasive nuclear radiation pain in the wasteland world completely disappeared, making the few people feel like they had returned to the world before the nuclear war broke out. The social phobia succubus squinted at the sky and said with certainty, the virtual mapping of the sky, the artificial sun, the pure water filtration circulation system, and the multifunctional ecological life support cabin before the nuclear war broke out. It's incredible that the people here actually have such high technical capabilities. After everyone came in, a dozen old farmers looked at them with horror. Some of them who were not afraid showed dementia on their faces, and their expressions were not like ordinary people. The few people saw clearly that these old farmers were all ordinary people without exception. There were old and young, men and women. Su Qinghong, who was too lazy to talk, waved her hand and let these people fall asleep immediately. Higuerin led everyone to a wooden house and served pure hot water. I wonder what you adults want to know from me after coming from afar? He asked carefully. The god of the immortal sun, the god of natural redemption, the god of heavenly punishment and destruction, and the god of great evolution. Lu Wenwu went straight to the point without any hesitation. I want to hear the truth, everything before and after the nuclear war broke out. You should know what I am talking about. Well, let's start with the nuclear reactor that you call the Eternal Sun Well. Yes. Higuerin sweated coldly and responded solemnly. The Eternal Sun Well is what it was called after the war. I don't know exactly when it started. It probably appeared together with the Immortal Sun God sect. It has a history of at least 100 years. The place we are in now was a mountain fortress before the war broke out. It was originally designed and built to prepare for nuclear war, so it can support it until now. The immortal sun god exists, but it can also be said that he does not exist. The god in the minds of believers naturally does not exist. But if we insist on saying that, the eternal sun well, or this fusion reactor named Great Sun, is the immortal sun god himself. I don't know since when, this nuclear reactor has developed some strange powers. Not only does it no longer need to put in raw materials to produce nuclear energy, but it also has a strange function that can maintain itself. As a result, the immortal sun god sect has become more and more powerful. deeply rooted in people's hearts. Since the first few generations of war survivors died, no one here except us can remember a clear history and past. Instead, a deformed new culture has emerged from the post-war world. We have tried to guide and change them, but it has been so long that many people only believe in the gods, so we have no choice but to use the donkey under the slope to guide them by pretending to be a magic stick. This is what the immortal sun god is all about. Several people remained silent and looked at the two experts present. Succubus Cashin nodded silently. Su Qinghong waved her hand carelessly. If it's true, you can verify it. If you're worried, let's randomly pick out two of those lying down and search for their souls. There are more than a dozen people here, enough to search many times. Higueron was immediately shocked and said hurriedly, Sir, I swear that I will never hide anything, and I beg you not to go on a killing spree. Don't be nervous. As long as you cooperate honestly, we won't be so extreme. Anthony also learned bad things and revealed his true nature as a vampire, with 4 gleaming fangs exuding a dangerous aura. But if the information you give us is incomplete and makes us unhappy, no one here can get out alive. Higueron was so nervous that he almost peed in fear. Your team submitted the ultimate secret, verifying, information consistency, civilized tragedy, verified, elegy of civilization. The believers still remember the ancient legends passed down from mouth to mouth. The power of the sun is in their hands. It is a great power like that of gods. Unfortunately, they have completely forgotten that this power does not come from gods, but from the wisdom of their ancestors. The number of verifications of your team's ultimate secret has been refreshed. The current number of verifications remaining is 3. You have completed the main task. Select any force to investigate and obtain its ultimate secret. Current reward accumulation, natural faith, primitive worship, elegy of civilization. Currently available options, immediate settlement, leaving the copy/reward accumulation, and continuing to explore. 99.98% matching degree. It seems that the information in Higueron's hands is very complete. The expressions on the faces of the exploration team have become more and more kind, and the pressure has dropped sharply. Higueron wiped his sweat with lingering fear, and his hanging heart finally let go a little. You did a good job, I am very satisfied. Anthony handed over a bag of watermelon juice and gave him an encouraging look. However, who would have thought that Higueron's face turned pale in an instant, and he took it tremblingly, looking at Anthony with full of fear in his eyes. You misunderstood, this is watermelon juice. Watermelon should have been extinct here, right? The Blood Clan Count was helpless. The difference between blood and watermelon juice is obviously huge, okay? Why do people always misunderstand him? As a blood clan with good self-cultivation, how could he casually give blood to others or suck other people's blood? This world is really not as good as it used to be. Looking at the other party's trembling appearance, Lu Wenwu couldn't bear it, snatched a handful of watermelon juice and drank it in his mouth, and signaled Cashin to use freezing magic. Su Qinghong skillfully performed mental hints, so that Higueron ignored what happened just now and started to explain again. The god of heavenly punishment and destruction. This is actually not a complete thing. He, or it, in a broad sense, is scattered all over the place. It is an automatic nuclear counterattack system established by various countries before the outbreak of the war, linking the nuclear strike combat clusters of nuclear-powered submarines, battleships, aircraft carriers, etc. with automatic cruising functions, as well as the rest of the arsenal and nuclear arsenal. Until the thermonuclear warheads and intercontinental missiles, hydrogen bombs and other weapons of mass destruction are used up, or before the system is damaged, the automatic counterattack system will never stop. They will automatically lock all buildings on non-national territory through high-performance military satellites and navigation systems that are still in operation. As long as it exceeds a certain scale or there is a corresponding weapon fluctuation, it will definitely attract a nuclear strike. In recent decades, this kind of thing has been much less. On the one hand, most of the wasteland settlements have summed up the corresponding rules, and on the other hand, the wasteland land there are not many people left in the world, and reproduction has become difficult. We can no longer support such a large range of civilization. Third, I think the reserves in many nuclear arsenals have been exhausted, whether it is explosives or energy. The adults should know that even controlled nuclear fusion requires workers and raw materials to maintain, and self-disciplined repair machinery will also be damaged. However, I don't know which gathering place first spread the name of the god of heavenly punishment and destruction. Please forgive me, my ancestors did not record this history in detail, so I naturally have no way of knowing it. I speculate that it was probably some 3rd and 4th generation survivors who knew a little bit of the truth that imitated other sects and worshipped the automatic attack system that was still performing high-intensity strike missions at the time. thinking that it was a punishment from the gods. Sure enough, it is almost the same as I guessed. Lu Wenwu murmured in a low voice and started verification. Your team submitted the ultimate secret, verification in progress, information matching loyalty praise, verification past, loyalty praise. The creators of the past have long perished, and the remaining humans have long forgotten the glory of their ancestors. But the creations they created in the past still stick to their posts and unconditionally continue the legacy war. Your team's ultimate secret verification times have been refreshed, and the current number of verifications remaining, 3. You have completed the main task. Select any force to investigate and obtain its ultimate secret. Current reward accumulation, natural faith, primitive worship, civilization elegy, loyalty praise. Currently available options, immediate settlement, exit. The copy/reward accumulation, continue to explore, not bad. Lu Wenwu praised sincerely, took out a steaming egg pancake from his backpack and handed it over. Or this one in the world of the living. Higuerin couldn't resist this temptation at all, and he destroyed it in a few seconds, shedding tears of emotion. Is this the legendary egg-filled pancake? He asked cautiously, his eyes shining. Su Qinghong was surprised. This guy has really made great progress. Ha! You know egg-filled pancake? Lu Wenwu sat up straight and looked at him differently. Higuerin nodded quickly. I was lucky enough to hear my great-grandfather describe it. He used to like it very much. In his time, there were still normal hens alive. But my great-grandfather was very sorry that there were only eggs, oil, and flour, but no sauces or side dishes, which made it less delicious. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to eat the real delicacy now, fulfilling my great-grandfather's last wish, and I can die without regrets. Well, your grandfather is right. I admire him very much. Lu Wenwu nodded seriously, feeling that Higuerin in front of him became more and more pleasing to the eye. Tell me everything about the remaining 2 gods in detail. When you're done, I'll treat you to egg-filled pancakes. Thank you for your generosity. Higuerin looked happy and hurriedly sorted out the information in his mind. The god of nature's redemption, as outsiders understand it in a broad sense, is actually the artificial intelligence responsible for the management of an underground city called nature, named Redemption. It is one of the highest achievements left by mankind before the war, and the so-called kingdom of God is naturally this underground city. The natural city was actually created to study ecological cycles when it was first designed. Later, when the nuclear war struck, it was transformed into a very high-level refuge, housing countless domestic elites and a large amount of supplies. In the early days of the wasteland era, the nature refuge once sent out a large number of personnel in an attempt to carry out disaster relief and post-disaster reconstruction. However, due to various reasons, the results were minimal. Probably because the personnel in the wasteland era iterated too quickly. After the first few generations of survivors died, the pure wastelanders had long forgotten our true identities, and instead regarded us as believers or even apostles of the gods. Our explanation is completely useless. Under such circumstances, the name of the god of nature's redemption gradually spread, and the natural sanctuary became the kingdom of God that was passed down from word to mouth in their mouths, and it became a place like the kingdom of heaven. It's a pity that later, due to reasons that my great-grandfather was unwilling to mention, a large-scale conflict broke out in the natural refuge. Countless technological creations were damaged as a result, and countless elites who should have shouldered the responsibility for post-war reconstruction died. It is precisely because of that conflict that the countless seeds, materials, cultural relics, biological embryos, etc. stored before the war were almost completely lost. It is impossible to accurately describe that there is not even 1 in 100. The remaining people in the natural refuge can only survive from now on. It is almost impossible to send any support to the outside world, and it is difficult to send out any more personnel. 83 years ago, the energy supply facility of the natural sanctuary was completely damaged, and even exploded and collapsed, burying the few remaining materials, and also burying countless lives. Therefore, that generation had to move out with all their belongings, came to this semi-military nuclear power plant fortress, barely rebuilt a small cycle life support capsule, and became immortal as an apostle of the god of natural redemption. Priest of the sun god. However, the side effects of inbreeding are becoming more and more obvious, and it is becoming more and more difficult to reproduce. It is estimated that the pure-blooded ancient humans in this world who have not been mutated by radiation are about to come to an end. My lords, this is the whole story of the god of nature's redemption. There is no kingdom of God, no apostles, no beauty like the Taoyuan, and there is no so-called beauty of redeeming everything. It is just self-deception and despair.
Speaking of this, Higuaran's mood became a little depressed. The few dozen of us left in this survival capsule that barely accommodates us are all that the god of nature's redemption has left in the world. Your team submitted the ultimate secret, verifying, information consistency 100%, ultimate secret reverberation of the old age, verified, reverberations of the old age, humanity in the old days is about to perish, but can the new generation of humans survive this man-made disaster that has nearly cut off civilization and regain the glory of past civilization? No one knows. The number of verifications for your team's ultimate secret has been refreshed, and the current number of verifications remaining, 3. You have completed the main mission. Choose any force to investigate and obtain its ultimate secret. Current reward accumulation, natural faith, primitive worship, civilized elegy, loyal praise, old era reverberation. Current options, settle immediately, leave the instance/accumulate rewards, and continue exploring. Very good. Lu Wenwu praised. Then the last one is left, the god of great evolution. With cumulative rewards from 5 missions, plus 2 hidden missions and 1 side mission, the perfect rating is definitely stable. However, there were too few hidden tasks and side tasks triggered this time, and the special side tasks in the schoolbook could not be unlocked, which inevitably made Lu Wenwu feel a little regretful. I wonder if I can get a wave of miracle reviews this time? Facing several people, Higuaran looked embarrassed and said cautiously, "Sir, I really don't know what this great god of evolution is. There is no record of this in our ancestors." Lu Wenwu was not surprised by this. He had already guessed in his mind, so he just said calmly, "It doesn't matter, tell me what you know." Higuaran thought for a moment and said, "According to the ancestors' descriptions, the great god of evolution suddenly existed one day in the first year after the end of the nuclear war, and on the day of his arrival, a bloody rain fell on the entire planet. Everyone witnessed his majestic body. After the bloody rain, people discovered that both themselves and other creatures had experienced a kind of alienation and mutation that was completely different from the past. This mutation often changes our appearance, and even causes us to die due to genetic collapse, but it also brings about 3 evolutionary systems that can make mutated humans immune to deadly nuclear radiation to a certain extent. I don't know if we should thank this great god of evolution. If he hadn't brought the blood rain, I'm afraid humans and other creatures would have perished long ago. No ordinary creature can survive in a place with such explosive nuclear radiation. Are you 100% sure that the great god of evolution really exists?" Lu Wenwu asked. Higuaran nodded, "Yes, sir, I am 100% sure." Cashin rarely took the initiative to ask, "Have you ever doubted that if all of this, including the nuclear war, is controlled by the great god of evolution? What if he just wants to destroy your civilization and get something?" Higuaran shook his head, "I have doubted it. The ancestors even suspected that the polluting power that can give birth to ghosts is also brought by him, but what's the point? We have no ability to change all this. We have even lost the inheritance of our ancestors. In addition to the above, do you have anything else to add?" Anthony asked. "For example, describe the appearance of the great god of evolution?" "Well, sorry, sir, I really can't do this. The ancestors did not record this aspect." Higuaran smiled bitterly, "But my great-grandfather once mentioned that the extra alienated parts of those evolvers seem to be somewhat similar to a part of the great god of evolution's body." "I see." Lu Wenwu looked at the blood regeneration talent on his personal panel and murmured in a low voice, "Could it be you, my old friend? Your team submitted the ultimate secret, verification in progress, information matching degree 90.01%, the ultimate secret the original god, verification passed, the original god, people don't know his title, let alone his name, but there is no doubt that he has brought new vitality to this planet. Even if the creatures here have embarked on a deformed evolutionary path, at least they are still. You have completed the main task. Choose any force to investigate and obtain its ultimate secret. Current rewards accumulated, natural faith, primitive worship, civilization elegy, loyalty praise, old echo, original god. Congratulations, your team has completed all exploration tasks, and settlement will begin in 10 seconds, 10, 9. Verification successful? Lu Wenwu was relieved, but his eyes became more subtle. The god of the outer realm is indeed you. The great god of evolution. What do you want to do and what do you want to get? Anthony's eyes widened and he asked quickly in great surprise, "The verification was successful? How is this possible? This guy didn't say any useful specific information. We don't even know what the great god of evolution is yet." Lu Wenwu smiled slightly. "I personally have some clues, but they involve my personal privacy, so I won't disclose them to you. I can only say that the god of great evolution is indeed a real god, not like the infinite mechanical dragon. The original divine life of God. After quickly explaining, he threw 10 egg-filled biscuits to Higuerin, who was still in a daze. He took the last chance to say to the other 4 people, "Brothers, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Please keep in touch in the future. Don't forget to add me as a friend." Su Qingheng shouted, "Then send me your home address." With the familiar white light flashing, everything became frozen and blurred. After a brief blank, Lu Wenwu appeared in the white settlement room. Settlement in progress, you passed the dungeon Wasteland Ghost, number of surviving players, 5, side mission completed by you, the Blasphemer, the hidden mission you completed, Ghost Killer, God Killer, the rewards you obtain are accumulated, Natural Faith, Primitive Worship, Civilized Elegy, Loyal Praise, Reverberation of the Old Age, Primary God, Copy Evaluation, Miracle, Summary of the copy. If you don't know how to pass the level through violence, do you still remember that this is supposed to be an exploration, collection, and puzzle-solving mission? Don't know when you can follow the normal clearance process and complete a dungeon trial in a regular way? Forget it, it doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. Woohoo is another miracle level. Lu Wenwu automatically ignored the system's praise for him. This was what he should do, no need to say anything. Past the advanced trial, your level has been raised to level 22, you have obtained a rare item. Burning Sun Crystal, you have obtained 20 times Accelerated Training Card, times 20, you have obtained 204,000 Spirit Coins, you have gained 60 free attribute points, you have obtained the trial reward, the Ultimate Realm Deduction Card times 1, congratulations, your player level has been upgraded to B, current grade, B, congratulations, your rest period has been increased, currently 120 days. After successfully being promoted to level B, the rest period doubled again, reaching 4 months. If there are enough accelerator cards for practice, the improvement after a copy will become extremely exaggerated. However, there are only a few players who can burn accelerator cards every day like Lu Wenwu. Not everyone can take hundreds of thousands of spirit coins from each copy. The harvest of spirit coins this time is too small, thanks to the hard work in the dungeon. Lu Wenwu muttered, but I also ate the increase in spirit coin rewards, which is pretty good, for it. A huge amount of money. As he spoke, he conveniently added the 60 free attribute points as a reward. For the physical attribute that has exceeded 4 digits, this is just a small number to him now, and there is no need to spend time to adapt. Forget it, let's just tidy things up here, go back and take a bath to tease the baby for a while, and then sleep comfortably. Just do it. The settlement space will not force exit. Lu Wenwu simply sat on the floor, summoned Mao Mao and held it in his arms as a pillow. He took out his reward from his backpack and unpacked it skillfully. Wow! Golden Legend. Golden light again. Lu Wenwu had long lost his original excitement about this. This mysterious lucky bag only has this kind of special effect, and it's not really a dog holding a fortune this time. I'm so excited. Soon, a skill book that looked similar to the one in a junk web game appeared in his hand. Name, Fatal Strike, Quality, Unique Skills, Type, Skill, Introduction, Mortal Strike, as its name suggests, cannot be said to be exactly the same as Mortal Strike, the signature weapon skill of the warrior, at least it has nothing to do with it. Causing death means that the strong will cause death to the opponent, and the weak will cause death to themselves. Or maybe you've heard of Fatal Blow's distant cousin, the 7-injury fist? Mortal Strike sounds like a warrior skill in World of Warcraft, but it actually has nothing to do with it. The actual function of the fatal blow is to Krypton blood. The more blood you consume at one time, the stronger the attribute increase you will get. Every time you advance to a proficiency level, the bonus obtained by burning the same amount of blood will also increase by 1 level. To some extent, it is similar to Cat's Firefield in Monster Hunter. The lower the blood, the higher the attack power. And Fatal Strike is stronger than Catfire. Not only is it an active skill, but it also increases all attributes, which is very impressive. For Lu Wenwu, who has the talent of flesh and blood regeneration, Krypton blood is no big deal, just learn it. The second lucky bag will be opened again. Name, Talisman of the Gods, Type, Props, Introduction, exit the current copy immediately after use, the rest duration will be refreshed, and all rewards obtained will be retained without any penalty. What he obtained this time made Lu Wenwu feel a little useless. You might say it's not good, but it's also very cool. You'd say it's cool, right? Lu Wenwu believed that he would probably be of little use. But after doing it so many times, he recognized it even if it happened occasionally. Of course, this is only for this pervert. If someone else draws this kind of top-grade forced retreat item that can retain the reward,
who knows how happy they will be. This is like having an extra life. There are only 2 lucky bags this time, and I didn't open them enough. Lu Wenwu rubbed his dog head with some melancholy. I didn't expect that the settlement reward was not a necessary mysterious lucky bag. Let me see what this replacement scorching crystal is. Name, Scorching Crystal. Type, Strange Item. Introduction, the essence condensed from the power of the sun extracted by the 3-legged crow, the most rigid and yang thing. Directly refining it can cause unexpected changes in the body, and there is an extremely small probability of obtaining the power of the sun. Tip, Physique, do not use below 2000 attributes. Come. Let me see how incredible your purity can be. Lu Wenwu held the ping-pong-sized scorching crystal in his hand and swallowed it in one gulp. The scorching power of the sun suddenly exploded in his body, and the whole person burst out with layers of heat waves from the inside out. The body, bones, flesh, everything was constantly tempered by the scorching flames, and white smoke like steam continued to rise. All this came quickly and went quickly. In just a few minutes, Lu Wenwu felt a burst of joy in his body and roared to the sky. All the previous scorching heat receded like a tide, leaving only a powerful force. It seems to be really awesome. Lu Wenwu could clearly feel that his blood was stained with a kind of power like the sun. One move can even attract the sun, which is a perfect match with the domineering and fierce Tyrant Fist. If the already powerful fire of the evil fight is added, the combat power will be further improved. He quickly glanced at his personal panel. ID, Invincible Tyrannosaurus God of War, Level, LV22, B, Assisted Occupation, Spirit Chef, Body, 2437, Health, 487,400, Talent, Flesh Regeneration, Evil Nemesis, Eye of Insight, a true man does not die in naked clothes, Kung Fu, Body Refining Technique to conquer people with virtue, Magic Power, Swallow Heaven and Earth, Skills, Egg Pancake Cooking, All-Powerful God, Tyrant Fist, Grandmaster, Explosive Step, Mastery, Military Fighting Technique, Mastery, Gun Mastery, Shallow Knowledge, Fatal Blow, Shallow Knowledge, Equipment, Heavy Artillery Gloves, Epic, Sky Wings, Epic, Guardian Armor Chaos Neutral, Epic, Free Attribute Points, 0, Spirit Coins, 212113. The health has doubled. Lu Wenwu was thoughtful, and bought an item from the mall that could increase the physical attribute by about 1 point, and swallowed it with the swallowing of heaven and earth. Physical, 2438, Health, 487,600. Fuck, 1, Physical, Attribute plus 200 Health? It's a great deed. Lu Wenwu exclaimed that the scorching sun crystal bird food hanging was no wonder it could replace at least 2 mysterious lucky bags as rewards. The bonus attribute was doubled, which was almost equivalent to strengthening his original, human, template, and having the same high bonus as those strange races. Purity, greatly improved. In addition to sighing, Lu Wenwu seemed to feel that the originally suitable trouser legs suddenly became a little tight, as if they didn't fit well. He subconsciously reached out to adjust it. Wait a minute? It feels wrong. Lu Wenwu looked down in disbelief. Fuck, 666. It's worthy of being a very strong and yang wonder. So this is the unexpected effect. I really didn't expect it. Lu Wenwu sincerely praised the system. Mao Mao squatted obediently not far away, tilting his head and looking at this side curiously. As a real single dog, it has no idea what its owner is excited about. After using the Burning Sun Crystal, the harvest of this copy is basically consumed except for the acceleration card. Lu Wenwu plans to use the Ultimate Realm Deduction card after going out. When he first got it, he glanced at the introduction and was prompted that it would take a long time to meditate and comprehend. It is definitely not appropriate to do it in the settlement room now. Now, go home. After petting the fox for 2 months, Lu Wenwu can't wait to pet the cat. Soft white light flashed, and the man and the dog slowly disappeared in the settlement room. In the dark night sky, a bright moon cast a few rays of bright light. As soon as he returned to Blue Star, Lu Wenwu felt that something was wrong. How did he end up on a street? What kind of place is this? Didn't he enter the dungeon and the living room before? Just as he was stunned, a large number of military vehicles whizzed past him, and rumbling noises and flames rose to the sky from afar. Lu Wenwu thought for a moment, took Mao Mao to the sky, and looked in the direction where the military vehicles were going. At the far end of his sight, gray fog like a tsunami kept covering and rolling, completely covering a large number of houses. The gunfire and roar came from the gray fog. The earth was shaking, and the power of skills and spells was roaring. There seemed to be countless strong men fighting fiercely there, and the battle was extremely fierce. This is the contaminated area that is being materialized. There is another dungeon that has not been breached for a long time,
and the fusion progress with Blue Star has reached 100%. If it cannot be completely repulsed during its manifestation, when the copy is completely realized, this space will be stuffed into the Blue Star with the copy creatures in it. Damn, that's our home. After recognizing the location, Lu Wenwu's expression suddenly changed, and the wings of the sky behind him suddenly burst into brilliant blue light, and he headed straight for the battlefield. At this time, the villa area was completely shrouded in gray fog. Even though most of the people living there are A-level players, Xiaobao is not. Damn it, Lu Ming's phone can't be reached. He and Xiaobao have something else to do. When it came to Xiaobao, Mao Mao's human face instantly became serious, ready for battle at any time. Just when Lu Wenwu rushed to the edge, preparing to plunge in suddenly, a soft but extremely firm force suddenly appeared in the air, stopping him there as he sprinted with all his strength. A middle-aged man wearing an off-brand suit with a slight beer belly slowly emerged from the void, without any tyrannical power on his body. With his round head, round face, and slightly bald head, he looked like a down-and-out social animal. But he is obviously not. The front is a war zone and no passage is allowed. The middle-aged man said with a smile, "Young man, you are so anxious. Is there something urgent?" The eye of insight opened, and Lu Wenwu was shocked when he saw the information. Xinglong Army Non-Staff Commander Zhang Jun, at plus, 583000/583000, current status, common composed for A+ level players, the normal physical attributes enhanced by equipment should be at least 5830. This is the strongest person Lu Wenwu has ever seen. With such a long health bar, if the opponent does not have any miscellaneous blessings and only relies on equipment and own attributes, his skills must have at least reached the 6th level of foundation level. The total attributes of the basic blessings of skills and levels alone are at least around 11,000 points. This is actually easy to infer. Except for special exercises such as conquering people with virtue practiced by Lu Wenwu, the distribution ratio of the four-dimensional attributes of other exercises is mostly 1, 1, 4, 4, 2, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, these three allocation modes. Based on the blood volume and level, plus the coercive aura, you can make a rough guess. It's indeed an emergency. I live over there. Lu Wenwu didn't dare to be rude, so he let Mao Mao step on the clouds and bend his fists. "Senior, please be accommodating. My cat and a friend who takes care of it are still inside. He is an ordinary member of the Player Management Bureau. I couldn't get through the call just now, and I am very anxious now." "Yes, woof. My eldest brother is still inside, woof." Mao Mao also hugged his paws and bowed, "Uncle Fatty, just let us in, woof. Don't worry, your friend's life is not in danger. The materialized copy this time is not strong, it just looks evil." Zhang Jun said kindly, "The contaminated area in the gray fog is another space. It's normal for the phone to not be able to get through." But Lu Wenwu tried to fight for it again. But the fat uncle with a smile in front of him obviously had no intention of letting him in. Zhang Jun comforted him, "I'm sorry, little brother. I want to be flexible, but military rules are military rules. Even a real quasi-level commander cannot change them. I was just caught temporarily to take over the shift, so there is nothing I can do. Besides, you can be specially approved to live in the A-level area, and you have such a good spiritual pet. I believe your future is limitless, and you must have made outstanding contributions to the country. If I let you in, the higher-ups will find trouble with me. You'd better wait here with peace of mind. It will be over soon. This time it's a saturation suppression. Your friend in the administration and your kitten should have been protected at the first time. You really don't have to worry too much about safety issues." Lu Wenwu was a little surprised. The other party didn't recognize him, and was surprisingly easy to talk to. Just now, the other party mentioned a word he had never heard before: spiritual pet. Is it not uncommon to bring pets into the A-level? That's not right? Didn't the information Lu Ming brought before show that he was the first to have a pet? There are many problems. But right now, none of this matters. Lu Wenwu only cares about the safety of Xiaobao and Lu Ming. He is so anxious that his blood is constantly surging, and the blazing sun power even starts to heat up the surroundings. Mao Mao is also spinning around, and the two different burning powers are echoing each other. The faces of the man and the dog are full of a series of urgent. They are just short of carving "I am the king of urgent" on their faces. Zhang Jun looked at them and sighed with a smile, "You too. It seems that you have a good relationship with the kitten." "Of course, Mao Mao and Xiaobao are like my relatives. When I am alone, they are the only ones who accompany me all the time."
Lu Wenwu, who was controlled and unable to move, looked resentful. If it were you, would you not be anxious? Woof woof woof. The dog is so anxious. Mao Mao also said aggrievedly, Fat uncle, let the dog and the owner go in to save the big brother, okay woof? Come on, don't look at me pitifully, I, Zhang, can't bear to see the puppy being wronged. Zhang Jun touched Mao Mao's head with a smile and scratched its chin, staring at its eyes for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. Isn't it enough for me to help you? Alas. Zhang Jun suddenly said a word, raised his leg and took a step forward, and his figure suddenly disappeared into the void. But the power of confinement that controlled Lu Wenwu did not disappear, but brought him down to the ground. About 10 seconds later, Zhang Jun reappeared in front of the two pets, holding an oversized airline box in his left hand and Lu Ming, who looked shocked, in his right hand. No, I brought your friend and the kitten out for you. I told you they were safe. Lu Ming was still holding a large can of dried fish and a box of canned food tightly in Xiaobao's hand. Xiaobao was sleeping soundly in the luxurious airline box. As if sensing a familiar breath, the sensitive cat ears twitched twice, and Xiaobao finally opened his sleepy eyes and glanced at the two pets, making a lazy cat cry. Meow, damn it, Mao Mao and I were so nervous, but you, the little thing, slept so well. After Lu Wenwu thanked Zhang Jun, he pulled the sleepy Xiaobao out of the airline box and rubbed him in his hands. Then he successfully received a familiar phantom meow punch. Xiaobao moved his position with a snort, stretched his limbs and lay on Mao Mao's back to continue sleeping. Mao Mao happily carried his cat brother on his back and trotted around the side, his tail wagging. Ever since Mao Mao awakened the blood of the evil spirit, the warmth-loving kitten has been very impressed with this mobile warm bed and often lies on its back. Mao Mao himself is also happy and has never complained. Damn, this little thing is really generous. Lu Wenwu complained about his kitten, and at the same time looked at Lu Ming, who was still a little confused, smiled and greeted him, giving him a big hug. Good brother, thanks for thinking about Xiaobao, I will treat you to a stuffed pancake later. Ah. It's okay, this is what I should do. Lu Ming finally came back to his senses at this time and showed a relieved smile. But when his eyes turned to the kitten who was falling asleep again, his expression was extremely strange. Actually, even if I didn't go, Xiaobao should be fine. It's very lucky and surprisingly brave, Lu Wenwu. Ah. This time it was Lu Wenwu's turn to be confused. What happened? Lu Ming continued to explain, this materialization came suddenly, but fortunately the intensity was not high. In addition, this is in a level area, so the situation was quickly controlled. When I arrived, the battle on street number 1 where you live was actually over. Then why do you say it's lucky? Lu Wenwu was a little confused. Zhang Jun, who had been eating melons for a long time, smiled and said, the villas on street number 1 were basically destroyed, but yours was intact. It was even temporarily requisitioned as an internal safe house. I didn't know it was your house until I went in. So awesome? Lu Wenwu was suddenly moved. After traveling through time for so long, has his European emperor aura finally started? That's nothing. Lu Ming continued, when I found Xiaobao in the house, it was sleeping soundly on the climbing frame in the living room, and was not affected by the outside world at all. Tell me, this doesn't look like a cat at all. I even think it's braver than me. It seems to have always been very brave. Lu Wenwu touched his chin and said, or is it that Xiaobao is equally disdainful of everything? Well, it really deserves to be my cat, so sad. Ha, cute kitten. Zhang Jun couldn't help but touch Xiaobao twice. Cats and dogs are both good, among which it's a top-grade spirit pet. What enviable luck. Senior Zhang, can you tell me more about spirit pets? Lu Wenwu asked calmly, I just started to work with Mao Mao not long ago, and I urgently need a knowledgeable senior like you to give me some advice. Ha, these are all small things. It's normal that you don't know when you first come into contact with them. After all, this thing has only become common after the Blevel, and the country should not have given you the information yet. Zhang Jun seemed to be very useful to this, and the smile on his chubby face became more intense, and his words and deeds became more friendly. Spirit pets are what we call them here. Other countries also call them contracted beasts, war pets, beast soldiers, etc. The copies are all kinds of strange and all-encompassing. There are not only the common weird, supernatural, apocalyptic, and disaster types, but also rare ones such as the world of immortal cultivation, the cyberpunk world, and the fantasy world. In those rare worlds, players have the opportunity to get the eggs, cubs, and even the favor of adults of some strange creatures from the copies.
Players use the system's contract to bring it into the system, and after signing a contract with it, the contracted creature is called a spirit pet. The advantage of having a powerful spirit pet is naturally that you can add more resilience to yourself. Ability, add more means to fight against the enemy, and increase the overall strength. The disadvantage is that the owner needs to split his own resources and invest more in training it. You should know that you have a spirit pet. A good spirit pet is really convenient when going to a dungeon, but you need to figure out all the skills and resources yourself, which is really expensive. After all, they can't get spirit coin rewards and level rewards, and they don't have the ability to quickly get through the week period like us by exchanging attribute points and acceleration cards from the mall. If you are a little slow in obtaining resources, you are likely to be dragged down. Speaking of this, Zhang Jun's tone was very emotional, and the look he gave Mao Mao was inevitably a little complicated. It takes time to cultivate a pet, and it takes even more time to make it keep up with the player. Many people even deliberately choose not to complete the main quest in some dungeons in order to cultivate their pets, which leads to failure and demotion. I strongly do not recommend this. If one day your pet can't keep up with you, the best choice is to give up directly and decisively. What is the level? The level has never been a standard to measure the strength of the player. In game terms, it is more like a rank, like a hidden score in the game, which is only used by the system to facilitate dungeon matching. Those stupid guys deliberately failed the main quest in some dungeons in order to cultivate their pets, and reach the fail level and thus degrade, stay at a certain stage and try to be the sword god of Shilippo. In my opinion, this is an extremely stupid approach. Maybe you can do it in a normal cultivation world, but it is impossible in our Blue Star. You can survive in a single-player dungeon, but how can you survive in a world dungeon with countless extraordinary people participating together? Players of the same period may be 2 or 3 levels higher, but he still stays at a low level and refuses to step out of his comfort zone. Over time, the enterprising spirit and sharpness are lost, and the talent and spiritual energy are annihilated. Such people will never have any future in their lives. Some people think that the system is the source of the disaster that brought disaster to Blue Star, but I don't think so. My opinion is that the system brings disaster to humans in Blue Star. It brings the only chance of survival, the only hope of survival. What is the significance of the initial copy live broadcast? It is to prevent people who are talented and show outstanding talents from being sniped by the forerunners and dying halfway. And what is the significance of the copy-in system? It is to help people with talents to quickly improve and quickly reach the level they should be at. From D to C may not be obvious, but from C to B, B to A, the benefits brought by each major upgrade are several times that of the previous copy. Those top skills, powerful techniques, rare materials, and wonders of heaven and earth are not available in low-level copies at all, and each one can make players reborn. Just say one. The simplest thing is, even if you are extremely lucky and talented, you can't get the 1 Dao level skills and techniques directly from the mysterious lucky bag given by the hidden task, let alone the legend and myth level equipment. I believe you must know what the mysterious lucky bag is. But I think you don't know that the level of the things opened by the mysterious lucky bag is related to your current level. Except for special non-level items, the rest are only 1 level higher at most. Don't hold on to some outrageous idea of, because you have some special ability, you stay at a low level and keep brushing the mysterious lucky bag and really stay at a low level and don't move up. If that's the case, you will only continue to fall into the constant doubt of life, such as why am I so unlucky and why can't I get good things? In summary, from the perspective of a person who has experienced it, if you can't guarantee at least full, excellent, or above evaluation every time you play, and complete at least one side quest, I personally don't recommend cultivating a spiritual pet, unless it is really very, very good. You are very talented, but don't give up a smooth future because of some short-term immediate interests. Lu Wenwu. Listening to Zhang Jun's heartfelt sighs and preaching, he was a little silent. Spiritual pets can't be upgraded, can't obtain attribute points, and can't use them all? Then this spiritual pet sounds really rubbish. No wonder Uncle Zhang in front of me advised me not to cultivate spiritual pets. It can't be compared with my own Mao Mao. Although Mao Mao brings double the difficulty, double the income, and the same basic income is still very good. Moreover, after the basic reward of the Blubble dungeon was increased, Mao Mao could also enjoy the spirit coin rewards of the branch dungeon and hidden tasks, which was very comfortable. What? So Mao Mao is considered a pet in the system classification? That's fine. Lu Wenwu bowed and saluted. So that's how it is, thank you for your help. Although Zhang Jun, who looks like a greasy middle-aged uncle, is a bit nagging and has a bit of a teacher's intention. But Lu Wenwu knows in his heart that what he said is from the heart, a lesson learned with blood and tears.
Hey, it's not a profound question. You can figure it out after spending a few more days.
Zhang Jun waved his hand. I'm at Villa number 4, number 13 Street.
You can ask me if you have any questions in the future. Senior, you are so nice. Lu Wenwu praised sincerely. I will treat you to egg pancakes. The egg pancakes I make are delicious. It's only right for the old to teach the new.
Zhang Jun laughed. Don't call me senior, it's not popular in our era.
Call me Uncle Zhang, Lao Zhang, or Brother Zhang, it's all fine. Okay, Uncle Zhang, try my cooking skills?
Lu Ming, come and make some together. I have researched a new recipe in the dungeon this time.
Then I must make some. Wow! So fragrant? You are really good. Come on, Uncle Zhang, try this. This one is better than the previous one. Wait a minute. Wanfa Tongshan level.
Your egg-filled pancake is at the Wanfa Tongshan level.
And it also inspires spiritual charm. Is this a spiritual meal? Yes, I like to cook, and I have nothing to do. Please taste it. Awesome. I, Zhang, got a big bargain today. As Zhang Jun said before, this saturation crackdown ended quickly.
Before daybreak, the thick gray fog slowly receded back until it dissipated. Another dungeon materialized and was repelled by the Xinglong army soldiers and players. Lu Wenwu also said goodbye to the good-tempered Zhang Jun and the somewhat frightened Lu Ming, and walked towards the villas on Street 1. Oh.
There are no more villas on Street 1. There were only a few isolated buildings left, including Lu Wenwu's. People in Xinglong Dungeon are very particular about what they do.
The furnishings in the house were not moved, and the range of activities was limited to the living room. Before leaving, he also helped Lu Wenwu take out the garbage and clean the living room. I don't know if it's my misunderstanding, but I always feel that Uncle Zhang wasn't that happy after eating my cake. He was trying to force a smile.
Lu Wenwu muttered in his heart, Mao Mao, what do you think? I don't know, woof.
Mao Mao shook his tail. Mao Mao thinks the fat uncle is pretty good, woof.
Forget it, it's not important. Lu Wenwu shrugged indifferently, took out his mobile phone, which finally restored signal and network, and passed several friend requests. Then take a shower and sleep. After washing, the cat and the dog quickly lay down on the big bed in the bedroom and fell into a deep sleep after exhaustion. The next day, Lu Wenwu was disturbed by the active cat and dog alarm clock. After Lu Ming arrived, he confirmed that Xiao Bao was taken care of, and the familiar rest period of hard training officially began. Entering Lingtian Mountain in the Blessed Land, Lu Wenwu first added points to Mao Mao, spent 120,000 spirit coins to exchange for 120 tenfold accelerator cards, and then rushed him to practice. The remaining tens of thousands of spirit coins will be converted into attribute points depending on the situation after it has been cultivated. Lu Wenwu himself took out the Realm Deduction card. Name, Ultimate Realm Deduction card. Type, Props, Introduction. You can choose any skill or technique of one quantity and upgrade it to the Exquisite skill level. Note 1, the lower the starting level, the longer the deduction will take. Please try to choose a safe and quiet retreat environment. If you are interrupted during the deduction, the result of this deduction will most likely fail. Note 2, those who have not practiced any exercise to level 2 or above, please use it under the full supervision of a professional physician to avoid accidental death due to lack of nutrition and water for a long time. Note 3, this item cannot be accelerated by a double-speed accelerator card. Lu Wenwu read the annotations and introduction again, and after confirming that they were correct, he directly chose the hegemonic fist he was most comfortable with and started to deduce it. The realm deduction suddenly exploded into a stream of light, suddenly covering his soul. In just an instant, Lu Wenwu felt that his soul was extremely transparent. There seemed to be countless cells rehearsing boxing moves in my mind, and countless different routes were being deduced rapidly. The sleeping spiritual power in the body can't help but be awakened, and it interacts with the power of the sun that was born before, constantly creating wonderful resonances. In a daze, Lu Wenwu felt that a long time had passed, and it seemed that only a moment had passed. After regaining consciousness, he looked at the clock in front of him and saw that 2 full months had passed. Hiss! Lu Wenwu stood up, opened the window, and took a breath of spiritual energy. At this time, Ba Quan has undergone earth-shaking changes. Name, Ba Fist, Quality, Foundation, Type, Skill, Introduction. The former Fist of Overlord has now been greatly improved by the use of Realm Deduction cards. The flash of spirituality and the integration of the power of the sun have enhanced the power of this boxing technique, which was not considered top-notch in the past, to an incredible level. Now,
it has the potential to advance to the Ask level, jumping from the Inheritance level to the Inheritance level in one leap. The power of the sun and the role of spiritual seeds are indispensable. This is just a deduction card that can deduce moves to the level of Unique Skill. These two magical objects work together to elevate their life to a large level. This is also thanks to Ba Quan's rich foundation. If it were replaced by a military killing fist with a relatively weak foundation, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to carry it even if the power of the sun and spiritual seeds were exhausted. The remaining time can be used to practice Deathly Strike and make up for the 2 realm levels dropped after the Hegemony Fist advanced. The boxing techniques, which have the same origin, were deduced by Lu Wenwu based on his own physical condition, and he was very familiar with it when he rebuilt it. 59 days later. Mao Mao's practice of Tengu Moon Eclipse technique was very fast, breaking through the 3rd level early, and the total 4-dimensional attributes increased by more than 1,500 points. Now we are not far away from the 4th level. On Lu Wenwu's side, Fatal Strike was successfully upgraded to Enter the House. The advanced Ba Fist returns to the Grand Master. The spirit coins I got from this copy were not that many. Lu Wenwu thought for a while and just added the attribute points to 2,500, which looked more pleasing to the eye. After deducting the 39,000 spirit coins used to purchase the accelerator card and the 124,000 used to replenish attribute points, the remaining tens of thousands were simply replaced with various healing medicines. Use the healing potion of devouring heaven and earth, combined with the fatal blow to increase your own Krypton blood. It's a perfect match. It's time to enter a new copy. This time there is no increase in the difficulty of the advanced trial, so he must be beaten hard. Lu Wenwu still felt sorry for one thing: Xiaobao didn't want to enter Lingtian Mountain to brush up his books with them. It is obvious that the difficulty of adding a little cat can be ignored here. Helpless, who made the cat unhappy? I can only come back after a while to accept the baptism of Miao Fist again. Matching, pet detected, your dungeon difficulty range is being adjusted up. Match successful, dungeon, eternal dream, introduction. It was rumored that if you swallow the reincarnation of Jin Shanzi, Sanzang, into your stomach, even if you are a demon, you can obtain eternal life that countless immortals and gods envy. So, if you eat the flesh and blood of a Taoist priest with supreme magic power, he, her, or it, what can you get? Number of players, 5, main quest, survive for 30 days, current assimilation rate, 76.46%, dungeon level, B, time flow rate, 10:1, note, the progress of the main quest of team dungeon players is shared, and personal evaluation is settled separately. Once there is malicious harm or killing of teammates, the player will be immediately settled at the fail level and all rewards for the next 2 dungeons will be deducted. Warning, if you know your mistakes but don't correct them, you will be killed on the spot. Team dungeon? Lu Wenwu raised his eyebrows. Not bad, I like it. I don't like fighting and killing the most. But looking at the dungeon introduction, this one seems a bit evil. It's probably about ghosts and monsters again. Why can't we arrange a hot-blooded PvE between real men? Just when Lu Wenwu was thinking about whether all these were possible, a familiar white light flashed, and he had appeared in the dungeon. The light was dim. He looked up and looked forward, and the screen was showing Uncle Ying's classic movie, Mr. Zombie. This is really strange. This time the birth point is actually in the cinema. However, this cinema seems a bit weird. Except for the 5 players, the huge screening room was empty. The cold wind blew in the empty and dim dark room, adding a bit of horror. Besides, how could there be Uncle Ying's movies in the movie theater in the dungeon world? Really popular, right? Who was so unethical that he turned the air conditioner to 16 degrees. Lu Wenwu complained indignantly and looked at his teammates this time. The one sitting on his left is a heavyweight. He. Or it. It's basically a mummy. God knows why it is also considered a player. And the name of this mummy is too long, isn't it? Hello, you can call me Ahmed. I am an undead creature, level 37, and I know some melee and spells. Seeing that Lu Wenwu and the others were focusing on him, the mummy opened his glowing yellow eyes and introduced himself in ancient Egyptian in a muffled voice. He waved his hand, and dirt fell from the khaki bandage. Thanks for the system translation. Except for Lu Wenwu, the other 3 people thought so and responded with greetings at the same time. Lu Wenwu also hugged Mao Mao and said, "My name is Tyrannosaurus, B+ strength, good at close combat. This is my spiritual pet, Mao Mao." Woof. Hello, woof. Mao Mao raised his paw. You can call me Zhang Xijia. B+ level. A soft and tender female voice said, "I am a sea tribe, good at magic." Lu Wenwu then noticed that the short-haired girl next to him was not big, but her figure was extremely hot. What was extremely tempting was that she was wet all over. The wet clothes perfectly outlined an amazing curve of the small and delicate body, highlighting the exciting beauty to the fullest. Octopus Monster Zhang Sijia, B+, 254100/. Current status, curious seeing the opponent's HP limit with 3 question marks and HP far exceeding the current stage, Lu Wenwu suddenly felt a little envious. As expected of an octopus, 3 hearts, 9 brains, and 2 memory systems, it is really an enviable racial talent. This is thicker than many human players who mainly play melee. But why do these guys like to use their real names online? My name is Debeo, B+ level, sorcerer. A 9-foot-wasted man who was in prison introduced himself in a muffled voice. From his shiny bald head, scar on his face, small dumpling ears, neck as thick as his bald head, and his tightly squinted eyes, this is definitely a ruthless person. Friends who often go to jail should know that such people in jail should not be messed with. This is absolutely a prison boss. But is this a sorcerer? Excuse me, how do you look like a sorcerer? Although the Eye of Insight can see the real name, Lu Wenwu couldn't help asking, brother, I think you look familiar, is your real name Jieshusheng? Jieshusheng? What a weird name, of course it's not mine. Debeo squinted hard and shook his head, you probably recognized the wrong one. Okay, I probably recognized the wrong one. Lu Wenwu shrugged indifferently. Jiangdong Iron Wall, Yangtze River Natural Barrier. He always felt that Debeo would ask himself whether he was going to invade the territory of Dawen the next second, and then let himself return in defeat. This squinting giant is really oppressive. However, all this came to an abrupt end after Debeo put on a pair of round-framed glasses, revealing a different kind of bookish air. Sorry, I used too many spells, so I can't see clearly. Debeo said with a simple smile, and his honest aura suddenly emerged. Squinting because of poor eyesight? That makes sense. Now, there is only one person left who has not introduced himself. Aiken, Holy Light Knight, B+ level. A low voice sounded. Lu Wenwu took the opportunity to cast his eyes. The person who spoke up at the edge was a middle-aged man wearing a red religious robe and a serious face. The European face with sword eyebrows and starry eyes looked very much like a standard template of a paladin. If he was wearing a golden plate armor and holding a holy light warhammer, he would look even more like one. Archbishop Aiken Gojo of the Radiant Sect, B+, 78600/78600, current status, patience, slight hostility, holy light protection. The Radiant Sect? Maybe it's some extraordinary organization hidden in the secular world in the West? Lu Wenwu didn't pay too much attention to the background issue, it wasn't very important. Good news, one more teammate this time. Bad news, still strange. Mummy Ahmed rubbed his body to the side. Even though there were 3 people in between, the holy light power emanating from Archbishop Aiken still made him feel a little uncomfortable. So, do we have any explanation now? As a socially anxious person, Lu Wenwu was the first to speak and break the deadlock. Finish watching Uncle Ying's movie? Or go out and explore? Okay, I haven't seen this one yet. Zhang Sijia was the first to agree. All right. Debeo said in a muffled voice, but can you help me when you leave later? I think I'm stuck in my seat. This old Shenzhou movie from many years ago is a bit scary. I don't like horror movies very much. Mummy Ahmed shuddered, and the bandage directly covered his yellow round eyes, and a lot of dust fell from his body. Mr. Mummy, but you are a frequent horror movie watcher yourself, are you still afraid of this? Zhang Sijia asked curiously. Ahmed replied tremblingly, don't you think that Taoist priest is scary? He can even control reincarnation, it's so scary. It seems like he will be suppressed at any time. So you are talking about Uncle Ing. Zhang Sijia nodded, he is indeed a very powerful Taoist priest in the movie. Lu Wenwu interrupted and added, actually, this movie is a comedy for us, a very pure Hong Kong-style zombie comedy movie. Where is this funny? Ahmed screamed immediately, I am so scared that the bandage is about to break. Enough. Just when several people were making fun of each other, Archbishop Aiken suddenly shouted. He looked angry at Lu Wenwu and the other 2 with an expression of angry at their lack of struggle and hate their inaction. Aiken shouted angrily, this is a team dungeon with an assimilation rate of 76%. It is not a place for you to play house. Do you know that danger may strike at any time? You are so playful. If the mission fails, our death is a small matter. Can you afford the responsibility of increasing the assimilation rate? Can you afford the responsibility of accelerating the materialization of the dungeon? You are all B+ level players, the backbone of Blue Star's resistance to the invasion of the end of the world.
I really can't understand why you face the deadly dungeon with such a mentality. Faced with such a difficult dungeon world, you actually have the leisure to watch a movie? I am really alas.
He sighed heavily and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. At this moment, in addition to the movie screen being shown on the big screen, several other words appeared. Task tips: set off after the movie is finished and arrive at Changsho village before sunset. This is embarrassing, isn't it? Looking at the task prompt that popped up on the screen, Aiken saw Lu Wenwu's expression with a strange face and sat back in his seat indignantly. He probably didn't understand why even the system asked them to finish watching the movie. But since the task prompt said so, he still did it obediently and watched it very seriously. Look, the task prompt asked us to watch a movie, just watch it honestly. Lu Wenwu shrugged. By the way, have you ever encountered this kind of copy that starts with watching a movie before? Zhang Xijia and Ahmed shook their heads together. Dabeo said in a deep voice, maybe there are some clues hidden in this movie, or the system is reminding us that this copy is related to the movie New Zombie Mr.
Makes sense.
Lu Wenwu took over the conversation. Maybe there is a very strong zombie hidden in the longevity village where we need to go, but I don't know if Uncle Ying's stuff will work.
Or, let's watch the movie first.
Ahmed exposed a small gap in the bandage, suppressed his fear, and watched it seriously with trembling. After an hour and a half of joy, the entire cinema suddenly lit up, and the picture on the screen went out.
It seems that it's time to set off. Lu Wenwu stood up, grabbed Dabeo's hand and pulled him out of the seat with a pop. Poor chair, its HP was immediately reset to 0. The group then walked out along the safety sign. The structure of the cinema is very strange, and the location is even stranger. Rather than saying that this is a cinema, it is more appropriate to say that it is a projection room located in the wilderness. When Dabeo, who was walking last, stepped out of the cinema, a thick layer of fog instantly enveloped the entire building. Mao Mao curiously poked his head in, but saw nothing. Even the smell disappeared. At the moment, there was only a wild mountain road in front of everyone. The situation is weird. Shrink the queue and maintain the defensive formation. Archbishop Aiken said after changing into a set of light golden plate armor, and took out a cross about half a meter long from his backpack and held it in his hand. Warm and bright holy light burst out from the center of the cross, quickly forming a hemispherical light shield that enveloped all 5 people and 1 dog. It should be a strange type of copy. My holy light can restrain evil creatures and is responsible for clearing the way. As he spoke, he twisted his body and put the cross on his back, took out a round shield and a short hammer from his backpack, and strode forward. Follow the radiance shield, it can filter out some negative forces and prevent our minds from being eroded. Tyrannosaurus, Ahmed, you must protect Zhang Xijia and Dabeo, 2 magic players. Dog Mao Mao must take the role of vigilance, and the rest of the people must be ready for battle at any time. This road should not be peaceful for us to complete. The 4 people and the dog looked at each other, and said nothing, and quickly followed Aiken's shield to move together. Lu Wenwu secretly said to Mao Mao, although this guy is a little too serious, he seems to be reliable. Yes, Wang, Mao Mao thinks so too. Mao Mao happily shook his tail. Mao Mao can feel that he is a good person. It seems that it has never been unhappy and is always happy. Yes, what troubles can there be when repairing dogs? Repairing dogs does not have to go to work. Everyone looks like a good person to you. When a thief comes, you want to send him away 2 miles. Lu Wenwu complained about the big golden retriever and rubbed it hard on the head. In the eyes of the golden retriever, as long as they are human, they are good, and as long as they are the same kind, they are bad. This unique cognition is difficult to change even after Mao Mao officially transformed into a demon dog with the blood of Huado. The crowd walked on this mountain path, going deeper and deeper, and soon entered the mountain. The road they walked was constantly covered by gray fog, and the sun in the sky was constantly tilted towards the west. At this moment, there was a slight vibration on the road. Everyone present had sharp senses, and they immediately prepared for the battle. Mummy Ahmed placed his hand on the ground and sensed it, and said, more than 100 horses, all carrying people. Dabeo adjusted his glasses and asked, Yellow Sand Mage? Ahmed hesitated for a moment and nodded, I guess so, I do have a lot of yellow sand magic. Just as the two were talking, a lot of smoke and dust rose from a distance, and countless horse thieves waving sabers screamed and galloped towards the direction where the few people were. What was extremely terrifying was that the eyes of these horse thieves were bloodshot, which was extremely creepy. Lu Wenwu twisted his neck, and his blood suddenly swelled up. Under the scanning of the Eye of Insight,
the data of the horse thieves was exposed. Mad Blood Gang leader Hafzombimi Jinshi, B+, 67200/67200, current status, cursed, blessed by evil magic, pseudo-zombie body, bloodthirsty, excited. Except for the leader of the horse thieves and the other 4 tall and strong guys, the rest of the horse thieves are Blevel and Blevel, not to be feared. Oh. The opponent's horses are all clever. If they are placed in a low-level copy, they can probably sweep a large area, but what makes Lu Wenwu a little concerned is that these horse thieves are actually defined as half-zombies by the Eye of Insight and have pseudo-zombie bodies, which is a bit intriguing. Even more strange is, obviously there are movie theaters, which proves that the technological level of this part of the world is not low. These guys are still using knives? How can you become a master if you don't have a gun? No wonder it was reduced to robbery. Archbishop Aiken stood ready and solemnly warned, "Get into battle formation. The 3 of you who have long-range skills are prepared to join me to consume first, and then I can't wait any longer, just do it." Lu Wenwu said a word, and suddenly launched the explosive step of entering the room, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball, heading straight towards the leader of the horse thieves. He raised his hand and punched out, and the guardian armor, which had returned to its original form, immediately leaked out traces of crimson blood. The leader of the horse thieves was shocked. He seemed to have never seen such a terrifying existence that dared to attack hundreds of cavalry single-handedly. The chopping speed was obviously half a minute slower. Lu Wenwu's fierce punch collided with the saber, instantly smashing it into a ball of scrap metal and flying out of his hand. The horse thief leader's right arm was blasted to pieces and he fell off his horse. The damage was wrong, his attack was weakened. Lu Wenwu raised his eyebrows slightly. The punch just now should have completely exploded the opponent's arm under normal circumstances, but now it just broke the flesh and blood and damaged the bones. The idea hurts, kill him quickly. The leader of the horse thieves struggled to stand up, his body surrounded by a black and cold force. In just one breathless time, his originally strong body shrank a little, but his right arm that was severely injured by Lu Wenwu had fully recovered. Even his overall aura has also improved a little. The horse thieves in front collectively reined in their horses and turning around to kill. The several little bosses who gathered around the horse thief boss looked bloodthirsty and crazy, roaring and killing in the direction pointed by their boss. Lu Wenwu showed no fear at all. Instead, he strode forward with a grin and punched out with 100% of his strength. At this moment, a terrifying aura like a giant beast exploded from him. The fierce and powerful trend of dominating the world is condensed in the dark red iron fist he wields. Boom! Lu Wenwu punched the void, seemingly not hitting the target at all. But in the next moment, the 8 famous horse thieves closest to him stopped instantly. Boom! A muffled sound followed, and the sturdy war horse instantly exploded into a shower of blood. The 8 horse thieves did not even scream, but fell to the ground next to Lu Wenwu like 8 piles of mud. The bones and flesh all over his body exploded into mud, and his tough skin shattered inch by inch like porcelain. The blazing sun's fire ignited in an instant, burning their bodies into twisted black coals, completely ending their miserable lives. Your purity is too low. Lu Wenwu carried the blade of a B+ grade horse thief in front of him and bullied him forward, slamming his iron fist into the middle of the opponent's head. Snapped. The big head was exploded with one punch, and Lu Wenwu's most familiar scene finally appeared. He pulled out the saber that had been slashed on the face of the Guardian's battle armor, and charged towards the leader of the horse thieves with a ferocious smile again, and despite the siege of more than a dozen people, he blasted him to pieces. At this moment, he was covered in blood, as if a demon had descended. The 4 teammates behind were all dumbfounded. No man, isn't this a team task? You have solved all the high-end forces on the opposite side by yourself, which makes us look very incompetent. After reacting, they immediately used all their means to join the battle group and help Lu Wenwu, who was in the center of the battlefield, share some of the pressure. In particular, Archbishop Aiken killed the most ruthlessly and viciously. He wielded a holy light warhammer and charged into the enemy group, beating them violently, crushing the skulls of countless horse thieves and killing them. The death was horrific. Soon, as Lu Wenwu smashed the head of the last horse thief with his fist, the killing came to an end. Lu Wenwu skillfully touched the corpse, trying to find some good things from it. He even collected a dozen of the horse carcasses. He wanted to study whether this thing could increase its attributes after being made into a spiritual meal. Cannibalism was too challenging a moral bottom line, and he couldn't do it. It's okay to eat some horses. Even if the Eye of Insight said it was a demonized horse, Lu Wenwu was still confident that he would turn it into horsemeat sausage and horsemeat sauce to accompany the egg-filled pancakes.
The other people are also experienced people who have been involved in more than one game, and they are also looking for clues and information. You killed me, Jinchi, LV35, the leader of the Crazy Blood Gang, and killed all the members of the Crazy Blood Gang. You have completed the side mission Bloody Sorrow. Task description: the Quangshua gang active in the Chansho village area makes a living by looting. They have transformed into inhuman creatures through evil methods, and even the small government army dare not compete with them. It's a pity that starting from today, they can't be crazy anymore. Your personal overall rating has been greatly improved. It turns out you were so powerful. I apologize for my previous disrespect and overestimation of my abilities. After the war, Archbishop Aiken found Lu Wenwu immediately, performed a strange etiquette, bowed his head and apologized sincerely. You are the most suitable person to be the commander of this copy. I will obey your command from now on. You don't have to be so serious, do you? I think your command is pretty good. Lu Wenwu felt a little indifferent. This time, his goal was to swipe as many as possible, and he didn't care much about other issues. This kind of survival dungeon suits him best. Just kill all the attackers, no need to think. Please agree. Aiken insisted. This time he even used honorifics, hammered his chest armor, and knelt on one knee to show respect. In the dungeon, the strong are respected. You obviously have enough background to impact the level at any time, so you are the best leader. I am not sure if I can lead everyone out intact. Okay, I agree. Lu Wenwu waved his hand, wanting to send the Archbishop away as soon as possible. After this short time together, he only felt that he seemed to have really met a standard paladin. Old-fashioned, conservative, serious, abiding by dogma, serious, without the slightest sense of humor. But at the same time, he is full of a sense of justice and responsibility, and regards saving the world as his responsibility. If it is put in a Onetta 4 powder game, this Archbishop Aiken, or the Paladin Aiken, must be the kind of person who can give the four-colored pens a great sense of security. But for a fun person like Lu Wenwu, it is really a bit of torture. Aiken hammered his chest again. Archbishop of the Radiant Sect, Captain of the Holy Light Knights, Aiken Gojo obeys your orders. Lu Wenwu said helplessly, Okay, you get up quickly, clean up the battlefield and then we will set off quickly, the sun is about to set. Aiken stood up, yes. Then he took a big step and quickly joined the ranks of touching corpses. Lu Wenwu. This is why he doesn't like Aiken. Too serious. He is really not suitable for a casual fun person like him. The 5 people and the dog acted quickly. It took at most 10 minutes for them to set off again and ran wildly towards the depths of the only road. Lu Wenwu found a simple map from the inner layer of the bandit leader's clothes. After being ambushed, if they didn't hurry up, they might not reach the destination before sunset. When the sun set, the group finally reached the end of the road. A small green stone tablet stood beside the road, with 3 crooked traditional Chinese characters written on it: Chansho Village. Looking down from the hillside, you can roughly see the whole picture of Chansho Village. There are probably hundreds of households in all kinds of places, which is definitely not small. It can even be called a small town. The bustling villagers carried hoes and walked from the fields to the village, and the smoke from cooking rose into the sky. This place looks quite gloomy. Lu Wenwu complained. For some reason, he always felt that there was something strange in this village, and it was impossible for them to live peacefully for 30 days. Ahmed, come up. Lu Wenwu and Debeo carried a simple stretcher. Judging from the color of the khaki bandage above, it was obviously freshly made. Ahmed lay down obediently, looking at the bandages under him from the corner of his eye and wanting to cry without tears. His precious old limited collection bandage of the same style as Ramses II. Aiken took off his armor and put on the red bishop's robe from before. Zhang Xijia put on a black robe, and even fakely hung a cross on her chest. Remember our identities. We are missionaries who have come all the way from the west. Our companions and we are both seriously injured and need to find a place to rest. Don't let it slip. Lu Wenwu was ready to use his brain to solve the problem this time. When you don't know what the enemy is, you take the initiative to show weakness to the enemy, and then when the opponent takes the initiative to attack, you immediately rise up and hit the opponent directly to death with a hammer. The plan was perfect. Deep in the mountains and old forests, on an inaccessible hilltop, there was a skinny old man sitting cross-legged in a cave behind the Lost Tracing Formation. The old man was wearing a worn-out Taoist robe, and his dirty hair, which had not been washed for who knows how many years, was tied into a rough bun. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, with intense disbelief in his scarlet eyes. The first tools I created died? He couldn't help but stood up and frowned deeply. The old and withered face kept changing expressions, and his eyes were trembling. Is there another alien coming? No, it shouldn't be. How can those useless aliens be so powerful? Or is it that the old guy finally couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to break through his own shackles and start hunting? No, just to be on the safe side, I'm going to test it out. Muttering to himself, the old Taoist took out a rusty Sanqing bell from his dirty Taoist robe, and started to jingle and shake. Soon, heavy footsteps sounded. A stiff humanoid figure with a green face and fangs appeared outside the cave. This is a cursed puppet made by using evil methods to seal the souls of living people and refine them with blood and yin energy. Not only does it possess most of the characteristics of a zombie, it can even use some of its abilities during life, which is extremely powerful. Go, launch a random attack on Changsho village. The bigger the noise, the better. Leave 1 or 2 to come back and report the news. The old Taoist said in a gloomy tone, it just so happens that I, the old Taoist, can try out the ability of this alien zombie. Then the bell was rang suddenly, and the 20 or so zombies turned around instantly, threw away their thighs, and rumbled towards the bottom of the mountain. After doing all this, the old Taoist slowly walked into the depths of the cave. Mountains of white bones were piled up, sticky flesh and blood rolled endlessly in the pool, and a bloody smell assaulted the nostrils. He lifted the lid of the pot on the stone stove and took out 2 cold, dry steamed buns. After hesitating for a moment, the old man took a bite. Judging from his laborious chewing and ugly expression, this thing probably wasn't very tasty. Choking. It must be stained with the hot and sticky blood in the blood pool before it can be swallowed with difficulty. While eating, the old man was thinking silently, should he add a few more functions to Zombie to improve his quality of life? If this continues, I am afraid that before I can get a glimpse of the Great Road, my Taoist heart will be broken by the harsh environment of surviving in the wild. The dry food and the toilet paper used by Chugong are gone, and Zombie will have to grab some tomorrow. Do you want to grab some more condiments and side dishes? At the entrance of Changsho village, a group of people with strange shapes attracted great attention from the villagers. The highest intelligence agency at the entrance of the village discussed this a lot and gathered many old ladies who were eating melons. Zheng Xijia, who looks sweet and gentle, is negotiating with an old man in the village who seems to be highly respected. That's it. Grandpa, can you let us stay in the village for a while? We can pay the villagers money as the cost of renting the house. Of course, there are a few empty houses in the village. The old man stroked his dry beard with a kind look on his face. However, these houses were left by old Lu Tu before his death. As long as you are not unlucky, you can stay there for as long as you like. Of course I don't dislike it. Zheng Xijia said softly, you are really a kind elder. I'm afraid the villagers are also good people with compassionate hearts like you, so they can live such a long life. After hearing this, the old man became even happier and his smile grew stronger. He glanced at the 5 people and 1 dog, and said cheerfully, Daju, take the guests to the houses left by old Lu Tu, and then go to the village chief's house to get some bedding and firewood. Hey, that's good. A stocky, dark man walked over quickly from the side, his words a little excited. Masters, you often walk this way, follow me. Lu Wenwu glanced at the old man with a white beard, said nothing, and just quietly followed Daju away. On the way, Daju turned his head and looked back from time to time, looking at Zhang Xijia's naked eyes with barely concealed hunger, and he swallowed his saliva. I think so. Zhang Xijia was originally trained as an octopus to become a demon. Even when she transformed into a human being, she still retains the moisture and softness of her original body. Coupled with the black robe of a nun, her pure and lovely appearance, hot and attractive figure, and the religious beliefs that symbolize abstinence and mystery collide with each other, creating a strong contrast and temptation. Not only Daju, but also the other dealers, old and young, who were rushing home, all slowed down and secretly stared at Zhang Xijia. In this remote ancient mountain village, compared with the village women with sallow complexions and rough and dark skin, Zhang Xijia, who has a beautiful face and delicate skin, is undoubtedly a dimension-reducing blow. Lu Wenwu used his mental power to have a panoramic view of every move in all directions. The women in the village looked at Zhang Xijia with hidden hostility in their eyes, and they grabbed the dazzled man by his ears and took him home. The whole road became quite quiet for a while. Soon, everyone arrived at the residence under the leadership of Daju. Aiken stood at the entrance of the courtyard, turned off the simultaneous interpretation system, pointed in the opposite direction, and asked in blunt Chinese, Here, Nuomi shop, why, in the village? A deficit, isn't it very auspicious? Daju, who was addicted to beauty, woke up and looked at Aiken in confusion. Blonde master, what did you say? De Bao Wang replied angrily,
he asked you why there is a glutinous rice shop in the village, and the signboard is still this color. In Archbishop Aiken's impression, red fonts are generally unlucky for people here, and few shops use it as signboards, so he's weird. Including Daju, everyone looked in the direction of Aiken's finger. A small wooden sign hung at the door, with a few words crookedly written on it. Longevity Glutinous Rice Store. There was probably no ink, so the shop owner, who had poor calligraphy skills, used some low-quality cinnabar to write it, which gave the writing a weird brownish-red color. Daju then suddenly realized what he was saying, with a bit of annoyance on his face. What are you talking about? This shop is owned by the village chief's family and has been around for more than 100 years. It usually sells rice, flour, grains and oils. As for this sign, don't mention it. We all feel unlucky. Tell me, why is this written in red letters? But there is no way. Who said it belongs to the village chief's family? This sign is said to have been written by an expert who was a close friend of the village chief's family. If it were changed, wouldn't it look disrespectful? So, this thing has been hanging on it for so many years, until now. Zheng Sijia said softly, this master's handwriting is terrible. It's not as beautiful as mine. When I was learning to write a long time ago, the teacher said that my handwriting was not as good as a dog crawling with its paws. As soon as he heard this, Mao Mao immediately squatted on the spot, proudly puffing up his chest and holding his head high, looking proud. Snapped. Lu Wenwu slapped the dog on the head. You are so proud, can you write? Woof. How dare you talk back? Wow. Calm, very calm. Except that Lu Wenwu baked eggs and stuffed cakes in the courtyard, which attracted a lot of intense onlookers from the villagers, the rest could be said to be completely uneventful. This made Aiken, who had been on guard, very nervous. As the most serious person in the team, the paladin who also serves as archbishop firmly believes that if nothing happens, he must be holding back something big. It is impossible for them to live so comfortably in the dungeon world. So, he volunteered and was the first to take on the duty of keeping vigil. Not only that, Aiken also carefully set up a formation called the Holy Light Spiritual Array around the courtyard, which was said to be able to resist evil invasion and serve as an early warning. Mummy Ahmed was quite critical of this. Even though he had taken out the same coffin as Tutankhamun's, the rich power of the Holy Light made it difficult for him to enter a dormant state. Unable to sleep, he simply took advantage of the darkness to come to the small courtyard to chat with a few other people. The gentle octopus girl asked curiously, Mr. Mummy, you are not a traditional undead creature, and you have not been classified by the Holy Light into the evil camp. Even so, will you be troubled by the Holy Light? Of course, these guys who use the Holy Light and their Holy Light are the most unreasonable guys in the world. Ahmed was full of resentment. They are simply as unreasonable as those manic vegetarians. While Aiken wasn't paying attention, Lu Wenwu secretly gave a thumbs-up sign in agreement. In northern terms, these guys who believe in the Holy Light are too shabby. In most cases, their intentions are good. But the execution method and process, that is simply more hated than Fahai. The honest Dabeo didn't express any opinion, he just smiled and gently scratched Mao Mao's chin while eating the cake. Well, according to the previous interpretation in the Oriental horror film, should we prepare some sticky rice? After finishing complaining about the paladins, Ahmed said in the direction of the glutinous rice shop. There are also ink pipes and red threads. I don't know if they are available in the village. We'll see if there are any carpenters in the village tomorrow. Dabeo said solemnly, but I'm a little uneasy. Normally, this kind of survival dungeon shouldn't put the most important survival props on the surface. If it is like this, that only proves the intensity of the dungeon will be very high, so strong that the dungeon will think that the irregularities are a clear reminder that we must die. Lu Wenwu showed a kind smile and concluded, but, this is interesting. I can't wait to open it. Stop killing. Zhang Sijie touched Mao Mao's soft hair and asked in a slow voice, I remember that black dog blood can also restrain zombies, but I didn't know about Mao Mao. Ha? Why did he run away? Mao Mao is not a black dog. Mao Mao shrank back into Lu Wenwu's arms with a look of fear, and tucked his already big body in as much as possible with his tail between his legs. But it seemed to have little effect. Mao Mao's blood is useless. It's useless. Ha 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 ha. The rest of the people were immediately amused by Mao Mao's naive appearance, and the courtyard was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Everyone, there is a situation. Just as they were laughing and talking, Aiken suddenly walked in with a serious face and said in a hurry. My warning amulet has been triggered, and a group of people are coming to Changsho village, on the road we came from. Ha! When Lu Wenwu heard this, he immediately became energetic. How many people?
What strength? Who wants to go? Aiken was confused by his 3 consecutive questions, and subconsciously asked, what who wants to go? Don't worry about this, answer my first 2 questions. Lu Wenwu was already rubbing his hands. About 10 are B+ level, and the remaining 10 are B level. Aiken said quickly, they are very strong. In my perception, at least 5 of them are equivalent to players who have practiced the 3rd or 4th level of inheritance level skills, and 2 of them are even, okay, don't move around here, protect yourself, I'll be back soon. Lu Wenwu couldn't wait any longer, he held Mao Mao with his left arm, and the wings of the sky behind him instantly slashed open. With a flash of blue light, he soared into the sky and headed straight for the dirt road where everyone came from before. Equivalent to a top B+ master who has practiced the 4th level of unique skills. Aiken only finished the second half of the sentence at this time. Zhang Sijia stretched out her tentacles and pointed, Mr. Aiken, Tyrannosaurus has left. Aiken saw that Lu Wenwu had left. So now he was in a very broken mood, with disbelief in his eyes. Brother, I know you are very powerful, but you shouldn't be so extravagant, right? No, it's too dangerous for him to go alone. We have to go and support him. While his teammates were still confused, Lu Wenwu had already met the enemy. Cursed Zombie Yi Yonghong / former player Yi Yonghong, B+, 380,000/380,000, Curse status, Soul Imprisonment, Evil Curse, Evil Blessing, Zombie Body, Chaos Intelligence, Bloodthirsty former player? Lu Wenwu's smile faded, and he immediately looked at the other zombies. Player. Still a player. Those at the B+ level actually have the prefix of the title of former player. C1 a New Year's letter to book friends join the Dragon Ball event to join in the fun. The first order is just shy of 1,600, almost twice as much as my last book. Thanks to XDM for his strong support. I don't know what else to say, so I'll just wish you all a happy new year. Are you sincere in updating 8,000 words every day these days? I'm going to slack off and write some words. This sudden discovery made Lu Wenwu feel a little uncomfortable. Sad, angry? That's not the case, Lu Wenwu doesn't know them at all. If I have to say it. Maybe I have some feelings. For me, it's just a dungeon world for brushing points, but in the eyes of others, it's a hell full of dangers and life-threatening. Let me, the latecomer, send you on your way. Lu Wenwu said in a low voice, and a pair of dark red iron fists burned with dazzling sunfire. The zombies, who had already lost their minds, didn't know what it meant to stop, and their turbid scarlet eyes were full of violence and bloodthirstiness. A large amount of energy clouds rose from the bodies of several zombies. Fighting skills, spells, magic, martial arts, for completely different systems were exerted at the same time, and 11 zombies attacked the people in front of them together. Let me see how pure you used to be. The explosive step exploded, and Lu Wenwu threw a powerful punch straight, and the whole person rushed straight to the strongest Yi Yonghong to bombard. Frost froze on his body, a sharp blade condensed by flames cut his head, and a spear composed of fighting spirit pierced his chest. Nothing could stop Lu Wenwu from moving forward bravely. The iron fist burning with the true fire of the sun passed through the layers of obstacles and hit Yi Yonghong's head heavily. Boom! The heavy blood rose, and the violent power wrapped in the power of the Overlord roared like a heavy hammer. Yi Yonghong's tyrannical zombie body flew out backwards, and half of his head disappeared directly. Even so, it was still alive. Lu Wenwu did not dodge, and chased again despite countless attacks. A weaker former player puppet teleported in front of him through skills, with a tower shield in his hand, trying to stop Lu Wenwu's progress. Even if your purity is still too low now. In an instant, a strange flame pattern appeared behind Lu Wenwu. The blazing sunfire and the strange fire of the evil spirit intertwined and condensed, completely covering the heavy iron fist. He raised his hand and punched out. The fist was wrapped in flames, like an emperor who controlled the fire and ruled the world. With just one punch, the upper half of the body of the zombie who was holding the shield in front of him was directly blown away. The tower shield as tall as a person was pierced by the heavy fist of fire, and the fierce high temperature melted the zombie with the armor outside together, and it was dead and could not die, turning into a charred statue. With another punch, Yi Yonghong's body, who had not yet gathered energy to prepare for a counterattack, suddenly exploded, and the pieces of flesh and blood burning with flames flew everywhere, as gorgeous as flowers scattered by fairies. The fire born from the sun is a natural nemesis for creatures such as zombies and zombies. Since you are here, let's bury you here. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. You killed the former player, Fu Sheng Yi Meng, LV 35. You killed the former player, Yi Yanghong, LV 39. You completed the side quest Dust to Dust, Earth to Earth ×2. Task description: when people die, they should be dead. But some evil people imprison and curse their souls with evil laws that are not tolerated by heaven and earth, and controlled their bodies, making them suffer from the pain of evil laws all the time. Now, death is a relief for them. Your personal overall score has been greatly improved ×2. Forcing himself to fight against the crazy attacks of more than 20 zombies, Lu Wenwu also had some minor injuries on his body, and he is now recovering at a very fast speed. His body attribute is converted into the 4 dimensions of ordinary players, and the total attribute has exceeded 10,000, which is enough to compete with level players. However, combat power is not calculated in this way. Lu Wenwu's points are too evenly distributed. Although other players have fewer attribute points in total, their skills will focus on 1 or 2 aspects to strengthen them. Just like the other top B+ corpse puppet that attacked in front of him, it was obviously an extreme power school when it was alive. After becoming a zombie puppet, its strength attribute soared again, at least more than 4,000 points. If Lu Wenwu took a punch with a skill amplification from the opponent, he would definitely be injured. So, he chose to retreat with a burst of steps to distance himself, and shot 2 blazing fire dragons to cover it. Taking advantage of the temporary division of the battlefield, he could completely achieve the instantaneous military killing fist and military fighting skills to cross the battlefield. 3 or 5 punches could get rid of a level corpse puppet and gain 1 free attribute point. Lu Wenwu doesn't know spells. What does it have to do with me, the evil spirit? With the blood of the evil spirit, it casts fire spells as naturally as breathing. The mage loses blood, and the warrior finishes the knife and gets the head. The main pet and the other 2 complemented each other, and the killing speed was so fast. In 1 or 2 minutes at most, more than 20 corpse puppets were completely killed by Lu Wenwu alone. Mao Mao was a dog. These guys who didn't know what retreat was all swarmed up and died for nothing. Lu Wenwu cooperated with Mao Mao and collected heads like crazy. When several teammates and villagers arrived together, they only saw a mess on the ground, and the figures of Lu Wenwu, Mao Mao and the dog with invincibility written all over their faces. The battle was completely over. Lu Wenwu took 11 side quests and 124 free attribute points. His teammates were stunned. The villagers were also stunned. The old man with a white beard whom he had seen during the day walked out with a horrified look on his face, his eyes flashing with intense disbelief as he looked at the charred corpses on the ground. "Strong man. Did you kill all of these?" Glancing at Ahmed who was being carried by Debeo, Lu Wenwu calmly wiped the dirt on the heavy artillery gloves and nodded slightly. The white-bearded old man asked again, "May I ask the strong man, who are they? Could it be that group of horse thieves in the mountains?" "Well, it's a horse thief." Lu Wenwu didn't clarify and just went on with what he said. The horses were frightened and all ran away. There are only a few left here. The villagers looked in the direction of his finger, and sure enough they saw a few half-baked horses. This strong man is truly a god. It is a blessing for our village that you all have settled in our Chinsho village. Another old man with a white and round face walked out of the crowd and praised Lu Wenwu with a happy face. A few strong men. The village was a bit neglectful earlier. I hope you won't blame us. In this way, my family can be considered a wealthy family in the village. We still have a few rooms available. Why don't a few strong men come and stay at my house for a few days? The wine and food will be enough. None of them spoke and looked in the direction of Lu Wenwu, obviously wanting him to make up his mind. Before Lu Wenwu left, he specifically told them to protect themselves. The 4 of them agreed that he had discovered something, so they picked up Ahmed who was pretending to be ill before coming to support him, which wasted some time. "Okay, let's go." Lu Wenwu did not refuse and agreed with a smile. In this way, the villagers suddenly beamed with joy, surrounded them like heroes, and walked towards the round-faced old man's compound. Only Mao Mao, who understood Lu Wenwu best, observed one thing. The smile the master just had was very kind. In the cave in the distance, the old man who was meditating quietly suddenly woke up. He took out the Sanqing bell that had been used to control the cursed corpse puppet. An obvious crack appeared in the middle, almost splitting the entire magic weapon in 2. They are all dead? No news has been sent back? How is this possible? The old man stood up unsteadily and rubbed his thighs, which were numb from sitting cross-legged for a long time. Is it really the old guy who took action himself? It shouldn't be right?
Even if he took action in person, with the ability of the alien corpse puppet, at least one or two should have escaped. What the hell does this happen? The old Taoist is puzzled. Although he didn't expect to use this team of corpse puppets to cause any great damage to Chansho village. But no news came back after everyone died. Is this a bit too outrageous? This old guy who has never been a programmer will probably never know what a logical conflict is. The order he gave to Zombie was to go to Chansho village to cause a scene and then bring the information back. But before the zombies reached Chansho village, they were stopped halfway by Lu Wenwu. If they want to complete their mission in Chansho village, they have to kill or repel Lu Wenwu, then rush over, enter Chansho village to achieve making a big fuss, and then return. As a result, they who don't know how to adapt will naturally fight to the death and rush forward with all their heart. But who knew that Lu Wenwu was so fierce? One punch, one punch. Just like that, he blocked the door and was killed by this group of stupid puppets. What a sad story. In Chansho village, the enthusiasm of the villagers subsided, and a few people settled down in the small courtyard allocated by the round-faced old man. In the room where the isolation formation was set up, Aiken couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Tyrannosaurus, did you discover anything?" "Well, actually I don't tell you, you should all have guesses." Lu Wenwu didn't hide it, there is something wrong with the people in this village. Those two old men? Dabeo guessed. Lu Wenwu shook his head. Zhang Sijia also guessed, is it that big pillar? Lu Wenwu shook his head again. Ahmed looked to his left, then to his right, and asked tentatively, it can't be that the village chief who never showed up has a problem, right? Lu Wenwu shook his head for the third time. Actually, what I want to say is that everyone in this village has problems. They are not human at all. Not human? Aiken frowned, but they all look normal. Maybe it just seems. Dabeo took over. If this dungeon world follows the logic of Uncle Ying's zombie movie, I think I have also discovered some problems. What's the problem? Zhang Sijia was a little confused. I haven't watched many of these old movies. Some people's heels cannot touch the ground when they walk. Judging from the movie setting, this is a sign of being possessed by a ghost. Dabeo explained, and according to my observation, the situation may be worse. They are most likely to have been possessed. The fierce ghost seizes the house. So who are the villagers that the Tyrannosaurus is talking about? The bandage on Ahmed's forehead was already soaked with water. Who knows why a mummy like him is still sweating coldly? They are corpse ghosts and people whose bodies have been taken away by evil spirits. They need human blood and yang energy to survive. This is most likely the origin of the name of Chansho village. Lu Wenwu concluded, besides, one more thing, about the attacker just now. Are they the same group of horse thieves who attacked us in the afternoon? Aiken was very keen. Are they also part of this main mission? It's hard to say. Lu Wenwu sighed, but I know that the 11B+ level zombies were once players. They retained some of their abilities and equipment attributes from their lifetime. After killing these zombies, I completed the side quest. What? The four were shocked. Even Aiken, who was always calm, couldn't help but exclaim. This is too amazing. Dabeo smiled bitterly, we are deep in the enemy's nest, and there are powerful enemies outside. No wonder the fusion rate of this copy is about to break through 80. I'm afraid that at least 20 batches of players have died here. And with more and more players dying, the difficulty will increase. Aiken's brows have been twisted into a shape, the copy will not give a mission that must be killed. There must be a way to break the deadlock. My intuition tells me that the key to the problem lies in that glutinous rice shop. Wait, something is wrong. Zhang Sijia tilted her head, looking a little distressed. If the corpse ghosts and evil spirits need human essence and blood, then how can the third party obtain the player's corpse to refine it into a zombie? Got it. Aiken slammed his thigh with his fist. I understand everything. The purpose of this copy is to let us drive the tiger to devour the wolf, and lead a third party to attack Chansho village to distract the energy of the corpse ghosts and evil spirits. The appearance of the glutinous rice shop means that the guy who made the zombie must be extremely powerful. We must rely on external forces to unite the corpse ghosts to barely compete with him, so as to survive for 30 days. You are worthy of being Mr. Tyrannosaurus. If you hadn't seen through the identities of both parties in advance, I'm afraid we would have been kept in the dark, and I don't know when we would find that our surroundings are also full of dangers. So what should we do to find out where the force that attacked us is now? Ahmed wrapped the bandage on his hand nervously. According to the usual copy process, we should now divide into groups to collect clues in the village? My evaluation I suck, but it's not necessary. Lu Wenwu rubbed Mao Mao's dog head and said lazily,
have you forgotten that Mau Mau is a dog? It's a dog. What clues are there? Mau Mau has already memorized the smell of those guys. 4 people, WDNMD, it doesn't matter, right? The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. I'm used to those powerful fighting pets, so it's a bit uncomfortable to suddenly encounter such a simple pet. It's impossible to find clues. I can't go through the process honestly in this life. I can only skip classes to maintain my life. Just like when you play escape room, the fastest way to pass the level is definitely not to follow the process step by step, but to dismantle it violently. Lu Wenwu showed an extremely kind smile, so, when I wake up tomorrow, I'll go and see what the guy who attacked us is like. As for you, wander around in the village, protect yourself and try to trigger some side quests. If you are really worried, whoever has a portable space can go in and hide, and survive until the last day to come out and settle the account. It's better to get a pass and get 1,000 spirit coins than to lose your life. Aiken subconsciously wanted to deny it, thinking that it was too dangerous for Lu Wenwu to go alone, and at least he should go in a team. However, the words were on his lips when he suddenly recalled the fierce fighting power that Lu Wenwu showed today. Well, forget it. He alone can catch up with the 4 of us. We'd better not cause trouble for the boss. The next morning, after eating egg-filled pancakes, Lu Wenwu took Mau Mau out of the village. The road they came from was only a few kilometers long, and the rest was covered by gray fog. However, Lu Wenwu did not need to go back the same way. Mau Mau sniffed hard on the road and took him straight up the mountain. After turning around, the man and the dog came to a small road that seemed to be rarely visited. After walking for about half an hour, Lu Wenwu suddenly smelled a burst of food fragrance for no reason. Mau Mau, do you smell anything? Why is there the aroma of food? Letting Mau Mau lead the way only made him look a little more elegant. In fact, Lu Wenwu, whose physical attribute was strengthened to 2,500 points, had incredibly strong physical functions at this time. The terrifying sense of smell could easily detect the residual smell in the air. No, Wang. Did the master not eat enough this morning? Mau Mau looked back at his master in confusion. Do you want to stop and eat some egg pancakes? Just as he said this, wisps of white mist suddenly emerged and slowly gathered towards this place. The sky seemed to be a little dark. Something is wrong. Lu Wenwu's mind moved, and Mau Mau threw himself on him with a roar, turning into a strange flame pattern behind him. The fire of the evil fight was reflected in his eyes, ready to burst out at any time. Suddenly, the sound of the Swana with strong penetrating power sounded, and 2 completely different tunes of great joy and great sorrow were played at the same time, from far to near, and more evil. Red and white, 2 completely different colors were reflected in Lu Wenwu's spiritual world. When the white mist enveloped, this place became a closed field, completely locking the people in it. The majestic blood suddenly accelerated, and wisps of blood-colored steam rose up. Great! Isn't it a pleasure to learn and practice it? Lu Wenwu clenched his fists with a grim smile on his face. It's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar. The smell of blood and the thick water vapor intertwined, reflecting the place into 2 distinct colors of red and white. Red and white collision evil. Legend has it that this method is an extremely insidious Maoshan forbidden technique. Anyone who calls himself evil must pass the punishment of Qiang Kundo Tianhua Leitong piercing Feng Yeshui, and avoid the punishment of Xin Men Jinshuan cultivators. Once the red and white collision evil is formed, its power is no less than that of the infant spirit turning into a little ghost, and the descendants of the into a zombie. When it appears, there is the smell of rice first, and then the swana. The red evil will die in fire, such as being thrown into wax oil and calcined. The white evil will die in water, such as sinking into deep water and drowning. This method is formed when the locked person hears the sound of swana. He cannot get away or run away. Only those with great Taoist skills and great magic power can break it. So the movie was played at the beginning because of this. Maybe the enhanced version of the red and white collision is too strong, and players are afraid that they don't know it, so they point it out and weaken it. Lu Wenwu stood quietly in place, recalling the knowledge of this forbidden technique in his mind, preparing to use a textbook-like method to break the forbidden technique. This thing seems to be because of something like the anti-life and death gate. Then red belongs to fire, white belongs to gold, and the 5 elements of gold and fire are mutually restrained. But the soil in the mountains can eliminate evil, fire produces earth, and earth produces gold, so a situation of life, death, conflict and restraint is formed in the position of the 5 elements in 8 gates. So except for the innate inheritance, other Taoist arts, witchcraft, and magic will be ineffective. So,
Just when Lu Wenwu was thinking about how to break the situation, the exquisitely crafted blood-colored sedan chair had been carried by a team of zombies, and it came to the front swayingly. In the back, the paper figures with blood-red cheeks and erratic steps played music, and white paper money flew all over the sky. They swayed and lifted the heavy black wooden coffin, revealing a strange evil smile, almost colliding with the bright red wedding procession. The sharp sound of Swana interrupted Lu Wenwu's memories. He himself didn't remember much of this complicated and profound metaphysical knowledge. Swana paper figure, B, 5000/. Current status, full of mana. Lu Wenwu was a little unhappy when his memories were interrupted by the evil music. He raised his hand and punched the nearest paper figure. What a noise! Didn't you see that your fifth master was thinking about something? The powerful force was like a god of war, but how could the paper figure controlled by magic be a match for Lu Wenwu's fist? After a punch, the stranging music stopped immediately. You have gained one free attribute point. Under normal circumstances, the mana-controlled paper mana can be infinitely regenerated. But now it is obviously not a normal situation. The combination of the sun's true fire and the fire of the evil spirit is burning fiercely on the remains of the paper mana. It is a 100% restraint. Can you give me another one? Why do you have to force me? I wanted to be more elegant this time. Lu Wenwu's fists were ignited with fire, and he turned around and punched the puppet playing the Swana in the wedding party. This is a fart, just twist it. With a sudden shout, Lu Wenwu's feet exploded. He turned into a human tank with a burning body, rushing through the wedding party and funeral procession surrounding him. The ferocious horns on the guardian armor chaos neutral kept tearing the bodies of the paper mana and the puppeta. The two teams that were gradually completing the encirclement were smashed alive by Lu Wenwu alone. Your red and white collision restrains AP damage. What does my AD attack have to do with it? My fist as big as a clay pot can make the opponent's head explode immediately. You need to have pure skills, pure energy, and pure damage. Your purity is still too low. The violent wind cleared the way, and the remaining paper figures and zombies seemed to be completely angered by Lu Wenwu, a madman who had no moral ethics. In just a moment, the true ability of the forbidden field technique of red and white collision was finally activated. The black coffin with the word engraved on it and the red sedan with the word suddenly overlapped. The Space Force, like a ghost killing method, instantly transferred Lu Wenwu to a strange and eerie overlapping space. It is a combination of coffin and sedan chair. Below, a plump woman wearing a white shroud with a face as pale as paper came to life instantly. The black pupils seemed to reflect the infinite darkness, and a pair of hands stained with countless mist quietly climbed up to Lu Wenwu's waist. The evil spirit of the wronged soul condensed into sharp black nails and scratched through the guardian armor, leaving behind traces of corrosion exuding thick energy. Above, under the swaying red hijab, a delicate and pretty face dressed in red is as cold as frost. There is endless resentment deep in the girl's pale eyes. At the tip of his slender hand, nails as sharp as blood had already touched Lu Wenwu's face. There seems to be a strange magic in these hands. Wherever it passed, the guardian armor chaos neutral armor actually transformed into a white and red champion robe. Great joy and great sadness are intertwined at this moment. Husband. Two completely different voices sounded at the same time, and the power of water and fire officially appeared at this moment. The flame shadow behind Lu Wenwu disappeared without a trace at some point. He suddenly laughed. That ferocious smile of Hashan even stopped the movements of the two evil ghost girls. To tell you the truth, it has been so many years since I learned that there really are ghosts in this world. After so many years, I finally met him in person. And he still came to my door. Before he finished speaking, the evil girl in wedding clothes felt a terrifying force coming from her wrist that was simply unmatchable. In just a moment, her whole body was pulled out of Hongjiao, and she was pressed under Lu Wenwu together with the plump evil ghost. Tisk! There was an explosion, and the clothes made of condensed ghost energy on the two ghosts were torn apart instantly. The two bodies had different shapes and temperaments, but the same graceful and white bodies looked like that in this ghostly red and white field. Unexpected. Lu Wenwu's energy and blood were bulging all over his body. Lu Wenwu's energy and blood were like a dragon, and his whole body burst out with an unparalleled powerful aura. Those muscles that are congested and toned like ancient Greek sculptures are the best love charm. The surging male hormones were completely stimulated at this moment. Red and white collide, right? Double ghost marriage, right? I'm going to hit you hard today. The two dumb ghosts screamed instantly, subconsciously trying to escape from the man in front of them who was as terrifying as a tyrannosaurus. However, Lu Wenwu was already approaching, how could they escape? Two evil spirits who relied on rules and field abilities to kill people. The mournful duet then sounded, and the overlapping coffin in Hongjiao began to sway greatly, even more than a person shaking his head in a disco. In Lingtian Mountain, Mao Mao, who was suddenly thrown in, was confused. Who I am? Where am I? What happened? Wild energy and blood surged through his body, and Lu Wenwu had never felt such a wonderful feeling. The two worlds of ice and fire often described in a novel website called Moderator are probably nothing more than this. A young man with strong vitality is in the prime of life. Lu Wenwu's body had been so powerful before that even the great demon of the Fox clan would be timid. After being strengthened and enchanted by the burning sun crystal, the strength and durability of the weapon are far greater than before, and the energy is endless. At some point, the big sun, which was covered by the cold field, reappeared. The warm sunshine fell on Hongwujiao bit by bit, making all the paper people and zombies look sickly. In the red and white space, the tyrannical power of blood was finally released, and the fierce and vigorous hot blood activated the power of the sun, steaming away the last trace of yin qi. The delicate bodies of the two demons burned, and they screamed and wailed, turning into two wisps of black smoke, and then disappeared into ashes. The main body disappears, and the red and white collisions naturally break through without attacking. All the paper men and zombies refined by mana died at the same time. You have obtained 10 free attribute points, you have obtained 10 free attribute points, you gained 1 free attribute point, you got it. Prompts for obtaining attribute points pop up like crazy on the screen. The spectacular wedding procession and the equally huge funeral procession were wiped out together. Lu Wenwu instantly gained a full 211 free attribute points. Of course, the second brother's kill can be regarded as Lu Wenwu's personal kill. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it. A powerful body, majestic chi and blood, and unparalleled XP. The three are superimposed together, and the red and white are stunned. This is probably the first of its kind. I have seen people break the law with Tao, I have seen people break the law with strength, but I have never seen anyone break the law with force. If Izumi, the almighty man who created this evil forbidden technique, would have been so angry that he would have come to life on the spot. Lu Wenwu commented on this, it is very moist, and it must be very refreshing in summer and quench thirst. You broke and destroyed a Maoshan forbidden law red and white collision, you have completed the hidden mission red and white collision, task description, 1 red and 1 white, 1 happy and 1 sad, passing each other, very fierce. This is the extremely evil Maoshan forbidden technique, and it is also a method that can cause harm to one party. Although your method is a bit strange, being able to get rid of it is indeed a great merit. You have obtained a hidden reward, Abyss Magic Stone, you have received a special reward, a mysterious lucky bag, your final evaluation will be greatly improved, Abyssal Magic Stone? What be thing should be? Can it be delicious? Lu Wenwu took out a towel and fresh water and wiped his lower body. Then he pulled up his pants and took them out to check. At the same time, he put Mao Mao, who had been bored for more than 2 hours, out on guard. The whole body of the Abyss Magician is a black-purple color like obsidian, with a dark water ripple pattern constantly flowing on the surface. It's about the size of a size 5 basketball, and it's heavy to hold. When you hold it in your hand, you can clearly feel a strong and sinister aura coming towards your face. Lu Wenwu estimated that such a small piece of Abyss Magic Stone must be at least 2 tons and extremely dense. Name, Abyss Magic Stone, Type, Material, Introduction, Rare minerals born from the bottom of the endless abyss can be used as the main material for making legendary equipment, or as auxiliary materials for making mythical weapons. It is an excellent choice for making weapons. Note, equipment made of Abyss Magic Stone contains extremely strong Abyss Demonic Chi, which can hurt others and yourself. It should not be used by those who are not physically strong, forging weapons. Lu Wenwu looked at the heavy artillery gloves he had put on again and fell into deep thought. When he upgraded it last time, he had clearly felt that the potential of the heavy artillery gloves had been exhausted. Even if you can get a legendary equipment upgrade card in the future, it will not be upgraded to the legendary level. But asking someone to directly make the Abyss Magic Stone into a weapon seems to be inconsistent with my current ability system. Forget it, find someone who understands and ask after you get out. This kind of professional stuff is the most taboo for laymen to be self-righteous. It is best to leave it to people who know the industry. Lu Wenwu stuffed it into his backpack, and went back on the road with Mao Mao, heading straight for the lair of the person behind him. He was already looking forward to it. Since the opponent can perform powerful forbidden techniques like red and white collision, he must be at least an A-level boss, right? Plus the powerful zombies that need Nuomi to deal with.
Another 200 free attribute points are obtained. Soon, the road disappeared completely, and the two masters and pets began to cross the mountains and forests. They were not tracking very fast. In this inaccessible place, plants grow extremely luxuriantly. Lu Wenwu and Mao Mao had to wear burning armor all the way there. Anyway, they can control both kinds of flames freely, and they don't have to worry about the passionate rain after rain story of A. Fire in the Mountain. The director falls in love with me. The taste is getting stronger. Even if he no longer pursues the breath of those stupid puppets, the rich smell of blood is enough to explain everything. After years of being infiltrated by evil magic and blood, the plants here seem to be different from those in the outside world. Lu Wenwu punched casually, and the white fist force immediately pierced a giant tree that was several people hugged, leaving a bullseye-sized penetration wound. However, the fragrance wafting from this wound was not the same as that of ordinary trees, but a very smelly gas diffused out, which made people extremely nauseous. The inside of the tree has completely turned black. The sticky juice like pus and blood dripped on the dead branches and leaves on the ground, and the evil black smoke was steaming up. They walked up the mountain for a while. Around noon, Lu Wenwu and Mao Mao climbed to the halfway point of a mountain. The two masters and pets cut off their sense of smell at the same time, and quickly ate the spiritual food egg pancakes and the large pieces of barbecue made by the demon horse. They had to pinch it off. The taste of this place was too disgusting and easy to vomit. Just when they were halfway through eating, Lu Wenwu keenly felt that he seemed to be stared at by something. Not just one, but a group. A strong desire is rising rapidly. That is the appetite brought by extreme hunger. As a chef, he is very familiar with this. Tap 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 tap. A lot of heavy footsteps are getting closer and closer, and Lu Wenwu finally sees what is coming. It is an old friend zombies. Opening the eyes of insight, they are also B+ existences, but their health is much stronger than those solved last night. Even as puppets similar to zombies, they actually have desires. Even if it is just the desire to devour living people, it is amazing enough. Lu Wenwu looked at the dozen zombies rushing towards him and Mao Mao, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. Attribute points. Mine. All mine. Lu Wenwu grinned and punched out, and the air made a deafening roar under the friction of his fist. Although the nearest zombies were still more than 20 meters away, they were smashed to pieces by the terrifying Qian fist, and the hard flesh fell to the ground. The flesh was not like the flesh of ordinary creatures, but was morbidly pale. The sticky black-purple liquid slowly seeped out of it, slowly turning into a gray-black smoke and spreading out. Even if you are the third generation, your purity is still too low. Lu Wenwu took one step at a time, and the earth trembled violently in the roar of the explosive steps. The iron fist like a warhammer fell from the sky, and the tyrannical might actually enveloped all the attacking zombies. In a flash, several solid heads that were invulnerable to swords and guns were torn into pieces like burst balloons. The black-purple mucus splashed in all directions, corroding those strange giant trees with wisps of black smoke. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. You have completed the side quest. As Lu Wenwu threw punch after punch, a large amount of kill information kept refreshing the screen. With experience, these zombies that only have attributes and instincts but no consciousness and combat skills are completely living sandbags, and it is not too easy to kill them. No need for Mao Mao's Huodo fire to assist. In less than a minute, Lu Wenwu earned another 120 free attribute points, plus 7 side quests. It's really not good. Living in the mountains is really not good. There are too many zombies. Lu Wenwu shook off the dirt on the guardian armor, turning Mao Mao into flame patterns, and strode towards the top of the mountain. Son thief who plays forbidden techniques, waiting for your 5th grandfather to go up, I'm sure you won't have a better time than you. Lu Wenwu went forward, and encountered more and more zombies. Most of them were in groups of 3 or 5, and generally had a strength of B or above. For ordinary players, this endless attack like a tide is absolutely fatal. Their energy needs to be restored, and their physical strength needs to be replenished. However, Lu Wenwu doesn't care about these at all. As long as his physical strength has not reached the bottom, he will always be in peak condition. When his physical strength is low, he can use some covering pills to start the swallowing of heaven and earth and eat them quickly. A large amount of energy enters the abdomen and is instantly refined by the talent into corresponding power to restore physical strength. In the mall, 1 spirit coin can buy a large bottle of 50 covering pills, which is almost free. Lu Wenwu directly stacked 2 sets in his bag for emergency use. Just walk all the way and kill all the way. When he was not far from the top of the mountain, he had accumulated a full 218 free attribute points. The number of completed side quests has increased by 24. Lu Wenwu's mouth is almost crooked with laughter. On the second day of the dungeon, he has accumulated 737.8 free attribute points. 1 hidden task, 43 side quests. This is all accumulated through hard work. Oh, it seems that I am not that hard. Without the difficulty of the advanced trial, the double difficulty dungeon of Mao Mao is nothing to him now. A large number of level zombies fighting in turns is fatal to other players, which is equivalent to fighting with several other players who only have fighting instincts at the same time. But for Lu Wenwu, there is no zombie that cannot be solved by a punch. If there is, then use the Sun True Fire and the Wado Fire to give it another 2 punches. Just ignore the injuries, and the flesh and blood regeneration will take care of it. If the zombies were conscious, they would definitely curse. Are you the boss or are we the boss? Lu Wenwu walked quickly up while looking up at the top of the mountain. It's at least about half an hour's journey to the top of the mountain. Judging from the killing speed just now, he thinks he has a promising future. Facts have proved that Lu Wenwu was happy a little early. Because in the next half hour, let alone the zombies, he didn't even see a zombie hair. When Lu Wenwu walked through a place that made him feel slightly dizzy and successfully arrived outside the cave on the top of the mountain, he looked at the cave entrance blocked by huge rocks and fell into deep thought. Something seems not quite right. Where are my free attribute points? After thinking for a moment, Lu Wenwu returned the guardian armor to its normal appearance, stepped forward, and knocked hard on the boulder blocking the door. Is there anyone? Boom! 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 Do you want to know more about swimming and fitness? Boom! 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 Crash! The boulder was smashed into pieces by Lu Wenwu's hammers, revealing the shocked and confused old Taoist inside. Who are you? How did you get up here? The old Taoist reacted quickly and immediately retreated. He pulled out a copper coin sword from the tattered Taoist robe and made a seal with his left hand. The turbid eyes rolled around, and cold and gloomy questions rang out. My magic circle cannot be broken except by those with great magic power, and there are hundreds of zombies blocking the way. You don't even possess a single Dao skill, how can you step into my dojo? Mysterious formation? What kind of game is this? My sister saw it? Lu Wenwu thought for a long time and couldn't remember any formations he had broken. Compared with this, he was more concerned about the strange physical data of the veteran in front of him. Tianxia Taoist, A, 350 of 350, current status, doubt, fear, cursed, evil magic protection, unfinished blood of the pseudo-zombie god, not activated. After downloading so many copies, this was the first time he saw a boss with only 350 health drops. This is not even as thick as Meo Maxu before entering this book. You are a level. Did not see it? The old Taoist was stunned for a moment, looking up and down at the tall Lu Wenwu, and gradually became suspicious. Is the person in front of me pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? No, there are no energy fluctuations in his body, only strong and full chi and blood. Are they the hawks and dogs of the imperial court, those warriors who beat down the vitality and blood? It's not like he has that kind of fierce aura that has been through battle for a long time. Could it be that he was just a lucky stupid boy who accidentally ended up here because of his good luck? Wrong. It is very possible that he is just a bait, and there must be another old monster with advanced cultivation hiding in a hidden place. The collision between red and white, hundreds of zombies, and the innate mysterious formation cannot be explained by just luck. The expression on the old Taoist's face was uncertain and constantly changing. No one noticed that Lu Wenwu was quietly moving forward, constantly closing the distance between the two. Lao Deng, is this a good place for you? Lu Wenwu suddenly said, are you interested in cooperating with me and making a fortune together? The old man said. Is this person a fool? Lu Wenwu didn't care at all about the old Taoist's increasingly gloomy expression. As he walked around, he said to himself, look at you, you are so old and you don't even have a Taoist temple of your own. Your Taoist robes are in tatters. Boo, I'm really in despair. Down and out? Ha! The old Taoist sneered darkly, his voice extremely unpleasant. You brave boy, please stay with me as my companion. Okay. Lu Wenwu agreed immediately, with even a little excitement on his face. That's what I meant. The old man said. No, why don't you play your cards according to the routine? This time, my emotions were completely disconnected. He. Looking at Lu Wenwu with a bright smile, the old man smiled again, and the wrinkles on his face spread out like blooming chrysanthemums. It seems that the person in front of me is really a stupid and bold boy who has no idea who he is. The old man didn't notice it at all. During the few words he just said, Lu Wenwu had already arrived not far from him. Small Lao Deng suffers death. Lu Wenwu's majestic energy and blood were flowing to the extreme, and his muscles were bulging as if made of steel. The footsteps fell, and the heavy force made the earth groan. In the terrifying trend of dominating the world, the dark red fist rapidly enlarged in the eyes of the old man, and the blazing high temperature erupted from the rolling heat wave almost melted the rocks and evaporated them. One punch went straight to Lao Dao's head. Damn it! The old Taoist screamed strangely in his heart, and subconsciously slashed forward with the copper coin sword in his right hand. The manic thunder erupted from the left hand technique, covering and stretching the string of copper coins into the shape of a thunder sword. The strong black energy surged and wrapped around the old Taoist's skinny body in an instant. Lu Wenwu, a reckless man who has always worked hard to achieve miracles, finally used his brain. How could he let his sneak attack fail? On the ferocious collision angle of the heavy artillery glove, a spiral of fists and chi and blood intertwined has appeared. Amid the roar, the lightning-fast punch was faster than the sound. Laugh. Crack. Boom. The thunder sword slashed into the flesh, and a burnt smell floated around. But even so, the heavy fist covered with blood dragon scales still had no less force, and it smashed the thunder sword back into the flying copper coins. The evil black power could not stop Lu Wenwu from hitting the place he had planned for a long time with a heavy punch. The old Taoist's head burst like a watermelon, exploding with evil black air. The skull, which was not as strong as that of an ordinary adult man, could not stop this extremely terrifying fist. Scarlet blood mixed with pale brain matter splattered everywhere, and was burned to ashes by the righteous sunfire on Lu Wenwu's body. You have obtained 100 free attribute points, you killed Tianxia Taoist, LV41, you completed the hidden task Mashan Trader, task description, Tianxia Taoist has evil intentions, steals the sex forbidden techniques, kills his teacher and brother, and tries to spy on the road with evil curses and methods to become an immortal. Little did he know that this was not the path to ascension, but the beginning of self-destruction. 387 years of sin, ended today, you received a hidden reward, knowledge Mashan Law, incomplete, you received a special reward, mysterious lucky bag, your personal overall rating has been greatly improved. Lu Wenwu quickly stuffed a few healing pills and kaya-storing pills into his mouth, and immediately activated the body refining technique to conquer people with virtue to assist in the regeneration of blood and flesh to repair his injuries. The sword that Tianxia Taoist counterattacked just before his death should not be underestimated. The violent thunder tore the right chest and shoulder armor of the Guardian armor chaos neutral with obvious cracks, and the charred flesh that was constantly wriggling and repairing underneath was clearly visible. The purple-black armor body was also constantly flashing to extract Lu Wenwu's physical strength and heal itself. In addition to the previous melee with the god of infinite mechanical dragon, this was the most serious injury Lu Wenwu had suffered since he became a player. However, compared with his own injuries, he was more concerned about Tianxia Taoist. Even though the system had popped up a prompt to complete the hidden task, Lu Wenwu was still a little unbelievable. A level boss, he died just like that? This is a top-level old man who has lived for nearly 400 years. Isn't it too easy for him to die? Where is the blood of the zombie god? Where is the classic second stage of the boss battle? My buddy has been on high alert for so long, what's the matter with you just dying? Lu Wenwu stuffed another handful of kaya-covering pills into his mouth and carefully went forward to check. Tian Xiaodao's head was shattered everywhere. The lower body had become shriveled and withered like a mummy, and it was constantly weathering like the bark of an old tree. Lu Wenwu ejected a few chi forces and gathered the scattered copper coins into a pile. He waited for about 2 or 3 minutes. Seeing that nothing happened, he wrapped his right hand with the true fire of the sun and carefully picked up a coin that was broken into half to check. Broken Halfliang coin, 0/1000, current status, spiritual power continues to dissipate, evil spirits are entrenched, broken Qin Halfliang? Lu Wenwu threw it away, picked up another complete one, and continued to activate the Eye of Insight. Cursed Yangla Tongbao, 999/1000, cursed status, contained with spiritual power, evil spirit, cursed Qin Banlian, Ming Yangla Tongbao? Lu Wenwu realized something and searched the ground for a few times. As expected, he then found scattered Han Dynasty Wuzhu, Tang Dynasty Kaiyuan Tongbao, and Song Dynasty Song Yuan Tongbao. This is the Big Five Emperor's coins. The copper coins of these 5 dynasties are one of the best materials for making Taoist instruments. Whether in terms of spirituality or power, they are much stronger than the common small 5 Emperor's coins. Damn it, this evil Lao Deng. While Lu Wenwu lamented that Lao Deng wasted good things, he put these 5 emperor's coins whose spirituality had not yet dissipated into a box and put them in his backpack for preservation.
Although he didn't need them, it would be great if he could take them out to exchange for some resources. After confirming that Tianxie Laodang was dead and would not open the coffin, Lu Wenwu took out the reward he had just received. Name, Mashan method, incomplete, type, knowledge, introduction. After learning, you will automatically master Mashan method, mountain, and Mashan method, medicine. Note, knowledge is not a skill. You need to study it carefully before you can use it. Lu Wenwu had used the knowledge of knowing the language of all things before, so he was not unfamiliar with this knowledge and used it decisively. The white light ball turned into a torrent, injecting a lot of knowledge into his mind.
10 seconds later, Lu Wenwu opened his eyes.
Mashan magic has a long history, and it includes the 5 elements of mountain, medicine, fate, appearance, and divination. What he just learned was the mountain the method of cultivating Taoism, and the medicine the method of medicine. And it has both good and evil methods, and the inheritance is very complete. With the knowledge learned from the initiation just now, Lu Wenwu immediately saw the innate maze array that Tianxie Laodang had mentioned before. After the superposition of his and Mao Mao states, his soul attributes were too strong, and the body refining technique of conquering people with virtue was constantly tempering his soul, making his soul quality much stronger than that of players with the same attributes. So, in fact, when he felt a little dizzy before, it was the innate maze formation that was working. However, because Lu Wenwu's soul was so strong, the formation could not mislead him at all. He just walked up straight, and the maze formation did not work at all. As for why Tianxie Laodang died so cleanly and crisply, it can only be said that the inheritance of Taoism is like this. Each cultivation system has its own unique advantages and disadvantages. And the profession of Taoism is an outrageous glass cannon. The inheritance of Taoists is different from the existing immortal sect cultivators on Blue Star. Although Taoism also has the power of prolonging life, no matter how profound the magic power is, it is pure thin skin and big filling, just like the wizards in the Western cultivation system, they are super fragile. The body of a Taoist is completely at the level of an ordinary person. Prolonging life and improving strength is not equal to improving physical fitness. Don't you see that Han Lao Mo, who was in the God transformation stage, was frightened by the huge force of 1,000 pounds? So, even if you give the Taoist priests enough time to perform rituals, they can even perform super thunder magic that can destroy a city. Even complete the great magical powers of mediating fate and reversing yin and yang, which are like myths and legends. But if you sneak an American IAI at him, without activating the talisman defense in time, he will definitely die. Typical extreme output flow. So this old dang is so awesome? Lu Wenwu walked towards the cave where Tianxie Taoist was in seclusion, muttering to himself, and stepped on the body on the ground. Fortunately, I am a reckless man and didn't give him any chance to perform Taoist magic. Once I took the initiative, he was the unlucky one. Soon, Lu Wenwu retreated from the disgusting cave. The smell inside was very unfriendly, and there was nothing valuable. This Tianxie Taoist was ridiculously poor. Apart from the broken Sanqing bell, there was only a pitch-black alchemy furnace and some chopped firewood. Lu Wenwu picked it up and weighed it. It was about 20 to 30 tons, which was amazing. Since there was nothing to take away, he installed the big alchemy furnace, thinking about selling it as scraps after going out. On the way back to Changshu village, Lu Wenwu, who had been concentrating on exploding old things in gold coins, was a little unhappy. Why is it that we are still different from other time travelers? Han, who is admired by thousands of people. No, didn't Li Feiyu, an unknown casual cultivator in Chaos Starsea, say that killing people and setting fires will bring you a golden belt, and a horse without night grass will not be rich? Why can we only pick up some scraps to sell when we come here? Where are the best elixirs? Where are the top magic tools? And what about the super zombies that were previously inferred? There is nothing. It's so unlucky. Lu Wenwu, who was walking back with Mao Mao and cursing, didn't realize it at all. He had earned more than 800 free attribute points and dozens of tasks from Tian Xiedao Run. In the afternoon, Lu Wenwu took Mao Mao back to Changshu village. When the ghost villagers in the village asked about it, he made an excuse that he went up the mountain to hunt and wanted to get some game to replenish Ahmed's body with full body powder fractures. Lu Wenwu just said it casually, and the ghost villagers took it seriously and did not ask any more questions. This was only the second day they came to the village, and not long ago Lu Wenwu had also shown his extremely strong strength. Probably because he was afraid that he would not be able to completely capture Lu Wenwu, he chose to play it safe for the time being. Returning to the residence arranged by the round-faced old man, only Zhang Sijia and Ahmed were still there among the 4 teammates. After asking, I found out that after Lu Wenwu left, the 2 teamed up and went to the village to look for clues. The cowardly mummy did not dare to go out, so she wrapped herself tightly and hid in the coffin shivering. The gentle octopus girl Zhang Sijia was worried that something would go wrong if her body was left alone, so she simply stayed with him. There was no need to rush in finding clues. Just after the 2 of them worked together to pry open the lid of Ahmed's coffin, they forced him to lift up the coffin. Coincidentally, Akin and Debeo, who are highly subjective and proactive, also happened to come back. Mr. Tyrannosaurus, you are back. Akin was very excited to see Lu Wenwu and Mao Mao intact, and the determination on his face suddenly turned into a smile. How is it going? Generally, the purity is not high. Lu Wenwu answered truthfully, to be honest, I'm not very happy, and our previous guess was wrong. Akin and Debeo? What do you mean by not having enough fun? Wrong? Akin's tone suddenly became confused. What you said is wrong. Specifically, Lu Wenwu nodded, Nuomi is not for defense. There is not even a single serious zombie in that place. There are only more than 100 cursed zombies, which are not very strong. In the end, the boss was an old man who had half of the zombie blood fused to him. He was killed by me before he could activate it. A glass cannon with a thin skin and a big stuffing just took 1 punch from me. It was very boring. Debeo swallowed and asked tentatively, Tyrannosaurus, what is the level of the final boss you mentioned? Lu Wenwu's expression and tone were extremely disgusting. I have downloaded the dungeon so many times. This is the first time I have seen such a weak level boss. It is far worse than the 2 I killed last time. Last time. OMG. It's amazing. The 4 teammates in the room exclaimed at the same time. Ahmed asked tremblingly, I want to confirm what Hachian said just now means that this is not the first level boss you have killed? Yeah, what's going on? In the last dungeon, my teammates and I killed 2 of them together, and that mechanical dragon screamed loud enough. Lu Wenwu nodded, as for this time, just have the hands. Although his attack power is extremely high, but the body is very fragile, and the physical attribute is at most 3.5. Akin looked at his hands expressionlessly. The eyes that swept back and forth seemed to be thinking about where to cut it to make it look clean and crisp. I have no hands. I don't deserve hands. Even if the opponent's physical attributes are worse than ordinary people, he is still a real boss, my dear brother. If it were someone else, he wouldn't even be able to touch the corner of his clothes and he would be killed, right? In fact, this is indeed the case. If it were someone else, even if he was lucky enough to find the clues of Taoist Tianxie to follow, if his soul was not strong enough, he would have to kneel down at the red and white collision level. Followed by hundreds of Class and B+ class zombies, they were constantly besieged from the foot of the mountain to almost the top of the mountain. Even a team of 5 B+ level players with reasonable lineups and top-notch abilities would be sluggish without super standby battery life and extremely fast recovery capabilities. The innate ecstasy array a little below the top of the mountain has a soul attribute of less than 4,000, or if you don't have strong attainments in the array, you will be trapped to death if you enter it. Moreover, Taoist Tianxia will notice and kill him if he triggers the formation. Lu Wenwu was able to kill him so easily because he took advantage of his physical strength and sudden outburst. The powerful force and speed exploded together, giving Taoist Tianxia, who had despised Lu Wenwu because of the lack of mana fluctuations, no chance to react. However, even in this extreme situation, Taoist Tianxia could even use his on-the-spot reaction to make a lightning sword in fight with Lu Wenwu's peak strike. Just give him a few seconds to chant the incantation. As long as you don't have a good way to escape and turn around and run away the moment you meet, everyone below a level will die. Among Ma Shan's techniques, there are serious inheritances of Shikochi technique and Thunder technique. Calm down, everyone, and talk about serious matters. Lu Wenwu coughed twice, bringing the 4 of them back to reality from their shock. That guy is a sloppy old Taoist named Tianxia Taoist. Many years ago he secretly learned Mao Shan's evil methods and forbidden skills and killed his mentor and senior brother. Then he rebelled from Mao Shan and has been secretly practicing the corpse refining method in an attempt to achieve success. Fairy. According to the clues I got, Taoist Tianxia should have been planning a zombie king and use it to activate the unfinished blood of the zombie god in his body. Now I am very suspicious that the zombie king he is plotting is the mysterious village chief of Chansho village who has never shown up. The corpses in this village are most likely the descendants it created. Ghoulies cannot appear out of thin air, there must be a source. But if the village chief is the zombie king, doesn't it make sense about the glutinous rice shop? Aiken looked uncertain, and his tone was obviously hesitant. Debeo and I went to explore in the morning, and the glutinous rice there was not only of good quality, but also cinnabar and red thread. Debeo also echoed, yes, I can't figure it out either. If the village chief is the zombie king, what does he want to do by opening a glutinous rice shop? Isn't this making himself uncomfortable? It's like us magicians who leave all personal information. It's like keeping the tattoo on your body. As he spoke, Debeo took out several large boxes of cinnabar and a large jar of sticky rice from his personal backpack. He twisted it with his hands and showed it to a few people. You see, this quality is indeed excellent. It is definitely not as simple as fooling around. Maybe he is too arrogant. Ahmed curled his lips and began to grind the cinnabar that Debeo got, add water, and constantly apply it on the bandages he had just taken out. Many arrogant guys like to do this to highlight their own strength. According to those bastards, this way you can appreciate the opponent's despair before death to the greatest extent. He was very disdainful. He sneered at the zombie king. At the same time, his body was also very honest, and now it has stained a lot of cinnabar red bandages. Other undead tribes, brave and good at fighting, fearless, and natural disaster of the dead Ahmed, fiery, cowardly. The cowardly Ahmed is indeed a double shame among the undead creatures and the mummies. This doesn't make sense. Aiken immediately retorted, if he was really arrogant, how could he live in this longevity village for hundreds of years? This is illogical. Do you think there is a possibility? This is the dark under the lamp? Zhang Xijia, who had been a spectator for a long time, suddenly spoke up with a serious expression on his face. Could it be that the glutinous rice shop is used to mislead us, so that we think the real threat is outside the village, so that we stay in the village honestly? And it is not ruled out that he is not afraid of glutinous rice and cinnabar, and opened the shop just to make us self-righteously go to duel with him, thus destroying our lives in vain. Hiss! The sound of gasps one after another suddenly sounded. The two people, a corpse, and a dog made an indelible contribution to the warming of the atmosphere in this world. Aiken frowned tightly and said quickly, Zhang Xijia's guess is very likely. I tend to think the former is true, but I don't agree with the latter. Although the system dungeon is difficult, it will definitely not give a must-die mission. According to the difficulty of the mission, in addition to the Tianxia Toast killed by Tyrannosaurus, there will be at least one more level boss. According to the information we have so far, zombies are not only offensive and defensive, but also have spells, and are omnipotent. The reason why Tyrannosaurus can suddenly kill Tianxia Toast may be because it is unexpected. If we don't have props such as glutinous rice, cinnabar, red rope, and bagua mirror, we can hardly be the opponent of that A-level zombie. Mr. Tyrannosaurus, what do you think? Me? Lu Wenwu, who was eating a cake, was stunned. I have nothing to say. Why bother so much and guess over and over again? Isn't it enough to kill them all? Aiken, Brother, I think you are suspected to be a little too extreme. Who is the dungeon boss? Ahmed, who was gulping down raw glutinous rice, stopped what he was doing and asked weakly, well, Tyrannosaurus, what do you mean by killing them all? Oh, literally. Lu Wenwu swallowed the cake in his mouth and said with a beaming face. I looked at the terrain when I came back. This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. We will start from the halfway point at the east end of the village and kill them from door to door. None of them can escape. Wait until the village is cleared out. No matter what, the problem will definitely be solved. We can spend the next 28 days comfortably. Aiken, Debeo, Zhang Xijia, Ahmed? Brother, what was our analysis just now about? Aiken swallowed and asked with difficulty, I believe that Mr. Tyrannosaurus's strength can easily deal with those level villagers, but if the zombie king, who is at least a level, appears, how should we deal with it? That's simple. If we work together, we will definitely kill each other. Lu Wenwu took out Feijai Happy Water and took a pleasant sip. Ha? Us? Several people made disbelieving sounds in unison. I think you seem to think too highly of us. Debeo smiled bitterly and touched his bald head, that's an A-level dungeon boss. The attribute crushing alone is enough for us to drink from. Even if you escape with your life, you are considered a good player. These are all small problems. Lu Wenwu waved his hand, when the time comes, I will be responsible for the random killings, and you will be responsible for the killing. Zhang Xijia stared with big innocent eyes and tilted her head in confusion, huh? Debeo instantly fell to the ground in pain, clutching his heart. No, I can't do it anymore. Hurry, get me the quick-acting heart-saving pills. This black, long, straight, naturally soft, gentle and cute octopus girl is simply the goddess of my fat house's dream. I have to pay my uncle to open the door this time when I go back.
Membership supplement. Lu Wenwu? What's wrong? I don't quite understand you two-spine newts. What, so it's me too? Just a remnant of the two-spine salamander from a previous life? That's okay. Just when the topic gradually turned to the irreverent side, it never returned. Suddenly, the whole room seemed to suddenly become dark. The dim yellow burning lamp was still on, but the light seemed to be suppressed by something. A black shadow slid in silently. Mao Mao, who was lying down and dozing, suddenly stood up and turned into flame patterns on Lu Wenwu's back. Aiken's face changed slightly, and he said through the message, "My holy light beacon was all pulled out in an instant. The holy light spiritual formation is about to be broken. The other party is not good." The other three people also cancelled the transmogrification of their equipment and got ready for battle. Only Lu Wenwu stared at a certain spot on the wall with a curious look on his face, motionless. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn, and you could hear a needle drop for a while. About a minute later, Lu Wenwu's doubtful voice rang out, "No, bro, is that cosplay mural on there? Can you hurry up if you want to do it? It's almost time for me to go to bed. If you really can't do it, can you wait until you get up in the morning?" The black shadow instantly exploded with ghostly energy, and he was extremely shocked. "Can you see me? Bullshit, do you think I'm a fool?" Lu Wenwu was a little unhappy. In the eye of insight, he could clearly see the shadow's true form. Black Shadow Li Gui Jiang Guangfu, B, 35801/.
Current status, ghost sneaking, ghost unfolding, strong shock. A full 3 seconds passed. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Lu Wenwu decisively punched him.
"Don't you know that your grandpa Tyrannosaurus hates ink the most? Don't say anything, right? Then you can leave it to your next life." Boom!
With a punch thrown out, wild energy and blood steamed, and the dark ghost was instantly broken.
Another punch.
The military killing fist covered with blood dragon scales is full of killing intent, and the power of blood is as strong as a knife.
Put!
The sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh was so obvious in the silent night.
Lu Wenwu's tyrannical fist actually slammed into the body of the black shadow ghost.
The toned arms as sharp as a knife or an axe grabbed hold of the ghost's soul. The power of the sun and stars rises like a blazing hot source of heat, seeming to evaporate all ghost energy. A shrill scream came out, and in just a few seconds, the black shadow ghost was like a piece of rice paper that was set on fire, and disappeared without a trace. The strong wind caused by the heavy punch blew out the oil lamp in the house, but it was brighter than before. Aiken urged the power of holy light to reach out and push outward, reflecting the entire room like a holy realm. Debeo stretched out his hand and took out a handful of spellcasting tools from his arms. He muttered something in his mouth, continuously covering it with a unique spiritual power, and his round face was full of seriousness.
The temperature seems to be getting colder.
It was clearly not the 12th lunar month of winter yet, but the room was already bone-chillingly cold at this time. The yellow grease in the oil lamp has completely solidified, emitting a strange fragrance.
Lu Wenwu narrowed his eyes. Haven't noticed it before.
This grease should be placed here as a reminder for players who have cleared the level normally, but I can't use it myself. This longevity village should have something in common with a certain failed art student. It's so cold Zhang Sijia couldn't help but shiver, and for the first time her gentle face showed obvious disgust.
It's so annoying. The next moment, a violent and blazing flame dragon rose from the ground and soared into the sky.
The cold aura was slightly dispersed by the fire, but the pervasive cold chi still continued to invade this area.
Damn it!
Why are you so much better at playing fire magic than water magic? Ahmed, who had gained a lot of weight, looked suspicious of life.
Aren't you from the Sea Tribe? Is it reasonable for the Sea Tribe to play with fire magic?
The deep sea is very cold, and I like it warmer. Zhang Sijia smiled shyly. There is an old saying in China: yin cannot grow alone, and yang cannot grow alone, so the heaven and earth are matched with yin and yang. Sometimes, water can also helping the fire.
I don't study well, don't lie to me. Ahmed continued to be confused. No matter which cultivation system you follow, don't water and fire restrain each other?
Old mummy, you really haven't read enough.
Water can support combustion, which is not the truth in the cultivation books.
Debeo looked at the increasingly dark night sky through the roof that was burned by Zhang Sijia, and said with a smile.
That is?
This is junior high school physics knowledge. At this moment, the old mummy felt that his intelligence and knowledge were greatly despised.
Before Ahmed could retort, Aiken said in a solemn tone, "Something is wrong, look at the sky."
The dark night sky seemed to be washed by thick ink. The bright stars of the past disappeared at the same time, leaving only a dim moon. Quietly, a stream of black and red blood climbed onto Yueshing's body, and a shadow like a tengu eclipsing the moon covered that touch of whiteness. Thick yin chi gathered and surged, piling up like dark clouds. The temperature is getting colder. Even if Zhang Sijia's fire dragon is still hovering around the holy light barrier, it cannot stop the spread of the biting coldness. It seems that these corpses are not stupid, and they know how to choose a good time. Lu Wenwu suddenly said this without any clue. What? Ahmed was trembling. The tengu eats the moon, and the yin energy gathers. The tengu spits out the moon, and the yin energy becomes strong. When the ghosts are illuminated by the moonlight, their strength will increase dramatically. De Bao looked at the moonstar that had turned into a blood crescent, and murmured to himself, but the weather was wrong, and the corpses must have formed some kind of evil formation to forcibly forge a natural force. Then aren't we in danger now? What should we do? The bandages on Ahmed's body were floating in random directions, and a large amount of sand and glutinous rice were floating around his body, giving him a sense of familiarity with the Shikaku Jinchuriki. How to do it? Lu Wenwu finally stood up, his tyrannical body suddenly turned into an oven, and the power of his energy and blood rose to the extreme. He strode out of the room, and the continuously flowing blood had painted the black-purple guardian armor chaos neutral with a strange blood color. Of course, kill them all. Before he finished speaking, there was a violent explosion, and the flat masonry in the courtyard suddenly appeared dense cracks like spider webs, sinking deeply downwards. The powerful impact of the explosive step sent Lu Wenwu's tall body high into the sky, and together with the wings of the sky, he increased his speed to the extreme. It's just a dead thing, how dare you pretend to be a ghost here? The tyrannical fist seemed to be carrying the power of heaven and earth. Before the last light of the blood moon was about to close, it struck heavily in the void. Buzz! A strange soundwave suddenly appeared, and the dark sky was like a lake where huge rocks were thrown, showing ripples like water waves. Boom! Another punch. The entire false sky created by the formation was trembling. Lu Wenwu used the knowledge recorded in Maoshan Dharma to once again attack the weak points of this evil formation. Boom! The third punch was thrown. The whole sky shook more violently, as if one corner of the four poles in ancient times was about to topple and collapse. But even so, the white moonlight was still obscured in the end. The entire formation was half-formed at this moment. The next moment, countless angry and sad roars rang out from all over Changsho village, and several figures wrapped in rich ghostly aura suddenly rose from the ground. Pairs of scarlet eyes stared straight at Lu Wenwu with violent and bloodthirsty gazes, instantly locking onto Lu Wenwu from high in the sky. The disguised kindness on the faces of the white-haired old man before and the round-faced old man who appeared later had long since disappeared. What replaced it was unabashed desire. It is the thirst for living flesh and blood, the greed for living souls. They have become ghouls for who knows how many years. They can only live long by constantly sucking these two, and they can stay in this world with their deformed bodies and lives. You are the strongest stranger I have ever seen, with surging chi and blood as strong as a monster. The white-haired old man showed his green-faced fangs and smiled sinisterly. Your flesh and blood must be extremely sweet, and your soul must be as warm as it's so flawless. I can't wait to enjoy it. Another round-faced old man also smiled evilly and said, Irin, you are really strong. You can defeat Master Tianxia's men by yourself. But so what? You can't be our Tengu after all. The opponent of the eclipse moon formation. Countless voices sounded together, and the weird tones and the overwhelmingly strong yin chi formed a godlike face in the air, laughing loudly. Become the blood food in our mouths. Finished? Lu Wenwu's expression was extremely calm, and he didn't even show any emotional ups and downs. He just quietly watched the few corpses in the sky laughing weirdly like the two fools, his eyes full of amusement. An old ghoul who had never seen him before sneered and said, Iron, do you think your three-legged cat's kung fu can shake the Tengu eclipse moon formation in our longevity village? When the first stage of the formation is completed, you've already got wings and cannot escape. Before he finished speaking, countless ghostly auras rose from all over Changsho village, like thick cloud dragons connecting heaven and earth. The ink-like picture of the sky was slowly unveiled, and the soft light of the lunar star once again fell on the earth. The moment they came into contact with the moonlight, the ghostly pressure of the corpse ghosts and evil spirits surged, and the concentration of yin chi in the entire Changsho village soared at the same time. The wells in the village froze, and frost hung on the window sills. The old corpse ghosts stood up again, and their shriveled bodies were filled up again as if they had rejuvenated. They laughed strangely and rushed towards Lu Wenwu, who was standing proudly in the air. The devouring intention in their eyes had reached the extreme.
Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. Lu Wenwu suddenly smiled. That smile looked more terrifying than the evil ghost's miserable smile, and more terrifying than the corpse ghost's hideous smile. The countless corpse ghosts and evil spirits that formed the heavenly dog-eating moon formation suddenly solidified in the air uncontrollably, and the ghostly energy that was originally full of them leaked out like a floodgate, and at this moment, it was flowing back to the formation that was supposed to nourish them. The shadow of a huge divine dog slowly took shape in the sky. With an incomparable and powerful pressure, he swallowed the moonstar that had regained its brightness. The moonlight that could amplify countless ghosts was gone. At the same time, a bracket appeared behind Lu Wenwu's body attribute. The number in the bracket was skyrocketing at an extremely outrageous speed, almost doubling in an instant, and rushing towards a higher peak. The heavenly dog eclipses the moon, and the fusion of the twin powers of the moon and the sun is really an intoxicating and powerful force. In just a few seconds, Lu Wenwu's aura had been raised to a completely incredible level. The cold moonlight and the blazing sunfire were even so powerful that they overflowed, rendering the blood-red guardian armor like a god descending. You! How can you control our formation? The white-haired old man was completely dumbfounded at this time. They regained their ability to move, but they didn't dare to believe their eyes. The heavenly dog eclipsing moon formation did successfully amplify the villagers of Chansho village. Even because of the third stage opened by Lu Wenwu, their strength is even higher than originally estimated. However, the increase Lu Wenwu received is obviously stronger. And it is twice as strong. Now, he seems to be the core of the entire formation. The offensive and defensive forces are different. Heavenly dog eating the moon, Maoshan forbidden method. I am too familiar with it. Lu Wenwu looked at the corpse ghosts and evil ghosts in the air who had lost their fighting spirit and wanted to retreat, and his breath surged. To thank you, I will send you monsters who rely on the young world to die completely. The domineering punch of the world was blasted out, like a tyrant dominating the world. The panic-stricken power of the sky was wrapped with terrifying fist power, and the blood-colored aura was like a meteor across the sky, and in a moment it came to the white-haired old man. I am a very kind person. Ha! The white-haired old man roared, his white hair was blown all over by the strong wind, and the whole person gathered all the ghost energy to the extreme in a very short time. The powerful zombie body of the corpse ghost completely turned into darkness, and he also threw a punch, facing the tyrant fist. The two collided, and the scene imagined by the other corpse ghosts did not appear. Not to mention being evenly matched, even one or two could not be matched. The attack released by the white-haired old man with all his strength collapsed in one blow. This punch combined with countless powerful buffs instantly wiped out his body and soul. One punch, the strongest person in Chansho village except the village chief, was killed instantly. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. The white-haired old man died, and Lu Wenwu's aura was slightly reduced. But his smile was still terrifying, and his power was still terrifying. Confucius said, a gentleman is not respected if he is not serious, and his learning is not solid. Let me see if your strength is enough to consolidate my purity. The wings of the sky flapped, and Lu Wenwu laughed and punched. Every time he punched, at least one corpse ghost or evil ghost died. His figure was like a ghost, killing from the east to the west of the village, and from the south to the north of the village. Countless evil ghosts and corpse ghosts screamed miserably, trying to escape from this purgatory on earth. But every time they dodged to the border of Chansho village, a strange force would appear, binding them in place and unable to escape. Even if they flew into the air, the strange force still bound them, like a binding earth spirit. The heavily dog-eating moon formation became more and more broken, and the moonlight was falling on the earth for the third time tonight. Every time Lu Wenwu punched, his strength would become weaker. But at the same time, every time he punched, the terrifying evil spirit on his body became more terrifying. The villagers of Chansho village never thought that this formation, which was originally used to besiege Lu Wenwu, would become their death warrant, and Lu Wenwu would use it to amplify himself and kill them. Lu Wenwu was like a god of war, chasing thousands of corpse ghosts and evil spirits in the whole village by himself. Some corpse ghosts even ran into the small courtyard where Aiken and his friends lived in panic. Aiken and his friends seemed a little weak. That depends on who they are compared with. Players who can participate in such a high-difficulty top-level level dungeon can't be real noobs. The four saw Lu Wenwu's godlike demigod fighting 1 against 1,000, and they also participated in this bloody feast with him. If it takes a long time to fight 1-on-1, they can fight 2 against 1, or even 3 against 1, or 4 against 1. At worst, they can go to kill those who were only band level before the amplification, and leave all the strong ones to Lu Wenwu alone.
As time went by, the number of corpse ghosts and evil spirits who died increased, and the power of the heavenly dog-eating moon formation became weaker and weaker. When the number of villagers who died exceeded 2/3, the collapsed formation even had a negative increase on the ghosts. The increase of this formation itself has some meaning of overdraft. After using it, the ghosts will fall into a period of weakness. On the other hand, Lu Wenwu had no effect at all except that the increase attribute gradually decreased. On the contrary, he was more and more satisfied with the killing because of the surge in free attribute points. He was able to get the increase because he used the knowledge of Ma Shan forbidden methods that he had just mastered to take the back door, and combined with Mao Mao's heavenly dog-eating moon Ju, he turned the tables. If they knew that Lu Wenwu could solve their old enemy Tianxia Daoran alone and most of the day, I am afraid that these villagers would never directly open the formation to start a beating. But there is no such if. Soon, with the last corpse ghost falling under Lu Wenwu's fist, this bloody massacre finally came to an end. Lu Wenwu looked like he had swum in blood. His guardian armor was covered with sticky black blood plasma, dark red flesh, and organ fragments. The five-man team met in the middle of the village, in front of the glutinous rice shop. There was no joy after victory on their faces, but a stronger sense of caution. The entire Chansho village was almost wiped out. All the corpse ghosts and evil ghosts died. But the mysterious village chief still did not appear. Where is the zombie king? On the black signboard, the 5 crooked characters Chansho glutinous rice shop were bright red as blood. Click. With a slight mechanical sound, the lock fell off. The door of the glutinous rice shop opened automatically, revealing the dark inside. A middle-aged man in brocade clothes combed his hair neatly, walked out slowly with a square step, with a hint of joy on his face. As he approached, the invisible pressure became heavier. The yin-chi and ghost-chi that were still dissipating were suppressed at the same time and gathered towards this person's body. Zombie King, A138000/? Current status, yin-chi gathering, Zombie King body, emotion, joy. Lu Wenwu raised his eyebrows and took the initiative to speak. You seem very happy? He. I am really happy. The Zombie King not only spoke slowly, but also paused, as if he had not used the voice function for a long time. If it weren't for the eye of insight directly giving the identity information, judging by the naked eye, just based on the ruddy face and full blood, it can almost be determined that this is a normal person. Why are you happy? Lu Wenwu asked again. I killed all your descendants, maybe even your relatives when you were alive. Don't you feel angry? No, they are all evil people. The Zombie King replied slowly. I wanted to kill them all a long time ago, but someone didn't let me. Now you have done it. I am very happy. Who didn't let me? Master Tianshu, he is my benefactor. Before he died, he wanted me, a dying person, to return to my hometown and rest in peace. The Zombie King's sentences gradually became coherent, and the expression on his face became more and more vivid. He patiently explained the reason to Lu Wenwu. Unfortunately, he died. He didn't die under the swords of war, nor did he die under the famine of no harvest, nor did he die under the treacherous evil magic, but died at the hands of the greedy villagers in this village. So, I killed all those guys to avenge him, hoping that he would be happy and that he could live again like me. A good man like him shouldn't have such a tragic ending. Lu Wenwu shrugged. It seems that something unexpected happened. You thought you killed them, but they all turned into corpses and evil spirits, living in a twisted way. Yes, I didn't know this at the time. The Zombie King admitted his mistake frankly. I wanted to kill them again, but Taoist Tianshu said that this would increase the resentment in me again and eventually lead to the world hates me, so I will never be free, so I won't do anything to them. But you are the Zombie King now, you must have killed a lot of people, and they are all strong ones. Aiken felt a little speechless. Besides, if you didn't devour the essence and blood, you would have died a long time ago, right? The Zombie King was a little confused. The Taoist priest often talked about opening a glutinous rice shop to live in his old age, and I did it for him. His last wish was not to let me kill these villagers, and I obeyed. I wanted to find an opportunity to kill these villagers, so I stayed here. But what does all this have to do with me killing other people? You, a blonde and blue-eyed barbarian, are so strange. Why are you as stupid as those who came before? Aiken. I have been punishing evil for so many years, and this is the first time I have been despised by an evil creature. So, what are you going to do now? Lu Wenwu ignored those miscellaneous things and went straight to the point. Are you planning to commit suicide and help us, or are you planning to kill us too so that you can upgrade again? The Zombie King laughed loudly. Why should I let you go? Humans and ghosts are different. You are human, and I am a zombie.
No need to say more. Lu Wenwu raised his hand without hesitation and punched out, and the military killing fist hit him. However, just when the blood-colored fist he punched out was about to attack the zombie king's face, his body, which should have been stiff, twisted instantly, and his whole body folded abnormally to the left. The blood-colored torrent brushed past the zombie king's body and hit the glutinous rice shop behind. Boom! The brick and wood structure of the glutinous rice shop is just an ordinary thing. How can it withstand such a bombardment? Cinnabar and glutinous rice flew all over the sky, and fell to the ground like flowers scattered by a fairy. Some of them fell on the zombie king, but they were blocked by the strong ghost energy and could not cause any harm to him at all. Lu Wenwu's punch, which was powerful enough to kill a level player, knocked down several main pillars of the house, and then blasted through the wall with the same force, smashing the wooden ancestral hall behind. A large amount of wood chips and bricks flew, and countless black tablets with blood oozing flew everywhere. Only the tablet of Tianshu Taoist at the top remained motionless. The wave of fist power hit it, and only a trace of black aftermath was rippled. It seemed that there was a force protecting it. You seem to really respect that Taoist Tianshu. Lu Wenwu stepped on the explosive step, and the next punch came one after another. Of course, without him, there would be no me. The zombie king smiled and turned his body, raised his right palm and hit Lu Wenwu across the air. Bang! A muffled sound came out, and this punch was like hitting a heavy sandbag. This ordinary palm made Lu Wenwu feel a strong pressure. Even without the eye of insight, he could clearly feel that too much power of his punch was absorbed. The health bar was revealed, and the damage caused by this punch to the opponent was only a pitiful few dozen. The combination of ghost energy and zombie king body is really so powerful. Not bad power. The zombie king forced Lu Wenwu back with his right hand, and casually waved a ghost energy barrier with his left hand to deflect Zhang Sijia's fire dragon drill, and commented with a smile. Among so many Taoists, warriors, barbarians, and aliens I have seen, your strength is enough to be called the strongest. But want to survive in my hands? It's a fool's dream. The strongest? That's not enough. Lu Wenwu suddenly laughed, flapped the wings of the sky behind him, and raised his fist again. Aiken said nothing, and replaced the war hammer in his hand with a large cross that was 2 meters high. As he chanted in a low voice, the wooden holy weapon flashed with dazzling holy light, and even the dark night was slightly lit at this moment. A dazzling glow crossed the night sky and descended from the sky. The torrent of holy light and magic heavily bombarded the zombie king, who had once again forced Lu Wenwu to retreat, causing him to stagger. The black gas was evaporating in large clumps, and the ghost energy released by the zombie king was being rapidly consumed. Just when Aiken thought his attack was effective, the target that he had locked onto with his mental power disappeared. The zombie king had completely escaped from the attack range of Glory Judgment at some point, and swung a dark lightning bolt at him. Aiken was shocked and immediately took back the cross and replaced it with a large silver shield from his backpack. Debao on the side muttered something, and the spellcasting items in his hand burned and evaporated one after another, turning into curses to intercept the attack and weaken it again and again. The sorcerer was too useless for the zombie king, who was almost immune to soul attacks. In this battle, he could only try his best to assist his teammates. Zila! Boom! The black thunder heavily attacked the shield, and the silver light was annihilated in an instant. A violent explosion followed. Aiken sensed the danger almost at the limit time, and immediately gave up the shield, fully activated the defense skills, and tried his best to dodge to the side. The ghost energy shockwave that was about to materialize suddenly spread. The rigid paladin spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, and rushed backwards like a rolling gourd, knocking down several walls in succession. Fortunately, the golden plate armor was of high quality. Although the chest armor was dented and the abdominal armor was cracked, it helped him save his life after all. A shield that was at least at the rare level was shattered and scattered on the ground, completely turning into a pile of ink-colored fragments. In the center of the battlefield, Lu Wenwu once again raised his fist to fight with the zombie king. Fist to fist, palm to palm. The two terrifying fighting beasts were colliding wildly. However, no matter how you look at it, Lu Wenwu was at a disadvantage. He even needed to swallow pills continuously to continue to compete with the opponent. The attributes of the zombie king were too high, and the defense was too strong. A punch was like hitting a mountain. The opponent's skin was only slightly cracked, but Lu Wenwu's own fist was torn apart. The Guardian Armor Chaos Neutral was hit with many holes and punctures, and I don't know how many thorns were broken. Even with the different enhancements and magic assistance from Debao, Aiken, and Zhang Sijia, Lu Wenwu's own hard power is indeed quite poor. In this case, Lu Wenwu took a few healing pills and recovery pills, and looked at the free attribute points he had accumulated in the past few days. System. Add points. Mao Mao, give up other attributes and cut them into full enhancement of strength and soul attributes. ID, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, Body, 3648.79, additional attributes, Strength plus 418, Soul plus 2173, Equipment enhancement, Strength plus 1168.23, Constitution plus 667.56. In terms of strength attribute alone, Lu Wenwu has broken through the 5,000 mark. This is a data that only A-level players who focus on melee can have. Adding the soul attribute that has also broken through 5,000, Lu Wenwu feels better than ever at this moment. But, this is not over yet. Lu Wenwu has never been the kind of person who likes to use the tactic of adding fuel. Reckless. With the buffs fully loaded, I am going to rush through him in one wave. Lethal blow, start. In a moment, Lu Wenwu's health bar dropped to the brink, and the whole person even exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and the originally high aura instantly shrunk. Along with a large number of healing pills and recovery pills and the blood mist being absorbed back into Lu Wenwu's body, Lu Wenwu's aura that had fallen to the bottom of the valley rebounded again, and in an instant it surpassed the previous peak. A terrifying shadow quickly condensed behind him. Looking closely, it was an old man who was more than 9 feet 6 inches tall, with arms over his knees and a strong back and waist. The old man had a dark complexion, wore a long robe, and held a bamboo scroll in his hand. The whole person exuded a majestic and righteous aura from the inside out. Lu Wenwu's already extremely strong muscles bulged high, like cast iron, and even lifted up some collapsed parts of the guardian armor. Behind the body attribute, the brackets that disappeared with the breaking of the heavenly dog eclipse array reappeared, representing the external attribute of all-round amplification. The already extremely strong terrifying power increased by 50% again. The terrifying breath that made people's heart and gallbladder burst out suddenly, and a terrifying red flame burned on Lu Wenwu's body. My purity has greatly improved. Lu Wenwu looked at the zombie king with a grim smile, strong and powerful teeth. At this moment, endless blood and she rushed in his blood vessels. The huge power like the ancient real dragon was superimposed on him. Lu Wenwu only felt that every inch of his flesh and blood was roaring, and they longed for a hearty, fist-to-flesh battle. The smile on the zombie king's face disappeared. For the first time, his expression that had been calm and even a little contemptuous before was put away, and he looked solemnly at Lu Wenwu who was sprinting like a chariot. In a trance, within the terrifying blood and chi, he seemed to see 2 words slowly appearing on the opponent's fists. Lu Wenwu's muscles were tense, and he punched hard like a compressed spring. The zombie king saw the first word clearly. Germany, let me see what you can do. The zombie king grinned and sneered, and his originally strong body rose again, revealing the real zombie king body with green face and fangs. His aura was also rising. The huge body, which was 10 feet high, swung a punch downward, and collided fiercely with Lu Wenwu's fist. Boom! The huge force like a tidal wave suddenly spread outward from the place where the two collided, and the materialized air wave destroyed all the surrounding buildings in an instant. Only the lonely tablet of Taoist Tianshu was still placed there. Zhang Xijia revealed the real body of an octopus that was dozens of meters high, quickly hid his teammates under him, and used his unique racial advantage to resist this shock wave. They could hardly participate in this level of battle. The only thing he could do was to use his own skills to help Lu Wenwu add a few states, help him pull up his bloodline, and try not to be a burden to him. Before the smoke and dust dissipated, 2 figures, one big and one small, exploded backwards at the same time. With one punch, the two were almost evenly matched. The zombie king's right fist revealed the dark bones. The guardian armor kit on Lu Wenwu's right arm broke and cracked. Is this your limit? A handful of pills went into his throat, and the already surging blood fire became more and more intense, and Lu Wenwu's aura was strengthened again. Boom! He took a step forward, and this casual kick even cracked the ground. The zombie king was shocked. He didn't expect that the human in front of him could launch a second offensive so quickly. Doesn't he need to recover? The rich ghost energy surged. This time, the zombie king saw the word faintly appearing on the opponent's left fist. Run, run? Da! What kind of strange magic is this? The zombie king took Lu Wenwu's move with his powerful ghost energy, and hit him hard in the chest with a backhand punch. The fragments of the guardian armor flew everywhere, showing shocking cracks. However, the punch that the zombie king thought he could take the initiative did not repel Lu Wenwu, and even failed to interrupt his attack. When he threw that punch, he felt that the opponent's state was not right. But the distance between the two was too close, and it was too late to retract it. Just before the fist touched the flesh, the hideous and broken guardian armor suddenly became empty, and it was completely integrated into his body. At the moment of integration, talent real men do not die in naked clothes, and its active skill, Guardian Barrier, took effect together. With the triple defense superposition, the Zombie King's punch did not cause any damage to Lu Wenwu at all. The explosive steps exploded, and the heavy fist of the tyrant with the word on it struck again, hitting the face of the Zombie King heavily. Kabang! A crisp sound rang out on the battlefield. Something seemed to be broken. Lu Wenwu punched the Zombie King with all his strength, knocking him back. Bang! The huge body dragged a long deep mark on the ground, smashing the building that had already turned into ruins even more. A palm-sized, white jade-like fang appeared in Lu Wenwu's hand. That was the fang of the Zombie King. He laughed loudly, put away his fangs quickly, and shot out like a cannonball again, heading straight for the ruins where the Zombie King crashed. Ho! Damn guy! A roar that shocked the eardrums and caused pain resounded through the night sky, and two scarlet eyes as violent as flames appeared out of thin air. The strange black thunder condensed into thunderous war spears, like stars in the sky, and shot towards the speeding Lu Wenwu. Come on! Come on! Come on! Lu Wenwu laughed and roared 3 times in a row. He didn't dodge or dodge, and he just stepped forward carrying the thunderous war gun. Black thunder traveled over his body, and the blazing heat burned his skin into an unpleasant scorch. But Lu Wenwu still went his own way, even exchanging injuries for injuries and blood for blood with the Zombie King. Every time the Zombie King attacks Lu Wenwu must take the opportunity to grab his body and blast him twice. Unconsciously, the protective barrier has become ineffective. In fact, even the Guardian armor itself was cracked to the point of being almost scrapped, and the real man will not die in naked clothes has been activated for the second time. A large number of components fell off, and Lu Wenwu was almost naked from the waist up while fighting the Zombie King. This time, the Guardian armor Chaos Neutral was completely scrapped, and his attributes were permanently superimposed on him by the talent. Bloody dragon scales cover it, and red flames rise. The wounds on his body were healed and healed again and again, and his blood bar was jumping sideways at a speed that looked like he was seeking death to outsiders. But Lu Wenwu became more and more crazy as he fought, and the more he fought, the harder he hit. His whole body was covered in blood, with a ferocious smile on his face, and he looked like a madman. Even the durability of the heavy artillery gloves has reached an extremely dangerous level. This weapon is about to break. Relying on this monster-like desperate fighting style, relying on the bleeding effect superimposed before the Guardian armor is broken, and relying on the unreasonable blood return of flesh and blood regeneration, Lu Wenwu has fully gained the upper hand at this time, killing the zombies. Wang suppressed in reverse. The situation of the battle has been gradually reversed since Lu Wenwu consciously started to activate the devouring heaven and earth to devour the ghost energy of the Zombie King. Before the Zombie King could react, Lu Wenwu completely brought him into rhythm. By the time he came to his senses, there was almost no ghost energy left in him, and he was forced to use his pure body to fight Lu Wenwu in exchange for blood. At a certain moment during the battle, the Zombie King's eyes collided with Lu Wenwu's crazy eyes. At this moment, the Zombie King's intention to retreat reached its extreme. He was afraid. He didn't know what purity Lu Wenwu meant. I don't even know what the other party means by if you hear the Tao in the morning, you will die in the evening. But he suddenly understood something. It seems that he can't beat Lu Wenwu. As a ghost, it is his innate instinct to devour the flesh, blood and souls of living people. He has no thoughts like a living person, and he is not afraid of losing face and ruining his Taoist heart because of his cowardice. Seeing that he seemed to be outmatched, the Zombie King decided to run away. You're scared. Don't run. How could Lu Wenwu fulfill the Zombie King's wish? The explosive step in the wings of the sky exploded at the same time, and the fastest military killing fist was launched, enveloping the blazing red fire and falling like a violent storm. Even the incomparably powerful Zombie King body's defense power is declining without the blessing of ghost energy. Every time Lu Wenwu punches, there will be cracks in the Zombie King's body, and his health bar, which reaches 1 million, is rapidly declining. As a Zombie King, can you also feel fear? Lu Wenwu was bleeding from his mouth and nose, but he was still laughing unscrupulously. The fist-to-fist fight made him feel like every cell in his body was trembling with excitement. Roar! The Zombie King looked up to the sky and roared, and the Zombie King's blood boiled violently in his body. He's burning blood.
The Zombie King also has a secret technique that is similar to the blood-burning secret technique. His already sluggish aura instantly increased, even overtaking Lu Wenwu. A sudden punch hit Lu Wenwu hard in the abdomen, and red blood spurted out suddenly. The fiery blood burned up instantly as soon as it was sprayed into the air, giving the Zombie King no chance to replenish energy. The Zombie King seems determined to leave. Even though the Burning King's blood forced Lu Wenwu back, he had no intention of staying and fighting again. Instead, he stepped on the ground and tried to use his last ghost energy to activate his secret technique to escape. The three teammates watched from the side and could only stare. The opponent's strength is too strong, and the Zombie King's defense is ridiculously high. Now that the blood-burning secret technique is activated, their spells can almost be counted as not breaking defense. Zheng Xijia was so anxious that she stretched out her forearms and legs to temporarily restrain the Zombie King, creating an opportunity for Lu Wenwu to kill him. Dabeo also took out a shriveled squid tentacle, squirted out a mouthful of his heart's blood and forcibly activated a top-level spell that exceeded his current ability, trying to do something. But it was all in vain. The Zombie King casually waved a ghostly angry thunder, and the spell that almost killed Dabeo half his life was instantly disintegrated. Mobilizing the Yin Qi and slashing it down like a knife, Zheng Xijia's four huge arms and legs suddenly separated from the body. Lu Wenwu, who had been forced to retreat before, turned back. He mobilized all his strength and threw an unreserved peak punch. Just a second before the Zombie King was about to take off, the ground beneath his feet instantly turned to sand. Countless fine sand quickly climbed up his body as if it were alive, making him feel comfortable here. "You little devil, you are seeking death." The Zombie King was furious, and his heavy legs fell down like a battle axe. But that was sand. This angry blow not only failed to get him out of danger, but made him sink deeper. A terrifying suction force came from the seemingly harmless sand, and the bright red bandages were like spirit snakes, and in an instant, the lower body of the Zombie King was completely trapped. That was the cinnabar bandage that Ahmed had soaked in before. Sizzle, sizzle. A large amount of black smoke rose from the part where the bandage was embedded in the flesh, and it kept making sounds like iron burning flesh. Without the protection of enough ghost energy, these cinnabars still had great restraint on zombies even if they were not enchanted by masters. The aura of the Zombie King suddenly dropped a little, and the amplitude of his struggling movements became much smaller. Ahmed, who had gained weight, suddenly appeared and hugged him from behind. A shocking scene appeared. A large amount of sticky rice wanted to flow out of Ahmed's 7 orifices at the same time, completely covering the Zombie King from top to bottom. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the black smoke became more and more intense, almost burning with flames. "No!" The Zombie King let out an inhuman howl, and his blood-red eyes burned with scarlet ghost fire. The body wrapped in sticky rice and cinnabar bandages grew half a point again, and his fists burst out all the ghost energy and strength in his body, and blasted towards the air. Boom! Lu Wenwu's punch that dominated the world finally arrived. In the night sky, the sun disappeared. But the power of the Overlord and the benevolence of the old man melted into one furnace at this time, and the blood-colored fist burst out with the most brilliant and dazzling brilliance. Shattered! 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 The moment the two sides came into contact, the Zombie King collapsed like a deserter, and his fists, flesh, and bones exploded inch by inch. Arms, shoulders, chest. His entire upper body exploded. The most dazzling firework of the night bloomed. The round head with eyes wide open was blown high up in the aftermath of the punch, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Am I going to die? Thrown into the sky, he couldn't help but look at the village below that had completely become a ruin, at the only well-preserved altar and tablet, and at Lu Wenwu who was like a madman. Reliving a life again seems a bit short. However, perhaps this is finally in line with the last wish of Taoist Tianshu. Dust to dust, earth to earth. The soul returns to the hometown. The huge fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes, and the fierce and domineering fist force slammed in. With a muffled sound, the head of the Zombie King exploded in the sky. The three intertwined flames scattered into a rain of fire flying all over the sky, ending his last flashback and thoughts. In Changsho village, the black energy that had been protecting the tablet of Taoist Tianshu quietly dissipated at this moment. You have obtained 100 free attribute points. You have killed the head of Changsho village, LV46, you have completely destroyed Changsho village, you have completed the hidden task Eternal Disillusionment, task description, eternal life. This is the dream that humans have been pursuing since ancient times, but there are always people who will go on the wrong path because of it. Now, the source of everything has fallen, the peach blossom land that harbors filth and dirt has been destroyed, and this farce has finally come to its due end. You have obtained a hidden reward, precious blood crystal, you have obtained a special reward, mysterious lucky bag, your final evaluation has been greatly improved, it's over. All the magic on Lu Wenwu's body faded, and the swollen muscles slowly shrank back to normal size. After a battle, it was a bit refreshing to eat the heaven and earth. Body, the attribute has now exceeded 3,700 points, which is stronger than before the battle. Mao Mao also separated from Lu Wenwu's back, lying on the ground gasping for breath, with his tongue hanging out of his mouth. This kind of extremely high-intensity battle is also a great challenge for it. The fire of the evil fighting that continues to maintain an ultra-high temperature restrains the ghost energy, which consumes a lot of energy. Lu Wenwu's body and soul are very tired, but his spirit is extremely excited. Although this battle was a bit miserable, it was still a heathen confrontation with his ability. He lay in the ruins with his upper body naked and took out the task reward to check. Name, precious blood crystal, type, material, introduction, the product of the essence and blood of powerful organisms and their own cultivation and soul condensed under special conditions. It can be used to create epic/legendary equipment, formation cores, talismans, elixirs, etc. Note, due to its rare origin, each precious blood crystal is unique. Please carefully identify the attributes contained inside. Material again? Lu Wenwu put it back in the backpack. It seems that the system is determined to let my buddy upgrade his lower body. It seems that there is nothing to upgrade. Lu Wenwu sat up with all his strength, and used his mental power and blood power to recover the equipment fragments that were exploded by the Guardian armor Chaos Neutral. Looking at the large number of broken components in the backpack and the heavy artillery gloves that were already full of cracks, he was speechless. 2 pieces of epic equipment, 1.5 scrap this time. I really have to find a master of refining to take a look after I go back. Aha! Didn't expect it. Ahmed swam leisurely from the pile of sand and glutinous rice, and said excitedly, "If it weren't for me, the old guy would have run away." Hidden mission. Lu Wenwu was too tired to talk, so he threw a few pills into his mouth and gave him a thumbs up with his other hand to encourage him. I really didn't expect it. Dabeo came over and said with a smile, "I thought you ran away because you were afraid." "Don't look down on me," Ahmed said angrily. "I spent a lot of effort to lurk under the feet of the village chief. Do you think it's easy to turn the ground into sand in an instant and hide the sticky rice at the same time? Speaking of which, how did you hide so much sticky rice in your body?" Dabeo asked curiously. "I have seen blood flowing from the 7 orifices, but this is the first time I have seen sticky rice flowing from the 7 orifices. I am a mummy, don't be so surprised." Ahmed's face was full of pride. "My body is empty, just fill it up." When he said this, Lu Wenwu and Dabeo's expressions became a little weird at the same time. Thinking about it carefully, the process of making mummies seems to be a bit which is difficult for Shenzhou people to accept. Not only do you have to empty the brain, but you also have to empty all the internal organs and put them in a small bottle. In Shenzhou, only the biggest enemies will torture the enemy's corpse like this. I can only say, respect local funeral customs. JPG on the other side, Zhang Sijia also came over with Aiken, who was limping. Although both of them were seriously injured, the pain caused by the injuries could not hide the joy on their faces. The score improvement brought by the hidden task that can directly end a copy is huge. This game is also guaranteed to be excellent, plus the rewards brought by the mysterious lucky bag and hidden tasks, and the sense of accomplishment brought by defeating the A-level boss. The two are naturally very excited. "Is your body okay?" Lu Wenwu asked in surprise. Zheng Sijia broke 4 tentacles, but it was Aiken who was supported. "What is the reverse Tiangang?" "I am an octopus, I have a strong recovery ability, and I also have water magic treatment." Zhang Sijia laughed. "Now I have recovered to the 32nd toe of the 3rd leg." Lu Wenwu, Dabeo, Aiken, Ahmed? Although I know that this is a cultural difference brought about by racial characteristics, I still feel a little bit raw. Anyway, we finally got through the most difficult stage, and everyone is safe. Among the 5 people, only Archbishop Aiken, the old-fashioned and serious guy, was the most serious. He bowed solemnly to Lu Wenwu. "Mr. Tyrannosaurus, I sincerely thank you. I will definitely visit the Weiyao sect if I have the chance in the future." "Go away, don't do this to me." Lu Wenwu waved his hand in disdain. "By the way, aren't all the people in your church the same as you?" Aiken thought about it seriously and shook his head. "That's not the case. There are also many paladins and nuns in the church who privately discuss my unpleasant personality and behavior." "You are quite upright."
Lu Wenwu was a little helpless. By the way, do you guys want to exchange communication numbers and make friends when you go out?
Okay, if you have a chance to come and play with me in the future, I will give you 10 mummy cats to play with, as well as a luxurious single-family pyramid.
Ahmed, I think your mummy custom is too advanced for us Chinese humans. Well, it seems that the deep sea is not very suitable for humans. And there is often no signal.
Just when a few people were laughing and joking, a system prompt popped up. The disappearance of the task subject has been detected, and the judgment is in progress. Judgment passed. You have completed the main mission ahead of schedule. Survive for 30 days, your final evaluation will receive an unparalleled improvement. Settlement will begin in 10 seconds, 109.
Lu Wenwu waved to a few people. Goodbye, everyone. This short journey ends here. After a brief blank, Lu Wenwu and Mao Mao appeared in the white settlement room.
Settlement in progress, you passed the copy Eternal Dream, number of surviving players, 5, side missions you completed, Bloodstorm, Ashes to Ashes, Earth to Earth, times 43, hidden missions you completed, Red and White Collision, Eternal Disillusionment, you ended 28 days ahead of schedule and completed the main mission perfectly, copy evaluation, Miracle, copy summary. To be honest, life is not just about fighting and killing. For a moment, I really thought you had to use your brain to complete this main mission. Hidden missions are not just about killing, nor are side missions and special side missions. Exploring the story background of the dungeon world can also increase your rating.
Lu Wenwu expressed his indifference to the resentment shown in the copy summary. Explore the background of the story? Digging deeper for mission clues? Follow the process? That's too slow and takes a lot of brains. What can you do with your brain when you can solve it with your fists? And I'm obviously more efficient, right?
Your level has been raised to level 28, you have obtained the prop, Bloodline Transformation Potion times 1, you have obtained, 20 times Accelerated Training Card, times 20, you have obtained 992,000 Spirit Coins, you have gained 60 free attribute points. Congratulations, your player level has been upgraded to B. Congratulations, your rest period has been increased, currently 150 days, the rest time has actually been increased again.
Good. The settlement time this time was just after the battle. Lu Wenwu was not going to open the box now, but teleported directly back home to rest first. Because this copy ended too quickly, Blue Star Time is still stuck on the afternoon of Lu Wenwu's departure. A white light flashed, and a person and a dog appeared in the familiar living room. The sounds of various machines outside the house kept ringing, and almost the entire villa area was under construction. Xiaobao, who was lying on the cat climbing frame, opened one eye, glanced at Lu Wenwu and Mao Mao, and said meow impatiently. Then he turned over, rolled himself into a ball and continued to fall asleep. There was a rare cat-dog fight today. Xiaobao has always been too lazy to play with Mao Mao. And Mao Mao is so tired now that she is still lying on the ground. Lu Wenwu, who was also tired, also had no intention of playing tricks on the kitten. He dragged his dead dog-like fur to the toilet and took a shower. He fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. It was a very dark sleep. It wasn't until Lu Ming made his routine visit at noon the next day to check whether Xiaobao's cat food, canned food, drinking water, and dried fish needed to be replenished that one person and one dog finally fell asleep. It was just time for dinner, and Lu Wenwu enthusiastically invited Lu Ming to stay for dinner. The main dish is the demon horse meat that I brought back from the dungeon 2 days ago. Lu Wenwu has used spiritual chef techniques to eliminate the demonic power in it. Ordinary people will have the effect of strengthening their bodies and becoming energetic after eating it. As for staple food, that is of course the golden and crispy egg-filled pancake. At the dinner table, Lu Ming sighed while eating. After eating the food you cooked, fifth brother, it is almost unpalatable to eat it in the bureau cafeteria. But having said that, you really love egg-filled pancakes. Lu Wenwu held up a huge horse leg and gnawed on it, then mumbled back, just tell me whether you want to eat it or not. Don't talk nonsense. Eat. Why don't you eat? Lu Ming laughed happily. Speaking of which, fifth brother's copy went very smoothly this time. He came back so quickly. Smooth? So it goes. Lu Wenwu shrugged. Speaking of this, can you contact the master of weapon refining or blacksmithing? Of course, it's not uncommon in life and career. Lu Ming swallowed the food in his mouth and became serious. What level are you looking for, brother 5?
I don't understand their level classification, but I want to repair and recast a scrapped epic level armor, repair and strengthen my heavy artillery gloves. Lu Wenwu said, it is best to reach the legendary level.
Legendary level? Lu Ming was shocked.
Although he is not a player, as a member of the Player Management Bureau and a member who specializes in serving talented players like Lu Wenwu, he is naturally familiar with various levels. Is it very difficult? Or do we not have such a master? Seeing his frown, Lu Wenwu asked quickly. It's not that we don't lack such talents. Lu Ming shook his head and said distressfully, but one problem is that such high-level equipment can only be built 2 pieces at a time. You need to wait in line and the process will take a long time. Queue? How long is the queue? Can I join the queue if I have some extra spirit coins? Lu Wenwu felt that things were getting a little tricky. Not really. It's not about money. Lu Ming shook his head again, apologetic in his eyes. There are too many masters of weapon refining. Everyone wants good weapons and equipment, but there are too few people with such high-level sub-professionals. Unless they are their own friends, every player they can come into contact with has a special identity, or they themselves are top experts. Who can get to this point without any assets or connections? In order to avoid malicious competition and even malicious blocking of people, the state has explicitly prohibited violations of queue jumping by various means. If you're waiting for time, wait a moment and I'll take a look. As he spoke, Lu Ming projected a 3-dimensional screen from the watch in his hand and browsed on it. Assuming that everything goes well, the materials are sufficient, and you do not specify the level of the refiner master, under the most optimistic scenario, if you start queuing now and succeed once, you will be able to get the first piece of equipment at least a year and a half later. Get it? Lu Wenwu. After a year and a half, those cucumber dishes have become cold. At that time, I am afraid that my brother would have already reached a level and started pursuing mythical equipment, okay? Theoretically, this time is extremely sufficient for a-level players who have the ability to build legendary equipment, and there will be no delay in purchasing. But who told Lu Wenwu to be only level now? The rest time is not that long. Obviously, Lu Ming also knew this. Apart from making a helpless expression, there was really nothing else he could do to help Lu Wenwu. Although he is a formal member of the Management Bureau with official backing, in fact, Lu Ming is just a small liaison officer. At best, he is the most capable among the liaison officers. On weekdays, I help Lu Wenwu run errands and deal with some sundries, which is no problem. It would be a bit embarrassing to ask him to help join this team. It's comparable to asking Catfish Spirit to defeat Sun Wukong plus Xu Beiji plus Sha Seng plus Ao Lai in a duel, and then capture Tang Seng alive. After sending away the helpless Lu Ming, Lu Wenwu thought about it and simply sent a message to several of his friends. Ask them if they know any master craftsman or something. If it doesn't work out, we can still negotiate if we have finished products that we want to sell. But Lu Wenwu still prefers repairing and recasting to strengthen. One is an old thing that is easy to use. Another one can also save some resources. He had earned it bit by bit with his fists, so he couldn't let it go to waste. After temporarily stopping the repair and upgrade of equipment, Lu Wenwu decided to open the 2 mysterious lucky bags with hidden rewards as usual. What if something good could come out and save me the trouble? Thinking of this, Lu Wenwu picked up Xiaobao, who was sleeping soundly, and put him in his arms. With the kitten's disdainful eyes on him, he used his little paws to open the mysterious lucky bag. The lucky bag was essentially opened by Lu Wenwu. But he always felt that holding a lucky cat would bring good luck. A golden light flashed, and something like a token appeared in Lu Wenwu's hand. Xiaobao slapped him in disgust and jumped away minding his own business. Lu Wenwu looked at his hand and found that it was an iron-gray object, about the size of a palm, like an open scroll token. It's a bit cold when I hold it, and it feels neither gold nor jade, heavy. There is a tough hanging chain made of unknown material at the top. Name: Pardon Order of Hades. False. Type of props. Introduction: the emperors of ancient dynasties in the human world have the right to issue iron certificates of alchemy books, and there are also those in the underworld. It is a gadget made by one of the 10 halls of Yama during his training. It has some characteristics of the genuine product, but it has great restrictions on use. Bind this object and hang it at the waist. It will be automatically activated when it receives an attack or instant death damage that is enough to clear the remaining blood volume. Within 3 minutes, the blood volume will be constant at 1, and any ability effects below Ascending God level will be ignored during this period. Note: after the Underworld Amnesty Order (Fake) is activated, the user's own negative effects and damage will not be cleared. Current available times: 9 out of 9. My funny mustard cricket. 3 minutes of blood lock, simply invincible. Even if it can only be locked 9 times, that is already quite outrageous. Coupled with his flesh regeneration and deathly strike, isn't that just 9 opportunities to transform into a real man for 3 minutes? Lu Wenwu's eyes lit up, and he immediately tied it and hung it around his waist. He casually grabbed Xiaobao and started to knead it and kiss it fiercely. Then he got his wish and had a meal of wooing meow meow fist.
Feeling comfortable now. We cat owners will feel uncomfortable if we don't do something mean for a day. This bitch must be committed. After feeling happy, Lu Wenwu looked satisfied and let the angry Xiaobao go to the sofa to lick his hair. Taking advantage of the hot feeling in his hands, he opened the second lucky bag. The golden light surges and the earth surges. The special effects are not that advanced, just golden light. Lu Wenwu was a little tired of seeing this special effect, and even wanted to directly block the bag opening special effect. Anyway, this is the only kind of garbage game. Lottery draw. The prize is turtle. What is this? Lu Wenwu looked at the object that appeared in his hand with a confused expression. It was a palm-sized humanoid statue dressed in an ancient general's armor and looked absolutely majestic from behind. But look at it from the front. This general statue has no facial features, and the face is directly sunken. The hands he waved out were empty, holding no weapons. But judging from its movements, it should have been there originally. Name, General Statue, Type, Unknown, Introduction, a statue of a general, the name of the statue is unknown and seems to be incomplete. Lu Wenwu? What did you give me? Somewhat confused, he opened his eyes of insight. Damaged General Statue, : Current status, sealed 6. Lu Wenwu directly deducted 6. Although I don't know what it is, just looking at these question marks, I know that it should be very awesome. The last one that was so awesome was the jade slip used to carry the art of conquering people with virtue and refining the body. Putting this awkward-looking but currently useless statue into his backpack, Lu Wenwu took out his last physical reward in this instance. An automatic syringe filled with ink-colored liquid. Name, Bloodline Transformation Potion, Perfect, Type, Bloodline Introduction, Perfect Quality Zombie King Blood Potion. After using it, your own race will be 100% transformed into zombie, and you will obtain the corresponding Zombie King characteristics. There is a high possibility that you will transform into a trace of zombie god bloodline during the fusion process. Note, zombies are one of the undead creatures. Due to their special racial structure, they may cause some trouble. Please be prepared to adapt in advance, alas. Great stuff, but rubbish. Lu Wenwu turned into a master of contradictory literature on the spot and simply shelved this thing. Grandma, who would want to become a zombie? Even if the Zombie King has a trace of zombie god's blood, isn't it still a zombie? No, absolutely not. Just find an opportunity to sell it. Just when Lu Wenwu was thinking about what to practice first, his cell phone suddenly rang. Blue Star technology is very advanced, and projection communication watches and even brain-implanted chips have been fully realized. But as a nostalgic elderly time traveler, he is still accustomed to using a mobile phone, although it is also a high-tech model that can project. After looking at the caller ID, Lu Wenwu felt a little surprised. It turned out to be the call from Cashin, the really socially fearful succubus. Press the connect button, and Cashin's bust is projected in front of you. Lu Wenwu waved and said hello. Haven't seen you for a long time. Facing an acquaintance who had been fighting side by side for several months, Cashin obviously lost her original restraint. I just saw in the circle of friends that you are looking for a master refiner who can make legendary equipment? Lu Wenwu was excited and quickly sat up straight. Is it possible that you have a way? No, yes, but there are some limitations. Cashin nodded. My father is the Fire Demon King who dominates the first level of the Abyss. He is a well-known master of weapon refining, forging, and formations in the Endless Abyss. It's no problem to create mythical and even higher-level equipment. The Fire Lord? It turns out that Cashin, the societophobic succubus, is actually the daughter of a wealthy family. Lu Wenwu was immediately in awe. Cashin said seriously, but don't be too happy yet. My father is only good at refining abyssal and regional-style equipment, and even if I ask, his asking price will be very high. My little princess, I'd better come and talk to this human child in person. Before Cashin finished speaking, a rough voice that was violent and rich but also mixed with a bit of gentleness sounded. Next to her petite projection appeared another giant man with a body as strong as a mountain. Or the devil. A genuine Fire Demon King. The master of the Abyss. The black and flowing existence on his head is not hair, but the burning fire of the Abyss. His half-body stood there like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. Cashin happily hugged the Fire Demon King's thick arm and left obediently until the projection disappeared. Hello, respected Lord of Fire. Lu Wenwu was unusually serious this time, even a little reserved. It's not because of how powerful the Fire Demon King is. Mainly because this is my friend's father. It's really embarrassing because it's too informal. The Fire Demon King waved his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Forget it, my daughter has a hard time making friends with her personality, and she looks good. According to your human customs, you can call me Uncle Kazan. Uncle Kazan. Lu Wenwu immediately said something interesting. Kazan, the Fire Demon King, nodded. You want to reforge 2 pieces of equipment and upgrade them to the legendary level, right? I heard from Cassin that this is a piece of cake for me. Since she is willing to speak for you, I can take action for you once, but I have a request. First, as Cassin said just now, the equipment I build has a strong style of hell and abyss. You have to make sure that you and the human society you live in can accept it. I remember you are in Blue Star, right? That's okay for you. There are a bunch of sick guys who are very dissatisfied with our abyss. Second, you need to bring your own main materials. If you don't have the auxiliary materials, you can buy them from me at the price difference. I will sell them to you at the cost price. I have all the abyss materials. Third, you need to come up with something that interests me enough in exchange, as a selling fee. Help is help, I can't lose money. At this point, the tall Fire Demon King suddenly burst out laughing and made some witty remarks. I think, except for Cashin, you have never seen a demon who does loss-making business, right? Any demon is greedy, including me. Father. I just don't dare to talk to strange intelligent creatures. I'm not stupid. Cashin's intermittent complaints of resentment came over the phone, mixed with Kazan's even happier hearty laughter. Soon, the Fire Demon King opposite regained his serious appearance and said, if you think there is no problem, just take out the things. I will first see what materials you have prepared and what you want to recast. Even if you can't come up with something that interests me in the end, I can give you a little boost. I can't let my good daughter speak in vain. Lu Wenwu nodded and took out the damaged equipment and materials. This pile is the Guardian Armor Chaos Neutral, and this one is the Heavy Cannon Gloves. I'm preparing the Abyss Magic Stone and Precious Blood Crystal. Is that okay? There was obvious surprise on Kazan's face. Abyss Magic Stone? You can actually obtain this kind of material. It is more than enough to make legendary equipment. It is a mythical blank. The Precious Blood Crystal is a little bit worse. I want to recast your armor and mention the legend level is not enough. What about directly adding auxiliary materials to build it? Lu Wenwu asked unwillingly. The King of Fire Demon shook his head. Unless you have 3 precious blood crystals, I can barely build the most inferior legendary armor. This material can only be said to be quite satisfactory, and it is completely different from top-level materials such as Abyss Magic Stone. If you really want this armor, I can recast it using Abyss Magicite as the main material. When it comes out, it will at least be a first-class armor of legendary quality, enough for you to use a plus without any problem. But correspondingly, the defense power will not be much improved compared to now. The main improvement will be the attack. Besides, Chaos Neutral is not an armor that focuses on defense. If you have used this series, you probably won't care about that. Point defense. If you can find the blood essence of a legendary creature of the same quality as the Slevel Dragon or some other rare item, and use it with the Precious Blood Crystal, I can help you steadily upgrade this glove to the legendary level. If not, with the Precious Blood Crystal alone, it can be upgraded to the peak epic level at most. You should know for yourself that these gloves are not good at all. They must have been forcibly raised with rare level upgrade cards. At this point, it is the limit. It's said to be recast, but in fact it's no different from building it all over again. S level. Lu Wenwu immediately stopped thinking about asking Mao Mao for some blood. The bloodline of the mythical beast Fu Do could absolutely crush the Western Dragon. But the difference in level is too far, 3 levels. It seems that there is no chance of legendary weapons for the time being. Lu Wenwu sighed slightly, took out some things from his backpack and placed them on the coffee table. Are these interesting to you? 5 Emperor's money? It's useless. This big cauldron is good, but it's a pity that it is used for refining medicine and cannot be used. The sealed statue. Well, it's a bit interesting, but not interesting enough. Are these 2 fangs of the Zombie King? The Fire Demon King's casual gaze suddenly stopped, glancing back and forth at the Zombie King's fangs and the precious blood crystal on the side, gradually revealing a hint of seriousness. Human, do you have the Zombie King's bloodline transformation potion in your hand? He suddenly asked. What level is it? Is it 95% concentration? 90% concentration is fine. You can get it as long as you can come out and I'll help you build the equipment. Zombie King's Bloodline Transformation Potion? Lu Wenwu was stunned for a moment. The opponent is a Balrog, what does he want with such a thing? And just from this little thing, you can infer that there is still a treasure in your hand that you haven't taken out. Isn't this guy so knowledgeable that it's a bit scary? How deep does this guy understand system rewards? After pondering for a moment, Lu Wenwu said, if I have a transformation potion with a concentration exceeding 95%, uncle, would you give me some more? Beyond? Do you have 99% concentration on hand? It's okay to add more, no problem. The King of Fire Demon agreed, although I am greedy, for the sake of my daughter, I insist on credibility. As long as you can get it, I'll provide all the ingredients and you won't have to pay a penny. Lu Wenwu slowly shook his head. This would be impossible for the Fire Demon King to deal with directly. What do you mean when I shook my head again after asking? Play me? It can't be, by the way, it really is that it can't be. Lu Wenwu slowly took out a syringe from his backpack and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, if I have a 100% concentration of the perfect Zombie King blood transformation potion, how should you deal with it, uncle? The Fire Demon King's eyes suddenly lit up. Really bright. Two bright flames ignited directly in the red eyes, which looked like two searchlights at first glance. The bright little treasure showed a contemptuous expression, changed his back direction, lay down and put his hands in his hands, and flicked his tail impatiently. Father, I'm watching from the side. Before the Fire Demon King could say anything, Kashin said something faintly next to him. Fifth brother led me to make a miracle evaluation before. It's up to you. Kazan, the Fire Demon King, ... It's a nice little cotton-padded jacket, but it leaks air. Forget it, being able to get a miracle rating is indeed a rare talent. Let's just expand my daughter's network this time. It's not a loss. Absolutely no loss. I'm a devil. I am the mighty Fire Lord, one of the many masters in the endless abyss. How could I do a loss-making business? After briefly weighing the pros and cons, Kazan said, in this way, not only all the auxiliary materials, but also the remaining main materials for your gloves will be provided to you, so you don't have to pay for them all. Limited by your foundation, the best gloves can be of medium quality legendary level. Unless you can find the god of forging or the true immortal of the fire department, no matter who comes on your blue star, they can only achieve this level. I will try my best to help you improve this set of armor as much as possible, guaranteeing top legendary level at the bottom and mythical level at the upper limit. However, mythical level is basically impossible, so you'd better not hold out hope. It is very likely that it has the potential to advance to mythical level. This is guaranteed. Lu Wenwu cupped his fists and said, thank you very much, Uncle Kazan. No need. Kazan waved his hand, everyone gets what they need, I'm a devil. Yes, you are the Lord of the Abyss, one of the strongest demon kings in the endless abyss. Lu Wenwu beat the snake and followed the stick, then how do we make a deal? Use the demon summoning circle to summon you? Me? I can't get through. The Fire Demon King curled his lips, I'll have Kashin mail you a devil's contract later. Just sign it. You can use it for two-way transmission. Mail? Devil's contract? Lu Wenwu was in a daze. Why does this sound so strange? The King of Flame Demon leaned back with his hands behind his head, with a look of relief on his face. Young man, sometimes you should pay more attention to the other extraordinary beings on your blue star. Don't always limit your sights to dungeons and cultivation. Among them, the horizons must be broadened and the pattern must be opened. So that's what you said. China Post will definitely achieve its mission and is very reliable. Except that it is a little slow, there is nothing wrong with it. WDNND, where are the admission notices? Why do you have a branch in Endless Abyss? Wait a minute? China was so upset, how did it almost collapse a second time? Is there anything else? It's okay. The signal of the base station in the Abyss is not good, and China Mobile's cross-border long-distance charges are very expensive. The King of Fire Demon showed a slightly painful expression. Sooner or later, I will study it myself. Come out and build a base station. I am a devil. How can I do a loss-making business? Lu Wenwu thought for a moment and tried to ask, can you help me unseal the little statue I took out just now? Or can you tell me what this thing is used for? Don't do it. Kazan shook his head decisively, that thing is a very interesting inheritance statue. According to your words, forcibly cracking it will cause bad consequences. You can undo it yourself, inherited? Don't know what's in it. Since the Fire Demon King refused to help, he raised another question. Can you tell me why you want this potion? This is the mission reward of my last copy. For a being like you, as far as I'm concerned, it shouldn't be considered valuable. Indeed, it's not the case. The blood of the Zombie King is worse than rubbish to me. The Fire Demon King actually answered seriously, without any intention of being deceived. However, if I can cultivate a weak blood of the Zombie God, it would be a real profit for me. Although the blood of the Zombie King and the blood of the Zombie God are just a little bit different, the things contained in them are completely different. As for what the difference is and what it contains, the Fire Demon King has no intention of continuing to explain. Lu Wenwu didn't ask in detail. Anyway, this thing is trash to him. He was very surprised to find a top weapon refining master to help recast and upgrade the weapons. Later, after chatting casually with Cashin, Lu Wenwu informed her of his address and then turned off the phone. Then add more points in practice. The speed of China Post is indeed not very fast, even in this world. It took more than 3 months for Lu Wenwu to receive the demonic contract from the Endless Abyss. The black envelope also contained a permission to open the interdimensional teleportation channels signed by the Player Management Bureau. In the safe zone covered by the formation, teleportation cannot be opened at will without this. For the sake of his little cotton-padded jacket, the old Devil King can be said to be quite considerate. Lu Wenwu had heard of the name of Devil's Contract as early as in his previous life, so he specially found a knowledgeable person through Lu Ming to help him take a look. A handling fee of 5,000 spirit coins was also paid for this. After confirming that it was correct, Lu Wenwu signed the contract with his spiritual power. A lavender 6-pointed star magic array slowly appeared in the midair. The silver-white space power continued to ripple, and wisps of dark abyss energy escaped from the center of the array. Lu Wenwu quickly put his equipment, materials, equipment requirements, and trading items on it and watched them disappear. The first phase of the transaction is complete, and all that's left is waiting. More than 40 days later. During the breaks in training, Lu Wenwu glanced at his personal dashboard out of habit. ID, Invincible Tyrannosaurus God of War, Level, LV28, B, Supporting Occupation, Spiritual Chef Body 4280, HP, 857,000, Talent, Flesh Regeneration, Evil Nemesis, Eye of Insight, Real Men Will Not Die in Naked Clothes, Function Method, Convincing People with Virtue and Practicing Physical Training, Supernatural Power, Swallow the Sky and Eat the Earth, Skills, Egg-Filled Cake Cooking, Thousands of Techniques, Overlord Fist, Grandmaster, Explosive Steps, Grandmaster, Fatal Strike. Grandmaster, Military Fighting Technique, Enter the House, Firearms Mastery, Shallow Cognition, Equipment, Wings of the Sky, Epic, Free Attribute Points, 0, Spirit Coins, 863. Lu Wenwu spent the necessary Spirit Coins to buy acceleration cards and replenish medicines, and the remaining Spirit Coins were all exchanged for Attribute Points. After more than 140 days of accelerated training, Explosive Step, and Fatal Strike also reached the realm of Grandmaster after a lot of time, and their power was greatly improved. After the fusion and improvement, the difficulty of Bakuan increased sharply, and it failed to upgrade successfully. To comprehend boxing intentions and reach the realm of reaching the peak is not something that can be achieved simply by seclusion and hard practice, but requires a lot of actual combat and a moment of enlightenment. With the blessing of Lingshan Egg Pancake and top-level boxing talent, Lu Wenwu thought that this was not difficult, and it was only a matter of time to improve. As for military fighting techniques and firearms mastery, the former requires actual combat and killing to improve quickly, so Lu Wenwu simply did not practice it. The latter. It's so embarrassing. I don't know if there is such a thing as a potion for washing. I really want to wash it. Mao Mao's side is much simpler and rougher. After changing the acceleration card, he worked hard on Heavenly Dog-Eating Moon Art and successfully broke through to the 4th level. Various spells are innate abilities in the bloodline, and you can master them directly without practicing. The remaining spirit coins are all exchanged for attribute points. At present, Mao Mao's 4-dimensional attributes are Strength, 700, Speed, 700, Physique, 1100, Soul, 3231. Normal level players would probably cry with envy when they see it. This is the level that we can only practice at around B+. As a result, you have reached it just after entering B level. Is this reasonable? Just when Lu Wenwu was thinking about the training plan for the next few days, the power of the demon contract was suddenly triggered. He was immediately refreshed, and then looked forward to the front where a large amount of energy fluctuations were generated. The familiar hexagram formation slowly emerged. Along with it, there were 2 pieces of equipment exuding a strong aura.
Floating on the left side is a dark and hideous armor. The interior is made of abyssal magic stone, and the exterior is covered with a large amount of scorching hell rock iron. Scarlet demon runes are engraved on the surface of the armor, and they flicker and flicker like breathing as the abyssal magic chi escapes. Name: Scarlet Abyss. Quality: Legend. Type: Armor. Attack power: Nightmare. Defense power: Natural Chasm. Scarlet Harvest. Each attack will add a layer of bleeding effect to the target. Before the bleeding effect disappears, the effect of all recovery methods will be reduced by 50%. At the same time, each layer of bleeding effect will be settled once per second, and each settlement will steal the opponent's energy to replenish itself. Abyss Descent. While bearing the attack, absorb 25% of the attack damage and convert it into magic energy. When the magic energy value is full, you can immediately consume all the magic energy to start the second stage, and obtain a 15% increase in all attributes within 3 minutes. Fiery Soul Armor. After equipping, the soul will gain defense protection, and the fire attribute ability and strength attribute will be increased by 30%. Transformation. The Scarlet Abyss can be transformed into other forms of clothing, but it will reduce defense and attack power. Introduction. The famous Abyss Refiner. The Flame Demon King Kazan recast and strengthened the famous Guardian armor Chaos Neutral as a blueprint to create this offensive magic armor with a strong Abyss style. There is no doubt that it has the potential to advance to the myth level. Wear it, and you will become a bloody demon king who craves blood and killing. Note 1. Demonic energy can prolong the duration of the Abyss's arrival. Note 2. The Scarlet Abyss can devour high-quality blood and Abyss magic energy to repair its own damage. A piece of armor has the attack power of a legendary weapon. Isn't this a kind of NTR? Lu Wenwu was very surprised and equipped it immediately. Wrapped in this magic armor, he felt that his brain nerves were extremely active and excited, as if all the cells in his body were roaring for a killing feast. These are probably some of the negative effects of this powerful armor. For Lu Wenwu, who has a strong soul attribute, this is just a small problem that can be overcome. In addition to the new Scarlet Abyss, the former heavy artillery boxing gloves have also ushered in a new life. Now it is dark red all over, with pale green demon runes engraved on it, which looks extremely evil. Name: Wrath of the Demon King. Quality: Legend. Type: Weapon. Attack power: Nightmare. Power of the Demon King. After equipping, the strength attribute is increased by 35%, and the damage is accompanied by the burning of demon fire. Wrath of the Fire Demon King. Your attack will cause an additional 200% explosion damage. Introduction. The boxing gloves made by the famous Abyss Refiner. The Fire Demon King Kazan. Equip it and let the enemy's head feel the wrath of the Abyss Overlord, the Fire Demon King. The Wrath of the Demon King inherits the plane amplification and skill effects of the heavy artillery boxing gloves. It is still the intuitive power amplification and the explosion damage attached to the attack. In addition to the fire of the evil fight and the true fire of the sun, Lu Wenwu can mobilize another kind of firepower. The pale green demon fire driven by blood. This thing should be driven by the Abyss magic energy. But Lu Wenwu is not a demon. Where does the Abyss magic energy come from? It can only be transformed by stimulating the Scarlet Abyss and the Devil's Wrath through chi and blood. Besides, due to the special characteristics of his own blood and skills, this demon fire is not cold and weird at all, but the two attributes of majestic atmosphere and righteousness are full. If the body refining technique to conquer people with virtue is pushed to the extreme, this pale green flame even has a bit of uprightness and overflowing benevolence. This outrageous demon fire is probably a very explosive thing in the demon circle. Redefining the demon fire is holding back the excitement after getting the new equipment. Lu Wenwu began to practice hard again. Until the last day's time limit was exhausted and the body attribute was cultivated to 4,300 points, he finally came out and started the dungeon matching. Matching, pet detected, your dungeon difficulty range is being adjusted up. Matching successful. Dungeon, endless reincarnation. Introduction, 3 generations of time and space flow, day and night alternate, past, present, future. What is real and what is illusory? Some people say that the endless cycle of time is a unique gift. Some people say that the endless cycle of time is the greatest curse in the world. In this duel that has been repeated countless times, can you break this endless cycle? Number of players, 10. Main task, break the time cycle or defeat the final boss. Current assimilation rate, 52.37%. Instance level, BA. Time flow rate, constant for 30 days on Blue Star. Note, this instance is a multiplayer instance, without team protection and system contract. Please choose the action method yourself. Instance for 10 people? And there is no system rule protection. This is the first time I have encountered it. Before Lu Wenwu's thoughts drifted away, the white light had already brought him to the instance world this time. This is a ruined coastal city filled with smoke. As soon as the five senses were restored, the rumbling sound of artillery came from a distance and penetrated into the ears of everyone present. The pungent smell of blood and burnt smells were blown by the wind, and Lu Wenwu hurriedly blocked most of his sense of smell. Unlike the previous times, this time was not as harmonious as before. Almost everyone showed strong vigilance and fear as soon as they landed. Two people even activated their skills and fled directly, and they seemed to have no desire to communicate with others. Lu Wenwu only roughly remembered their names and basic data with the eye of insight. Then, after observing each other for a while, another person turned around and left, and disappeared into the city full of battlefields. This multiplayer dungeon has not officially started yet, and the maximum number of team members is only 7. Lu Wenwu looked at the remaining 5 men and 1 woman, all of whom are B+ level, and took the initiative to say, "So, we are the only ones who want to form a team?" Lu Wenwu attracted everyone's attention as soon as he opened his mouth. With his outstanding height and size, it was difficult not to attract attention. Several people looked at him at the same time. From Lu Wenwu's perspective, a new entry appeared in the current status of the 5 male players' dislike. One of them was an ugly man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. In addition to disgust, another new word was added: disgust. Only the entry under the female player is curiosity. Lu Wenwu felt a little confused. What the hell? The first time I saw him I was disgusted. What's even more outrageous is that there is even disgust. What did you do to make you disgusted? The wrath of the Demon King is not equipped yet, the Scarlet Abyss has transformed, and the aura of the abyss that can easily cause misunderstanding has not escaped, right? The eye of insight scanned again, and the ugly man's data appeared in Lu Wenwu's eyes. Super Smart Quincy / European Emperor, B+, 52130 / 52130, current status, dislike, disgust, high alert. Please, when looking at this guy, his eyes always glance at the beautiful girl wearing cool clothes next to him and the black man dressed like Wakandan on the other side. Lu Wenwu immediately understood where the pleasure in this hanging state came from. Probably because the girl is beautiful and the black man is strong. I want to lick both sides. Before Lu Wenwu said anything, the super smart Quincy took the initiative to stand up and said with a righteous face, "Brother, I see that your aura is not strong. If you team up with us rashly, your life may be in danger. Let us strong men do the fighting." Lu Wenwu? This is so beautifully said, bro, I almost want to laugh. If you think your brother-in-law doesn't want to play with you and wants to lick the boss, just say so. It seems like he has my best interests at heart, but secretly he's a weirdo. If I didn't have a discerning eye, I might actually believe you. Lu Wenwu knew that this bastard was pretending to be a bastard. But the other 4 male players clearly agreed with the super smart Quincy's words, and they all cast approving glances. Yes, only the truly strong can team up with each other. A mismatch in strength will only hold us back. The black man looked around triumphantly. "Gentlemen, and this beautiful lady, I think we need to move quickly. Otherwise, progress will be delayed." Seeing that the black man he wanted to lick expressed his approval, the super smart Quincy immediately worked harder and said bluntly, "Now we are going to explore the dungeon world to complete the main mission. You'd better stay away to avoid being affected by the aftermath of the battle. The strength of the 4th level of inheritance level skills, a level, I'm afraid you still need to settle down. I suggest you use the escape props to exit directly. This dungeon is not something you can participate in with your current strength." After that, the 5 people left without looking back and disappeared deep into the ruins of the city. Lu Wenwu's head was full of questions. He doesn't get angry very much. Confucius once said, "Isn't it a gentleman if a person does not know something but is not stunned?" Lu Wenwu is not a bad-tempered good person, but he mainly thinks that there is no need to argue with an idiot, especially an idiot who is destined to die. Let them explore the path first, and then just kill them if they no longer have any use value. It doesn't take much trouble. The main focus is the utilization of waste. What he is wondering now is why the other party is sure that he is an advanced player who has practiced 4 levels of inheritance level skills and is participating in trials. At this moment, the beautiful girl in cool clothes came over and greeted him energetically. "Hey, big man, do you want to form a team?" Lu Wenwu subconsciously looked up and saw that the girl with short light gray hair was blinking her big sea blue eyes and looking at him with a smile. Dolphin Demon Lanshan, B+, 278000 / 278000, current status, curious, eager. Lu Wenwu now wonders if he has some strange, unique physique that attracts non-human races plus 10,086.
Otherwise, why don't my teammates always have normal humans? No, I was even looked down upon just now. Why do you want to team up with me? Lu Wenwu asked. Because you are very strong. And you are my type. You look very strong physically. I want to mate with you. The lively dolphin girl opened the mic passionately, but she said some vulgar sentences that would not pass the test. Even Lu Wenwu, who had an open XP, didn't expect that the other party would be so direct. After thinking about it for a moment, it seems that dolphins are called Teddy in the sea? That's okay. Give it to you, hee hee. I heard from the killer whales that humans like this very much. Just when Lu Wenwu fell into silence, the dolphin girl took out a pufferfish and handed it over. Lu Wenwu took it with a confused look. Just listen to the dolphin girl continue. You can call me Lan Shan. Can I go to your house to see your puppy doing backflips? I can feel his breath. By the way, I saw it said on human social software, human males always say this when they want to have sex with women. What do you think, big man? Lu Wenwu, 666. I now suspect that I have met a female gangster. And he's even more hooligan than his buddies. Wait a minute, puppy? Lu Wenwu suddenly realized something. Just before he entered the game, he let Mao Mao possess him and fully amplified his soul attributes. All his strength is in his body. When he is not deliberately moving blood and qi, he can be just like an ordinary person as long as he restrains himself a little, without any pressure or majestic aura. And Mao Mao's soul attribute is 3200. It is exactly the total attribute that can be amplified by the first 4 levels of the inheritance level skills. Oh. It turns out that this idiot sensed Mao Mao when he sensed. Damn idiot. Lu Wenwu figured everything out in an instant, and felt that this person was becoming more and more clownish. He looked at the dolphin girl Lan Shan, who was looking forward to it, and after a dry cough, he said, "You can call me Tyrannosaurus, and we can form a team. As for other things, we will talk about it later. Now let's sign a blood contract for forming a team. You should know how to do it, right? If you don't know, I will teach you." Yeah, of course. Lan Shan suddenly became a little excited. Then when will we fight Tyrannosaurus? Can we fight after signing the contract? Can we explore the dungeon after fighting? I think I can. I have a strong recovery ability. This energetic girl hooligan looked innocent and expectant, which made Lu Wenwu unable to do it. You are really good at playing homophones in Chinese. Su Qinghong is just a small witch in front of her. There is no comparison at all. I said we'll talk about it later. Don't play word games. Let's sign the blood contract first. Okay. I'm available anytime. Swoosh. Let's get down to business first. Swoosh. Is it too late for me to change my name to Lan Zhengshi now? Because they were not sure what was going on in this dungeon world, the two chose to move on the ground and go to the place where the battle broke out to do some reconnaissance. They were very fast and soon arrived at the edge of the battlefield. In a hidden corner, they looked towards the center. The two sides of the battle looked very different, as if they were a picture cut out from two eras. One side of the soldiers was dressed in modern infantry uniforms, manipulating the guns and modern weapons in their hands to fire continuously. And the target of their attack was an ancient army wearing armor and holding cold weapons. Those ancient soldiers, regardless of gender, age or young, were tall and mighty, and their eyes were full of bloodthirstiness and killing. The equipment they were wearing looked like cold weapons, but all of them emitted an abnormal dark red luster. The bullets hit the armor and shields, but only made a slight dent. Even if they hit the unprotected flesh of the ancient soldiers hidden, 1 or 2 bullets could not penetrate their bodies at all. Only large-caliber heavy artillery shells exploding beside them, or anti-material sniper rifles sniping, could bring some effective killing. The firepower network composed of ordinary rifles and even heavy machine guns was just a tool to stop these ancient soldiers from advancing, causing little damage. Lu Wenwu opened the eye of insight and observed intently, and the information of both sides was instantly displayed in front of him. Warbeliever 346921, E, 375/1000, current status, bloodthirst, mental suggestion, body transformation, fearless, god of war blessing, war frenzy, vigorous chi and blood, war instinct, attack amplification, defense amplification. The current status column was so full of entries that it almost filled the entire field of vision that Lu Wenwu was extremely surprised. It was the first time he saw a target with so many layers of status and so many buffs. Although each one was not too strong, when combined together, it completely gave a strong ordinary person a physical fitness that he should not have. These ancient soldiers called War Believer were just ordinary people in terms of level. But with so many buffs stacked on them,
they were turned into extraordinary people who could withstand bullets in a short time. The modern army on the other side was simply a group of ill-level ordinary people. Ordinary people called the Savior Army. It was hard to imagine that a group of ordinary people were fighting against the battle formation of extraordinary people. Their fearless courage reminded Lu Wenwu of the Xinglong army in Shenzhou. However, courage often cannot be transformed into strength. Artillery fire roared, and guns roared. The Alloy tanks were easily torn apart by the monster-like war believers. Any person or thing that stood in their way would be pierced through by a spear, or cut off by a wide sword. Ordinary people faced this level of extraordinary people, and extraordinary people who were like killing machines. In the absence of absolutely powerful thermal weapons, it could be said that it was a one-sided massacre. The ending was doomed from the beginning. The Salvation Army was retreating step by step, and large areas of positions were constantly lost. Once the war believers approached, the soldiers of the Salvation Army would pull the explosives on their bodies and try to die with the other side. But in most cases, this self-destruction method could not succeed. Most of the war believers who had special armor to protect their bodies would only be seriously injured, and they were still far from death. At this moment, a bloody light suddenly flashed in the sky. A young man in ancient Greek-style armor slowly descended from the sky. He hovered in the air about 10 meters above the ground, scanning the entire battlefield with a crazy and morbidly excited look, laughing neurotically. War! 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 Fill my cup with the blood of the enemy. Decorate my throne with the skulls of my enemies. Use destruction and killing to please your great gods. My followers, attack! 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 Don't let the war stop for a moment. What? Are you also a great god? Lu Wenwu raised his eyebrows, always feeling that these guys who call themselves gods have some degree of cerebral palsy. The Eye of Insight has clearly fed back the information about the boy with Shinibu in front of him. War Apostle Clone, B, 180000/180000, current status, bloodthirsty, excitement, extended power. Lu Wenwu curled his lips. This thing seems to be even more rubbish than the last ghost claiming to be a great god. He doesn't even have divinity, yet he dares to call himself God. And what is a war apostle? Lu Wenwu was confused. Lu Wenwu thought that he probably didn't understand, so he asked. Lu Wenwu opened the wings of the sky and flew up. Lu Wenwu was ready to convince others with his virtue. The clone of the war apostle was still giggling, but the next second he was grabbed by the neck by Lu Wenwu, who appeared out of nowhere. What is the war apostle? Why do you want to fight with those people below? Lu Wenwu asked his doubts straightforwardly. Be bold. The war apostle clone's face turned red when he pinched it, and it struggled in the air. But those powerful hands were as if they were welded together, and no matter how he moved, there was no change at all. Lu Wenwu was a little displeased and directly punched the war apostle's clone, causing his nose to explode. Then, Lu Wenwu said seriously, I am asking you a question. You are talking about him in such a way that disrespects me. I am a little unhappy now. A person from another world. The war apostle seemed to have finally come to his senses and showed that sickly and crazy smile again. You, these ungodly families. Before he could say the second half of his sentence, his neck was pinched by Lu Wenwu. The reason is that Lu Wenwu was too lazy to waste time unilaterally with people who are mentally ill. There is no point in playing the piano to a cow. You gain 0.1 free attribute points. Lu Wenwu waited for a few seconds and found that there was no message that the mission had been completed. So he threw the body of the war apostle's clone from a high altitude in disgust and smashed it into meat on the ground. With the death of the war apostle's clone, those war believers who were originally like a natural disaster of the undead suddenly stopped, and their eyes gradually became dull and empty. The hail of bullets from the Salvation Army side also stopped. Everyone looked up in disbelief, looking at Lu Wenwu, who suddenly appeared like a god and killed the war apostle's clone. There was no cheering, no joy of victory in the war. The soldiers of the Salvation Army acted almost simultaneously in the next second. They began to rescue the wounded and clean the battlefield like crazy. They tried their best to carry all the equipment and supplies that could be repaired as much as possible. Lu Wenwu frowned and stared at the expressionless soldiers below. This world, what happened? At most, only 10 seconds passed. The empty eyes of those war believers suddenly gained a touch of humanity. Their impossibly tall stature is gradually shrinking. Although he is still strong, he is already within the range of a normal person. Those dazzling buffs disappeared. During the observation of the Eye of Insight, the names and identities of those war believers suddenly appeared in front of their numbers. As for the affixes in the current status column, most of them only contain sadness, pain, and numbness. Countless war believers who had regained their consciousness were either kneeling on the ground without saying anything, or rummaging through the mutilated corpses like crazy, or hugging each other and crying heartbreakingly. Lu Wenwu fell from the air, and together with Lan Shan, who walked out of the hiding place, they looked at the scene in front of them in silence. An Asian-looking man dressed as an army officer quickly ran over from a short distance away and gave the two an unprecedented military salute. "Thank you for your help, brave man from another world. I am Zhao Lixing, Deputy Commander of the 7th Landing Regiment of the 2nd Salvation Army. I am currently acting as the regimental commander. On behalf of all the officers and soldiers, I extend my highest greetings to you." Little things. Lu Wenwu didn't know which country's bird language he was talking about, but someone who knew the language could understand it and responded casually. "Deputy Commander of the 7th Landing Regiment of the 2nd Salvation Army, Zhao Lixing, E. 600/600, current status, grateful, sad, nervous." It seems to be the truth. Zhao Lixing made another military salute. "Are these two strong men interested in joining our Salvation Army? Many strong men from other worlds have come before, and they have basically joined us. We sincerely welcome all strong men from other worlds to join us." Lan Shan asked curiously, "Hey, are there many players who have been here before us?" "Players? Oh yes, most of the powerful people from other worlds do call themselves players." Zhao Lixing nodded. "There are indeed many, including more than a dozen players sitting in our headquarters now. They are the main body of our Salvation Army against the Apostles. The backbone of the worst failure outcome occurred. If the main mission of this dungeon fails, there will be no penalty for being forced to return and then lose levels. If there is no forced escape prop, you will be left here directly. This is quite a scary thing. This not only means that this copy is extremely difficult, as many players have already failed, but there will also be interference from previous players left behind. Not all players have a firm, fearless heart that wants to save Blue Star. If they stay in the dungeon for a long time, it's hard to guarantee that they won't develop dark thoughts such as 'I can't complete the main mission,' and other players can't even think about it. In addition, there is a more terrifying possibility: the number of reincarnations of the main mission is limited by time. Once a certain threshold is exceeded, the main mission will be directly judged as failed. This is a bit scary." Thinking of this, Lu Wenwu immediately asked, "Where is your headquarters? What will we do after we join?" Zhao Lixing immediately replied, "The headquarters is deep in the sea. After you join, you need to fight against the Apostles. If you two agree, we need to move faster. If the clone dies, the War Apostles will soon know about it, and we will not be able to leave by then." Lu Wenwu and Lan Shan looked at each other and reached a consensus, so they agreed and briefly introduced themselves. Lan Shan is a dolphin demon, and the sea is her home ground. Joining a force also helps them quickly understand the current status of the dungeon world. Soon, the 7th Landing Regiment cleaned up the battlefield, quickly retreated to the edge of the coast, and boarded a huge submarine that could accommodate the entire regiment's soldiers. It looks like something from a science fiction movie. When the super-large submarine sank and started to move, Zhao Lixing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Wenwu asked, "What happened in your world? Why did you confront those controlled war believers? And why didn't you take away those who have regained their consciousness?" Zhao Lixing smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that we don't want to, it's that we can't. The War Apostle's ability is too unique, and we simply can't snatch those controlled people from his hands. Once they are brought back to the base together, the Apostles will soon notice it and follow the clues to find them and destroy mankind's last hope. After 2 years of war, we have reached the edge of the cliff. 3 years ago, terrifying monsters called demon gods came to our planet. They launched an event called Demon God Game on the Earth. At first, we happily thought that this was an opportunity for human evolution and that the era of extraordinary beings was coming. But we soon discovered that we were wrong, and we were terribly wrong. With the end of the Demon God Game, the 30 strongest people in the Demon God Game received the Demon God's blessing and became Devil God Apostles. Their power is unimaginable to humans before, and they can also grant superpowers that ordinary people dream of. When the Demon God left, a fierce battle immediately broke out among the Demon God's Apostles, and even triggered a world war with the country where they were located. In less than half a year, the world war ceased and all countries disappeared. The world was split into 7 pieces, each ruled by the 7 strongest apostles who survived the Apostle War. Light, life, puppets, wars, plagues, magic, and the strongest apostle king. The one you killed just now is the clone of the War Apostle. His body is also the apostle with the weakest individual combat power. We, the Salvation Army, are the last remaining human beings in the world who are still resisting. We have been working hard to defeat those apostles and take back our homeland.
Sorry to interrupt. Lu Wenwu indicated that he had something to say. Do you have nuclear weapons in your world?
According to the unique judgment method of our players, with the ability of those apostles, it should be impossible to withstand the washing of large-yield nuclear weapons.
Land.
After hearing this, Zhao Lixing suddenly smiled bitterly. Of course we have nuclear weapons, and I understand what you want to say, but we can't do it.
Why? Lan Shan blinked. Can't you bear to blow up the city and the people it controls?
Zhao Lixing looked sad. No, it's because of the strongest apostle king. He is invincible in the true sense. As soon as the World War broke out, he took control of all the nuclear arsenals, nuclear-powered submarines, mobile launch vehicles, and even all raw materials in the world. No one knows how he did it, but it just happened. We have lost our strongest trump card from the beginning. We tried to kill him through suicide attacks and powerful missiles to clear the ground, but after countless rounds of strikes, he remained unscathed. Including the Apostles' Civil War, all the apostles who challenged the King of Apostles were easily killed by him, and their strength was completely crushed at the fault level.
Lu Wenwu was incredulous. Since the other party is so strong, how did you guys survive until now? I look at you as a group and you can't even defeat one of his clones. Let alone 2 years, how can you survive? It took 2 months for my ancestors to accumulate great virtue.
Probably, it's because of strong men like you who came from another world, Zhao Lixing said with some uncertainty, but as you said, we are actually not far from collapse. With the King of Apostles here, we can stop everything done so far has been in vain.
Lan Shan teased, hey, little kid, you are the leader. How can you say such depressing words? I really want to defeat the apostle, but that doesn't mean I'm a fool. I know the facts.
Zhao Lixing smiled bitterly again, but this time he looked at Lan Shan helplessly.
Although you are a strong man from another world, I am not just a child, right? I am already 42 this year.
Lan Shan flicked her short hair, purred twice, and said proudly, what a coincidence, I am 342 years old this year.
Zhao Lixing, That's okay. At this age, it's enough to be my grandma's 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 grandma.
Tip, player, Samuel Scalia Nefario, died.
Are there any hints for dead people in the same game? There were no reminders about the dead people in Chiguei Yueying School before. Is it because of the special nature of that book?
It was the first time for Lu Wenwu to participate in this kind of multiplayer cooperative copy without system restrictions, and naturally it was also the first time that he encountered death prompts for players in the same game.
After all, not everyone is a monster like him.
It is impossible for all members to pass the dangerous dungeon.
Death and farewell are the main themes among players.
Teammates who have played together before may one day have their avatars on moments fade away forever.
Lu Wenwu, a woman with a very long name, was somewhat impressed.
He was the first one to quit the team and become a lone wolf after joining. His statistics were average and his health was horribly low. Sure enough, only the strong are qualified to act aloof and pretend to be a lone wolf. It's better for a Dishi to just find someone to hold her and have fun with. Oh. If it doesn't work out, you can just be like Voldemort and wait for him to steal chickens.
3 minutes ago.
Among the ruins of the city, an ancient Greek-style golden chariot fell from the sky, exuding a shining golden light. This is the true nature of the war apostle. The young man in gorgeous armor pulled the reins. His eyes just glanced down casually, and an extremely abnormal smile appeared on his face. Insects from another world dare to disobey the great gods.
The sin is unforgivable.
Waving the war gun in his hand, the solid gunlight that seemed to be made of gold spurted out, instantly piercing the abdomen of a woman covered in a cloak. Injuries of this level are not fatal to players.
Samuel Scalia Nefario, who originally planned to kill a few war believers as a test, responded quickly.
She didn't have any thoughts of fighting, and immediately turned into a shadow to escape, while pouring high-level healing potion into her mouth.
My followers. The war continues.
The war apostle laughed wildly and shed bloody light, and the cloak behind him rustled under the movement of the golden chariot. The rainbow rain merged into flesh and blood, and the war believers who had regained some consciousness due to the death of their clones instantly went berserk, transformed into killing machines again, and rushed towards Samuel. Throwing spears filled the sky, like a metal rainstorm.
But Samuel is obviously taking the assassin route.
Incarnate as a shadow, she is as fast as lightning, and cannot be stopped by these forcibly stacked war believers.
Oh? It turns out it's still an insect hiding in the shadows. It seems like it will be a lot of fun this time. The war apostle smiled and said to himself like crazy, but, why are you such a coward? Looking down at the shadows that were moving away from the war believers, he gently shook the reins in his hands, and the 4 white flaming Pegasus immediately screamed "She LV" and galloped down with the golden chariot. War! The war apostle raised his war gun high, and a golden thunder fell from the sky, instantly hitting Samuel's body. Large clumps of golden thunder exploded. These thunder and lightning seemed to have a strange magic power, which actually forced her out of the stealth state of shadow speed and revealed her body again. With just this blow, a large area of the epic assassin's hooded robe was scorched black, and Samuel's health dropped rapidly. The embarrassed female assassin vomited out a mouthful of black blood and subconsciously looked to the sky with strong horror in her eyes. The war apostle, with his back to the sun, drove a golden chariot down from the sky. The war gun in his hand shines with the golden brilliance of the sun, just like the sun god Apollo in ancient Greek mythology. Damn it! How come I ran into an rank boss right after I came up? Samuel drew out his 2-handed hidden blade in despair, ready to make a last-ditch effort. Divine punishment! The golden flash that flashed across instantly ended her last hope of fighting for her life, leaving no chance. The golden war spear pierced her head and nailed her to the ground. Once an assassin is dragged into a frontal battle, the possibility of victory will be infinitely close to zero. What's more, she is facing a rank boss. The war apostle stretched out his hand and the golden war spear slowly pulled off the ground. The blood and brain matter of the female assassin flowed down along the gorgeous gun body, but not a drop of liquid flowed into the charred land under her. Bathed in blood, the brilliance and sharpness of this war spear seemed to be better than before. Too weak. The war apostle had a cruel evil smile on his lips, looked at a corner deep in the ruins, and made a gesture of stretching his hand to wipe his neck. Tiny and cowardly bugs, your behavior makes the gods sick. But, the great god of war will let you disgusting ants live in disgrace for now. I met a guy who can bring me joy. I'm going to start a war on the sea. Gather. 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 Head to the depths of the sea. There is a grand carnival waiting for us there. Crazy voices rang out, and giant warships that were also golden instantly condensed into shape. Countless believers were carried into the air by dozens of large ships, following the golden chariot of the war apostle and heading towards the depths of the sea, without any nostalgia for the battlefield that had just won. Just as the war apostle said. He longed for a war that would make him happy. In the corner where the war apostle glanced, 5 familiar figures were trembling. Among them, the one who was shaking the most, but still pretending to be calm on that ugly face, who else but the super smart Quincy? Gentlemen, the terrifying A-level boss seems to have left. We are temporarily safe. The only black man said. Lord Elbida, what should we do next? The super smart Quincy immediately followed up, giving the other party a chance to fully perform, and licking him in a timely manner. You are the strongest here, and I am afraid that only you can make the most correct decision. Super smart Quincy FU.CK, what a broken name. I warn you, I need enough time to think about countermeasures. The black man named Elbida was a little unhappy, facing such a powerful and moody boss. We will die if we take a wrong step, understand? So now, shut your dog mouth. Yes, it's all my fault. I disturbed your thinking, Lord Elbida. Super smart Quincy was not angry, but immediately nodded and bowed with a smile, and the words kneeling and licking were almost written on his face. Elbida thought for a while, looked further away, and waved his hand. It's not safe here. Let's go over this mountain and go to the city opposite. I just saw through the hawk that the damage over there is less severe, and it should be able to provide some hiding places. In the submarine, Zhao Lixing smiled helplessly and said self-deprecatingly, perhaps. Our greatest luck is that there are no sea god apostles among the demon god apostles. The sea is already our last refuge. If they can attack the deep sea, I'm afraid that humans have already become the playthings of the apostles. What's wrong with the sea god? Lu Wenwu immediately showed disdain. Why, are you afraid of being entangled by your biological mother? Zhao Lixing? What the hell is being entangled by your biological mother? Just when Lu Wenwu was about to tell him what the way to death is, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. Boom! The ground shook violently, the emergency lights started up, and the whole house turned red. Zhao Lixing's face changed drastically, and he immediately got up and went to the bridge. Boom 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 boom. The bombardment continued. Zhao Lixing, who was standing unsteadily, fell to the ground and struggled to get up. But the whole submarine was shaking violently, like an 18-magnitude earthquake.
With his ordinary physical fitness, he could only barely grab the handle beside him to protect his body, and turned on the intercom and shouted, "What happened?" The radio came with intermittent voices, "Attacked by the Apostle." "Repeat, attacked by the war." Overy Lanshan closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, and said quickly, "You may not believe it, but the one attacking us is the whale spear." Whoosh! The power is almost as powerful as the torpedo. This is thousands of meters underwater. The war apostle is coming? Lu Wenwu suddenly became interested, grabbed Zhao Lixing who was having a difficult call and ran out. Hurry up, get the loading side ready, I'm going to go out through the torpedo launch channel." Ah! Zhao Lixing was stunned. "Shouldn't we run away now?" After a few seconds, he reacted and said hurriedly, "Master Tyrannosaurus, why don't you wait and see? Even if the individual combat power of the war apostle is the weakest, that is relative to the apostle. It takes several players to join forces to barely compete with it. We don't need to do this. Just keep diving and avoid it. There is no time to dawdle, time is free attribute points." Lu Wenwu relied on his spiritual power to guide him to the torpedo launch chamber, opened the sealed door of the passage and went in directly. Seeing this, Zhao Lixing had no choice but to close the sealed chamber and ordered the submarine to dive again. With a violent muffled sound, Lu Wenwu performed explosive steps in the torpedo launch channel, and the whole person passed through the chamber like a cannonball, rushed into the sea, and headed above the water surface. The power of the explosive step continued to explode, and the thrusters behind the wings of the sky were turned on to the extreme, and Lu Wenwu's body accelerated again and again. The pressure of the deep sea was just a small matter for him. The resistance brought by the seawater was not enough to offset the terrifying speed he burst out. In just a few seconds, Lu Wenwu rushed straight from the deep sea to the surface of the sea and crashed directly into the largest ship. Boom! The bottom of the ship, which was completely composed of energy, was pierced by him, and the war believers who were waiting on the top exploded into a bloody rain. The surging cold sea water poured into the ship with Lu Wenwu. He rose high from the water like a dolphin, flapping his wings and hovering in the air, glancing at his feet. The warship of the war apostle was much simpler than he had imagined. It couldn't even be called a ship, it was just a huge canoe formed by some unique power. Now, a huge wound appeared in the middle of the largest warship. Shocking cracks continued to extend, and the entire ship broke into two pieces almost in an instant. Countless war believers fell into the sea, roaring inhumanly. On dozens of other warships, all the war believers changed their targets in unison, and the spears and guns in their hands were thrown into the sky at the same time. Is this the only level? I am so disappointed. Lu Wenwu looked at the war apostle in the distance, who was still full of the atmosphere of the middle school, with a grim smile on his face, and the scarlet abyss instantly lifted the illusion state. The dark and hideous armor appeared, and scarlet evil runes lit up one after another. The hideous horns and barbs continued to grow as if they had life. Endless abyss demonic energy slowly covered the whole body, gradually turning into large patches of pale green demon fire. The strange color of the flames immediately raised the emotion of fear in the hearts of countless war believers. They were controlled and should not have anything other than killing and bloodthirstiness. But at this moment, Lu Wenwu's soul power has far exceeded and suppressed the war apostle. The ultimate core of magic skills is soul strength and mental power. In many worlds, demon fire is also called evil energy fire. Nothing that can be crowned with the word evil is easy to mess with. Your purity. Too low. Lu Wenwu clenched his fists fiercely, and his body turned half a circle in the air. The blazing flames exploded in all directions like an angry dragon, and the black spears instantly melted into drops of orangered iron water dripping on the sea surface, which could not cause any damage at all. Lu Wenwu licked his lips, staring at the war apostle driving the golden chariot, and his extremely terrifying blood rose to the extreme in an instant. The majestic aura suppressed the entire battlefield, and those war believers who were transformed from ordinary people were oppressed to the point that they could not get up at all. Even the violence and madness in their eyes faded, and they became much clearer in an instant. War Apostle, A, 343000/343000, current status, Demon God Blessing, Demon God Curse, Strength Extension, Fear Too Weak. Too weak. Lu Wenwu shook his head kindly, muttered to himself, and rushed forward with his fist. How can you have the courage to provoke your Tyrannosaurus grandpa? The fatal blow was launched, and Lu Wenwu instantly sacrificed 2/3 of his blood. The dark red iron fist came with a magnificent power, and 3 completely different powerful flames burned wildly, almost burning the sky together. The face of the war apostle finally changed. The previous arrogance and madness completely disappeared, replaced by horror and solemnity. He, the apostle of war. As the name suggests, he is a war apostle, not a combat apostle. Just like the god of war, and the god of war cannot be generalized. His main abilities are all concentrated in war and some magic. Similar to a magician lord. He is good at large-scale battles. But melee? Close combat? It cannot be said that he has no ability, but he is completely at the bottom among the apostles. Even among the 11, his close combat ability is at the bottom, extremely lame. The apostle of war almost conjured a golden shield across his chest in the limit time, and put several buffs on himself. The heavy military killing fist fell, and a collision sound like the sound of metal clashing broke out in the air. The golden shield was instantly shattered, and the mighty armor breastplate showed an ugly collapse. The figure of the war apostle fell like a meteor, and was knocked off the completely broken golden chariot by a punch. The 4 white Pegasus were blown off their heads by Lu Wenwu's punch, and their bodies were put into the backpack. The war apostle, who fell into the sea with countless burning fragments, felt that he was not punched by a person. Instead, he was hit hard by a high-speed train. Is this the power that humans can have? Is this the power that players who descended from another world should have? Before he could think of the next countermeasure, Lu Wenwu had already swooped down from the sky, and with another punch, he forcibly opened a crack in the sea surface. That was the most powerful punch in the world. The violet blood in blazing flames fell like a blade, and the sea level within 100 meters of the war apostle instantly dropped by more than 10 meters. The huge waves splashed up, almost forming a terrifying tsunami like a comet hitting the earth. Puff! The severely injured war apostle spit out a mouthful of black blood, and there was no arrogance or madness on his young face. There was only endless fear. He was scared. In the eyes of the war apostle, Lu Wenwu, who was dressed in the scarlet abyss, was not a human being at all. He was a demon. A real demon. A demon in human skin. He was covered with pale green evil energy flames and had an inhuman body. After the attack, he could suppress his recovery ability and continue to devour his vitality and magic. The evil runes of green and scarlet flickered under the effect of blood. Ordinary people with weak minds would fall into intense mental fear and schizophrenia as long as they took a look. If this is not a demon in literary works, then what is it? The god of war gritted his teeth, and the golden spear that fell into the water broke through the water and pierced straight into Lu Wenwu's back like a rainbow piercing the sun. The golden thunder wrapped around the tip of the spear to form a sharp spiral, and the terrifying speed had completely torn the air. But who knew that Lu Wenwu did not dodge at all, still grinning and raising his fist forward, heading straight for the apostle of war. The heavy fists fell like raindrops, and the gorgeous golden armor was blown into a pile of useless scrap metal by the terrifying anger of the devil in a few seconds. The apostle of war fought back with all his strength. Even though his arms were torn, even though his head was sunken, even though the shield and dagger condensed with energy could not resist for even a second, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. He even showed a sick and crazy smile again. The golden war spear, here it comes. Puff! The spear named War Controller did not disappoint its owner. It penetrated Lu Wenwu's body almost without any hindrance, stabbing from back to front, piercing his chest and heart. You. This is impossible. The smile of the war apostle suddenly froze, like a goose with its neck strangled, making a heart-wrenching wail. This is too possible. Lu Wenwu grinned and punched out, directly smashing one of the arms of the war apostle. The war controller did pierce Lu Wenwu's heart. However, the war apostle did not feel any feedback about the blood plunder. The ability to restore strength and slowly increase strength by drinking the blood of the enemy seemed to have completely disappeared. Not only that, he even completely lost the ability to control the artifact spear. No matter how he urged it, the spear was still firmly inserted into Lu Wenwu's body and could not move at all. No. It's not that it can't move at all. The war controller moved. But it was slowly absorbed by Lu Wenwu's body. Is shrinking. Ah! The breath of the war apostle dropped sharply, and he roared in pain again. He could feel that the artifact that belonged to him was destroyed. The gun body was disintegrating, and the gun soul was annihilated. The devil-like man in front of him actually used some method to eat his gun with his body. You are a devil. You are a real devil. The next second after the war controller's spear was completely devoured by the devouring heaven and earth, the war apostle, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, suddenly collapsed. He gave up all resistance, roared like crazy, and looked at Lu Wenwu with endless fear in his eyes. It was as if he had seen some kind of natural enemy. This arrogant, crazy, and arrogant war apostle who controls the lives and deaths of countless people, one of the 7 winners of the Apostle War and one of the current world rulers, is now trembling like the weakest and most docile sheep. He was even so scared that he dared not have even the slightest emotion called resentment towards Lu Wenwu. Calling yourself a war apostle of God? Is that all you have? I am really disappointed. Looking at the war apostle who behaved like this through the scarlet dragon eyes of the scarlet abyss, Lu Wenwu suddenly felt bored. Are the other apostles as unbearable as you? The purity is too low. The war apostle would no longer answer any of his questions. The middle school boy who lost an arm trembled and hugged his broken legs, and just kept repeating 2 words back and forth. Devil! Lu Wenwu has no habit of torturing people. Extremely disappointed, he raised his hand, concentrated his mind, and punched out. The head of the war apostle exploded like a watermelon, dyeing the surrounding sea red. The health bar was completely emptied. The war apostle died. P.S. Happy Chinese New Year to everyone. Happy New Year to my brothers in advance. Chapter 98 The Dimension Demon God's favorability towards you +1, 6k words. I wish you all a happy spring festival. At the moment when the war apostle died, Lu Wenwu seemed to see a strange shadow flash past in a trance. Before he could see it clearly, the phantom had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the still rough sea. You have obtained 10 free attribute points, you killed the war apostle, LV44, alone without any external force, and the war realm was disintegrated. You have completed the hidden mission The End of the War. Task description, War and Peace. This is an indispensable experience in the evolution of any civilization. However, it is not a carnival and feast, nor is it a flower basket to decorate the throne. Those who play games with war will only be played by war in the end. You have obtained a hidden reward, Soul of War. You have received a special reward, a mysterious lucky bag. Your personal overall rating has been greatly improved. Name, Soul of War. After conveniently adding up the 10 points of free attributes obtained by killing the war apostle, Lu Wenwu flew back towards the sea area where he came from previously. What followed was intense dizziness, feeling like the world was spinning. Just when the survivors were crying for their fathers and mothers, Ryu Yuruo's graceful singing suddenly sounded, and the originally turbulent sea and the crying survivors instantly calmed down. It is also a type of heavenly material and earthly treasure. It seems that you need to find a quiet place to refine it. The wounds that were previously penetrated by the war controller were already intact. About 10 seconds later, a huge submarine suddenly broke through the water, setting off a huge wave. To be honest, I doubt the level of the other apostles now, and I have a new understanding of why you can last until now. Facing such an outrageous opponent, it doesn't seem to be a difficult thing to last for more than 2 years. Zhao Lixing suddenly felt the blood all over his body rush to his brain, and his body instantly felt warm. Probably because of its unique composition, swallowing heaven and earth did not swallow up attribute points this time, but retained the opponent's abilities. Here, he saw the dolphin Lan Shan who was singing loudly, and also saw Zhao Lixing who looked like Lu Wenwu. Zhao Lixing swallowed and asked tremblingly, Mr. Tyrannosaurus, is the Apostle of War a clone? The war believers who had regained their consciousness fell into the water one after another, rising and falling on the sea. Introduction. Born from the purest and purest power of faith, it is formed after being nourished by sufficient high-quality soul power. After refining, you can improve your own soul foundation, and there is a slight probability of understanding the skills related to the war priesthood. Countless people who couldn't swim were crying and shouting, trying hard to make white waves one after another. This is a new ability born after swallowing the spear of the war controller. Flesh regeneration, a talent inherited from the blood of the outsider god, is as powerful as ever. Punch out, directly penetrate the enemy's body, and then trigger the equipment's special effects to explode and burn. Some even stepped on the weaker people next to them and pushed them into the water to provide themselves with a bit of buoyancy. Heavy hammer, bludgeoning, crushing, penetration, burning, explosion. That scene is beautiful just thinking about it. Zhao Lixing suddenly felt ashamed. With his body strengthened by the scorching sun crystals, coupled with the method of adjusting his own organs and flesh and blood and the physical refining technique of conquering people with virtue, Lu Wenwu was much more resistant than imagined. War Apostle, dead. He actually died. Lu Wenwu shook his head. Ontology. Hiss. The scarlet abyss squirmed and began to repair and transform, and Lu Wenwu's face emerged from it. Lu Wenwu looked at his fist and clenched it hard. This is the first apostle to die in more than 2 years. A mountain that was weighing down on everyone was killed in an understatement by this peerless man in front of him? It's like a dream. Lu Wenwu shook his head in disappointment. The war apostle is too stupid. He is just a middle-class brat who has not grown up. He is obviously a standard Lord template, but he is so arrogant that he fights me in close combat. Such a brainless person. This guy is actually one of the 7 winners of the World War? Then he is now. The 2 soldiers beside him were even more unbearable and collapsed on the ground with horrified faces. Among the huge submarines, countless Salvation Army soldiers filed out and began to rescue them with a large number of inflatable boats and floating objects. Now, Lu Wenwu can increase the sharpness of his fists by bathing in the blood of his enemies, thereby increasing his attack power in disguise. The main reason is that although the powerful aliens who came before have become stronger with each generation, they are not as strong as Lu Wenwu. Now, if you kill a level boss, you only have 10 attribute points. On the turbulent sea, with the death of the war apostle, the warships condensed by his abilities disintegrated one after another. Lu Wenwu flapped the wings of the sky and landed on top of the submarine, and the flame mark behind him quietly faded away. A sense of sharpness like a sharp blade emerged spontaneously, like a shimmering artifact war gun. Lu Wenwu took out his mission reward and looked at it. Too weak, he was beaten to death easily. Type, strange object, life is really hard. He thinks so. He can't blame the war apostle for being too arrogant and giving it away. Judging from the feedback from the monitoring device on the submarine, the aura and power erupted by Lu Wenwu were completely comparable to those of the weaker apostles. Before this battle broke out, no one thought that Lu Wenwu could win. As a result, he was stunned that 1,000 troops came to take the lead. Before the opponent had time to show off his strength, Lu Wenwu slapped him in the face and knocked him out. He became the second greatest grievance after Taoist Tianxie. But no matter what, even though Lu Wenwu despised him, the death of the war apostle was definitely a great event. Zhao Lixing immediately notified the headquarters to send more rescue submarines to pick up the people, and reported the good news. As soon as the war apostle died, the controlled war believers were immediately liberated and returned to ordinary people. Those areas that were originally within the war domain, the rule of the war apostles, finally have the opportunity to take back, rebuild more industrial systems, enhance more heritage, and save more people who are being ruled by high pressure. That's it for now. Let's eat the egg-filled pancakes first. Lu Wenwu didn't need to do anything to rescue him. There were a large number of Salvation Army soldiers who were more professional than him. When he got bored of waiting, he took out his mobile egg-filled pancake workshop and started cooking. Mao Mao was finally released and is now diligently lighting the fire. The noble and demonic fire of disaster serves as fuel for the stove, frying the cakes one by one until golden brown and slowly roasting them over low heat. It is worth mentioning that the oven used to bake pancakes is the same big black oven that was kindly gifted by Taoist Tianxie. No matter what, other cooking utensils cannot withstand the burning of the fire, even if the temperature is low. After Lu Wenwu discovered that the big black furnace was so powerful, he simply asked a player in the weapon refining profession to help make some modifications. It evolved directly from the alchemy furnace to a pancake oven, and he could catch Mao Mao to become a strong man. Mao Mao was concentrating on baking the cake, while he was dealing with the 4 Pegasus horses that the war apostle used to pull. I had experience dealing with muscled meat and demon horses before, but this time I was particularly familiar with it. Bleeding, cutting, deboning, cleaning, and cooking with the skills of a master chef. After a while, a pot of fragrant tianma meat sauce was freshly cooked. Lu Wenwu dipped the egg-filled pancake into it and ate it. He felt a strange taste release in his mouth and his soul was clear. In the next few seconds, the whole person felt a little bit bright and clear. It's soft in the mouth, the meat is delicious, firm, and elastic. It's rich in energy and has very little aura. The whole thing is average. It also overwhelms the flavor of the cake and egg itself. It's not suitable for spreading on cakes and eating. It's classified as garbage. The master in the field of egg-filled pancakes gave an appropriate evaluation. It happened that Zhao Lixing and Lan Shan came together, so Lu Wenwu made 2 more and handed them over. You just made them, want to try them? Not good for him, a fan of egg-filled pancakes. But for others, it's an absolute treat for the taste buds. Wow! What a cute big dog. Whoosh! Lan Shan didn't eat immediately after taking it. Instead, she stood on her feet and looked at Mao Mao, who was seriously lighting the fire, with a look of surprise on her face. Zhao Lixing didn't even think about it. He thanked him and took a big bite. After chewing a few times, his eyes suddenly glowed with gold. He looked at the stuffed cake in his hand in disbelief and exclaimed, This is an egg-filled cake. I have never eaten such a delicious egg-filled cake. It's delicious. Eat more.
You won't be able to eat anymore. It's out of print. Lu Wenwu handed him another one.
Zhao Lixing's mouth was full of sauce, and it was so hot that he asked vaguely, "Is there anything special about this egg-filled pancake?" Lu Wenwu nodded, took over from Mao Mao to light the fire, and said while eating, "Well, the raw materials are not easy to handle."
"What materials? If you have any problems, just tell me and I'll get them for you."
Zhao Lixing ate in a few mouthfuls and immediately patted his chest to assure himself, for eggs, lettuce, and meat are all available in the base. This meat sauce is made from the horses that the war apostles pull.
Lu Wenwu said in surprise, "There are only 4 horses in total, and they will be gone after eating them. Unless we get another war apostle to come out, where can we go to prepare it?"
Zhao Lixing.
Damn it! What did I just eat? Those 4 horses used by the war apostle to pull the cart? Is it too late for me to spit it out now?
Just when Deputy Captain Zhao was still confused, he suddenly felt hot in his stomach, followed by burning like a flame.
Big drops of sweat fell instantly, and he almost fainted from the pain.
But the pain goes as quickly as it comes.
After a few seconds, he recovered from some exhaustion and looked at his belly with lingering fear. Why do I feel like I'm a little stronger than before? Zhao Lixing was a little unbelievable. Hey! You are probably 3 times stronger than before.
After all, it is the flesh and blood of extraordinary creatures, so it is normal to increase your strength.
Lan Shan explained to him while touching Mao Mao with satisfaction. I see.
Zhao Lixing suddenly felt that the world became more magical.
How could he still have such an inhuman physique? DD.
Captain, if there is an emergency, please go back to the command room as soon as possible.
Headquarters communications. Okay, I'll be there soon. After receiving the summons, Zhao Lixing ran away as fast as he could.
The soldiers passing by looked at him for a moment and shouted incredulously.
Tip E player, Morris Paz, dies, Tip E player, Glory Shield, dies, Tip E player, God of the Bone Throne, dies, 3 more deaths? Lu Wenwu and Lan Shan received player death prompts at the same time. This person is still a member of the previous disliked 5. As expected, the level of Nong and I and black people is just like that. It seems that the team of real strong men encountered Waterloo. Lu Wenwu ate the cake happily, feeling a little better.
About 10 minutes later, Zhao Lixing ran back quickly, with no sadness or joy on his face.
When are we leaving?
Seeing him coming back, Lu Wenwu asked, I need your information, especially the other 6 apostles.
We can't leave. Zhao Lixing said numbly, the headquarters is gone. Lu Wenwu and Lan Shan? What the hell? Just gone?
The headquarters was suddenly attacked by at least 3 apostles. Except for the rescue team that was sent to come to us, no one in the headquarters survived, including the former strong men from the other world. Zhao Lixing, who has experienced great joy and sorrow, ups and downs in just a few hours, is now very numb. He didn't even know how to face this news. Originally thought to be a fatal situation, he was saved by Lu Wenwu, who also directly killed the war apostle and liberated the warfield. They also thought that this was the beginning of mankind's counterattack, and that they could counterattack the apostles in one go. As a result, the 3 apostles teamed up to destroy the headquarters of the Salvation Army.
What a fart!
Zhao Lixing's mentality hasn't exploded yet, it's already the result of his mental perseverance.
Lan Shan patted his shoulder and consoled him, Xiao Zhao, look at it. At least you have been promoted several levels in a row.
You may be directly promoted from deputy commander to commander of the Salvation Army.
This is how my father took over back then.
The patriarchs.
Zhao Lixing, You comforted her very well. Don't comfort her next time. Lu Wenwu quickly took her to the cake stall and closed the door. The headquarters is gone. What are you going to do next? Wait here for the remnant army to gather? Or contact others troops scattered on missions? Go back to the land first. That's all we can do. We can't leave these people alone.
Zhao Lixing let out a long sigh, as if he had aged dozens of years. After reuniting with the reinforcements, return the same way and go to the battlefield where we came from. If we can occupy a piece of territory, we will have some opportunities to rest and contact other troops. There are not many resources in the submarine, and staying in the sea will mean death.
Lu Wenwu asked, is there any chance of going directly to the War Apostles' base camp?
The largest amount of supplies should be stored there, and the group should be leaderless at the moment.
Too risky. Zhao Lixing shook his head.
With the death of the war apostle, except for the king of apostles, the remaining 5 apostles will definitely come to divide the resources.
They will definitely go to the city of war.
I know you are very strong, Mr. Tyrannosaurus, but with 1 against 5, even you may not be able to handle it. The headquarters has suffered a sudden change, and our army's strength has plummeted. I know that the real dragon cannot be kept in Qianshui. Our previous agreement is void. You and Miss Lan Shan don't have to worry about anything. Let's talk about this. Now we listen to you. Lu Wenwu shrugged. You told us so much information, which saved us a lot of trouble. Favors always have to be repaid. You can tell us when necessary. I can kill anyone wherever I go, just a few. Zhao Lixing did not speak anymore, but gave Lu Wenwu a military salute with a wry smile, and then hurried back to the bridge for command and control. Soon, the 7th Landing Regiment waiting on the spot joined the reinforcements coming from the headquarters. They also learned the news that the headquarters was destroyed, and they all looked dejected. Since most of the people who came were support troops and few senior generals came, Zhao Lixing, who had been the deputy commander for a few hours, was forced to catch up and became the commander of the 2nd Army of the Salvation Army. This made Lan Shan lament over and over again that things in the human world are impermanent and things change too fast. Her experiences in the sea over the past 300 years were not as rich as the past few dungeons since she became a player. On the way to land, Lu Wenwu took out his mission reward, the Soul of War, from a senior officer's private room, while Mao Mao guarded him next to him. It looked like a small ball of swing orangered flames, floating quietly in the palm of Lu Wenwu's hand. Refining? Lu Wenwu didn't understand what the standard refining process of this thing was. But there is definitely nothing wrong with chewing it directly with swallowing sky and earth. Making up his mind, he immediately ate the Soul of War in one bite. The originally weak flames became brighter during the process of being swallowed, illuminating every inch of flesh and blood as dazzlingly as sparkling crystal. Lu Wenwu felt as if he had become Monkey King in the Bagua furnace, and his whole body was being crazily burned by an invisible and qualityless flame. His entire body turned into an oven, and everything in his body was constantly being roasted. The Soul of War is the ultimate treasure for cultivating the soul. But who made Lu Wenwu's body and soul one? He directly used the devouring heaven and earth to maximize its use, making every cell in his body active. A stream of white smoke like steam rose from his body. The originally extremely strong muscles were actually strengthened again at this time, and the power gathered inside became stronger and stronger, like a ferocious beast about to be born. After a while, Lu Wenwu slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his personal panel. The body attribute did not increase much, only reaching 4,416 points. But the mental strength has been greatly improved, directly reaching twice as much as before. In addition, Lu Wenwu also successfully comprehended a skill from the Soul of Vengeance. Name, Demon Warspear. Type, Skill, Level, Foundation, Introduction, a skill born from the priesthood of Dimensional Demon War in a certain world, which can add the concept of spear to any part of the body and grow in war and killing. Note, this skill is a special skill type and has no proficiency level. Seeing the skill introduction, Lu Wenwu shouted awesome. I just swallowed a gun, which can add sharp special effects to the body, and now I have a matching skill. This is also linked to my family. Although the War Apostle is a bit of a jerk, he is undoubtedly a kind person who knows how to think about others. If you drop a skill, you will drop the skill group directly. It's really perfect. But the previous War Apostle didn't seem to have this skill in full? Only the gun had a castrated version. Just as Lu Wenwu was testing the skill effect, several system prompts popped up in front of him. Dimensional Demon God War cast a look at you, and he is a little curious about your existence. Dimensional Demon God War's favorability towards you increased, +1, current favorability, indifferent, 1, Lu Wenwu? Why is this war demon spying on me for no reason? As a high-level dungeon player, Lu Wenwu quickly realized something after thinking for a while. If this war demon could be killed, a lot of free attributes would definitely be dropped. No, the key to breaking the time cycle must be on these so-called dimensional demons. Yes, that's it. So, what kind of reincarnation method is this so-called time cycle? Just as Lu Wenwu was constantly thinking, the submarine had already arrived at the shore, and a large number of war believers and nearly half of the soldiers had already landed. For safety reasons, the remaining Salvation Army did not bring too many weapons and supplies. If the battle plan is to recover the land, these super-large nuclear submarines cruising in the water are the last retreat. Lu Wenwu and Lan Shan also followed the vanguard and walked out, looking at a city not far away, a city that is basically well preserved. This is not the place where they first landed, nor is it a normal landing port, but under a hidden cliff, a trestle composed of a large number of mechanical structures and steel cables, connected to the land above the cliff. According to the war believers who have regained their consciousness, that is where they live daily. The only remaining troop carriers drove out, loaded with a large number of soldiers with live ammunition. Lu Wenwu and Lan Shan went to the city with them as the first batch to explore whether there is still a possibility of recovery. At first, Lu Wenwu thought it should be a simple task that could be easily accomplished. But when he saw another team of soldiers with live ammunition from the observation hole with bulletproof glass, and one of them asked them to stop the car, he suddenly felt that this experience should be interesting. Tian Liang, squad leader of the 2nd Squad of the 3rd Company of the 5th Infantry Regiment of the 2nd Division of the 1st Salvation Army, 559/600, current status, cautious, alert, nervous. As members of the same Salvation Army, why should we be cautious and nervous? Previously, Lu Wenwu just thought that the 1st and 2nd Armies were numbers set up for the convenience of management. Now it seems that it is not the case at all. Lu Wenwu glanced at the captain of the 1st Company who was desperate and asked, "Are there factional conflicts in your Salvation Army? And the conflicts are so big that they have torn their faces apart? How do you know?" The captain of the 1st Company was shocked at first, and then his face was bitter. "It doesn't matter. Our factional dispute is indeed serious, and the Salvation Army has split into 2 parts. Strictly speaking, we are the part that split off from it. Our headquarters is in the deep sea, and we are also called the 2nd Salvation Army. The original Salvation Army was the 1st Creation Army, and its headquarters is deep underground. If they hadn't moved in the past 2 years," before the company leader finished speaking, he was interrupted by a violent voice. "P.S. Happy Chinese New Year, brothers. Gong Xia Kai, give me your monthly tickets. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Put down your weapons. Put your hands on your head and accept inspection. Bang, bang, bang. The people inside, get out quickly, or we'll be rude." The conversation was interrupted, and Lu Wenwu was a little unhappy. He opened the car door and walked out with his back bent. Seeing Lu Wenwu, who was so tall and strong that he was frightening, and dressed in casual clothes, more than a dozen soldiers were stunned, and their guns were instantly loaded and aimed at him. "It's very rude to interrupt other people's conversations," Lu Wenwu said seriously to the squad leader who led the way, and at the same time, he punched the hill in the distance. Boom! The terrifying wind pressure immediately blew more than a dozen ordinary soldiers to the ground, and they couldn't even hold their weapons. When they came to their senses, they subconsciously looked at the place where the explosion occurred, and they all opened their mouths involuntarily, staring with their eyes wide open, unable to close. The hill was gone. It was razed to the ground by Lu Wenwu's punch in the air. "You are from another world. You are from another world." A soldier slumped on the ground, his hand holding the gun trembling constantly. It can be seen that he wanted to do something, even if it was just to get up from the ground. But his limp legs could not use any strength. After all, in that moment just now, the might exuded by Lu Wenwu, who simply mobilized his blood and qi, was simply too terrifying. That was the terrifying pressure from the life level, which was not something that ordinary people could resist. "Hush!" Lu Wenwu gestured with his index finger on his mouth and said softly in a low voice. "Now, please keep quiet, okay? I have something to know." A group of soldiers covered their mouths and nodded desperately, fearing that the terrifying man in front of them would suddenly attack. This is a person from another world. Even if he is not as strong as the 6 apostles, it is definitely like playing to kill these little karami in an instant. Looking around, Lu Wenwu expressed great satisfaction, turned back to the infantry fighting vehicle, and closed the door casually. He looked at the dull-faced captain of the 1st Company and gestured, "No one is disturbing us now. Go on. I want to know why you split up." The captain swallowed his saliva and said, "Because of people from other worlds like you and Miss Lan, we split up." Swish! How is it related to us? Lan Shan was puzzled. The captain of the 1st Company explained, "People in the 1st Army believe that not long after the end of the World War, people from other worlds came along. There must be some inevitable connection. It is very likely that the demons and apostles appeared because of people from other worlds, and they are the culprits that caused our world to become like this." "Isn't this stupid?" Lu Wenwu asked with a question mark. "First, a bunch of demons were sent to give you power. After the demons left, you triggered the World War yourself. It was not instigated by outsiders. In the end, we, the players who have nothing to do with you, risked our lives and came all the way to clean up the mess. But we are still wrong? What are we trying to do? If we had that ability, how about just killing you all? It would be much easier." The captain of the 1st Company said helplessly, "Who said it wasn't? But the diehards of the First Army firmly believe that it was the players who brought the disaster, and you should come to deal with the apostles. You must have a secret. It was because of this unreasonable reason that we were incompatible and finally forced to separate. Lan Shan gave her own evaluation in a concise way. What stupid humans, I hate them, swoosh. Tyrannosaurus, how good would it be if all of you humans were like you? I realized after I got ashore that not all humans are so good. You humans? Ashore? The captain of the first company looked at Lan Shan with horror, and didn't dare to say a word. Lu Wenwu also didn't dare to take up the conversation, for fear that the female gangster in front of him would say something vulgar that would not pass the review. He then mentioned another thing: if you split up because of this, it proves that the other party does not accept players and extremely hates them. If so, how do they fight against the apostles? Using high-powered weapons to smash, except for the King of Apostles, the effect of hitting other apostles is quite good. At least so far, no apostle dares to resist the missiles. The captain of the first company sighed and looked helplessly at the increasing number of people outside. After all, the sober people are a small part. Many people don't care about the truth at all. They just want to have someone to vent when they can't beat the apostles. Therefore, our second army is actually very poor in terms of foundation. The first army has completely inherited the weapons and equipment originally owned by the United Nations Army and the major permanent members of the Security Council. Even now, it still controls a lot of military satellites and has a certain tactical nuclear strike capability. Well, it seems that the situation is okay. It hasn't reached the worst step. Lu Wenwu was in a good mood and even smiled. The situation. Is it okay? The captain of the first company was stunned and hurried to explain. Mr. Tyrannosaurus, did you not understand what I just said? Although our two Salvation armies are working towards the same goal, we are incompatible. Unless the situation is extremely special, they will beat us to death as soon as they meet. That doesn't really matter. Lu Wenwu shrugged, his face full of indifference. The main thing I'm thinking about is that your two armies are so overestimating their capabilities and are seeking death, and their first army is so stupid. But you two brothers can still hide under the apostles' noses for 2.5 years. The apostles' IQs should be even lower. How high? They want to rule the world, and you prevent the apostles from ruling the world. There is an irreconcilable conflict between the two parties. Under such circumstances, the apostles have no reason to kill but let you go. Even if the cat is playing with the mouse, it has been enough for such a long time. In this case, I can only think that these apostles are really stupid. If it were me, what if you could use nuclear weapons to cleanse the land? As long as some of you are still engaged in war, including the investigation time, I can easily kill all the senior commanders in a month at most, and then end your regime. First Company Commander. It's so hurtful. I really wanted to refute it, but what he said seemed to make sense. Just when the atmosphere in the car was awkward for a moment, a big shot from the army seemed to come outside. Now the messenger next to him is holding a big loudspeaker and shouting from a distance, "Listen to the thugs inside. Give up all resistance immediately and be captured. Our Salvation Army can forget about everything you have done before. Repeat it again, immediately give up all resistance and surrender." Deputy Commander of the 3rd Brigade of the 2nd Division of the 1st Salvation Army Gu Zhensheng, E. 465/465, current status: hatred, anger, fear, strong murderous intention. It's not just him. Among all the soldiers present, there were few who did not have the intention to kill. Although they are well hidden. But in front of the eye of insight, these cannot be faked. Lu Wenwu opened the car door again and walked out, smiling and looking at Deputy Brigadier Gu Zhensheng from a distance. Oh? Are you acknowledging all my previous actions? Are you really or not? Of course, I assure you in the name of the Brigade Commander of the Salvation Army that we will forget everything before. We hope you will give up unnecessary resistance, correct your attitude, and strive for leniency. Gu Zhensheng immediately took the loudspeaker and shouted in person, and there was nothing wrong on his weathered face. His sincere eyes and acting skills will definitely kill all the young talents in an instant. Oh, forgetting about it, that sounds really good. Lu Wenwu grinned with a kind smile, and his feet suddenly exploded. He came to Gu Zhensheng's side in an instant and put his arms around his thick neck. Damn it! Let go of the Deputy Brigade Commander. Bold stranger. Hurry up and surrender. Lu Wenwu was neither anxious nor angry, and said with a smile, "You may not know that not long ago, I smashed the War Apostle's chariot, broke the war gun, boiled the Pegasus into meat paste, and unscrewed him with my own hands' head.
But, since you said you want to let go of everything I have done before? Are you also an apostle? Unfortunately, apostles, they are all my enemies. Having said this, Scarlet Abyss instantly released its transformation. The terrifying aura and demonic fire suddenly rose to the extreme, and the powerful energy and blood exuded endless pressure to overwhelm the scene. The arrogant Deputy Brigadier Gu was so frightened that he almost fainted and could no longer stand still. Lu Wenwu smiled ferociously, and a cold voice as cold as a demon in hell rang in the ears of every soldier. In this case, as my enemies, you will all die. He raised his hand and punched out, and the 8 main battle tanks hidden in the distance were instantly scrapped into a ball of scrap metal, and the parked mountain coal turned into burning powder on the ground. The blood-colored eyes flashed red, and the strange flames of disaster fell from high in the sky like meteors, rising impressively from the artillery position further away. Countless metal fragments flew, and the violent explosion was deafening. Countless soldiers trembled and looked at Lu Wenwu, who was dressed in Scarlet Abyss. Uncontrollable fear arose in their hearts, and they suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. You are a devil! You are a devil! The brigade commander's soldier who was closest to Lu Wenwu screamed like a collapse, and his whole body shook like chaff. The green evil flames rose up and licked, burning everything around them. The land under Lu Wenwu's feet has even gradually turned into darkness, showing the characteristics of an abyss. Gu Genshing's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he gritted his teeth and said, "This powerful man from another world. You may have some misunderstandings about us. Our Salvation Army and the Apostles are mortal enemies. Absolute mortal enemies. We are on the same front. The War Apostle is indeed dead, this is confirmed." But Gu Genshing didn't believe that Lu Wenwu could kill him single-handedly. The Salvation Army has seen so many players from other worlds that it is impossible for one person to be able to match the opponent's existence. But then again, even though Lu Wenwu was just threatening, with the terrifying combat power he showed, he undoubtedly had the ability to kill everyone present. Once it is completely angered, even if you have secretly sent a signal and can successfully kill it when a large force comes to support, others like you will die first. Therefore, Gu Genshing tried to delay for some time until a large force that was reclaiming the city arrived, so that his life could be guaranteed. Wait for the other party to let you and others go, it's his death. Is there a misunderstanding? I don't think there is any misunderstanding between us. The Scarlet Abyss visor split open from the middle like a giant mouth of the abyss, revealing Lu Wenwu's kind smile. I can feel the strong murderous intention in your heart, and there is enough hatred and disgust to resurrect 7 or 8 evil sword immortals. You obviously want to kill me so much, why do you say it is a misunderstanding? The tanks are hidden in the back, and the artillery positions are ready for bombardment at any time. So many people surrounded us with loaded guns. They kept saying that they would forget about me. Now you are telling me that this is a misunderstanding? Lu Wenwu's voice was not loud. It can even be said to be gentle. But in the ears of those who were present in the Salvation Army, it was nothing more than the devil's crazy whispers. Cold sweat soaked Gu Genshing's back. He suppressed the fear in his heart and looked at Lu Wenwu. Looking at the other party's devilish eyes, he couldn't even speak half a complete sentence. It seems that you have also acquiesced that there is no misunderstanding between us? Lu Wenwu looked around. In this case, be careful in the next life and don't always label your grandpa Tyrannosaurus. Stop! An angry voice suddenly sounded, followed by a large number of rumbling mechanical roars. The tracks and engines were running, and countless steel war weapons were advancing. However, Lu Wenwu didn't pay any attention to it and just slowly raised his hand. Snapped! A crisp finger snap sounded at the scene. The hundreds of soldiers of the First Salvation Army present were simultaneously ignited with black flames of strife. They didn't even have a chance to scream, before they instantly turned into piles of black powder. Apart from a dozen Salvation Army Second Army personnel carriers, there were only 6 lonely First Army soldiers left at the scene. These 6 remaining soldiers were the few who had no murderous intent against them after Lu Wenwu turned on the Eye of Insight to scan them. Although he doesn't care about killing people, he doesn't kill people for no reason. The top soldiers are just following orders from their superiors. What can they do even if they don't want to? You damn devil! You killed them! A middle-aged man in khaki and a woolen coat roared angrily. Xie Zhongzheng, commander of the 3rd Brigade of the 2nd Division of the 1st Salvation Army, 410 out of 410, current status, hatred, rage, fear, strong murderous intent. Lu Wenwu twisted his neck and looked doubtfully at this idiot who started moral kidnapping as soon as he opened his mouth. Is there something wrong with your mind? They want to kill me, why can't I kill them? Xie Zhongzheng yelled,
Don't you people from other worlds keep saying that you are here to help us deal with the apostles? Is this how you deal with the apostles? Traitors, do you see clearly? Who is right? A bloody scene happened. In front of your eyes. Lu Wenwu's expression was calm and he said calmly, "First of all, I never said that I was here to help you deal with the apostles. It just happened that I wanted to kill those guys, that's all. Second, before dealing with the apostles, I think I need to deal with some teammates who will hold me back. I hate pig teammates more than my god opponents. Third, I have no morals, and many people who have fought alongside me think that I am mentally unstable and suggest that I go to Sheha to check it out. So, since you, the Salvation Army, think that we players from other worlds are the cause of this disaster, then, as you wish. I, Tyrannosaurus, the new apostle." The next moment, Lu Wenwu's tall figure suddenly disappeared. Xie Zhongjing felt that the hair all over his body suddenly exploded, and his beating heart seemed to have stopped for a beat. He used all his strength to turn his head and look to the right side of his body, but only saw a huge dark red iron fist that quickly enlarged in his sight. No! It shouldn't be like this. Why is this damn player so powerful and inhumane? The scene of heavy artillery clusters and missiles sweeping the ground and killing players is still fresh in my mind. The two players who were seriously injured and captured were like dogs, lying humbly at their feet, kneeling and licking in a frame-by-frame replay. They were tied with powerful self-destructing handcuffs and collars. The fawning expression on his face mixed with pain and humiliation was so funny. But how did things come to such a point? Shouldn't all players attack the apostles and try to establish a good relationship with us? This was the last thought that flashed through his mind. Boom! Flesh, brains, broken bones. Everything in Xie Zhongjing's head was scattered under Lu Wenwu's punch. The broken bones shot out rapidly, even penetrated into the bodies of the surrounding soldiers, emerged from their bodies, and took away the fragile lives. Lan Shan stepped out of the infantry fighting vehicle. He looked around with cold eyes and closed his eyes suddenly. Cherry's mouth was slightly open, and the short light gray hair on her back was shining. The mysterious and ethereal magic runes condensed, and a sharp explosion like the sound of a dolphin exploded in the center of the battlefield. The heads of countless soldiers expanded for a moment like bubbles in boiling water, and then quickly collapsed and retracted. Blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and white brain matter even flowed from their mouths and noses. The large-scale sharp mental magic just now boiled and melted their brains completely, turning them into drops of viscous liquid mixed with blood. Lu Wenwu turned around and glanced approvingly, then stepped on it and the ground instantly cracked. His majestic body was thrown high into the air, and then with great force, he suddenly landed among the moving tanks. Boom! A domineering punch hit the ground, and the soil and stones exploded in all directions. A tank exploded with it, and a large ball of fire rose. Countless shocking cracks appeared on the originally flat ground, enough to trap the giant elephant. The materialized airwaves swept across, and the steel monsters that condensed countless human wisdom swept and rolled like gourds, and the turrets and coaxial machine guns were bent like twists. These hundreds of tons of big guys were as fragile as paper under Lu Wenwu's fist. Even though the powerful reactive armor had done its best, the heavy external armor steel plates still made the last groan one after another. Facing a humanoid Tyrannosaurus that could resist large-caliber shells, these tanks were just large toys in front of Lu Wenwu. The classic infantry tank coordination was just a joke in the face of such a superhuman. When the high temperature dissipated, the fire wave retracted. All that remained were the melted tank wreckages. The hot orange-red steel liquid spread all over the place. Those tank soldiers who had great hatred for the players had been firmly melted together with their weapons, and would never be separated from them. And those soldiers who came to encircle and suppress the first company and the alien visitors, except for a dozen people specially marked by Lu Wenwu, the rest had all died under Lan Shan's sonic mental magic, and their brains boiled and died. 10 seconds. It only took 10 seconds from the appearance of Xie Zhongjing to now. Thousands of soldiers died at the hands of Lu Wenwu and Lan Shan. An artillery position and dozens of tanks were easily destroyed. In the absence of large-scale heavy weapons, ordinary people facing a level or B+ level extraordinary people with unique abilities were completely slaughtered one-sidedly. Even if they were an organized army, it was still the same. There was not even any threat. For example, Lu Wenwu, his movements were so fast that even artillery shells could not lock on. Even if he took a shot from a main battle tank with his face, he would still be unscathed. In such a situation, how could an ordinary person beat a superhuman? This is why Lu Wenwu never understood why the Salvation Army could still be active for more than 2 years after the end of the World War, and even had the energy to launch an active attack.
Why? After the Salvation Army had lost the weapon of truth, how could the 7 apostles who were at least a level stay with them for so long? Lu Wenwu walked back and fought in the sea of corpses and blood, and the scarlet abyss on his body turned into that casual suit again. If it weren't for the strong evil spirit on his body, no one could imagine that he had just wiped out nearly 2 regiments of troops in the blink of an eye. The dozen or so soldiers who survived were completely scared. The strong smell of blood and the tragic scenes kept hitting their fragile nerves. They numbly held the rifles in their hands, stared blankly at the bodies of their comrades, and stood there at a loss. Even the magic apostles and plague apostles, who are the most lethal in large-scale wars, cannot kill nearly 2 full regiments of their troops in 10 seconds. These are 2,000 people. They are not 2,000 sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The soldiers of the first company trembled as they got off the car and stepped into the battlefield filled with sticky flesh and blood, feeling shocked. Is this battle over? Many people felt sick the moment they saw the battlefield, and couldn't help but reflux acid in their throats. The captain of the first company looked at Lan Shan, who had regained her vitality and looked like a young girl, with a very complicated expression. It was such a petite and cute girl, who killed thousands of soldiers of the First Salvation Army on the scene with a dolphin sound. But if she and Mr. Tyrannosaurus hadn't acted decisively, when the other side started to wash the ground with artillery fire, I'm afraid it would be herself and the soldiers of the first company who died. Based on the captain's understanding of the people of the First Salvation Army, the other side would definitely do this. The other side looked at the people from the Second Army as if they were mortal enemies.